Chapter 1 Traversing Beast Realm. Hello? What do you mean? Hello? You're a Chedril. I sent you a message. Andy out in seat? It's Beanages. Andy have replied. What Tony Arthurius a busy at all day? Mom, I was in a meeting just now, so I didn't check my phone. Another meeting? Honestly, with that dreadful yabafio yours, what's the read me to boot every single day? You should listen to him. Quit a text hosting job, come home, and find a good partner to marry. That way, you can enjoy life sooner, and yo dan die can rest and enjoy our own lives. Mom, why do you keep saying that? I can support Mijolf with my own salary. I don't need to lean in Unils. I am an independent woman of 10th century, not some petit full creature you honits mantoger vive. Young grateful child, Ari Yumaking? No, absolutely not. Mom, you're my most beloved and admired mother. How couvers, Humph, I won't hold it against you out this time. But honestly, you can't tell right from wrong. You've been relying in yourself for 5-8 years as instead graduating with the hour masters, yeti our restil just a junior employee the company. Your salary bar lie cover sio your own expenses, let alone a supporting us. Tell me, doy ow think you've paid mforld hosires I were ket hard topidi out through school? Mom, am I no longer your daughter? You must stunt bring uppest grievances. Oh, fine, agitate, no need to shout. I can hear ya, you know. All right, don't in against you. By the, die to bring third string offitaga for you? It did. Are you sure? Estelia, it went through a lot of trouble to jetty from Themaster, so I am it. Themaster said that as long as you wear it, you're a guarantee to findus with a bleppertner. You didn't jets commit again, did you? What are you saying? Do you think him that foolish? Is theory in uni, this world wo could trick him? I was wrong. My mom is the smartest person in the world noon can deceive her. Hemph, that's more like it. I'm telling you, hurry and put on the trid string off it. The master specific lie said that as long as you wear it, you will definite find a partner this year. Is that for real? Why do I find it so hard to bev? You little brat, doy ow, think your mother lacks credibility? Hearing this, Xing Mufei couldn't help you feel a sense of helplessness. Dear mother, think about the suitors I've met before which was reliable? Gaukwi hua feltwingwilt. Well, it's Hilder's goodwill. Aren't the all concerned about you? Yes, you understand, and I appreciate Everyone's forts. Boot can we have a bit more discernment? The last time I went on a blind date, the man was 68 years old, practically my grandfather. Ahem, that was introduced Bierant Fingxian. Admittedly, Hisajiza betadvinced, Butin Harry's, Histilquidiaung. Dost hat me and his should go back to him? Ahem, well, that wanto. Wait about the zone? He seems quite good, doesn't? Hisajai similar toy ors that should be acceptable. Mom, didn't twe just have a meal together? What do I think? Shimufus' question reminded Gaukaway of their previous dinner with the Unman. Oh dear, no way, Thatman was implied to glee. I couldn't have any at will a looking Gatham hestrally out off tequistion. Yes, you think is soon acceptable too. If that's the case, why do you keep pushing? Find dinga partners and Tasi Shazi out. Ah, that's not necessarily true. This time, Vone Thavian Uni introduce you. If a great place for you, where our surdo finsimionio alike. Where? Am a Lemidel Club? That's fine a standard Saren Thigh. As long as Shestall, handsome, and treats him well, am good with those a 3 criteria. Xingmufei, you little girl, what Tariao thinking a boodle day? Upon hearing Gao Kui Hua's fierce reprimand, Xingmuf instantly became obedient. Mom, I'm sorry I won't say that again. Hemph, that's more like it. Wouldn't Tiao tell me about such a great place before? You're suckin' unfilialed. All right, don't worry about it. This place will surely satisfy you. Yuri midir daughter otherwise, wouldn't be willing to let you have a great opportunity. You must cherish it. All right, dear mother Gout Suehua, I will always remember your kindness. Hmph, that's more like it. Now listen, Xing Mufei, if I don't find a boyfriend this year, don't both are coming home. Given wonderful opportunity, I fio can't seize it, the now you don't deserve etically, ourself my daughter. With that, before Xing Mufei could respond, Thekel ways abruptly ended. Xing Mufei stared at their phone, now disconnected, feeling gutturally speechless. Seriously, we're having a good conversation. Anthen Shasuden Ligatsingri? Isha going through menopause? Confused, Xing Mufei shook her head and returned to her work. Themi Ting will come in saying 10 minute is Synthime conference room. Damn. Upon receiving the notification, Xing Mufei felt the thermother ways indeed right this job wash becoming increasing lightius. Shalostal motivation tark. Team leader, I'd like to take afternoon off. What's the matter? Nothing, just feeling a bit overwhelmed and want to clear my head. What? You're telling Mayo went to take leave right before a meeting because he hour feeling overwhelmed? Denied. Xing Mufei clinchery eshet, suppressing her emotions. But soon, she couldn't hold it and no longer ran snap it here isipin. I fi out one taprov, then I'll resign. Hemph, you can control that, can you? It's just meeting Severide, what's the point? It's utterly ridiculous. Alright, im Denizer Vinjwe you can handlie to yourself. You to redify? Do you believe I can make height soy only never find a job in these industry again? Oh dear, Imsa scared. I'll just go home and farm, can you stop me? Xing Mufei theored her belonging sand walked out, unwilling to waste another moment with them. As has stood at the entrance of the building, holding her things, she suddenly realized she might have acted a bit impulsively. Forget it, I won't think about it. Cynthia Thasco it's just the perfect to me to take a break. Miss where to? Forest Park. All right. The taxi sped along, and as Xing Mufei's atinthiker, she finally put tonthard string off fat her mother had mentioned. Upon exiting Theker, she was greeted by greenery, which instant lie relaxed her entire being. Charge. Step by step, Sheklam bed to the mountain speak, gazing at the undulating hills and the vast sky, her mood soaring. However, just as he wasted her seat in this moment of tranquility, Theska suddenly darkened, and a strange light descended from above, enveloping her in an instant. Xing Mufei felt as if the world was spinning, and before she knew it, she lost consciousness. When she appeared here again, she found herself in a world filled with fantastical colors. Chapter 2 A Wonderful Place. The plants were extraordinary little, with towering trees reaching firths like colossal green pillars, piercing the clouds. The lush brancaisin leaves intertwined, forming gay verdant canopatha blocked out the sky entirely. On the ground, wild grass spread like a greenish, rampant and tamed. Some of the grass waso tali tevin reach at her waist. Such an sight made Xing Mufei feel quite anxious. She realized she certainly no taunt the familiar earth anymore, but she had no idea where she had landed. Just as she wasted a loss, a mysterious voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, for binding Toth B Strelm Traversal Lottery Systems. The B Strelm is a world where many male sexist Fouriach family, which can effectively solve your partner issues. Furthermore, in this world, once you form Monyan with Hamalbi Asman, you will unlock the lottery opportunities off this system. Echo fio your beast chuspin scan revidio with on a lotteric and separmont the fio havemol tipple beast chuspins, thatchin ses gambistact. The stronger the overall ability of fio your beast chuspins, the better the item sio will draw. The Ranjoff Prizesis extensive, including physique pilsto enhancy our body, practical toolsan crafting methods, and devon extraordinary abilities like space manipulation and flight. In short, these systems prizes will enable you to lead a better life in the beast realm. Wait. Although wadi our re-saying sound synthesizing, I don't recall of your meeting before, so how did wind? The traversal contract was signed with the our mother, Gaotsue Hua. Moreover, during the subsequent verification process, we detect Tethati who have indeed warrant the token issued by our company, thus confirming or acknowledgement of this matter. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xing Yufi suddenly realized. It turned out their mother hadn't deceived her. She truly had found a master who could solve her romantic dilemmas. However, the thought this master Rusto find her partner wasn't what different from what she had imagined. Instead of searching for Oni on earth, had direct light transported her to complete Illubistrium. Now under mother kept insisting she picked a good place Schwoodnevere have a guest to result in her being transported to another world. Her mother was truly remarkable. System, can you return to Earth? This matter is rather uncertain, for traversing between realms is no trivial endeavor. However, Sholdon gatherel 7 beast husbands, it is conceivable they ta passage between Tetwa worlds good be appeaned. Heh, indeed. With 7 beast husbands, might he not be able to flirt with Mina Pinlined without reproach? System, do enlighten me about the fundamental aspects of this world. Very well, host. In the beast realm, there exists a significant disparity between the number of males and families. Topter care for the delicate families, the typically have multiple beast husbands, ha collaborate in the responsibility as and coexist harmoniously. Male beastmen possess only one opportunity in their life fedamita bond witamate, and in Sethis bond is formed, they're maternally loyal to their female counterpart, with their primary focus being in ensuring comfortable being. Thus, infidelity is a concern that need not trouble on the beast realm. Upon forming a bond, aired mark appears in the neck of female, signifying is status as samate. Conversely, thief male bears the beast mark affirmate, enabling her to sense his location and health, while also providing her with protection and a means of tracking him. Female beastman, once bonded, has no authority to dissolve a contractual decision-making powers with the female. Shoot the female to develop aversion toward sharemate. She has the ability to earth his beast mark, thereby severing Thierband. While a thisection bears no consequences for the female, it can have dire implications for the male, potentially leading to a loss of strength or of death. Furthermore, a beastman's trip head off his mark becomes soundering outcast, no longer accepted by traditional tribes. What do you think? These world has been meticulous lycosinforia by Ormother. After hearing my introduction, do I not feel that living as a female life is realness rather appealing? Indeed, it sounds quite delightful. Host, do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall not guarantee we are beginners gift pack, usherange winto in a world in search of companionship. No, I can hardly contain my excitement till this commence. As the beginner's gift pack quasic tivated, a mysterious Niji surged into Shinyuf's body, transforming her essence. With a passage of time, she could feel her strength amplifying, her sense sharpening, and her adaptability to Thenvermin toft bestialm improving. Once that transformation was complete, Xingyu resolved to explore her surroundings. Their jungle was deep in a humid atmosphere, with sunlight cascading through the gaps in the foliage, create a golden beam so flight. Xingyu was unaware of how long she had wandered when suddenly, a deafening roar captured her attention. Cautiously, she followed the source of the sound and beheld Asina before her. In the tranquility forest, a lithered fox stood poised in confrontation with a formidable beast. That creature was massive, its muscles rippling, fangs bared, panting heavily, and its ears gleaming with fierce intent. Their phone waist taut with tension, muscles coiled, its skinnies fixed intently on the beast, sever move, its stay lowered, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The beast launched at the fierce assault, charging forward with the force of a tempest. There'd fox deftly sidestepped, evading the beast's frontalins laughed. The beast, caught off guard, stumbled forward several paces. Seizing this fate-and opportunity, there'd fox leapt up, raking its harp claws across the beast's back, leaving a trail of crimson. The beast, in pain and fury, whirled around tot tackensmurry. There'd fox, like a wraith, flitted through the trees, provoking the beast to crash into the trunks, gradual exhausting its stamina. After several exchanges, there'd fox astutely observed an opening, and during the beast's offensive, it seized it with a fierce bite. The best Threshed willed wildly, attempting to break free, Yethard Fixelden tenaciously. The beast grew increasingly frantic, relentless sly, assaulting third fox. The fox nimbly dodged, Butai to Borsevril once. Nevertheless, third fox showed no signs of retreat. In a moment of T beast's fatigue, it summoned Dalit Smitan lunged for beast strode, sinking its teeth in without its strength. The beast struggled, blood spurting forth, Yethard Fix remained resolute. At last, the beast's movements began to slow, until it collapsed with a thunderous crash, lifeless at last. Third fox stood beside the fallen creature, panting heavily, its CS reflecting a mixture of pride and exhaustion in victory. Truly magnificent! This fox is simply astounding, Xing Mufi exclaimed, utterly captivated by the creature. Enchanted by its primal alluring Thebadal, she cooed and helped cheer for it. Shebeka Metrans fixed, her gaze unwavering upon the fox, lost in a reverie. On set that his thad settled, dared fox stook a moment to recuperate before seeking out he faint, sweet arrow made the detect tethering skirmish. Its gaze swept the surroundings until it finally discerned a figure behind a distant tree. A female. A lovely, delicate female. A Somali beastman of third fox clan, had often hunted in these woods, but he had never anticipated encountering starry and precious femeline this forest. Heswe fly Rosato his feet and made his way toward her location. Chapter 3. Handsome Man. May I? Xing Mufei had been attentively observing the unfolding scene when she noticed a fox approaching her, rendering her motionless in fear. What is happening? Am I exposed? Will I be in danger? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she watched as the fox gradually transformed into a tall, strikingly handsome man. His fiery red hair danced wildly, reminiscent of a blazing flame. His elongated eyes, slightly upturned at the corners, exuded an enchanting allure. With a straight nose and subtly curved lips, every contour of his face seemed meticulously sculpted. His tall and upright figure, adorned with firm and attractive muscles, radiated a wild yet captivating charm. Every inch of exposed skin glistening in the dappled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Wow, a handsome man. The moment she recognized the newcomer, Xing Mufei felt as though she had been struck by the beauty of his visage. Such an exquisitely crafted and alluring face was something she had never encountered in modern society, igniting a desire to claim him as her own. However, the fox, unaware of Xing Mufei's infatuation, was taken aback upon seeing her. Beautiful female, what brings you here all alone? Where is your tribe? Wow, indeed impressive. He is a handsome man, and his voice is so magnetic I must win him over. I don't know. I got separated from my tribe. Xing Mufei replied, casting a pitiful glance in his direction. The fox, taken aback, furrowed his brow as he regarded the delicate and lovely female before him. Such a tender creature should have been well protected by her tribe. How could she have become lost? This tribe seems neglectful of their precious females. Females are rare in the beast realm, especially one as beautiful as she. Initially intending to assist the lost female in reuniting with her tribe, he now felt uneasy about returning her to her original clan. He found himself quite taken with her and desired to care for her himself. He was convinced that if she were his, he would ensure her safety and well-being, preventing such an oversight from occurring. For his own happiness, he resolved to strive for her affection. Beautiful female, my name is Qi Yin, and I belong to the nearby Red Fox tribe. This forest is our hunting ground, teeming with ferocious beasts and lurking dangers. It is perilous for you to be here alone. If you wish, would you accompany me to my tribe, where I can ensure your safety? I am the most valiant warrior of my clan, capable of hunting large beasts and looking after you. Wow, is this a direct invitation? How straightforward. I like it. Faced with such an earnest proposal from the handsome man she admired, Xing Mufei found it impossible to refuse. All right, Qi Yin, I shall rely on your care from now on. My name is Xing Mufei, but you may call me Imufi. This. Qian's eyes sparkled with delight as he promptly replied. Mufei, rest assured. I shall take good care of you and ensure you do not suffer. With that, he swiftly turned and transformed into his beast form once more. This time, Xing Mufei could see clearly that he was a remarkably beautiful red fox. The fox was agile and elegant, its fur resembling flames, bright and lustrous. Its body was long and streamlined, with slender yet powerful limbs, moving silently and gracefully. Its bushy tail resembled a magnificent fiery whip, trailing behind it like a flowing banner, occasionally swaying as if dancing with the wind. Lowering himself, he addressed Xing Mufei, "Mufei, you may ride upon my back." Seeing the obedient figure before her, Xing Mufei felt a wave of joy in her heart. Wow, so charming and considerate. I'm in. All right. Cautiously, Xing Mufei climbed onto Qi Yin's back. It was her first experience riding a beast, and upon the instant her body made contact with his, an unprecedented sensation surged within her. She could distinctly feel the immense energy contained within Qian's body. Each muscle was brimming with strength, providing her with a profound sense of security. As he moved, Xing Mufei clung tightly to the fox's fur, her body instinctively swaying with his rhythm. Her heart beat in sync with the cadence, both awed by his formidable power and excited for the unknown journey ahead. If all the men in the beast realm are of such caliber, it is truly a test for me. Qi Yin seemed to sense her nervousness and excitement, glancing back briefly with his deep, expressive eyes, as if offering her courage and comfort. As they traveled, Qi Yin took great care to ensure that Xing Mufei remained comfortably balanced upon his back. He was exceedingly pleased, for this was the first time a female had ridden upon his beast form, signifying that he had finally acquired a mate of his own. With a heart full of anticipation, they soon arrived at the Red Fox tribe. "Mufei, we have arrived. This is the Red Fox tribe." The tribe was nestled within an ancient and mysterious forest, characterized by undulating mountains that reached toward the clouds. Shrouded in mist, lending an air of enigma to the surroundings, towering trees encircled the area, some trunks so robust that they required several people to embrace. The interwoven branches formed a dense green canopy, through which sunlight struggled to filter, casting dappled patterns upon the ground, blanketed in thick layers of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. Amidst the grass, an array of unknown wildflowers flourished vibrantly, exuding a gentle fragrance. A clear stream meandered through the mountains, its crystal-clear waters revealing smooth pebbles and playful fish darting beneath the surface. To Xing Mufei, who had lived in the city, this scene felt like a paradise, each corner brimming with the unrefined beauty of nature. Qi Yin led Xing Mufei deeper into the tribe, and upon entering, she was greeted by a group of lively young red foxes, frolicking joyfully, their fluffy forms irresistibly adorable. They soon encountered the males of the tribe, all robust and towering like iron sentinels. Some maintained their human forms, muscles bulging with virility, while others swiftly transformed into formidable red foxes, nimbly navigating the tribe. Seeing so many testosterone-filled men was a rare sight, and Xing Mufei couldn't help but steal a few glances. However, as the novelty wore off, she realized her earlier expectations might have been overly romanticized. Not every male possessed the striking beauty of Qi Yin. Recognizing this, she diverted her gaze from the other men, focusing instead on a gathering of female beastfolk, whose eyes radiated warmth and affection, their faces aglow with happiness. Xing Mufei curiously observed everything, her heart swelling with wonder at this new, enchanting world. Chapter 4. Bonfire Night. Xing Mufei's arrival drew the attention of the tribe, and she acutely felt the prominence of females in the beast realm. All eyes were on her. Children paused their play, gazing with curiosity and delight, while the male beastfolk's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement, and the female beastfolk wore gentle smiles as the crowd gathered around her. Murmurs floated through the air. "Goodness, look, Qi Yin has brought back a precious female. Indeed, she is a true female, and how beautiful she is. Qi Yin, where did you find such a lovely female?" "I encountered her in the misty forest. Her name is Mufei, and she became separated from her tribe. However, she has agreed to be my mate, and I am taking her to meet the chieftain now." Qi Yin happily took Xing Mufei's hand, leading her toward the chieftain's dwelling. "Chieftain, please come out. I have something to discuss with you." "Qi Yin, what is it?" Upon hearing Qian's call, the chieftain quickly rose and approached the door. When he beheld the lovely female beside Qi Yin, he was momentarily stunned. "Chieftain, this is the female I brought back. Her name is Xing Mufei, and she was separated from her tribe, so I brought her here. Moreover, Mufei has just agreed to let me be her mate." At this revelation, the chieftain's eyes sparkled with delight. "Qi Yin, to bring back such a precious female is indeed a stroke of luck for our tribe. This little female clearly is a treasure bestowed upon us by the heavens." As the chieftain spoke, a peculiar glint flickered in his gaze, though Qi Yin remained oblivious. He solemnly nodded. "Chieftain, this is my mate, and I will protect her with my life." The chieftain patted Qian's shoulder, saying, "Naturally, a male should cherish and protect his mate. And the entire tribe will safeguard her as well." He then turned to Xing Mufei, his expression warm and exuberant. "Mufei, your arrival is a momentous occasion for our tribe. We shall prepare the finest delicacies to welcome you. Not only that, but we will hold a grand ceremony to ensure you feel the warmth of our tribe." "Thank you, chieftain, but there is no need for such trouble. It is necessary. Do not concern yourselves with the arrangements. Just follow my lead." Upon concluding his words, the chieftain gestured grandly and commanded the tribe members in a loud voice. The two individuals, upon witnessing this, could only acquiesce to the chieftain's arrangements, seizing the moment while everyone was busy preparing for the welcoming feast. Qi Yin led Xing Mufei back to his cave. "Mufei, this is my humble abode. It may appear a bit rudimentary, but rest assured, I shall endeavor to hunt diligently so that you may enjoy a comfortable life," he assured her. Xing Mufei surveyed the cave and noted the simplicity of its arrangement, which seemed rather basic from her modern perspective. In one corner lay several tattered animal skins, appearing worn and thin. Tools such as stone axes and bone knives were haphazardly nailed to the walls, and aside from these, there were no other notable items. The cave was suffused with a primal essence, as if narrating the hardships and simplicity of life in the beastly world. However, to Xing Mufei, such matters were trivial. She firmly believed that with her extensive knowledge accumulated over millennia, she could enhance the living conditions of this beastly realm, ensuring her own comfort here. At this moment, she felt it necessary to offer reassurance to her newly appointed beast husband. "Qi Yin, I have faith in you. You can certainly achieve it." Faced with the trust of the petite female, Qi Yin felt an overwhelming joy swell within him. Observing the man who beamed with happiness at her mere words, Xing Mufei found his innocence quite endearing. Such untainted emotions seemed almost extinct in the modern world, instilling in her a sense of duty to safeguard this purity. Qi Yin then guided Xing Mufei on a brief tour of his cave before leading her towards the tribe's central square. At the heart of the tribe lay an expansive plaza, where members gathered to converse daily. As night descended, roaring bonfire ignited in the center, illuminating the excited faces of everyone present, who were seated together. Brimming with primal vitality, to welcome the precious female, the tribe members presented their most delectable dishes: freshly hunted game meat and sweet, ripe fruits, all arranged neatly on exquisite leaf platters, their vibrant colors utterly tantalizing. Children encircled the feast, their eyes fixated on the food, swallowing in anticipation, yet patiently awaiting their turn to taste, allowing Xing Mufei to go first. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the exuberant hospitality, she sat upon the soft animal skins, appearing slightly out of place. "Everyone, please don't crowd around. Mufei has just arrived in our tribe and is still unfamiliar with us. Let us not frighten her," Qi Yin interjected. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Qi Yin remained by her side, attentively catering to her needs. He selected a few fruits typically enjoyed by female beastmen and then led Xing Mufei to the roasting spit. "Mufei, which type of beast meat do you prefer? I shall prepare it for you." After a moment of contemplation, she examined the various meats and, guessing their textures, pointed to a piece resembling mutton. "I shall choose this one." "Very well." Qi Yin skillfully selected the most tender piece of meat and expertly rotated it over the flames, ensuring each side was perfectly cooked. Once ready, he used a sharp stone knife to carve it into small morsels and offered it to Xing Mufei. His gaze filled with tenderness and concern. "Be careful. It's hot. Take your time to enjoy it." Gratefully, she accepted the offering, her heart brimming with sweetness. "Now you must eat as well. Do not focus solely on me." As she savored the first bite, she confirmed her initial suspicion. It was indeed the taste of mutton. Furthermore, the meat from this beastly realm, untainted by pollution, seemed even more delectable. Each mouthful, devoid of seasoning, revealed a unique, rich flavor. The atmosphere around the bonfire was lively, and in order to help the new female integrate into their tribe, the chieftain rose and carefully explained the tribe's circumstances to Xing Mufei. "Our Chihu tribe comprises approximately 200 members, with over 130 male beastmen, mostly in their prime, serving as the backbone of our community." The chieftain concluded, The single beastmen could hardly contain their eagerness. Rising to showcase themselves to Xing Mu Fei, they displayed their well-defined muscles and agile forms, transforming the scene into a grand male modeling showcase, where the air was thick with testosterone. Xing Mu Fei had never encountered such a spectacle and felt her face flush with embarrassment. In that moment, she found herself profoundly grateful to her mother for allowing her to experience such unprecedented joy in this strange world. Chapter 5. Solitude. The chieftain was pleased with the response his words elicited and continued. Moreover, our tribe is home to over 30 female beastmen and more than 50 young cubs. While our tribe may not be the most formidable in the vicinity, we possess sufficient strength for self-defense. After introducing the basic details of the tribe, he smoothly transitioned to the evening's most significant purpose. Standing beside the bonfire, he declared loudly, "Tonight's bonfire gathering is to welcome the precious female, Xing Mu Fei, into our midst. The eligible male beastmen should seize this opportunity to make a lasting impression." Seated among the crowd, Xing Mu Fei felt the weight of numerous male gazes upon her, causing her cheeks to redden. Many single beastmen took this chance to profess their admiration for her point. One particularly robust beastman stepped forward and earnestly proclaimed, "Beautiful female, I possess a strong physique and can bring you the finest game. Choose me." Another clever beastman quickly added, "Lovely female, I am attentive and can provide you with the most heartfelt care. Being with me will surely bring you happiness." A third beastman, filled with anticipation, chimed in, "Dear female, I possess a multitude of survival skills that will ensure our lives are stable and worry-free. Would you consider me?" In the face of these declarations, Xing Mu Fei maintained a smile. Yet internally, a flicker of annoyance began to surface. She recalled a phrase from her previous world. While being confessed to by a handsome man might be delightful, the same from an undesirable suitor could be a source of vexation. Observing her lack of reaction to the compliments from the tribe's males, the chieftain approached her with a knowing smile. "Mu Fei, you should understand that in our beastly realm, where males outnumber females, each adult female ideally requires at least 5 husbands to ensure her safety. I sensed your aura earlier and noted that you have yet to form a bond, meaning you will need to find at least 5 husbands. We have many admirable males in our tribe. You may wish to interact with several and select a few." Upon hearing the chieftain's words, Xing Mu Fei realized he was not merely an ordinary leader. It appeared that not all beastmen were innocent and harmless, some possessed shrewdness and strategy. However, as she was still new to this world and unfamiliar with her surroundings, she decided to tread cautiously. Feigning surprise, she widened her eyes and replied, "Chieftain, this is quite sudden for me. I do not have such intentions at the moment. Right now, having Qi Yin is sufficient for me." As soon as her words left her lips, Qi Yin felt an overwhelming sense of joy, his posture straightening with pride. Standing beside her, he could not hide his elation. The other beastmen cast envious glances at Qi Yin. It was rare for a female in their world to refuse multiple husbands. The chieftain merely regarded Xing Mu Fei with a knowing glance before refraining from further comment, advising Qi Yin to treat the petite female well. "Rest assured, I will take great care of Mu Fei," he promised. After the bonfire gathering concluded, Xing Mu Fei returned to Qi Yin's cave. Shortly thereafter, the chieftain, accompanied by other tribe members, arrived to present her with gifts. Mu Fei, these are the benefits bestowed upon new females joining the tribe: some hides and portions of meat. Furthermore, you may select a cave with a more advantageous location and larger space for your dwelling." Hearing the chieftain's words, Xing Mu Fei felt elated. Although the chieftain had his own ulterior motives, the benefits he offered were indeed substantial. As a person from the new century, her obsession with property was deeply ingrained. Even in this beastly world, that fixation continued to influence her. "Thank you so much for the tribe's generosity. Chieftain, I shall choose a cave as my residence tomorrow." Xing Mu Fei's cheerful response brimmed with excitement, causing her voice to resonate with a hint of joy. Observing such a delightful female, the accompanying single beastmen found it difficult to tear their gazes away from her. Under the scrutiny of multiple ardent gazes, Xing Mu Fei grew increasingly agitated. Qi Yin, ever attentive to her feelings, positioned himself protectively in front of her, shielding her from the fervent stares of the other beastmen. The other beastmen, witnessing this, silently lamented why such a wonderful female would only choose Qi Yin, and why she did not consider taking multiple husbands. The chieftain, sensing the atmosphere, decisively bid farewell to Mu Fei. We shall not intrude on your rest any longer. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to let me know." "All right," she replied as the chieftain and the others departed. He addressed the single beastman with concern. "Mu Fei is indeed a delicate and charming female, deserving of our protection. However, you must exercise restraint and not frighten her. She has just arrived in our tribe and is still unfamiliar with us. You must allow her some time to adapt. Gradually engage with her, and not be overly anxious as I in the cave." After a few individuals departed, Qi Yin gazed at Xing Mu Fei and gently remarked, "Tonight, I must trouble you to stay in my cave. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to select a dwelling that you prefer." "I am not troubled at all. I am quite pleased to reside in your cave." Once again hearing the little female express her fondness for him, a smile could not be suppressed at the corners of Qian's mouth. He discreetly extracted a piece of soft hide from a pile of materials and placed it in a corner of the cave. Addressing Xing Mu Fei, "Please sit here and rest. I will tidy up the cave. Do you need my assistance?" "No, with me here, how could I allow my female to do the work alone? Just rest here." "All right." Xing Mu Fei complied and slowly sat down. Thereafter, Qi Yin began to meticulously clean his dwelling. He first organized the clutter piled in the corner and then used branches to sweep away the dust from the ground. Next, Qi Yin rummaged through the stack of hides sent by the chieftain. Searching for suitable materials for the female, it is known that the textures of different hides vary. Some are soft and smooth, while others are thick and sturdy. Observing the delicate little female beside him, he carefully selected several pieces of high-quality, soft, and smooth material and laid them beside his bed, continuously arranging them in an effort to make the bedding softer and more comfortable. After a flurry of activity, Qi Yin surveyed the freshly prepared bed with satisfaction and smiled. "All right, let us leave it at this for tonight. Tomorrow, I will adjust it according to your preferences." "Good." Sitting in a corner of the cave, Xing Mu Fei watched all that he did for her and felt that this experience in the beast world was truly worthwhile. If all the men she encountered now were like him, she would have likely married long ago. How could she still be single at this point? Chapter 6. Bonding. Once the cave was tidied up, Qi Yin hurriedly went to prepare washing supplies for Xing Mu Fei. He rummaged through the corner of the cave to find the unique cleaning items of the beast world, which included a coarse towel woven from plant fibers, a small spoon made from animal bones, and a bamboo tube containing special herbal powder. Qi Yin approached Xing Mu Fei with these items, smiling as he said, "Now, let me take you to wash up." "All right." Xing Mu Fei stood and followed closely behind him. The two arrived at a small stream in front of the tribe, where the water shimmered with silvery light under the moon, flowing gently and producing a crisp sound. Qi Yin crouched down to test the water temperature and then gestured for Xing Mu Fei to come over. "The water is not cold. You can wash your face with it. Additionally, this contains a cleansing agent. Using this herbal remedy will leave you feeling refreshed." As he spoke, Qi Yin handed the bone spoon to Xing Mu Fei. She accepted the spoon, scooped some herbal powder, and placed it in her mouth. Instantly, a fresh aroma enveloped her. After cleaning, a unique sense of coolness and comfort lingered in her mouth. While Xing Mu Fei washed up, Qi Yin stood quietly beside her, his gaze filled with concern and tenderness. After completing their washing, Xing Mu Fei lingered nearby, and in just a day, she had begun to feel the unique charm of the beast world. Gazing at the starry sky above, like gems embedded in the vast night, dazzling and brilliant, she felt the refreshing breeze brushing against her nose, lightly caressing her cheeks as if a mother's hand were gently stroking her. Filled with the fragrance and tranquility of nature, she felt her mind, which had been weary from the relentless demands of modern society, gradually emptying in that fast-paced, stress-laden world. She was perpetually bound by unending work tasks and trivialities, never experiencing a moment of peace. Yet now, surrounded by this primal and pure realm of beasts, all her worries and fatigue were cast aside. Especially after encountering Qi Yin, this handsome and attentive man. Every smile and caring gesture from him felt like warm sunlight illuminating her path in this unfamiliar world. Xing Mu Fei was profoundly grateful for fate's arrangement that brought her to the beast world and allowed her to encounter such beauty in that moment. Her heart brimmed with joy and contentment, and a radiant smile blossomed on her face like a flower. She breathed in the fresh air, feeling an inner tranquility and peace, as if time itself had paused for her in this mysterious and vibrant land. She discovered the long-desired serenity and happiness, feeling immeasurable bliss and satisfaction. After washing up, the two of them returned slowly to Qian's cave under the moonlight. The atmosphere inside the cave became subtly charged, so quiet that they could almost hear each other's heartbeat. When alone together, their senses heightened unconsciously. Xing Mufei caught a whiff of the earthy fragrance emanating from the man beside her, weaving around her like tendrils. This unique scent stirred ripples of emotion within her, and a blush crept up her cheeks, a mix of excitement and shyness, her heart racing like a startled deer. Qi Yin himself appeared somewhat flustered, his gaze flickering towards Xing Mufei only to dart away again, unsure where to place his hands. He had never shared his cave alone with a female, and this female had agreed to let him be her beast husband. Just the thought of it made his ears flush slightly, his breathing quickened, and his heart felt as if it might leap from his throat. They remained silent, the air thick with tension and an indescribable beauty. The flickering firelight within the cave cast their shadows in and out of focus. Just as Xing Mufei was growing anxious with anticipation, Qi Yin finally gathered his courage. He raised his gaze to Xing Mufei. His eyes filled with sincerity and fervor. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "Mufei, I am truly, truly delighted that you have chosen me to be your beast husband." He took a deep breath, seemingly striving to calm his excited heart, and continued, "Moreover, when you mentioned that you only wanted me just now, my heart nearly soared out of my chest. That joy is beyond words." Qi Yin's gaze was steadfast and gentle, as if he was looking upon his most treasured possession. "Mufei, rest assured, I will take good care of you, ensuring that you suffer not even the slightest grievance. I will dedicate all my strength to protect you and safeguard your well-being for a lifetime. Whether faced with fierce storms or daunting challenges, I shall stand before you, shielding you from harm." Upon hearing the earnestness in his tone, Xing Mufei's heart quivered, and she gazed into Qi Yin's fervent eyes, as if she could perceive the pure and intense love that lay within him. In such a beautiful atmosphere, they instinctively drew closer, their breaths intertwining gradually. Finally, they embraced tightly, their skin brushing together, sending electric sensations coursing through their bodies. Xing Mufei could distinctly feel Qi Yin's powerful heartbeat, each thump resonating like a war drum, echoing in her heart. Qi Yin was entranced by the softness and fragrance of Xing Mufei. Her hair brushed against his cheek, bringing a delightful tickle. Both were overwhelmed with excitement, their bodies trembling slightly in this warm and loving ambience. They completed the bonding ceremony of their lives. Afterward, Qi Yin was filled with exhilaration, holding Xing Mufei tightly, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. "Mufei, I am finally your beast husband. I truly possess my own female," he murmured in her ear, his voice suffused with joy and satisfaction. Xing Mufei also embraced Qi Yin, resting her head against his broad chest, feeling his warmth and strength, a blissful smile illuminating her face. "Truly, the men of the beast world are remarkably strong. It seems my days ahead will be filled with blessings." In that moment, the entire world seemed to halt, leaving only their entwined figures and the unchanging essence of love. Once the bonding ceremony concluded, a mysterious and wondrous energy began to flow between them. A vivid red mark slowly emerged on Qi Yin's neck, as if gently sketched by an invisible brush, resembling a burning flame, radiant and captivating, exuding a warm and enigmatic glow. Simultaneously, a remarkable transformation began to unfold on Xing Mufei's fair skin. An exquisite beast pattern gradually surfaced on a corner of her back, depicting a charming fox, its fur lifelike, with a spirited and commanding gaze, embodying Qi Yin's beast form. Qi Yin caressed the red mark on his neck, feeling its gentle warmth, his eyes brimming with surprise and emotion. Xing Mufei gazed at the realistic fox pattern on her arm. A profound sensation of connection with Qi Yin blossomed within her, as if their souls were now intertwined. Experiencing the magic of bonding for the first time, Xing Mufei felt a sense of wonder. In that moment, the information the system had previously provided about the beast world became three-dimensional in her eyes. She personally felt the marvel of the beast world and understood its protection for females. Chapter 7. I arrived late. Xing Mufei was overwhelmed with regret as she reflected on her years spent living in the modern world. What kind of life had she been leading? This was truly what life should be. Just then, the familiar voice of the system resonated in her mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired your first beast husband. As a reward, you have earned a chance to draw once a month." Upon hearing this, Xing Mufei felt a surge of joy. She had not anticipated that at this moment, in addition to gaining a handsome and caring beast husband. There would be such an unexpected delight. Eagerly, she summoned the lottery interface in her mind, and a colorful spinning wheel materialized before her, its reward options shrouded in a mysterious glow. Taking a deep breath, she clasped her hands together and silently prayed. Then, with a heart full of anticipation and nervousness, she gently pressed the draw button. The wheel began to spin rapidly, and Xing Mufei's gaze remained fixed upon it, her heart racing in tandem. Finally, the wheel gradually slowed, and the pointer came to a halt in a particular section. At that moment, her heart felt as if it were lodged in her throat. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the method for crafting wooden furniture. Seeing this, Xing Mufei was nearly overcome with excitement, realizing that with this skill, she could guide Qi Yin in creating numerous items, making her life in this beastly world much more comfortable. As the exhilaration subsided, fatigue washed over her, and she fell into a deep slumber. The next day, the morning sunlight streamed through the crevices of the cave, gently cascading onto the ground like strands of golden silk. In this warm light, Xing Mufei gradually awakened, lazily opening her eyes to find that Qi Yin had already risen. He was gazing at her with a tender and focused expression, his eyes brimming with an affection that was almost palpable. Seeing her awake, he quietly approached her side and gently caressed her cheek, asking, "Have you woken up? Do you wish to rest a while longer?" What was it like to receive such attentive care from a handsome man upon waking? Perhaps everyone would feel as euphoric as Xing Mufei did. "Yes, I'm awake, no more sleeping." With her affirmative response, Qi Yin stood and retrieved a delicately crafted bamboo cup filled with clear spring water from a meticulously polished stone platform nearby. He bent slightly, offering the cup to her lips, his voice as soft as a spring breeze. "First, quench your thirst. You must be parched after a night's sleep." Xing Mufei drank from the cup he held, savoring the refreshing water before taking a moment to gather herself and then rising. She then observed as Qi Yin picked up a pristine piece of soft hemp cloth, carefully dampening it in a basin filled with clear water, wringing it out with just the right amount of pressure before gently wiping her face. His movements were extraordinarily meticulous, starting from her forehead, gliding over her cheeks, and down to her chin, leaving no detail overlooked. His gaze remained focused and earnest, fearful of causing her even the slightest discomfort. After ensuring she was refreshed, Qi Yin busily prepared breakfast for her. Sitting nearby, Xing Mufei watched as her beast husband treated her like a treasure. Attending to her every need from the moment she opened her eyes, he expertly kindled a fire outside the cave, placed a carefully crafted stone pot over it, and cautiously poured in the freshly squeezed beast milk. His expression was one of solemnity, as if he were performing a sacred ritual. As the flames danced, the pot filled with milk released an enticing aroma that filled the air. Next, he retrieved sweet fruits from a woven basket, each one plump and juicy, their vibrant colors captivating. Using a sharp stone knife, he sliced the fruits into even pieces and placed them into a finely carved wooden bowl. When the beast milk was ready, Qi Yin wrapped the handle of the stone pot with a clean piece of hide and carefully poured the steaming milk into the bowl, where it mingled with the fragrant fruit pieces. Releasing an irresistible scent, he presented the thoughtful breakfast to Xing Mufei, stepping confidently toward her, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he urged, "Try this. I prepared it for you this morning, hoping it suits your taste." "Thank you for your hard work." Xing Mufei accepted the bowl and chopsticks, taking a bite. The flavor matched her expectations, a delightful blend of fruity and milky notes. "Exquisite, it tastes wonderful. I truly enjoy it." "I'm glad you like it." Upon hearing her response, Qi Yin visibly relaxed. He had observed her eating habits the previous night and noted her preference for fruits over meat, leading him to prepare a fruit milk dish for her this morning. Now, his judgment had been confirmed. His little female truly relished it. This realization filled Qi Yin with joy, and the recognition from his female left him immensely satisfied. Qi Yin watched quietly as Xing Mufei savored the milk, his gaze never straying from her. He would offer her a clean piece of hide when needed and smile alongside her whenever she displayed a look of contentment. Gazing at her, his eyes unconsciously brimmed with joy and fulfillment. Xing Mufei was still preoccupied with what the clan leader had said about allowing her to select a new cave, and thus, after finishing their meal, she eagerly pulled Qi Yin outside. "Qi Yin, didn't the clan leader say I could choose a new cave? Let's go now. I want to find a larger one so that I can place some unique furniture from our homeland inside." making our living conditions more comfortable. All right. Qian unconditionally supported her request. He led her out, and together they embarked on a journey to search for a suitable cave within the tribe. As they explored, they inevitably encountered other beastmen from the tribe. Upon seeing the red fox mark on Xing Mufei and the red markings on Qian's neck, the tribe's members displayed expressions of delight and blessings, knowing that this symbolized their union, and perhaps soon, new younglings would emerge, representing a fresh hope for the tribe's growth. Amidst the well-wishes of the crowd, they continued their search. Just then, they ran into the single beast man, Qi Fei, who had professed his love to Xing Mufei the previous night. Qian, what are you two up to? I see you've been wandering around the tribe for quite some time. The clan leader said Mufei could choose a new cave, and I'm helping her with the selection. Qi Fei perked up upon hearing Qian's words. Mufei, what kind of cave do you desire? I'm familiar with these locations and can assist you in the search. Facing Qi Fei's enthusiasm, Xing Mufei glanced at Qian, and upon seeing that he showed no signs of discontent, she shared her preferences with Qi Fei. I would like a larger cave because I wish to place some unique furniture from my homeland inside. Oh, I see. Let me think. Qi Fei pondered the available caves in the tribe and then exclaimed with delight, Mufei, I know of a place that is not only spacious, but also has excellent lighting and ventilation. However, it is somewhat distant from the tribe's gathering area. Would you mind? That's fine as long as the living conditions are good. I actually prefer a quieter lifestyle. All right, since you don't mind, I'll take you to see it. Thank you for your help. The two followed Qi Fei to the cave he mentioned, and upon entering, Xing Mufei carefully observed the space, finding it indeed as Qi Fei described, except for its distance from the tribe. It was perfect in every other way. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she resolved to choose this cave, planning to create her first cozy nest in this wild land. Thank you. I truly love this place. Qian, what do you think? If all is well, I will choose this as our cave. Qian assessed the cave's conditions and acknowledged its advantages. Noticing Xing Mufei's genuine fondness for the space, he wholeheartedly supported her decision. It's quite good. If you like it, then we shall choose it. Yes, Qi Fei stood by, observing their interaction, feeling utterly astonished in their world. Other females never considered consulting their partners when making decisions. Typically, the partners would unconditionally support and obey the females. This realization only intensified his desire to claim such a remarkable female. Mufei, since you've chosen this place, let me help you tidy it up. No, that's all right. You've already helped so much. Qian and I will take care of the rest. Hearing her refusal, Qi Fei felt a pang of sadness, as if he had been rejected once more by the little female. Qian, however, could not contain his radiant smile at Xing Mufei's words. Qi Fei, you may return. Mufei has me, and that's sufficient. Very well, Mufei, if you need anything, feel free to seek me out. I am more than willing to assist. Thank you. Qi Fei reluctantly departed, but Xing Mufei sighed in relief. She had a penchant for attractive appearances. Although Qi Fei was exceedingly enthusiastic, she simply felt no affinity towards him. Thus, his pursuit was, in her eyes, a source of annoyance. However, it was different with Qian. From the very first glance at Qian, she was captivated, and without hesitation, she accepted his advances. How wonderful it would have been if Qi Fei were also a handsome man. What a pity. Alas, she thought, let me not dwell on that. I should hasten to adorn my cave. She composed herself and wandered around the cave, mentally planning its arrangement, carefully considering every detail. Subsequently, she took Qian's hand, her eyes shimmering with anticipation as she vividly described her vision for the interior of the cave. Qian, I wish to create a grand bed within this cave. Xing Mufei gestured, envisioning soft grass mats atop plush animal hides, ensuring that sleep would be free from the bothersome dampness. After a brief pause, she continued, and there should also be a table and several chairs, so that we may sit comfortably around the table for our meals, no longer needing to sit upon the ground. Her gaze swept across the corners of the cave, and she added, moreover, it is crucial to construct a large cabinet. This way, we can neatly organize our miscellaneous belongings, and the entire cave will appear more orderly and refined. Qian listened attentively, his thoughts wandering alongside Xing Mufei's descriptions. Although he was unfamiliar with the item she spoke of, her words concealed an undeniable yearning for a beautiful future life together. Very well, let it be as you wish. Whatever you need, leave it to me. I shall procure it. Qian, you are too kind. In truth, who could resist the charms of such a doting partner? Alas, she lamented her late arrival once more. To fulfill Xing Mu Fei's wishes, Ji Yin needed to venture into the forest to gather materials. Observing this, Xing Mu Fei eagerly implored him to take her along. Ji Yin, I wish to accompany you. Please take me with you. Ji Yin, being exceedingly indulgent towards Xing Mu Fei, readily agreed. Very well, but the forest is fraught with danger. So you must stay close to my side, and of course, I promise to stick close to you. Under Ji Yin's guidance, Xing Mu Fei once again stepped into the enigmatic woods. This time, she resembled a young fawn that had strayed into a fantastical realm, her eyes wide with wonder at everything surrounding her. To her, every towering tree appeared as an ancient guardian, each vibrant wildflower like a fairy's smile, and every jagged stone seemed to embody a mysterious incantation. Igniting her desire to explore, she carefully trailed behind Ji Yin, her curious eyes surveying the surroundings, while he deftly navigated the forest with his keen instincts and vast experience. They meandered through thickets, occasionally delving into other wooded areas for exploration. Birds would occasionally swoop overhead, startling Xing Mu Fei into exclamations of surprise. Ji Yin would invariably glance back at her, offering a reassuring gaze, providing her with a sense of security. As they traversed a distance and sensed no imminent danger, her courage began to swell. She became less cautious, frolicking like a playful child through the forest. She would sometimes bend down to inhale the fragrance of blooming flowers, or reach out to caress the rough bark of trees, and would even cheer for a vividly colored butterfly. For this was a wondrous world Xing Mu Fei had never encountered before, every element capturing her fascination and inciting her insatiable curiosity. Ji Yin followed closely behind her, his eyes brimming with boundless affection, as though his gaze could envelop her entirely. Observing her joy, his heart swelled with warmth akin to the gentle caress of spring breezes. Yet, today they bore the weighty task of adorning their new cave, and time was of the essence. Despite Xing Mu Fei's reluctance to leave, she bit her lip, glancing back with longing as she retreated step by step. Her eyes reflected a mixture of affection and reluctance, her lips murmuring, "Oh dear, there are so many beautiful sights in this forest that I have yet to see." Ji Yin hastened a few steps to her side, gently grasping her petite hand with his large palm, softly reassuring her, "Mu Fei, if you cherish this place, I promise that in the future, whenever I have the opportunity, I will bring you here to enjoy it to your heart's content." Xing Mu Fei looked up, her heart soaring at the sight of Ji Yan's adoring gaze. All right, Chapter 9. Moving into the new cave having received this promise, Xing Mu Fei set aside her playful inclinations and joined Ji Yin in the search for materials. Ji Yin, akin to a valiant hunter, navigated the forest with purpose and ultimately discovered high-quality timber that suited their needs. His robust physique exhibited remarkable strength as he effortlessly hoisted the heavy logs onto his shoulders, steadily transporting them back to the cave. Upon returning, the duo immediately immersed themselves in crafting their furnishings. "Let us begin with a bed. This way, our slumber will be more comfortable." "Very well, I shall first sketch my vision for you." The headboard should be elevated for a grand appearance, while the foot should be slightly rounded to impart a cozy feel. As Xing Mu Fei sketched, she elucidated to Ji Yin how the bed should be constructed. Ji Yin listened intently, his hands continuing to work diligently, meticulously carving every detail according to her guidance. When the bed was finally completed, its exquisite form was truly a sight to behold. Xing Mu Fei could hardly contain her excitement as she leaped onto the bed, her face radiating a smile as bright as a blooming flower. "It's marvelous, Ji Yin. I adore it." Encouraged by their success, they set about creating a table and chairs. Ji Yin labored vigorously, while Xing Mu Fei offered her careful assistance, consistently proposing improvements. In the end, they utilized the remaining wood to craft a spacious cabinet. Observing the array of furniture they had lovingly crafted, neatly arranged within the cave, the once empty space was now filled with warmth and character. "This is simply splendid. Ji Yin, you are truly remarkable." Ji Yin had never considered his work to be extraordinary, yet the repeated affirmations from his little mate stirred an overwhelming sense of pride within him. After a brief respite, an idea struck Xing Mu Fei, and she directed Ji Yin to create several bowls, plates, chopsticks, and an array of cooking utensils from the wood. Without hesitation, Ji Yin complied with her request. These items were relatively small, so he transformed his hands into their beastly form, revealing sharp claws that glimmered in the sunlight. He extended his claws and began his work as they met the wood. Shavings flew as if snowflakes in the air. His movements were vigorous yet rhythmically precise. The shape of the bowls emerged under his claws, becoming smooth and rounded. The plates were swiftly fashioned, broad and flat, while the chopsticks took form with remarkable uniformity, and the large basin was completed in a matter of moments. As Yin wielded his sharp claws, Xing Mu Fei suddenly experienced a flash of recognition. As if a memory had surged forth from the depths of her mind. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Jiyin, exclaiming, "Jiyin, could you perhaps just transform your ears into their beastly form?" Jiyin, puzzled and unable to grasp her meaning, nevertheless complied with her request out of affection. In an instant, a strikingly handsome figure emerged before Xing Mu Fei, crowned with a pair of fiery red beastly ears. The fluffy ears trembled slightly with Jiyin's breath, as if imbued with life. Xing Mu Fei was momentarily entranced, unable to suppress a gasp as her heart raced with exhilaration. This unique allure was simply too captivating, causing her heartbeat to falter. How I long to pounce on my cuddly little beastly husband. It's utterly irresistible. Jiyin, observing the infatuated gaze of his little mate, felt an unprecedented surge of pride swelling within him. In his world, winning the affection of a mate, especially one as devoted as Xing Mu Fei, was undeniably the greatest honor for a male. He straightened his posture, his ears appearing even more spirited, as if declaring his charm and pride to the world. After a considerable time, Xing Mu Fei finally managed to quell her excitement. Gazing at the still unfinished cave, she felt a twinge of regret. Yet, she resolved to hasten their progress so they could indulge and play later that evening. Taking a deep breath, she repeatedly reminded herself of this rationale, gradually calming her spirit to continue their decorating endeavor. Xing Mu Fei looked at her grand bed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she began to prepare the bed. "Jiyin, could you kindly fetch some hay?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiyin turned and swiftly returned with a large bundle of hay. Xing Mu Fei took the hay and meticulously spread it evenly across the wooden bed's base. Continuing, she meticulously selected several pieces of soft, high-quality animal hides and carefully laid them atop the hay. Under Xing Mu Fei's skillful hands, the large bed became increasingly soft and comfortable. She gently sat at the edge of the bed, savoring the fruits of her labor, a satisfied smile illuminating her face as she exclaimed, "It's so comfortable, like lying on a cloud." Qian approached and sat beside Xing Mu Fei, asking, "Is it all right? If you feel any discomfort, do let me know, and I shall hunt for softer hides. It's perfect." "It's already very comfortable, Qian. You are truly wonderful to me." Hearing this, Qian felt that his little female was indeed easily contented. He lifted his hand, gently covering hers, and softly replied, "As long as it's what you desire, I will strive to provide you with the best." Xing Mu Fei playfully shot him a glance, her heart brimming with sweetness. At that moment, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the crevices of the cave, enveloping the entire space in a warm glow. "Qian, let us take advantage of this lovely light and arrange the newly crafted table and chairs." Together, they diligently placed the table in a suitable spot within the cave, positioning 2 chairs on either side. Subsequently, she gathered an assortment of colorful wildflowers from outside, carefully arranging them in a handmade vase. The freshly picked blooms adorned the table, infusing the simple setup with vibrant life. "How beautiful! I feel as though this cave is transforming before my eyes. Mu Fei, you are truly amazing." Qian had never anticipated that the cave could become so enchanting. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. "And there's the cabinet. Once we set that up, the cave will be even more splendid." Xing Mu Fei eagerly approached the yet-to-be-placed cabinet, and Qian promptly followed, assisting in securing it against the wall. Xing Mu Fei opened the cabinet door, neatly stowing away the bowls, chopsticks, and various daily necessities she had just crafted, commenting, "Now everything has its place, and it will no longer be a chaotic mess." After their meticulous arrangements, the once primitive cave had transformed into a haven of warmth, brimming with vitality and comfort. Xing Mu Fei surveyed her surroundings, joyfully leaping into Qi Yan's embrace, declaring, "Qi Yan, this is our home." Observing the once empty cave evolving under Xing Mu Fei's touch. From a cold, desolate space to a warm, inviting home in every corner, Qian felt his heart swell with fulfillment. He gazed at Xing Mu Fei, his eyes filled with love and adoration. as if this small cave was their entire world. And Xing Mufei was the most radiant gem within it. Qi Yin held her tightly, pledging, "I will always protect our home and guard you." Yes, Chapter 10. New discoveries in pursuit of greater convenience for their future life. Xing Mufei enthusiastically encouraged Qi Yin to select a thick piece of hide, for she wished to craft a pair of slippers. Qi Yin carefully chose, ultimately selecting a piece of high-quality leather. Xing Mufei directed him to lay soft fur atop the leather. Qi Yan's skilled hands busily set to work once more, cutting and sewing, each movement focused and deliberate. Before long, a pair of exquisite shoes materialized before them. "Qi Yin, you are truly versatile. You can even sew?" Since reaching adulthood, I have lived independently, and my beast father and mother had many children, so they couldn't attend to everyone. Thus, we were trained from a young age to develop our survival skills, enabling us to better care for our females. Upon hearing Qi Yan's words, Xing Mufei felt once more that coming to the beast realm to find a partner was indeed the right choice. "Mufei, try them on and let me know if there's anything uncomfortable, and I will adjust them." Xing Mufei eagerly donned the shoes and joyfully walked a few steps within the cave, a satisfied smile gracing her face. "Qi Yin, these shoes are so comfortable. I feel there's nothing that needs changing. That's wonderful." After a day of hard work, the two could finally take a moment to rest. In truth, Xing Mufei had not done much. Qi Yin had handled the majority of the tasks, with her merely offering occasional guidance. Yet even so, she felt a bit fatigued. However, observing Qi Yin busily preparing dinner for her, she marveled at the impressive stamina of beasts. Did they never tire? "Mufei, I know you prefer fruits over meat, but if you only eat fruits today, you won't get enough nutrition. Therefore, I've prepared some beast meat for you. Please make sure to eat a little." As he spoke, he carefully placed a platter of meat on the table, his eyes filled with anticipation, hoping she would eat more to replenish her strength. What a divine partner! Being his female must be an absolute delight. "Qi Yin, it's not that I dislike meat, but this meat lacks seasoning and carries a bit of a gamey flavor, which fails to pique my interest. By the way, Qi Yin, are you busy tomorrow? If not, could you take me into the forest for a stroll? I wish to search for some seasonings, if I can find them. I promise to create a dish so delicious that you will be thoroughly satisfied." Xing Mufei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Qi Yin. "Mufei, I need to go hunting tomorrow. Our food supplies are dwindling. Additionally, I must take advantage of the current abundance to stockpile provisions for the harsh winter ahead." Qi Yin added, "But don't worry. I will rise early and aim to return quickly. Once I'm back from hunting, I will take you into the forest to search. All right?" Qi Yan's gaze remained fixed on Xing Mufei, noticing the light in her once vibrant eyes dim momentarily, revealing an unmistakable sadness. Although she quickly regained her cheerful demeanor upon hearing he would take her to the woods afterward, that fleeting moment of gloom tugged at Qi Yan's heart, as if gripped by an invisible hand, drowning him in a wave of guilt. His eyes reflected self-reproach and anguish, as he suddenly grasped the survival dynamics in the beast realm, where most females were expected to have 5 or more partners. In this world, where hunting was essential for survival, every excursion was fraught with uncertainty and peril, consuming considerable time and energy. If the number of partners was limited, it would be impossible to be constantly by the female's side, offering her the meticulous care and attention she deserved. Realizing this, Qi Yan's gaze turned resolute as he addressed Mufei. "Mufei, if that is the case, if you have other partners you prefer, please accept them. Together, we can take care of you and fulfill all your needs." Upon hearing this, Mufei's delicate form quivered slightly, an expression of surprise flashing across her beautiful eyes. Are the beasts here truly so accommodating? However, I only fancy those who are handsome. There isn't anyone in your tribe besides you who catches my eye. Yet, Xing Mufei refrained from voicing these thoughts to Qi Yin. Instead, she spoke earnestly. "Qi Yin, for now, I have no intention of seeking other partners. If I ever do, I will certainly inform you in advance." "All right, Mufei, I respect all your decisions." That evening, Xing Mufei and Qi Yin finally completed their arrangements within the cave. Joyfully lying on the newly decorated soft bed, Xing Mufei felt utterly at ease, as if all her fatigue had vanished in that moment. Once she regained some energy, the fluttering feelings from earlier surged back to her heart. Turning to Qi Yin, she silently urged him to once again partially beastify his ears, those fluffy appendages appearing especially endearing in the dim moonlight. Qi Yin complied, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Mufei, do you like me this way?" Xing Mufei was too preoccupied to answer his question. As soon as Qi Yan's unique beast ears emerged, she couldn't help but reach out to him, her fingers brushing against the soft fur, sending her heart racing. With her touch, Qi Yan's face gradually flushed, his gaze becoming increasingly dreamy, as the atmosphere thickened with unspoken tension. I in the tranquil night, their breaths quickened, and their heartbeats intertwined. Their hands instinctively clasped tightly, sharing the warmth that conveyed their innermost desires. Moonlight streamed through the cave entrance, illuminating their entwined forms, a night of passion the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the cave's crevices onto Xing Mufei's face. She stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered Qi Yan was no longer by her side. She sat up, rubbing her eyes, and noticed a tantalizing platter of roasted meat on the stone table not far away, still emanating steam, indicating it had just been prepared. Beside it lay a handful of fresh fruits, their vibrant colors glistening with moisture. At the foot of her bed, a neatly folded garment crafted from animal hide awaited her. She picked it up and examined it closely. The stitching was exceedingly delicate, imbued with the man's meticulous care and affection. Recalling her casual lament about the lack of spare clothing while washing by the river yesterday, she was taken aback to find that this morning, Qi Yan had crafted for her a unique fur skirt from the beastly realm. The wave of warmth surged within Xing Mufei's heart, as she imagined Qian's diligent figure bustling about in the pale light of dawn, expending countless thoughts and energies to prepare this for her. Gently caressing the fur skirt, a smile unconsciously graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with gratitude and joy. Rising to her feet, Xing Mufei delicately donned the exquisite fur skirt that Qi Yan had painstakingly fashioned for her. The supple hide conformed perfectly to her form, as if it had been tailored specifically for her. After freshening up, she approached the table to relish the sumptuous breakfast that Qi Yan had prepared, her heart brimming with sweetness. Knowing that Qi Yan was to venture into the forest for hunting today, she quietly awaited his return within the cave after finishing her meal. Chapter 11. The first hunt time elapsed slowly, and initially, Xing Mufei patiently sat on the wooden bench, gazing towards the cave entrance, her thoughts adrift. However, as the sun climbed higher in the sky, her worries began to seep into her mind. She paced restlessly within the cave, occasionally peering outside, yet each time, all she saw was the desolate wilderness. Could it be that my little beast husband has encountered some peril? He wouldn't forget about me, would he? Surely, nothing serious could have happened to him. Xing Mufei couldn't help but recall the myriad dangers lurking in the forest, ferocious beasts, treacherous terrain, each a potential threat to Qi Yan. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became, her hands unconsciously clenching and her brows furrowing in concern. Unbeknownst to her, time slipped away, and as the sun began to dip in the west, her heart grew heavier with each passing moment. Just as she was on the verge of rushing out to search for Qi Yan, familiar footsteps echoed from afar. She sprang to her feet and dashed towards the entrance, her eyes alight with urgency and anticipation. Qi Yan had finally returned, bearing some wounds and struggling under the weight of a massive catch. Xing Mufei's heart tightened, and she hurried forward to assist him with the burden. "Wait, Mufei. This prey is too heavy. I don't want you to tire yourself out. I can manage it alone," Qi Yan cautioned, deftly sidestepping her and depositing the game. Once he had set down the catch, Xing Mufei approached him, supporting him as they entered the cave. "What happened to you? Are you badly hurt?" Her voice betrayed her uncontainable anxiety and concern. Qi Yan smiled wearily. "It's nothing serious." The wild bull charged too fiercely, which took a bit of effort to handle. Though he spoke lightly, Xing Mufei knew that the encounter must have been perilous, and he was merely trying to alleviate her worries. "How did you tend to your wounds before? Let me help you with that. I have some herbs I traded from the deer people in the cabinet." "Just apply them directly," she replied, retrieving the medicine and fetching clean water to boil for cleaning his wounds. As she wiped away the scrapes and abrasions, her heart ached for him, gently blowing on the injured areas. As if her breath could lessen his pain, she murmured, "Next time, don't push yourself so hard. I don't want to see you hurt. Besides, there are many edible plants aside from meat. Take me to the forest later, and we can find more food together." While tending to his wounds, her heart ached for him. Qi Yan grasped Xing Mufei's hand. "Mufei, don't worry that I've managed just fine until now, and beast men have strong recuperative abilities. I'll recover quickly. As long as I can provide you with a better life. These minor injuries are nothing. Xing Mufei looked into Qian's resolute eyes, feeling a mixture of admiration and helplessness. She applied the herbs to his wounds and bound them up. Initially, she wanted him to rest, but in this sweltering weather, if they didn't process the prey promptly, it would spoil. Given the size of the catch, she was unable to assist. Thus, she could only watch as Qian, injured, worked diligently to prepare it. Observing Qian laboring despite his injuries, she felt compelled to contribute to their home. Qian, I want you to help me make a weapon. I wish to accompany you into the forest and hunt together. Qian furrowed his brows, firmly rebutting her request for the first time. No, the forest is perilous. You cannot go. I fear for your safety. Xing Mufei crossed her arms defiantly. You are willing to risk yourself for us. Why can't I? I'll be careful, especially with you by my side. Mufei, Qian, I'll be cautious. I want to be with you. I fear you might get hurt alone in the forest. Seeing the determination in Xing Mufei's expression, Qian recognized he could not dissuade her and finally relented. Very well, but you must stay close to me. All right. Xing Mufei's desire to hunt alongside him stemmed from her newfound awareness of the dangers in the beast realm after witnessing Qian's injuries. She realized she could not solely rely on him for survival. She needed the ability to protect herself as well. Moreover, she suddenly remembered that her physique had been enhanced by the system, no longer as fragile as before. She could indeed request a weapon from Qian and test the extent of her newfound strength. After Qian rested for a day, he could no longer remain idle, prompting Xing Mufei to relent. She thought it best for him to concentrate on crafting her weapon, which would serve as a unique means for him to recuperate. Based on Xing Mufei's descriptions, Qian carefully selected suitable materials and meticulously crafted a bow and arrow for her. The bow was resilient and flexible, and the string was taut and powerful. When Xing Mufei received the bow and arrow, her heart leapt with joy as she eagerly tested the drawstring, excitement radiating from her face. All right, Qian, with this bow and arrow, I shall surely be of assistance to you, she declared confidently. Very well. Although Qian was skeptical that Xing Mufei could hunt with such a modest weapon, he didn't wish to dampen her enthusiasm. After receiving the bow and arrow, Xing Mufei practiced diligently every day. She erected targets in the clearing before the cave, practicing from dawn until dusk. Her clothes soaked with perspiration, yet her gaze remained focused and resolute. With each draw of the bow and release of the arrow, she adjusted her stance and force, striving for greater accuracy. Qian, meanwhile, was compelled to recuperate in the cave while accompanying Xing Mufei during her practice. Watching her diligently hone her skills filled him with a profound sense of concern and a fervent desire to grow stronger himself. Finally, when Xing Mufei's arrows consistently struck the bullseye and Qian fully regained his strength, the two set out together on their hunting expedition in the forest. They traversed the woods side by side, sunlight filtering through the leaves above and casting dappled light upon them. Throughout their journey, Qian carefully explained the various dangers of the forest and how to navigate them. Xing Mufei listened intently, her eyes alertly scanning their surroundings. With his keen senses, Qian quickly detected the signs of prey. Xing Mufei tightened her grip on her bow and arrow, following closely behind him, her heart racing with the thrill and anxiety of her first hunt. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted past them. Xing Mufei swiftly nocked an arrow and released it. But alas, she missed her mark. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she reflected on her prior practice, where her aim had been commendable, yet in the heat of the moment, the prey had eluded her. Qian smiled encouragingly. Don't fret. Just keep practicing. All right. Chapter 12. A bountiful harvest. The two continued onward when, unexpectedly, a graceful young deer appeared before them. Qian signaled for Xing Mufei to prepare, and she inhaled deeply, aimed carefully, and released her arrow with all her strength. The arrow flew like lightning, striking the deer's leg with precision. Injured, the deer fled, and Qian swiftly pursued, ultimately capturing it successfully. Observing the deer in his grasp, Qian felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Though the deer had escaped from Xing Mufei's arrow, the ease with which he captured it indicated that her shot had significantly impacted it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to seize it so readily. Mufei, you're incredible. I'm truly impressed, Qian exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Xing Mufei blushed, a shy smile gracing her lips. I owe it all to the fine bow and arrow you made for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to catch it. Through this hunting experience, Xing Mufei gained newfound appreciation for her enhanced physical prowess. While she still could not rival the beastmen, she recognized that she was far stronger than before. With this realization, they continued to explore the forest, their recent success bolstering their confidence. Before long, they stumbled upon a trail of wild boars. Qian whispered, "Mufei, stay close to me and be extremely cautious. An adult wild boar's attacking power can easily overpower a brown bear. And now we're facing a group of them. They are even more formidable. You must prioritize your safety. If danger arises, flee swiftly, and I will cover your retreat." Understood. Xing Mufei understood that this was not a moment for sentimentality. She nodded slightly, her gaze intensely fixed on the boar herd, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, Qian swiftly transformed into his beast form, ready to confront the challenge with his utmost strength. Just as one of the wild boars strayed from the group, Xing Mufei decisively released an arrow, striking true to the creature's vital spot. The boar let out a pained howl, inciting the others to charge toward them in a frenzy. Qian stepped forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the oncoming boars, while Xing Mufei showed no signs of retreat, continuously firing arrows to alleviate the pressure on him. As the last wild boar fell, Xing Mufei felt as though her arm were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to lift it any longer, her bow hand trembling uncontrollably. Qian, too, was utterly exhausted, his body marred by the scars of battle. Yet fortunate was he that Xing Mufei's deft cooperation ensured that his injuries were not life-threatening. Both of them gasped for breath, pausing for a brief respite. Yet they were acutely aware that they could not afford a moment's complacency. The heavy scent of blood permeated the air, an undeniable signal of temptation for other predators. "We must hurry. We cannot linger here," Qian urged through clenched teeth, his voice tinged with urgency. Xing Mufei nodded, suppressing her fatigue, and together they strained to drag their quarry toward home. Each step felt like a monumental exertion of their remaining strength. However, not far behind them, the underbrush rustled softly. Was it merely the wind stirring the grass? Or was some unknown danger stealthily approaching? Neither Xing Mufei nor Qian perceived it, their minds solely focused on hastening their return with the prey. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they embarked on their journey home. Laden with their bountiful catch, along the way, Qian lavished praise upon Xing Mufei for her bravery and exceptional performance, causing her to beam with radiant joy, her heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. She felt elated, for this was a testament to her ability to survive independently in the beastly world, a realization that instilled her with a profound sense of security. Upon returning to their cave, Xing Mufei and Qian wasted no time in tending to their spoils. Qian skillfully grasped a stone knife, meticulously skinning the animals with a serious expression in his eyes. "Qian, let me assist you," she offered. "No need. Allowing you to hunt alongside me was already a lapse in my duty. Mufei, please let me handle this," he replied. "Very well." Seeing his determination, Xing Mufei chose not to press further. The beast world had its own set of rules, and since she had come to this place, she would respect its customs. Moreover, she derived great pleasure from being cared for in their daily lives. Xing Mufei settled into a chair, watching as Qian processed all the game. Today had proven fortuitous, with an abundance of prey, yet as she gazed at the piles of beast meat, a twinge of concern crept into her heart for the first time. How shall we preserve this meat? The temperature is so high now. It will spoil quickly if left in the cave. There is a designated cave in the village for food storage, where ice blocks are kept to maintain a low temperature, allowing us to store food during the warm season, Qian explained. "Oh, I see. How ingenious of you," she exclaimed. "Will the meat you prepare also go into that cave?" "Indeed. May I accompany you to see it? I have never laid eyes on such a cave." "Certainly, but it is quite cold inside. I fear you may feel chilly. That's all right. I'll bring some animal skins if I get cold. I can wrap myself in them once inside." "Good." Xing Mufei entered the house to retrieve the animal skins while Qian organized the meat for storage. Together, they made their way to the storage cave. As they walked, Xing Mufei realized the path seemed to lead toward the square. Upon arriving, she recognized that her initial observation was correct. The cave was indeed located near the square. At the entrance stood guards tasked with safeguarding the tribe's food supply. Additionally, this location allowed those in the square to keep watch, significantly enhancing the security of their provisions. Qi Yin greeted the guards before leading Xing Mufei inside. As they entered, the temperature began to drop, and upon stepping further in, it became even colder. Xing Mufei felt as though she were in sub-zero conditions. Qi Yin helped her don the animal skin before continuing deeper into the cave. The further they ventured, the colder it became, until an awe-inspiring sight unfolded before her. A vast cavern brimming with an abundance of beast meat. Due to the frigid temperature, the meat was encased in a thick layer of ice crystals, creating a dazzling spectacle of white. "Wow, so much!" she exclaimed. "This is the food supply for everyone in the tribe. When divided among the beastmen, it barely suffices for a month. Yet our cold season lasts 6 months. To survive it comfortably, this food is still far from enough. 6 months." Xing Mufei had indeed overlooked the harsh realities of survival in the beast world. Astonished by the lengthy duration of the cold season, is there no food at all during the cold season? At the onset of the cold season, it may be possible to hunt some game. But as time passes, the world becomes blanketed in heavy snow, sometimes even burying individuals completely. That time, the outside environment becomes exceedingly perilous. Even if prey is present, it is concealed beneath the snow, and we dare not venture out lightly. According to Qi Yin's explanation, the necessity of storing food in advance became abundantly clear. So all the tribe's food is stored here. Is it distributed uniformly among the tribe? Not quite. Each family is responsible for their own food, merely placing it together. But if everything is stored together, how can one ensure they are consuming their own provisions? Each beastman possesses a unique scent, allowing us to mark our hunted meat with our own aroma for differentiation. Thus, even when piled together, we can easily identify our own food, and instances of mistaken consumption are unheard of. Hearing Qi Yin's explanation, Xing Mufei marveled at the wonders of the beast world. However, the cold within the cave was intense, prompting Qi Yin to conclude his arrangement of the meat and lead Xing Mufei back outside. Upon returning home, Qi Yin set to work kindling a fire for dinner. Thanks to their successful hunt, the evening meal promised to be particularly sumptuous. Before long, the cave was filled with the tantalizing aroma of cooking food. "How delightful!" Xing Mufei exclaimed, approaching Qi Yin and wrapping her arms around him from behind. Qi Yin chuckled, "Quickly wash your hands. Dinner is ready." As the fragrant roasted meat was served, Xing Mufei took a satisfying bite, relishing the hard-earned delicacy. "Try it. Is it good?" Indeed. Having sampled the dish, she found that Qi Yin had mastered the cooking perfectly. It was delicious. That night, as she lay in the warmth of her bed, Xing Mufei reflected on the day's events, her heart swelling with emotion. She understood that in this world filled with uncertainties and challenges, as long as she and Qi Yin supported one another, they would undoubtedly forge a beautiful life of their own. The next day, Xing Mufei and Qi Yin walked side by side along the path to the hunting grounds, each wielding their makeshift weapons, their expressions resolute. Xing Mufei moved with a lightness in her step, determination shining in her eyes as she turned to Qi Yin with a smile, saying, "Qi Yin, let us aim to catch even more prey today." Qi Yin nodded slightly, his gaze tender. "Indeed, let us both strive together. However, we must prioritize our safety and our own well-being." Understood. Yet, as they returned to the tribe laden with their bounty, they were met with the scrutinizing gazes and murmurs of the crowd. Some villagers approached them. One man, clearly displeased, pointed an accusing finger at Qi Yin, loudly reprimanding him. "Qi Yin, how could you allow your female to accompany you on a hunt? This is utterly inappropriate." Another chimed in, frowning deeply. "Indeed, such a fragile female should be at home enjoying comfort." The individuals who had previously admired Xing Mufei were now agitated, glaring at Qi Yin with hostility. "Qi Yin, you cannot even care for Mufei properly. Just look at the hardships she endures by following you." Some even began to lavish attention upon Xing Mufei in front of Qi Yin. With one male approaching her with a broad smile, "Mufei, do not follow Qi Yin any longer. Come with me, and I can provide you with a better life." Another, unwilling to be outdone, eagerly added, "And I can offer you not only more food but also beautiful adornments." Hearing the accusations from the other beastmen, Qi Yin could not help but feel a pang of self-reproach. It was indeed his lack of strength that had rendered Xing Mufei's life difficult alongside him. Sensing his distress, Xing Mufei tightened her grip on Qi Yin's hand, then with unwavering determination, addressed the crowd loudly, "I hunt alongside Qi Yin by my own choice. I do not require your unsolicited opinions in the Beastman's tribe. Her declaration rang out like thunder, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Every Beastman gazed at her in astonishment, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. Yet, Xing Mufei stood tall, her gaze resolute, displaying no trace of fear. She was acutely aware that her decision to take up hunting was a choice born from the depths of her heart, and she had never felt the need to provide explanations to others. However, when she witnessed the unjust accusations hurled at Qi Yin, the anger within her could no longer be contained. This compelled her to step forward without hesitation, resolutely defending Qi Yin. Observing this, other beastmen gathered around, attempting to dissuade Xing Mufei, especially the females of the tribe, each voicing their concerns. Mufei, you mustn't act impulsively. The outside world is fraught with peril. Indeed, as females, we are naturally meant to be protected by males. Why take such risks? Yet, Xing Mufei merely shook her head slightly, unmoved by their pleas. Her gaze swept over the crowd, her voice steady and powerful. I have my own convictions. What does danger matter? I know that what I am doing is right. The crowd exchanged glances, feeling both helpless and admiring of Xing Mufei's stubbornness and determination. In this impasse, facing the unwavering resolve of Xing Mufei was akin to confronting an impenetrable fortress. There was nothing they could do to alter her mind. At that moment, some unwed male beastmen, their frustration bubbling over, attributed all their grievances to Qi Yin. In their eyes, it was Qi Yin who had disrupted the normal thought processes of the young female. Xing Mufei. They advanced towards Qi Yin, eyes wide and spitting words of accusation. Qi Yin, it's because of you that Mufei has suffered so much. A burly male beastman swung his thick arms, his face quivering with anger. You need to persuade Xing Mufei to regain her senses. Another male chimed in, his sharp voice echoing painfully in the air. Don't you understand? If she abandons her current thoughts and finds more mates, ensuring she has more people to care for her, she could lead a life akin to that of a deity. Encircled by their accusations, Qi Yin furrowed his brows tightly, lowering his head in evident suppression of his guilt. This has nothing to do with Qi Yin. It is merely my own choice. Qi Yin, you need not heed their words. Qi Yin, gazing at the female who defended him so fiercely, felt a mix of joy and shame. Yet, their time spent together had revealed to him that Xing Mufei was a person of strong opinions. While her thoughts might seem unconventional to others, he knew she genuinely relished her current way of life. Therefore, as her mate, he would rather bear the brunt of the criticisms than disregard her wishes. Mufei has her own ideas and choices. I respect every decision she makes, Qi Yin declared, his resolute expression mirroring that of Xing Mufei. Seeing this, Xing Mufei smiled with delight. She felt immense happiness knowing that her partner could steadfastly stand by his own will amidst the crowd's doubts, offering her unwavering support. She had no desire to waste time with others and took Qi Yin's hand, leading him away. The others in the tribe watched the two depart, exchanging glances. Indeed, Xing Mufei's actions appeared quite extraordinary, challenging the age-old conventions of the beast world, naturally leading to misunderstandings among the other beastmen. Faced with this situation, they felt powerless and could only seek the chief's assistance, hoping he might mediate between the two. Chief, you must take charge of this matter. One beastman urged anxiously. The chief, seated on a stone bench, furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, what troubles you? It's Qi Yin. He actually allows his female to hunt alongside him, which is exceedingly dangerous. In the beast world, no female is without the protection of several males. We offered our well-intentioned advice, yet neither of them would heed it and refused to seek additional mates. The chief sighed softly, a look of concern crossing his face. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Chief, you cannot simply turn a blind eye. If everyone follows their example, won't the traditions of our beast world be thrown into chaos? Furthermore, you know how many single males we have in our tribe. It's not as if there aren't enough to care for the females. How will other tribes view us if they continue like this? The beastmen clamored in unison. After pondering for a moment, the chief replied, very well, I shall speak with them. Meanwhile, Xing Mufei and Qi Yin were savoring the tranquility of their world together. Qi Yin, regardless of what others say, this is my decision and does not concern you. Xing Mufei asserted firmly. As long as you are happy, I will support you, Qi Yin replied. Just then, the chief approached them with a serious expression. Qi Yin, Mufei, I wish to speak with you. They exchanged glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation. Please, go ahead, Chief, Qian said respectfully. The chief regarded them thoughtfully and began. Xingmu Fei, do you understand that in our beast world, it is customary for females to have multiple mates for better survival and reproduction? By choosing to remain with only Qian, you may encounter numerous inconveniences in the future. Xingmu Fei smiled gently and replied, Chief, I appreciate your concern, but I have no intentions of seeking other mates at this stage. The chief shook his head. Mu Fei, the days ahead are filled with uncertainties and dangers. The shortcomings of having only one mate have already become apparent. You must not be so stubborn. Unable to hold back? Qian interjected, Chief, I respect Mu Fei's decision, and I will strive to ensure she has a good life. The chief's expression darkened. Qian, do not act rashly. Your strength alone is limited. Xingmu Fei retorted, Is it not said that females hold a high status in the beast world? Are you now attempting to force me to take a mate? The chief sighed, You are defying tradition. This will not only be exhausting but may also incite discontent among others. Unyielding, Xingmu Fei replied. Tradition is not immutable, and I believe I can dictate my own life without others meddling. The chief was momentarily taken aback by her words, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, a child rushed over, exclaiming, Chief, it's bad. A fierce beast has been caught in a trap on the eastern side of the tribe, and everyone is too afraid to approach. The chief's expression changed dramatically. Quick, let us investigate. Xingmu Fei and Qian followed closely behind. Upon reaching the eastern side, they found a massive tiger thrashing and roaring within the trap, while the onlookers kept their distance, too frightened to advance. Qian glanced at Xingmu Fei and said, Mu Fei, wait here. I will handle this, be careful, Qian. Xingmu Fei urged anxiously. With bravery, Qian approached the tiger, engaging in a fierce battle. Xingmu Fei clenched her fists nervously from the sidelines, silently praying for his safety. After a grueling struggle, Qian finally subdued the tiger, and the crowd erupted in cheers, casting appreciative glances at Qian. Xingmu Fei rushed to him, wrapping her arms around him tightly. You're safe. I'm so relieved. The chief approached, saying, Qian, you truly displayed courage. Yet, this is merely a momentary bravery. The road ahead is still long. Xingmu Fei added, Chief, Qian has already proven he has the ability to protect me. The chief shook his head in resignation. Very well. Let us set this matter aside for now. You must look after yourselves. With that, the chief turned and departed. Xingmu Fei and Qian exchanged smiles, hand in hand, as they returned home. Unbeknownst to them, a far greater crisis was silently looming. After that day, as Xingmu Fei and Qian ventured into the forest to hunt as usual, they remained oblivious to the pairs of malicious eyes lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. The band of rogue beastmen hid in the darkness, secretly observing Xingmu Fei, their eyes glinting with greed. Chief, look, this is the new little female from the fox tribe I mentioned. She appears fresh and vibrant. She will surely bear us many offspring, the chief whispered. Upon hearing this, the others began to stir with anticipation. Should we strike now, Chief? One subordinate asked. The chief shook his head. Let us not act impulsively. After all, this is the territory of the fox tribe. We shall retreat and plan our strategy. Thus, the band of rogue beastmen quietly withdrew. Upon returning to their camp, the chief gathered the others to discuss their plans. Brothers, the fox tribe has gained a young and beautiful female. If we capture her, she will bear us offspring, securing our own lineage, the chief declared loudly. The beastmen eagerly responded, each one rubbing their hands together in impatience. But Chief, the fox tribe is not to be trifled with, a cautious beastman interjected. We shall send someone to keep watch and ensure we understand their situation fully. After several days passed, the rogue beastmen finally uncovered all the details concerning the two. Chief, from my observations these past few days, this little female has only Qian as her mate, and their cave is somewhat distant from others. With our numbers, a swift strike should pose little danger. Although he spoke thus, they knew they could not afford to be careless and must avoid alerting the other beastmen in the tribe. The leader nodded. Then let us take advantage of the night to launch a surprise attack, catching them off guard. However, this operation is fraught with risk. If we venture forth, it must not be in vain. Go summon Huayue, and while we are at it, let us raid the tribe for additional provisions. Understood. Soon, as night fell, the band of rogue orcs stealthily set forth toward the Fox clan's settlement. Within the clan, the other orcs were preoccupied with their own affairs, and Xing Mufei and Qi Yin remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Still reveling in the joys of the day, Qi Yin, today's haul was quite good. Tomorrow we can prepare a sumptuous feast, Xing Mufei remarked with a smile. Qi Yin nodded in agreement indeed. What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it at a tea. That moment, a sudden clamor erupted from outside. Qi Yin stood alert. This is bad. There is danger. As they reached the doorway, a throng of rogue orcs surged into the space. Bring forth that little female. The leader bellowed. Qi Yin instinctively shielded Xing Mufei, declaring loudly, not a chance. Tension mounted as both sides braced for conflict, a fierce battle looming. Brothers, charge, commanded the leader, and the rogue orcs lunged forward. Chapter 15. Forced to remain in the tribe facing such a multitude, Qi Yin showed no fear, engaging them in a desperate struggle. Although he was stronger than the average orc, the sheer number of rogue orcs began to overwhelm him. Xing Mufei, frantic with worry, longed to retrieve her bow to aid in their defense, yet was hindered by other orcs, unable to break through. All she could do was stand by anxiously, lamenting her inability to assist. Ha! Surrender obediently and hand over the little female, and you may yet live. The leader laughed triumphantly. Qi Yin gritted his teeth. You shameless scoundrels, you shall not take Mufei. With reckless abandon, Qi Yin fought fiercely, and for a moment, the rogue orcs found it challenging to seize Xing Mufei from him. As the battle raged on, just when Qi Yin seemed on the verge of collapse, other orcs from the Fox clan heard the commotion and rushed to join the fray. How dare you attempt to seize our clan's female? You seek death, the warriors of the Fox clan shouted as they entered the battle. The tide of the conflict shifted dramatically as the rogue orcs found themselves on the defensive. Huayu, what are you waiting for? Join in! Hearing the call, Xing Mufei turned to find a man gazing intently at her. His facial features were like a finely crafted work of art, sharp yet softened by an air of gentleness. His prominent nose stood tall like a mountain, adding depth to his visage. His deep-set eyes resembled a tranquil pool, their elongated pupils mysterious, as if they could pierce the very depths of one's soul. When he looked at her, it felt as though currents of electricity surged through the air, quickening her heartbeat. Xing Mufei did not recognize this man, but she sensed that he bore her no ill will. In this critical moment, she scrutinized him closely as the man was urged on by another. He reluctantly withdrew his gaze and joined the fray. With his might, the balance of power shifted, granting the rogue orcs a brief respite. Seeing the shift, the leader shouted, "Retreat!" The remaining rogue orcs, recognizing the dire circumstances, hastily sought an opportunity to flee. Before departing, Xing Mufei caught the man casting a lingering glance in her direction before he turned to leave. The warriors of the Fox clan did not relent, pursuing the fleeing rogue orcs relentlessly, inflicting considerable damage upon them. At last, they succeeded in driving the rogue orcs away, but the aftermath left the Fox clan settlement in disarray. Filled with the groans of the wounded and the cries of the bereaved, a heavy cloud of sorrow and anger enveloped the tribe. Xing Mufei hurried to Qi Yin's side. Qi Yin, are you all right? Is your injury severe? I am fine, Mufei. There's no need to worry. Seeing Qi Yin, despite being covered in wounds, still putting on a brave front to comfort her, deepened her affection for him. However, before she could tend to Qi Yin's injuries, the wounded within the tribe began to direct their ire toward Xing Mufei and Qi Yin. How could rogue orcs invade our tribe? They are a menace. Is it not normal for them to raid us? I don't think so. I saw them heading straight for Qi Yin. Really? Is that true? I too witnessed them coming directly for Mufei. This shouldn't be. Why would rogue orcs target Mufei? Isn't it because Qi Yin is inept? Allowing his female to venture out to hunt? It is he who has brought such calamity upon the tribe. An orc spat in anger. Indeed, it's all Qi Yin's fault for being incapable, clinging to Mufei alone. Had he encouraged Mufei to seek out additional mates, this tragedy might have been averted. Another orc chimed in. Xing Mufei and Qi Yin stood at the center of the tribe, facing the crowd's accusations. Their spirits dampened. While Xing Mufei felt no wrongdoing in living according to her own desires, she recognized that the tribe had indeed aided them. Thus, she refrained from retorting, choosing instead to endure the criticism in silence. At that moment, the chieftain approached with a stern countenance, addressing them. From this day forth, Xing Mufei is forbidden from hunting in the forest with Qi Yin. She must remain within the tribe. Xing Mufei could no longer contain herself. Stepping forward, she confronted the chieftain. Chieftain, it was the rogue orc's wrongdoing. On what grounds do you prevent my venture outside? The chieftain replied sharply, regardless, the tribe has suffered greatly. Measures must be taken. Both sides stood firm, and the onlookers' gazes shifted uneasily. Qi Yin then stepped forward. Chieftain, this is my fault. I am willing to take responsibility. Take responsibility? Can you bear the weight of that? Someone shouted. In response, Qi Yin declared to the crowd, I am willing to offer the game I previously hunted to compensate everyone. The crowd, upon hearing this, found it difficult to argue further. After all, the game was a valuable resource essential for their survival. Qi Yin's willingness to provide food as compensation demonstrated his sincerity. At that moment, the chieftain interjected, enough. Let there be no more quarrels. The event has transpired. Blaming them yields no solution. Since Qi Yin is willing to compensate, let us not dwell on this matter further. With that, the crowd gradually fell silent. The chieftain sighed, his expression one of resignation. Mu Fei, you may return to your dwelling, and Qi Yin, come with me. Xing Mu Fei, concerned for Qi Yin's condition, was reluctant to leave, but Qi Yin, fearing she would be frightened by the events of the night, gave her a reassuring look and urged her to return. Meanwhile, Qi Yin followed the chieftain outside. The chieftain spoke earnestly, Qi Yin, this incident arose from the two of you. You must understand the tribe's difficulties. Qi Yin nodded. Chieftain, I understand, and I will strive to make amends to everyone. I know you are a good lad. However, after this incident, you should encourage Mu Fei to take on additional mates. Had she had more mates today, perhaps this incident could have been avoided, and even if it had occurred, the safety of the females could have been better ensured. The chieftain's words prompted deep reflection in Qi Yin. While he wished to respect Xing Mu Fei's wishes, he, as a male, also needed to consider the safety of his female. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yin replied, I will find a time to discuss this with Mu Fei. Seeing Qi Yin wavering, the chieftain opted not to press further, instead shifting the conversation to another matter. The rogue orc's ambush on our tribe is a grave issue. We must devise a strategy to eliminate the threat they posed. Qi Yin's gaze hardened. Chieftain, I am willing to follow your lead. Excellent. Tomorrow, we shall convene a meeting to discuss how to enhance the patrols and vigilance within the tribe. Yes. As Qi Yin returned, he found Xing Mu Fei waiting anxiously at the cave entrance. Chapter 16. A secret glimpse. Qi Yin. UV returned? Does your wound still ache? Hurry and sit. I shall tend to it. Mu Fei, there's no hurry. I wish to speak with you. What is it? Did the chieftain have something to say? Not only the chieftain's words. I have been contemplating this myself. I understand you have your own thoughts, but it remains too perilous within our tribe. If I am alone, I cannot adequately care for you. Thus, I wish for you to seek out additional mates. Xing Mu Fei was taken aback that Qi Yin would broach such a subject first. She had expected him to address the hunting prohibition instead. I was truly frightened by what transpired earlier. Watching you being obstructed while I was powerless to assist filled me with dread. At that moment, I thought, if only you had sought more mates, perhaps this predicament could have been avoided, and you would not have faced such peril nor endured such hardship. Qi Yin, I will not permit you to speak this way. Being with you brings me joy. It is my own decision not to seek others, and it is not your fault. You have cared for me enough. Upon hearing Xing Mu Fei's words, Qi Yin could no longer contain his emotions. He was well aware of the accusations leveled against him by the masses, and he even conceded that they were justified. After all, he had failed to properly care for his female. Yet, at this moment, as he gazed into the unwavering eyes of Xing Mu Fei, he felt a surge of conviction that prioritizing his female's desires was indeed the right course of action. Mu Fei, I understand that you currently have no other affections, but would you kindly consider giving others a chance? If, after your encounters, you still find no interest, I shall not impose my will upon you. During this time, I shall strive diligently to enhance my strength, so that I might better protect you. Xing Mu Fei found it impossible to refuse Qi Yin's words. She was not averse to exploring connections with others. Rather, she had simply not found anyone appealing until now. However, upon hearing the suggestion to seek companionship with other beasts, her thoughts involuntarily drifted to the man who had been fixated on her throughout the evening. She mused that, should he possess such looks, she would certainly not decline his advances. In the days that followed, Xing Mu Fei indeed refrained from venturing out. Under Qi Yin's soothing presence, she chose to remain at home for the time being. Yet, despite her confinement, she busied herself within the tribe, devising a rigorous training regimen that would bolster her strength day by day. Meanwhile, the nomadic beasts, having revealed their position during their ambush, returned empty-handed and with many injuries. "Chief, we cannot swallow this grievance. We must retaliate," one of them exclaimed. "Indeed, Chief, with so many of our brothers harmed and nothing to show for it, this is utterly unacceptable. Isn't it due to your incompetence that we find ourselves in this predicament?" Another retorted, "Huayu, refrain from throwing stones from a glass house. Had you not held back, our brethren would not have suffered. What obligation do I have to protect you?" Huayu shot back, "You, Chief, you must rein him in." Came the plea, "Huayu, we are all family. We should support one another. I require no such support." With that, Huayu turned a deaf ear to the discontented murmurs and departed. The others felt their dissatisfaction toward Huayu intensify. "Chief, Huayu has grown increasingly unruly. He no longer regards you with the respect you deserve." The chief felt a pang of displeasure at this. The nomadic beasts were already outcasts, and in this perilous world, unity was paramount. Yet Huayu's blatant disregard for their collective was becoming increasingly apparent. Huayu was a formidable force, yet he remained a potential threat if he could not be of service to the chief. His existence would be rendered unnecessary. Unbeknownst to the chief, Huayu was preoccupied with a far more pressing matter. Seeking that little female from the other day, Ati the fox tribe, the nomadic beast's attack instilled a sense of panic among the villagers. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, the chief convened an urgent meeting. "Everyone is aware of last night's events. The nomadic beasts have set their sights on our tribe and will not relent easily. We must take measures promptly to ensure the safety of our people. We should strike back. We cannot allow them to perceive us as weak." Chi Fei, fueled by anger at the thought of his beloved female nearly being abducted, spoke out. His sentiments resonated with many others, prompting a chorus of agreement. The chief raised his hand for silence. "Do not act rashly. I understand the frustration you all harbor, but the majority of nomadic beasts are desperate and reckless. They fear nothing. We, however, must exercise caution, for many females and younglings reside within our tribe. We cannot take unnecessary risks." Upon hearing the chief's words, the crowd gradually calmed. "So, must we endure this indignity and allow them to bully us? While we may not be able to retaliate directly, we can devise a comprehensive plan that leaves them with no opportunities to exploit." "Very well, that shall be our course." The chief continued, "The strength of the nomadic beasts is not to be underestimated. Last night, we managed to fend them off primarily because their numbers were few. Otherwise, the outcome may have been quite different. We lack clarity on their true strength, so it is crucial to enhance our patrols and ensure they cannot approach our tribe easily. I volunteer to lead the patrol." A robust beast stepped forward. "Very well, this task is yours. Divide into 2 teams of 20 and patrol the eastern and western entrances to safeguard our first line of defense." "Understood. Leave it to me. Additionally, we must set more traps to prevent them from breaching our patrols and infiltrating the tribe." The chief added, "I shall handle that. I know how to create the most effective traps." Another beast declared, "Choose 10 individuals and ensure the traps are constructed swiftly to intercept any intruders." Agreed. However, merely these measures will not suffice. The chief furrowed his brow. "Our tribe's male population is still too sparse, and their combat prowess falls short of theirs. We must also train everyone in combat skills to bolster our overall strength." Though the assembly was reluctant to admit their inferiority to the nomadic beasts, the safety of the tribe compelled them to confront reality. "Very well, we shall dedicate extra time to training daily." At that moment, an elder beast interjected, "Let us not forget, we must also hunt and stockpile provisions for the cold season." Those guarding the tribe will have no time for hunting. In light of this issue, discussions ensued, with various ideas being proposed. In that case, we could rotate defense duties by family units, ensuring each household contributes 1 male to guard, thus allowing everyone time to hunt. This decision was deemed fair, as many nodded in agreement. "Then it is settled. Each of us shall fulfill our roles to protect our tribe," the chief proclaimed. The male beasts responded in unison, "Yes." Soon after, the tribe was enveloped in a tense yet industrious atmosphere. Qi Yin was not selected for the defense team today. After bidding farewell to Xing Mufei, he ventured out to hunt, leaving her alone in the cave. As Xing Mufei busied herself organizing the items in the cave, a sudden commotion erupted outside. "Mufei, come outside and see the fruits I brought for you," Qi Fei called out. and Xing Mu Fei furrowed her brow as she stepped out of the cave. There, she beheld several single Orcish figures standing nearby, each clutching various items. Mu Fei, these are ornaments I crafted with my own hands, a gift for you, one of the orcs declared, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. And I have brought you a wild rabbit, to nourish your strength, another orc added earnestly. Xing Mu Fei regarded them with a knowing gaze. She was acutely aware of the Orcish world's imbalance, where males outnumbered females, and each of them harbored aspirations to become her mate. However, she felt no attraction towards any of them. I appreciate your kindness, but I must decline your offers. Qi Yin has already made provisions for me. She replied, Mu Fei, no matter how formidable Qi Yin is, he is still but one person and cannot fully attend to your needs. I beseech you to grant me a chance, Qi Fei implored. His persistence unwavering. Xing Mu Fei's expression darkened. I currently have no intention of seeking another. Qi Yin suffices. Thank you for your gifts, but I must ask you all to return Mu Fei. I would gladly assist Qi Yin in caring for you. That way, when he is out hunting, you won't be left alone at home. I can stay and look after you, Qi Fei said earnestly. Yet, despite his sincere tone, he failed to align with her aesthetic preferences, and she felt compelled to refuse once more. Qi Fei, I am grateful for your affection, but I truly do not harbor any feelings for you. Perhaps you should seek the affections of another female, she stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Qi Fei was deeply disheartened, and the other orcs, observing Xing Mu Fei's resolute demeanor, began to waver in their own pursuits. Mu Fei, please reconsider, one urged. I genuinely do not like you. Do not waste your efforts, she replied definitively. The orcs, recognizing her steadfastness, understood that hope was lost for the day and began to disperse. Once they had all departed, Xing Mu Fei returned to her cave. Unaware that Hua Yu was hidden nearby in the underbrush, silently witnessing the scene of the orcs vying for her attention. He had been quietly watching over her, his gaze fixed upon her, ready to intervene at the slightest sign of her discomfort. Fortunately, the orcs maintained some decorum, and upon her clear rejection, though begrudgingly, they chose to leave. As she observed their retreating figures, Hua Yu exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Nevertheless, his mind remained restless, stirred by the sight of the pursuit. He began to entertain new thoughts. Perhaps I should follow their example and present my own catches and fruits before the little female, as such gestures might earn her favor. With this notion in mind, Hua Yu's heart quickened at the possibility that Xing Mu Fei might indeed take a liking to him. He began to strategize in his mind, contemplating how to select the most exquisite prey and the sweetest fruits that would convey his sincerity to her. After carefully choosing his offerings, a plump wild rabbit and a handful of fresh, delectable fruits, Hua Yu stood at the entrance of Xing Mu Fei's cave, his resolve wavering. Would she reject me outright if I approached her so boldly? Perhaps it would be wiser not to present them directly, to spare her any discomfort. Ultimately, Hua Yu decided to discreetly place the gifts at the entrance of her cave. He set them down gently, ensuring they were partially concealed by leaves, fearful of being discovered. After completing this task, Hua Yu nestled himself behind a nearby tree, his eyes intently fixed on the cave entrance, eagerly anticipating the moment when Xing Mu Fei would discover his thoughtful gifts. Perhaps she would understand my intentions, and, even if she did not immediately accept me, at the very least, she might harbor some slight fondness for me. Time passed slowly, and as Hua Yu waited, anxiety gnawed at him. He dared not reveal himself, while inside the cave, Xing Mu Fei remained oblivious to the gifts awaiting her. As the sun began its descent, Hua Yu reluctantly departed, knowing he had pressing matters to attend to at the camp of the wandering orcs. I hope she likes them, he thought, casting one last wistful glance at the cave entrance before leaving. When night fell, Xing Mu Fei finally emerged from her cave and immediately spotted the gifts at the entrance. Who placed this here? She murmured to herself, perplexed. She scanned her surroundings but found no one in sight. Could it be Qi Fei again? A frown creased her face at the thought. Little did she know. The gifts were sent with silent affection from Hua Yu. Upon returning from his hunt, Qi Yin noticed the food on the table and, taken aback, inquired about its origin. Mu Fei, where did these provisions come from? I am not sure. They were simply at the cave entrance when I discovered them. I didn't see who left them. However, when I turned down Qi Fei earlier, he seemed quite unwilling to accept my refusal. It couldn't be him, could it? Qi Yin pondered this thoughtfully, his gaze softening as he looked at Xing Mu Fei. If you like them, I will accept them. Xing Mufei lifted her gaze to meet his. I truly do not have feelings for him. Qi Yin gently enveloped her in his embrace. I understand. I merely wish to convey that I desire your true happiness. Should you ever find that another can provide you with more joy, I shall not hinder you. That I will care for you alongside him. Xing Mufei nestled closer to Qi Yin. Qi Yin, how can you be so kind? With a tender smile, Qi Yin replied, Mufei. Simply hearing you express that brings me immense satisfaction. I do not wish my selfishness to deprive you of any potential happiness. All right, I understand. Meeting you has been my fortune. After Xing Mufei declined the advances of the Orcish suitors, most opted to abandon their pursuits. Yet, Qi Fei remained undeterred, returning once more with his offering, eager to win her heart. Mu Fei, this is the freshest game I have prepared for you. Please accept it. Qi Fei said enthusiastically. Xing Mufei, exasperated, reiterated. I have said many times that I will not accept it, and furthermore, please take back what you brought yesterday. Qi Fei, bewildered, protested. I did not bring anything yesterday. Xing Mufei's heart raced at this revelation. She realized she had mistaken him for someone else and began to ponder the true identity of her mysterious benefactor. At that moment, Hua Yu arrived, holding freshly caught game. He hid nearby, overhearing the conversation between the two. Once Qi Fei had left in disappointment, Hua Yu slowly stepped forward, initially intending to place his offerings at the cave entrance again, only to be spotted by Xing Mufei. Who goes there? Step forward, she called out, her voice tinged with caution. With no choice but to comply, Hua Yu emerged, clutching his catch tightly. Seeing Hua Yu, Xing Mufei's surprise was palpable. Why are you here? Did you bring these? Yes, I believe we have only met once before. Indeed. And you are? I am Hua Yu, a serpent orc. Might you grant me the opportunity to pursue you? What? This is rather sudden, that I understand, and there is no rush to decide. I only ask that you do not dismiss me outright. The scene before her was entirely unexpected. A handsome figure, whom she had met only briefly, was professing his feelings. The suddenness left Xing Mufei momentarily speechless. Unsure of how to respond, is it possible? Hua Yu's elongated eyes shimmered with a pleading intensity. Very well, Xing Mufei finally replied, and a radiant light ignited in Hua Yu's gaze. Thank you, Mufei, he said, stepping forward to present his offerings. These are the fruits of my hunt for you. Or if you have a preference, please let me know, and I shall procure it for you. Xing Mufei gazed at the small, succulent pig in his hands. Such prey was tender yet notoriously difficult to capture. The fact that Hua Yu had brought it indicated his sincere effort. I am not picky. Anything will do, Hua Yu. Taken aback by her easygoing response, marveled, in his limited experience, females were often quite discerning. He had not anticipated Xing Mufei to be so agreeable. Very well, I shall ensure to bring a variety of flavors for you to enjoy. Sounds good. Hua Yu's spirits soared at her acceptance, his silver-white hair gleaming more vibrantly as a result of his elation. Without lingering further, he placed the offerings before Xing Mufei and carefully departed. Later that evening, when Qi Yin returned, Xing Mufei hastened to greet him. Qi Yin, you're back? Yes, Mufei, that I have also brought back some crystal pears, your favorite. I will wash them for you shortly. All right. As Qi Yin prepared the game, Xing Mufei completed the evening meal. You must be tired. Come, let us eat. Yes. During this period, Xing Mufei had Qi Yin craft several pots for her, so the two would alternate between cooking and roasting meat. As they shared a meal, they began to recount their experiences from the day. Mufei, today I hunted a wolf. Its fur is remarkably warm. I shall fashion a garment for you from it. Very well. And if suitable, you should make one for yourself as well. Do not only think of me and no worries. I have enough. Observing the man before her, who seemed solely focused on her needs, Xing Mufei felt a pang of guilt. Today, someone brought us food. Was it Qi Fei again? No. Qi Yin, noticing Xing Mufei's hesitance to speak, inquired, do you know who it is? Yes. Who? Xing Mufei glanced at Qi Yin and cautiously replied, it was Hua Yu. One of the wandering beast men from that night. What? I never expected it to be a wandering beast man. I thought it was someone from our tribe. Indeed, I was quite surprised when I discovered it today. Qi Yin was aware that the tribe was on high alert due to the recent raid by wandering beast men. The fact that one could appear before Xing Mufei so stealthily indicated they possessed considerable skill. Do you like him? He is rather handsome. I do not dislike him, at any rate. Qi Yin, upon hearing Xing Mufei's words, couldn't help but chuckle. You accepted me so swiftly. It wasn't merely because of my looks. Was it? Perhaps. Faced with Qi Yan's question, Xing Mufei unabashedly admitted her feelings. Qi Yan, grateful for his good looks, thought to himself that without them, he might not have found such a remarkable female, as long as it's someone you fancy. I will support you. Qi Yan, thank you. Since my arrival here, you have taken care of me and unconditionally accepted me. You are irreplaceable in my heart. Hearing Xing Mufei's words, Qi Yan smiled with joy. Mufei, your words are enough for me. In a world where one female is surrounded by many males, to hold a special place in a female's heart was sufficient for him. He dared not wish for more. After confiding in Qi Yan, Xing Mufei felt a weight lift from her heart. After the bright path ahead, she could interact openly with Huayu. The following day, Qi Yan rose early as usual to prepare breakfast for Xing Mufei. Despite his careful movements, she still awoke. Qi Yan, I wish to accompany you. I have been practicing continuously, and my hunting skills have improved significantly. Qi Yan hesitated upon hearing this. Mufei, the threat of the wandering beastmen has not yet been resolved. Could you please wait a little longer? Xing Mufei felt a tinge of disappointment but agreed. All right, I will wait for your return at home. Qi Yan could not bear to see Xing Mufei feel wronged. He stepped forward to embrace her and said, I will find a way to resolve this threat swiftly, so you can come and go freely. It's fine. I am not in a hurry. Your safety is my priority. Agreed. Qi Yan said nothing further, instead pondering how to devise a solution. After seeing Qi Yan off, Xing Mufei resumed her daily training regimen. When Huayu arrived that day, he once again found Xing Mufei immersed in her exercises. Mufei, I hunted some birds today. You must try them and see if you enjoy the taste. Thank you. You should also stock up on food for yourself. The cold season may be difficult otherwise. Mufei, are you concerned about me? Observing the melting ice in his eyes transform into a sparkle filled with stars, Xing Mufei's heart swelled with warmth. Yes, haha, Mufei, I am so happy, but you need not worry. As a snake beast man, we typically hibernate during the cold season, so I do not consume as much food as other beastmen. Oh, I see. Xing Mufei had not anticipated that beastmen would adhere to their respective species' habitual lifestyles. With this revelation, she felt she understood Huayu better. Feeling more at ease around Huayu, Xing Mufei spoke her mind freely. Huayu, sensing her relaxation, directly inquired, Mufei, what were you doing just now? That weapon in your hand looks quite formidable. Indeed, what I hold is a bow and arrow. I have used it to hunt prey before. I once hunted numerous game with Qi Yan in the forest. Oh? Impressive, indeed. In response to Huayu's curiosity, Xing Mufei presented her bow and arrow for closer inspection, allowing him to appreciate its lethal potential. Huayu moved closer, studying the weapon intently, noting the arrowheads fashioned from sharpened bone, rendering them exceedingly sharp when propelled. This weapon is remarkable. I have never seen anything like it. It is a weapon from my homeland. It is only natural that you have not encountered it here. Are you implying that you do not belong to this tribe? Correct. I became separated from my tribe, and it was Qi Yan who took me in. I see. With this exchange, their conversation deepened, fostering a greater familiarity between them. From that day forth, Huayu made it a point to visit Xing Mufei whenever he had the chance. Seeking to spend more time with her. One morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled golden shadows. Xing Mufei strolled by the stream, where the crystal-clear water flowed gently, its surface shimmering with tiny glimmers of light. At that moment, Huayu appeared quietly, his figure darting through the woods like a swift white flash. He approached Xing Mufei, wearing a warm smile, his eyes brimming with joy. Mufei, I have discovered a beautiful place. I want to take you to see it. Huayu spoke softly, extending his hand towards her. Xing Mufei hesitated for a moment, captivated by the sincerity in his gaze, then placed her hand in his palm. Huayu led Xing Mufei down a tranquil path, flanked by flourishing wildflowers, their vibrant petals adorned with glistening dewdrops. As a gentle breeze swept by, the air was filled with the fragrance of blossoms. They arrived at a spacious meadow, alive with fluttering butterflies of every hue, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Huayu gently released Xing Mufei's hand and dashed to catch the most beautiful butterfly for her. He approached cautiously, waited for the right moment, and leaped, only to stumble and fall. Xing Mufei couldn't help but burst into laughter, rushing over to help him up. Huayu sheepishly scratched his head and offered the butterfly to Xing Mufei, saying, "This is for you. I hope it brings you joy." Xing Mufei accepted the butterfly, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Thank you. It's truly beautiful." They then sat side by side on the grass, reveling in the tranquility of the moment. Hua Yu gathered some fresh wildflowers and wove them into a crown, gently placing it atop Xing Mufei's head. "With this crown, you resemble a forest nymph," Hua Yu praised, his gaze filled with admiration. Xing Mufei blushed, lowering her head with a shy smile. "Thank you." Sunlight bathed them, painting a warm and romantic scene. However, Hua Yu's frequent outings soon caught the attention of the Wandering Beastmen. One day, the leader of the Wandering Beastmen sought out Hua Yu. "Hua Yu, I hear you have been visiting the Fox tribe frequently?" the leader questioned, his tone menacing. Hua Yu shot him a cold glance. "That is none of your concern." The leader snorted derisively. "Do not forget your identity. No female would willingly accept us Wandering Beastmen. Do not let her deceive you." Hua Yu remained silent, but the leader's words lingered in his mind. On a tranquil afternoon, as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft whispering sound, Hua Yu and Xing Mufei sat side by side in the shade of a large tree, dappled light falling upon them. Hua Yu tilted his head slightly, his gaze becoming distant and profound as he began to recount his past to Xing Mufei. "Mufei, do you know? The reason I became a Wandering Beastman stems from a painful experience." His voice trembled ever so slightly. "From the moment I was born, my beast parents abandoned me. Our snake beast tribe is meant to have black pattern bodies. Yet I was born completely snow white, which was deemed an ill omen among my kin." The flicker of pain and sorrow flashed in his eyes as his hands unconsciously clenched, and my parents never offered me a shred of warmth or affection. Due to my differences, they heartlessly cast me into the wild. As he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. "From that moment on, I lived alone until I later encountered the Wandering Beastmen and joined their ranks, barely managing to survive." After he finished speaking, he paused slightly, quietly awaiting Xing Mufei's judgment. Chapter 20. We take care of her together. Upon hearing this, Xing Mufei's eyes brimmed with compassion and tenderness as she gently grasped Hua Yu's hand, offering him silent solace. Seeing that Xing Mufei did not disdain him for his past, Hua Yu took a deep breath and continued. "I have weathered countless storms, endured the bullying and expulsion from other beast tribes. Yet I have never relinquished hope for survival." Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon his somewhat weathered face, reflecting his resolute demeanor. "Until I met you, it felt as though I glimpsed a glimmer of dawn in the darkness." Hua Yu turned his head, gazing affectionately at Xing Mufei. It was then that Xing Mufei understood why Hua Yu, despite his seemingly cold exterior, was easily moved. It stemmed from a childhood devoid of love. With this realization, Xing Mufei felt a stir of emotions and said softly, "From now on, you shall no longer be alone. Mufei, thank you." Unable to contain himself, Hua Yu embraced her for the first time. Xing Mufei lay in Hua Yu's somewhat cool embrace, yet felt the warmth of his heart, ignited by her presence. That evening, Qi Yin returned, and after dinner, the two of them found rare solace sitting on the grass outside the cave, gazing at the stars. It was a tranquil night, with the stars twinkling like exquisite jewels adorning the vast expanse of the sky. Nearby, a warm campfire flickered, its orange-red flames dancing unpredictably, illuminating the faces of Xing Mufei and Qi Yin, casting shifting shadows upon the stone walls. Sitting beside Qi Yin, Xing Mufei clasped her hands on her knees, her fingers subconsciously entwined, her gaze revealing hints of hesitation and uncertainty. She gently bit her lip, as if summoning courage, and finally, she mustered the bravery to speak. "Qi Yin, I wish to discuss Hua Yu with you." Qi Yin, who had been intently focused on the fire, slowly shifted his gaze toward Xing Mufei, his eyes momentarily reflecting surprise, like a small stone cast upon a tranquil lake. But swiftly, that surprise was replaced by patience and understanding, and he nodded slightly, urging her to continue. "Qi Yin, do you know?" Xing Mufei's voice was soft yet heavy, revealing the tragic past of Hua Yu. Qi Yin tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Xing Mufei, urging her to elaborate. She took a deep breath and slowly recounted. When he was born, he was meant to possess the black body and patterns like the other serpents in his clan. Yet, he was entirely snow white, a rare appearance deemed an anomaly within their tribe. Qi Yin's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of surprise and sympathy crossing his eyes. His parents offered him no warmth or protection, mercilessly casting him into the wilderness simply for being different. From that moment on, he embarked on a solitary journey, confronting the world's cruelty and indifference alone. Qian's expression grew solemn, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. Xing Muefi gazed at Qi Yin with tear-filled eyes, saying, "He has never experienced the warmth of a family, never had a pillar to lean upon." Qi Yin, hearing this, "My heart truly aches for him." Qi Yin remained silent for a long while before finally exhaling deeply. Gently wiping away the tears from the corners of the young female's eyes, his voice low and soothing. "If you love him, then pursue it. I will support you wholeheartedly." After speaking with Qi Yin, Xing Muefi felt a weight lift from her heart regarding Huaiyue, no longer consciously suppressing her feelings for him. That day, Huaiyue once again sought out Xing Muefi, bringing gifts, coincidentally finding Qi Yin at home. Upon hearing the commotion, both stepped outside, their faces devoid of competitive hostility. Don't worry, Muefi has shared everything with me." Upon hearing this, Huaiyue's gaze shifted to Xing Muefi's face. Seeing her affirmative response, he momentarily felt uncertain about how to interact with Qi Yin. Qi Yin, however, harbored no such concerns. Xing Muefi was completely candid with him, relaying every encounter they had. Each time he listened to her recount their moments together, the joy that unconsciously radiated from her face clearly indicated her fondness for Huaiyue. "Huaiyue, I genuinely hope that Muefi can have another beast husband to share the responsibility of caring for her," Qi Yin earnestly expressed. Huaiyue widened his eyes in astonishment, unable to believe his ears. "Qi Yin? What do you mean by that?" Qi Yin looked at him earnestly. "I speak from the heart. Muefi is the one I cherish most, and I wish for more individuals to contribute to her happiness and protection." Xing Muefi was momentarily taken aback. "Qi Yin." Qi Yin grasped Xing Muefi's hand. "Muefi, I understand my own limitations, and in this beastly world, it is not uncommon for multiple beast husbands to care for a single female. I simply wish for your perpetual happiness, free from any grievances." Qi Yin smiled. "Therefore, I hope you can demonstrate through your actions that you are capable of caring for her alongside me." "Very well." From that moment forth, Huaiyue no longer avoided Qi Yin when interacting with Xing Muefi. Instead, he made it a point to visit whenever he could. Nonetheless, Huaiyue was still living among the wandering beastmen, and at times, he had to participate in communal activities with others. This time, he had joined such an event, having not visited for several days. That night, the silvery moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, casting only faint glimmers of light. The entire fox tribe lay enveloped in deep slumber, the surroundings so serene that only the rustle of the night breeze through the leaves could be heard. Xing Muefi sat alone on a smooth stone before the cave. Resting her chin on her hands, gazing at the twinkling stars above, a gentle breeze lifted her hair, softly caressing her face and whisking away her myriad worries. Just then, a shadow approached silently, like a specter. Initially startled by the sudden movement, Xing Muefi trembled slightly and instinctively recoiled. Upon recognizing Huaiyue, her tense emotions began to ease, and a hint of surprise graced her face. "Have you finished your tasks?" "Yes." Huaiyue moved closer to Xing Muefi, his steps light, as if fearing to disturb the tranquility. His gaze was filled with tenderness and concern, and in his hands, he held a cluster of freshly picked wild fruits. He cautiously extended them to Xing Muefi, his voice deep and melodious. "I found these in the depths of the forest, the sweetest fruits, and I thought to bring them for you to taste." Xing Muefi accepted the fruits, her face lighting up with gratitude, a smile blooming at her lips, revealing two delicate dimples. "Thank you." After such a long separation, they had much to share, as if to compensate for the longing endured during their days apart. Occasionally, Xing Muefi would laugh at his tales, her eyes crescent-shaped, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Each time this happened, Huaiyue would wear a satisfied expression, his lips curving upward as the night was filled with mosquitoes. Xing Muefi inadvertently got bitten, and she couldn't help but scratch. Huaiyue swiftly produced a special herbal remedy from his embrace. He gently grasped Xing Muefi's wrist, his touch as tender as if she were the most fragile treasure in the world. "Hold still. Let me help you." He carefully applied the herbal remedy to her swollen skin. His gaze focused and earnest, a gentle breeze swept by, causing Xing Muefi to shiver slightly. Without hesitation, Huaiyue removed his beast skin cloak and draped it over her shoulders. In that moment, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against Xing Muefi's skin, sending a jolt of electricity coursing between them. Chapter 21. departure from the Fox tribe, under the gaze of those deeply affectionate eyes. Xing Mufei's cheeks flushed slightly, ultimately bowing her head in shyness. Huayue looked at Xing Mufei with increasingly profound affection, softly declaring, "From the moment I laid eyes on you, my world has been filled with color. I am willing to traverse mountains and valleys, solely to seek out what brings you joy. I shall shield you from storms, guarding your every moment of tranquility." Xing Mufei lifted her head, her gaze meeting Huayue's. A flicker of emotion swelling within her heart as she softly replied, "I feel your intentions. In a world where secrets are seldom kept." Despite Huayue's agility, his frequent visits to the Fox tribe left behind traces. Following these clues, Qi Fei arrived at Xing Mufei's cave, witnessing the intimate interaction between the two. At that moment, Qi Fei was filled with resentment, recalling his own pursuit of Xing Mufei, feeling as if a blaze ignited within him. How could this ungrateful female abandon our noble Fox tribe's exceptional beastmen and entangle herself with a wandering beast? He fumed to himself. Subsequently, he unhesitatingly reported the matter to the tribe leader. Upon hearing the news, the tribe leader's expression darkened. "Such a thing has occurred. This is a disgrace to our Fox tribe's reputation." The news swiftly spread throughout the tribe, inciting fury among the other beastmen. How could Xing Mufei act in such a manner? We have shown her our sincere hearts, yet she remains so ungrateful. Indeed, to choose a wandering beast is a grave insult to our Fox tribe. The collective anger among the crowd swelled until they approached Xing Mufei with fierce determination. "Xing Mufei, explain yourself. Why do you associate with a wandering beast?" An orc boldly questioned first, startling Xing Mufei with the abruptness of the situation, leaving her momentarily speechless. "With so many remarkable orcs from our Fox clan, why have you chosen a wandering orc? What are you truly thinking?" Another orc echoed, raising his voice. Regaining her composure, Xing Mufei responded, "This is my freedom. I owe you no explanation regarding my associations. Your freedom? Do not forget, you became separated from your tribe, and it was our Fox clan that took you in. Now that you reside among us, you must adhere to our clan's rules." At that moment, Qi Yin rushed over, positioning herself protectively in front of Xing Mufei. "Step back. You have frightened her. Qi Yin, you dare protect her after what she's done?" Qi Yin retorted vehemently. "Mufei is free. She is entitled to her own choices. You have no right to condemn her here." Qi Yin's words only fueled the ire of the crowd, intensifying the already precarious situation. The Fox clan members vehemently accused both Xing Mufei and Qi Yin. Their words sharp and merciless. Xing Mufei's complexion darkened, her inner fury igniting. Clenching her fists, she glared at the self-righteous assembly before her. "What right do you have to dictate my feelings?" she shouted. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by her fervor. But soon their anger returned. "Humph, you dare to retort?" Xing Mufei sneered. "Why should I not? Let me tell you, I despise your accusations. I have my own choices." At this juncture, someone shouted, "Then who do you choose?" Taking a deep breath, Xing Mufei declared with unwavering resolve, "I choose Huayue. I prefer him over any of you from the Fox clan." The declaration sent a wave of shock through the audience. "Are you mad? You will regret this." Unfazed, Xing Mufei replied, "I have no regrets. I have decided to leave the Fox clan and be with Huayue. Qi Yin, and you? Where you go, I will follow." Qi Yin answered without hesitation, filling Xing Mufei's heart with gratitude. "Very well." With that, Xing Mufei turned and began to gather her belongings alongside Qi Yin, leaving without a backward glance. The Fox clan members hurled insults after them, but Xing Mufei paid them no mind. Once outside the Fox clan's territory, Xing Mufei said to Qi Yin, "Let us find a suitable place to reside on our own. We will not rejoin any clan." Qi Yin pondered for a moment before responding, "Agreed, but we cannot leave just yet. The forest is fraught with dangers. Alone, I cannot guarantee your safety. I need to inform Huayue, and then we can depart together." "All right." Qi Yin located a cave that could serve as temporary shelter, tidying it up and preparing their belongings before instructing Xing Mufei, "Wait here for a moment while I go notify Huayue." When Qi Yin found Huayue and relayed their decision, Huayue was both astonished and overjoyed. "Qi Yin, is this true? You both truly wish to leave the Fox clan and seek a new home with me?" he asked incredulously. Qi Yin nodded. "Yes, Mufei is waiting for us ahead. If you are willing, come with me." Huayue quickly gathered his things, elated to join Qi Yin in finding Xing Mufei. Upon meeting, they exchanged no pleasantries but immediately set off in search of a suitable dwelling. They walked and searched until they finally discovered a fitting place to reside. Let us settle here for now. We can move again when we find a better location. Agreed. With no objections, they began their journey of construction. Each took on specific tasks. Qi Yin, having prior experience in crafting furniture, remained to build within the cave, while Xing Mufei and Huaiyue ventured out to hunt for food. As they traversed a winding path, Xing Mufei and Huaiyue entered a dense, secluded jungle, sunlight filtering through the leaves in dappled patterns. Xing Mufei's keen eyes observed everything around her with remarkable acuity. Suddenly, she spotted a patch of tender green plants on a sunlit slope. Crouching down to examine them closely, she exclaimed with uncontainable joy. "Look, this is ginger. Though its aroma is distinct, it will impart an unexpected deliciousness when used as a seasoning in cooking." Huaiyue approached, sniffing the air and furrowing his brow, clearly skeptical of the unfamiliar scent. "With these seasonings, we can eliminate the gamey taste when cooking meat. Once we return, I will prepare a meal for you, and you will see." All right. After collecting some ginger, they continued deeper into the woods. However, they made no further discoveries, and satisfied with their find, Xing Mufei decided to return home with Huaiyue. Upon their return, Qi Yin was still busy organizing the cave, while Huaiyue carefully processed the beast meat he had brought back. And Xing Mufei prepared to cook with the fresh ginger. "Do we have any salt?" she inquired. "Salt needs to be traded at the market. I have a little left. You can use it for now." "Very well." Xing Mufei accepted the unrefined sun-dried salt that Qi Yin offered, finding it somewhat primitive and a bit bitter due to impurities. Yet, with resources being scarce, she refrained from being picky, thinking that she would one day make salt by the sea. As the water in the pot boiled, she added the beast meat, again, lamb. When the water reached a rolling boil, she skimmed off the froth, added the ginger and salt, and let it simmer gently until tender. While the meat cooked, Xing Mufei approached Qi Yin, who was handling the ferocious beast meat he had brought back. "What kind of meat is this?" she asked. "This is beef. This ferocious beast is massive and incredibly powerful. However, it has a lot of lean meat, which orcs generally do not favor." "How can that be?" "I love beef." "Really?" "Yes, if cooked properly, it is delectable. If only we had more seasonings. This beastly world would be a paradise for food lovers." Remembering her system, Xing Mufei suddenly pondered, "System, is it possible to draw seasonings during a lottery?" "If the host desires, it is indeed possible," the system replied. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement within Xing Mufei. "So, you're saying that if I need it, I can draw it? Are the prizes tailored to my needs?" "Not quite, host. The prizes are distributed randomly." Observing the system's sudden enthusiasm, Xing Mufei kept her thoughts to herself. Planning to experiment privately next month. After they all shared a meal, Qi Yin spoke first. "Mufei, I am quite tired from hunting today. I will head back to the cave to rest. You should stay with Huaiyue tonight." "Ah?" Upon hearing Qi Yin's words, the other two were momentarily stunned. "We have been out for a while now, and life has stabilized, so it is time to solidify your relationship with Huaiyue." Huaiyue's eyes sparkled as he looked at Xing Mufei. His heart filled with gratitude for Qi Yin. "Mufei, will you bond with me tonight?" During their time together, Xing Mufei had developed a growing fondness for Huaiyue, wishing to deepen their connection. However, as a modern individual, the thought of being intimate with a new partner in front of her current husband felt somewhat overwhelming, leading her to maintain a deliberate distance from both of them during this time. Qi Yin, having spent considerable time with Xing Mufei, understood her character well. Initially, he had perceived her merely as a lost female from the tribe, but the more he interacted with her, the more he recognized her uniqueness. She showed him great respect and kindness, always instinctively considering his feelings, traits that set her apart from all the other females in the beast world, making him feel truly fortunate. Faced with such an exceptional partner, he felt compelled to think of her well-being. She was fiercely independent, aspiring to hunt on her own, and she succeeded. Using simple weapons, she could independently hunt fierce beasts, an astonishing feat in his eyes. But she did succeed, and from that moment on, he understood she was different. Recently, to ensure her safety, he had insisted she remain within the tribe, and he could clearly sense her disappointment. Yet, each time he returned, she would greet him joyfully, smiling and expressing her appreciation for his efforts. While the entire beast world took for granted the notion of males hunting to sustain their females, only she comforted herself with her contributions. A female as remarkable as her, he knew, would captivate anyone. and he recognized that he lacked the ability to monopolize her. Thus, he was willing to embrace all the orcs she favored, collaborating with them to care for her. Mufei, I am delighted to have Huaiyue join our household, so do not hesitate. I wholeheartedly support your bond. Xing Mufei gazed at Qi Yin and realized that his words were spoken with genuine acceptance. At that moment, she felt no more hesitation and confidently replied to Huaiyue, All right, we shall bond tonight. Splendid. I will go prepare the bedding right away. With that, he turned and entered his cave, allowing the two some time to converse. Xing Mufei approached Qi Yin and embraced him. Qi Yin, thank you, Mufei. You need not express such sentiments. Everything is of my own volition. It is a stroke of fortune to have encountered you, and I cannot be so selfish. I wish for your happiness. I am already very happy. Meeting you all brings me immense joy. The two held each other for a while longer before Qi Yin suggested that Xing Mufei should hurry to Huaiyue's cave, lest she keep him waiting. All right, I shall go. I will accompany you tomorrow night, Danamim. Qi Yin felt elated, knowing that his female would indeed treat each of her partners fairly, ensuring that all were content. Thus, he found fulfillment. As Xing Mufei entered Huaiyue's cave, she found it already prepared. Upon seeing her, Huaiyue appeared somewhat anxious. Mufei, you've arrived on. Please let me know if there is anything you dislike. I will change it immediately. Observing the typically aloof and handsome man now displaying such nervousness, Xing Mufei could not help but feel a mischievous inclination to tease him. Oh? Will you change anything I say I dislike? Yes, I hope you will be pleased. So, if I tell you how to change it, will you follow my instructions? Indeed, I shall heed your every word. Good, come closer. Without hesitation, Huaiyue moved towards Xing Mufei and stood before her. Yet, his proximity still did not satisfy her. Not enough, come a bit closer. At her behest, Huaiyue took another step forward, and soon their breaths mingled, drawing them almost together. Xing Mufei caught a whiff of a completely different scent. Unlike Qian's warmth and ardor, Huaiyue's aura carried a subtle chill. Reserved yet enticingly mysterious, still not enough. Huaiyue, now visibly anxious, replied, Mufei, we are practically touching, haha. Witnessing the usually composed Huaiyue on the brink of distress due to her teasing, Xing Mufei decided to relent. She wrapped her arms around his neck, nuzzling her nose against his, her voice husky as she murmured, It is still insufficient. I desire to connect with you at an even closer distance. As her words hung in the air, Huaiyue's pupils dilated dramatically before narrowing into slits. Fixated on Xing Mufei's eyes, during their time together, they had been preoccupied with organizing their cave and hunting to prepare for the impending cold season. Xing Mufei had always retreated to Qian's chamber for rest, making this the first instance she stayed in her own cave. Huaiyue had never been so intimate with her, fearing she might disapprove, hence he had restrained his desires. Huaiyue, let us bond tonight. This declaration acted as a signal, unleashing Huaiyue's pent-up emotions as he drew Xing Mufei close and kissed her fervently. Faced with the impassioned Huaiyue, Xing Mufei found herself reluctantly yielding. Though his movements were urgent, he remained considerate of her feelings, allowing her to savor a different kind of joy as the clouds dissipated. Xing Mufei felt as if she might come undone. Previously, she had only heard of passion, but now she had truly experienced it. She never imagined that the blood of a serpent beast man could burn so intensely, leaving her breathless. Mufei, are you well? Just one more minute and I shall be finished. Upon hearing this, a wave of guilt washed over Huaiyue. Mufei, it is my fault and no worries. You are simply too strong. Give it a few more times, and I shall acclimate. Observing his little female, who, despite her exhaustion, continued to comfort him, Huaiyue understood once more the truth behind Qian's words. That Xing Mufei was indeed the finest female in existence. In that moment, a familiar and mysterious energy coursed between them, revealing a vivid crimson mark upon Huaiyue's neck. Simultaneously, a delicate beast pattern emerged on Xing Mufei's fair skin, depicting a regal serpent, its scales intricately detailed. Its gaze cold yet commanding, an embodiment of Huaiyue's beast form. Huaiyue caressed the mark on his neck, feeling its gentle warmth, his eyes brimming with delight and emotion. He sensed a profound connection between them. And in that instant, his soul found its home. Congratulations, host. You have acquired your second beast husband. As a reward, you receive 2 lottery chances each month. Hearing this, Xing Mufei's heart soared with joy. Eagerly, she summoned the lottery interface in her mind. inhaling deeply as she clasped her hands together in silent prayer, hoping to draw modern seasonings. After her supplication, she approached the lottery button with both excitement and trepidation. The wheel began to spin rapidly, and Xing Mufei's gaze remained fixed upon it, her heart racing in anticipation. Eventually, the rotation slowed, and the pointer gradually came to rest in a designated area. At that moment, Xing Mufei felt her heart leap into her throat. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn the seasoning grand package. Ha ha ha! Splendid! System, I adore you! Xing Mufei was genuinely elated upon receiving this news, her imagination running wild with visions of how enriched her life would become with the addition of seasonings. She could hardly contain her excitement as she opened the grand package, thoroughly satisfied to find it brimming with all the essential seasonings. System, are these the only seasonings? Will they replenish automatically once used? The system hesitated for a moment before responding, yes, host. The items within the grand package can be replenished infinitely. That is reassuring. With a satisfactory answer, Xing Mufei finally felt at ease and drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, when Xing Mufei awoke, she found herself alone. After tidying up, she stepped outside to find both men present, breakfast already prepared for her on the table. You're awake. Come have breakfast. All right. Their demeanor was remarkably natural, save for Huayue's smile, which seemed a touch brighter than usual. Otherwise, everything remained as it typically was. Upon witnessing this scene, Xing Mufei felt a profound sense of relief. She shed her psychological burdens and relished the days spent being cared for by her two beast husbands. As days turned into weeks, the trio spent their time together hunting in the woods whenever possible. Xing Mufei enjoyed bountiful harvests and discovered numerous edible plants. On one such occasion, they ventured into a forest where she recognized a familiar plant. She quickly approached, parting the leaves and gently digging into the soft earth, revealing round, plump potatoes. Xing Mufei excitedly cradled them and exclaimed, "These are excellent for filling one's belly." Having learned not to doubt her words from previous experiences, both men immediately set to work assisting her in harvesting the potatoes. They did not gather an excessive amount, but upon returning to their cave, Xing Mufei eagerly cooked them, receiving high praise from both men once again. This food is remarkable. Not only is it plentiful, but it also stores well. Did you not mention that the cold season is lengthy and food may be scarce? With these, I am confident we shall not go hungry. Mufei, does this food truly yield such abundance? In my homeland, it yields quite a lot, though I cannot be certain of its yield here. Perhaps we should return tomorrow to that patch of forest and harvest more to ascertain its true abundance. Agreed. Without delay, the next day, the three returned to the forest. After a thorough search, they discovered yet another substantial patch. Upon digging and inspecting, the yield astonished all three of them. Xing Mufei was aware of the food's prolific nature. Yet she had forgotten that in this beast world, all plants seemed magnified, and thus the food they unearthed was likewise larger than life. Estimating the yield, she surmised that a single potato here was at least 5 times the size of those in her original world. Mufei, this discovery is monumental. With this food, even if we cannot store sufficient meat this year, we shall not starve. Hearing Qian's words, Xing Mufei smiled. Fear not, stay by my side, and even if we leave the tribe, we shall not go hungry. Moreover, through the previous experiment, Xing Mufei gained a deeper understanding of the lottery system. Although the drawn items were random, they still accounted for her preferences. For this reason, she had already resolved that next month, she would wish for a space of her own. Thus, they would be able to store more food and roam freely in the wilderness without being confined to a dwelling. For Xing Mufei and her companions, leaving the tribe indeed brought about numerous inconveniences. The foremost issue was the absence of a cave for food storage. It is essential to note that during the hot season, without ice, preserving food becomes exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, there was a rather regrettable matter. Due to the lack of space at the time of their departure from the Fox tribe, Shi and Qian were unable to take many belongings with them. They left with only the most vital items, such as the furniture and kitchenware they had painstakingly crafted, leaving behind many other possessions. One can only wonder who benefited from what she had left behind. But she hoped that during her next lottery, she might win a space to carry her belongings with her, thus avoiding the situation of someone else profiting from her loss. Xing Mufei had resolved that if she were to win a space next month, she would store the food they had collected during this period within it. Then, she would wander with her two beast husbands, exploring the myriad landscapes of this wild realm. never again contemplating joining a tribe or settling in one location, thereby squandering the hard-earned opportunity to be confined to a single place for a lifetime. Chapter 24. Drying. If such food were unearthed and left in such heat, it would easily sprout. Once it sprouts, it produces toxins that are harmful to the body. Therefore, we should refrain from digging up the remaining food for the time being, remembering its growth location to return before the cold season. All right. Both were unfamiliar with this food. Thus they trusted everything that Xing Mufei said, demonstrating their obedience. As for meat, it cannot be preserved in hot weather. However, I am aware of several methods to extend its storage time. Now that our dwelling arrangements are settled, we can experiment when we have time. All right. Qian and Huaiyue felt that their female companion was exceptionally clever, possessing knowledge they lacked in light of this situation. Both adopted a cooperative attitude. Following Xing Mufei's instructions, they gathered a particular type of branch from the woods and collected an abundance of firewood. Upon returning to the cave, they immediately began preparing according to her guidance. The meat was cut into finger-length strips, then the fatty portions were rendered into oil, and the strips were fried until thoroughly dried, which would allow for longer preservation. Additionally, we could ignite the branches we brought back to smoke the meat, further prolonging its shelf life. For which method would yield a longer preservation period. I suggest we try both and compare the results. After all, these methods are traditional in my homeland, and I am uncertain how well they will adapt here. Very well, we will follow your lead. The two diligently processed the meat under Xing Mufei's direction, while she busied herself cooking the potatoes they had previously unearthed, slicing them and drying them to extend their shelf life. The three worked energetically, collaborating efficiently. Once they completed their tasks, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Such endeavors may seem simple, yet they proved to be quite exhausting, leading them to rest immediately after dinner. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the crevices of the cave. Xing Mufei, Qian, and Huaiyue awoke languidly, the first task upon rising being to inspect the food they had processed the previous day. It appeared to be quite effective. At least for now, there were no signs of spoilage. Indeed, the preservation was significantly better than before. Let us flip these items to ensure each side receives adequate sunlight for drying. Agreed. The three carefully turned the food, ensuring each piece was properly handled and preserved. Subsequently, they ventured into the forest to embark on a new day of hunting. They continued to explore the uncharted woods, although they did not capture many prey. They stumbled upon a clear stream abundant with plump fish. Haha, this provides us with a new source of food. What? Mufei, these fish have too many bones. They are not palatable. Have you eaten them before? Yes, when my parents cast me out of the tribe at a tender age, I often went hungry, thus I tried everything edible. Upon hearing Huaiyue's words, Xing Mufei could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. You had a difficult childhood, but worry not. Today, I shall prepare a delightful dish for you, creating sweet memories for you to cherish. All right. Huaiyue felt deeply touched by Xing Mufei's words. At that moment, he believed that even if the fish still posed a danger with their bones, he was unafraid. Huaiyue rolled up his sleeves and prepared to catch the fish, while the others assisted by crafting a simple fishing net from branches. After considerable effort, the three managed to catch several large fish, which flopped energetically in the net, splashing water that dampened their garments. These fish are enormous. Perhaps the scarcity of natural predators in the water has allowed them to grow so well. However, this fortuitously benefits us, adding a unique flavor to our meals. The other two smiled indulgently at Xing Mufei's words. The trio returned home with their catch, with Qian still responsible for processing the beast meat, while Huaiyue, under Xing Mufei's guidance, prepared the freshly caught fish. After scaling and gutting the fish and cleaning them thoroughly, Xing Mufei commenced the actual cooking. Without seasonings, fish can easily develop an unpleasant odor. However, with the spices provided by the system, she decided to prepare a variety of flavors. She first selected 2 fish to make a soup, while the remaining fish were all roasted. The fish were skewered on branches for grilling, and once both sides turned golden, she sprinkled them with barbecue seasoning, creating an irresistible aroma. Mufei, it smells divine. Haha, just wait until you taste it. That will be truly delicious. At this moment, the two could hardly contain their anticipation upon hearing Xing Mufei's words. As soon as she announced that the food was ready, the two could barely restrain themselves. However, mindful of Xing Mufei, they chose to prioritize her needs despite their eagerness. Qian handed her a fish, and Huaiyue served her a bowl of fish soup. All right, you two need not fuss over me. You should eat as well. Very well at tea that moment. The two finally took a fish each and began to eat. As Huaiwe prepared to shove a whole piece into his mouth, Xing Mufei quickly interjected. There are bones in the fish. You must remove them first. Let me demonstrate. It's quite simple. Xing Mufei picked up her grilled fish and showed them how to eat it. Once she had taught them, she felt reassured to let them eat independently. How is it? Xing Mufei looked at her two eager apprentices, eager to learn how they felt about eating fish after mastering the technique of bone removal. Fish is so delicious. I never realized it during my childhood. I only thought about the bones and never truly savored it. This food is indeed delightful. We should stock up on some. Yes, I also know other cooking methods. If we want to preserve them longer, we could make fish jerky or crispy fish, which are also delicious and suitable for storage. All right, then when we hunt tomorrow, we can catch more to experiment with. Indeed, on a new day, the three consciously headed towards the stream once again during their hunt. This time, they caught even more fish, and they were larger than those caught the previous day. Upon returning to the cave, they immediately began their fish processing experiment. After they finished their work, gazing at the various foods drying outside the cave, they felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The past few days of relentless labor had left the three quite exhausted. Thus, they collectively decided to take a day of rest. They mainly needed to flip the items drying in the sun. Once everything was properly managed, they would venture back into the mountains to hunt. Chapter 25. Cultivation. This hunting expedition was not without its challenges. An injured prey managed to escape without being fully dispatched. As Xing Mufei observed the limping creature disappearing into the distance. A novel idea suddenly sparked in her mind. Why don't we domesticate these animals and engage in artificial breeding? Moreover, we could transplant those food sources we encountered around the cave for cultivation. She exclaimed with excitement, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Upon hearing this notion, Qiyin and Huaiwe were momentarily taken aback, then quickly displayed expressions of realization. How did I not think of this brilliant method earlier? Xing Mufei exclaimed, tapping her head. Qiyin chuckled and replied, thankfully, it's not too late to think of it now. Let us act swiftly. With that, Xing Mufei rallied her companions to join her in action. They first sought suitable locations near the cave to construct simple enclosures for the purpose of animal husbandry. Huaiwe employed his robust physique to transport heavy timber and stones, while Qiyin, with her nimble fingers, wove the enclosure's fencing from vines. Xing Mufei was meticulously designing the enclosure, contemplating how to enhance the comfort and safety of the captive environment. Once the confinement area was prepared, they began the delicate task of capturing suitable animals for domestication, such as gentle sheep and chickens. Although each capture presented its own challenges, the trio worked harmoniously together, making steady progress. Simultaneously, they did not neglect to transplant various food sources. Drawing from her knowledge, Xing Mufei discerned which plants could be relocated and which required special care. However, her knowledge was not without limits. She pondered that she could later request information from the system regarding the cultivation methods for flora and fauna. Acquiring such knowledge would undoubtedly simplify their future food procurement. For the time being, the trio diligently tended to the plants using the methods Xing Mufei had provided. Huaiwe carefully unearthed the plants from the soil, attempting to minimize damage to their root systems, while Qiyin carried a basket filled with the plants, placing them one by one in the designated area. Gradually, we can increase the variety of animals we raise. For instance, these chickens might eventually lay eggs, providing us with a source of nourishment, suggested Qiyin. Huaiwe nodded in agreement. That's a splendid idea. We could also raise a few rabbits, as they breed quite rapidly. I'll go gather more branches to construct a fence, Huaiwe declared before turning towards the forest. The trio continued their collaborative efforts and soon erected a simple enclosure. The chickens and rabbits frolicked within, infusing their small haven with vibrancy. After several days of diligent work, the captive area began to teem with life, as the small animals scurried joyfully and the transplanted flora adapted to their new surroundings, regaining vitality. With their focus on captive breeding and transplantation, the previously stored food had become thoroughly dried. Upon testing, they found that while this method could not preserve food indefinitely, it was effective for 2 to 3 weeks. Given that they were still in the warm season with high temperatures, they speculated that the food would last even longer in the cold season. Armed with this knowledge, the trio set about a new round of food storage. One day, as the gentle sunlight filtered through the forest, Xing Mufei, Qiyin, and Huaiwe sat together, skillfully processing the freshly harvested potatoes and meat, their laughter and chatter echoing through the woods. I have never stored so much food before. It seems we won't have to worry about the cold season this year. Huaiwei remarked, deftly cutting the meat into even pieces with remarkable skill. Qian chimed in, indeed, but it would be even better if we could find more food, as no one ever complains about having too much. As she meticulously sorted the potatoes, she looked up at her companions with eager anticipation. True enough, the three exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared yearning for sustenance. The following day, they ventured into the forest once more, discovering an abundance of new food varieties, sour grapes, wild strawberries, each with its own unique flavor. Xing Mufei even stumbled upon a chestnut tree, its fruits plump and sweet, the delightful taste upon biting into them proving utterly addictive. Additionally, they uncovered edible root vegetables hidden beneath the earth, such as sweet potatoes. This treasure of food is simply exhilarating, Xing Mufei exclaimed. I never noticed these fruits before. They resemble cherries. I tasted one, and it was quite delightful. She plucked 2 bright red fruits and offered them to Qian and Huaiwei for tasting. Qian took a bite, exclaiming, indeed, they are delicious, sweet and juicy. We should gather more. A bit of juice clung to the corner of his mouth, rendering him quite endearing. Huaiwei smiled, adding, since you both enjoy them, let us harvest a generous amount. Together, they picked a basketful. On their way back, they serendipitously discovered a nest of wild chicken eggs. What a stroke of luck today. Xing Mufei carefully placed the wild eggs into the basket, as if cradling precious treasures. Upon returning to their dwelling, savoring their new food, the trio began planning to expand their cultivation area. They cleared a patch of land near their previous plots, sowing the various crops they had recently discovered. Qian and Huaiwei tended to the watering, each face radiant with hope. May these crops grow swiftly, Xing Mufei thought, gazing at the transplanted seedlings, filled with anticipation. As their food supply grew richer, Xing Mufei experimented with diverse culinary creations, often incorporating unique spices discovered in this new world. Wow, this spice truly makes a difference, she remarked, inhaling the enticing aroma wafting from the pot, nearly salivating in delight. Qian laughed, in the future, we should gather more of this. Huaiwei nodded in agreement, indeed, this flavor is quite distinct, agreed. During this period, not only were they well fed, but their meals frequently varied, visibly causing the three to gain weight. Starting tomorrow, we must resume our hunting activities. We must maintain our skills so that we are prepared for any future dangers, Xing Mufei stated. Rest assured, we will not neglect our training, Qian replied. The trio established a structured routine for their lives. And thus, days passed in an orderly fashion. A month had passed, ushering in a new one, and Xing Mufei was once again able to partake in the lottery. Although she had enjoyed a relatively comfortable month, her thoughts lingered on her personal space, envisioning how much more convenient life would be with it. Host, the lottery can commence, announced the system. All right, this time I am determined to obtain the space. I hope to draw one. Xing Mufei said, casting a furtive glance at the system. However, the system feigned ignorance and solemnly activated the lottery wheel. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn a stasis space of 10 cubic meters. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Xing Mufei's smile faltered, her expression shifting from joy to dismay. Wait, system, what does this mean? Only 10 cubic meters. What can we even do with that space? Host, the infinite system space is not a prize that can be acquired merely through 2 beastly companions. The system replied, then tell me, what can I draw now? I just had one attempt. I still have another chance. Please arrange it for me, she urged. The system remained silent, merely spinning the lottery wheel once more. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn a stasis space of 100 cubic meters. Upon hearing this announcement, Xing Mufei assessed the space's dimensions and, upon realizing it was roughly equivalent to a studio apartment from her past life, she begrudgingly accepted it. Fine, this will do for now. This space should suffice for storing winter provisions for the 3 of us. Early the next morning, Xing Mufei shared the news with her companions. Qian, Huaiwei, I have a delightful surprise for you. I have acquired my own portable space, where time stands still, meaning we no longer need to worry about food storage. Qian and Huaiwei paused in astonishment before their faces broke into expressions of sheer joy. Really? That's fantastic, Qian exclaimed, excitedly setting aside her tasks. Huaiwei added eagerly, does this mean we can hunt without restraint now? His eyes sparkled with dreams of the future. Well, it's not quite that extravagant. The space is only 100 cubic meters, roughly the size of our current cave. That is still acceptable if filled. It should suffice for the three of us through the cold season. We can continue using our previously developed food preservation methods. And now we have plenty of cultivated and captive food. Regardless, it will certainly be enough for us, Huayue affirmed. With the assurance of the space, the trio shed their worries and immersed themselves in preparations for the cold season. They slaughtered adult animals, cleaned the meat, and stored it in the space, while the younger animals were kept in their farm. The same applied to the plants. Mature ones were harvested and placed in the space, while immature ones were either left to grow in their original locations or transplanted closer to their cave. As time progressed, their food stores expanded, yet new challenges arose. The animals in captivity occasionally fell ill, and the transplanted plants faced threats from pests and diseases. It was at this moment that Xing Mufei realized that transitioning from a hunting society to an agricultural one was no simple task. Nevertheless, Xing Mufei and her companions did not lose heart. Instead, they actively sought solutions. They treated what they could and swiftly dealt with what could not be saved, ensuring that the new flora and fauna remained unaffected. Lacking experience proved detrimental. When problems arose, they became difficult to manage. The previous damage to their plants and animals was significant. It seems that during the next lottery, I should try to draw agricultural and husbandry techniques. She mused. However, plans often fell prey to unforeseen changes. Upon awakening the next morning, she noticed a distinct drop in the outside temperature. Mufei, are you cold? I just made you a warm coat from thick hide. You can change into it if you feel chilly. All right, she replied. Xing Mufei felt the chill in the air and promptly donned a thick garment. Once she emerged after changing, she finally had the opportunity to inquire about what was amiss. What has happened? Why is it so cold today? Has there been a sudden drop in temperature? Yes, the warm season has come to an end, and the cold season is upon us. So soon? Indeed, in the beast realm. The year comprises 12 months, 6 of which are designated as the cold season, making it the longest season of the year. The temperature has certainly dropped rather rapidly. Just yesterday, it was oppressively warm, and I was sweating profusely with the slightest movement. How is it that today I must wear such thick clothing? This has always been the case in the beast realm. Temperatures can plummet from over 30 degrees to -30 within a month, with significant drops occurring daily. At that moment, Xing Mufei realized what she had previously overlooked. Low temperatures were inconsequential for the beast men, but for her, enduring -30 degrees in her current living conditions seemed quite daunting. How do you keep warm during the cold season? Qiyin and Huayue exchanged glances before responding. We light a fire pit and revert to our beast forms. I retreat to the depths of the cave and hibernate in my beast form. All right. Upon hearing their responses, Xing Mufei confirmed that she would undoubtedly struggle to endure their accustomed methods of wintering. However, the silver lining was that she had a month to prepare. She must seize every moment to create her own cozy refuge for the cold season. We have a considerable amount of work ahead of us this month. We need a new space to store ample firewood, and of course, finding coal would be even better, as it burns for a longer duration. Additionally, I want to construct a heated platform in the cave. Just imagine how delightful it would be to snuggle on a warm heated platform in such a frigid environment. I'll need to think of other preparations. But for now, these are our main priorities. Understood. Although Qiyin and Huayue were uncertain about the specifics of what their little female was proposing, it did not deter them from resolutely carrying out her instructions. The trio once again divided their tasks, preparing to endure a warm-cold season. Xing Mufei remained quite occupied, as Qiyin and Huayue had no understanding of what a heated platform or coal entailed, necessitating her guidance. Xing Mufei herself was not entirely familiar with the construction of a heated platform. She only knew to leave a flue for smoke so that when a fire was lit, the heat could circulate through the flue, warming the entire platform. She explained its basic operation to the two, leaving the rest to their practical application. During their work, Xing Mufei recalled the heated platform from her previous home, which had 2 flues, one connected to the coal fire in the kitchen and the other linked to a large pot. The advantage of such a design was that the heat generated while cooking in winter would not go to waste but instead be stored in the heated platform. However, after attempting to design this, the trio realized that the technical requirements were too high. Thus, relying solely on Xing Mufei's half-formed understanding would make it exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Consequently, their current focus shifted to erecting a shelter and gathering firewood. Chapter 27. The final preparations for the cold season. Fortunately, the trio had stored a considerable amount of food, allowing them time to contemplate their cold-resistant strategies. Today, Huayue and I will gather firewood. I have temporarily removed some items from the storage space. Once we fell the large trees, we can store them back. Great, this way, our efficiency will significantly improve. All right, you and Huiwe go chop the trees. I'll set up the shelter at home. Please be cautious, understood. As the cold season approached, the air was tinged with a biting chill. Huiwe and Xing Mufei, equipped with tools, ventured into the forest. Their footsteps rustled softly on the thick carpet of fallen leaves. Disrupting the forest's tranquility, Huiwe's keen eyes quickly spotted some fallen sturdy branches, and he excitedly beckoned Xing Mufei over to assist. Together, they worked diligently, neatly placing each branch into their storage space. They pressed on. Venturing deeper into the woods, we need to find robust and dry trees. Only then will they burn well. Xing Mufei instructed as they walked. Huiwe nodded, scanning the surrounding trees. Before long, they stumbled upon several dead trees in a secluded corner. In perfect harmony, they coordinated their efforts. Huiwe wielded an axe with precision, striking the trunk forcefully, while Xing Mufei cleared away surrounding branches and underbrush to facilitate the felling process. With practiced skill, Huiwe swung the axe repeatedly, beads of sweat trickling down his brow, dampening his hair. Thud, thud. The sound of chopping echoed through the forest, startling a flock of birds into flight. After considerable effort, the tree finally began to topple. Xing Mufei approached to help clear the fallen branches, carefully storing them in their space. This tree is quite substantial. If we burn it, it will last us several days indeed. However, the cold season was exceedingly long, compelling them to continue their search and felling. Soon enough, their storage space was filled with ample firewood. Having this space is incredibly convenient, Huiwe remarked, his eyes alight with joy. Yes, let's gather some more. We must ensure a comfortable cold season, Xing Mufei replied, her voice brimming with anticipation for the warm life ahead. Certainly, as the sun began to descend, their haul was quite substantial. Let's call it a day. We should return to prevent Qi Yin from worrying. Huiwe suggested. Xing Mufei gazed at their bountiful storage with a smile. All right, we've gathered quite a lot today. When Huiwe and Xing Mufei returned home, their silhouettes elongated by the sunset's glow, they saw Qian's newly constructed wooden shelter standing sturdy, exuding the fresh scent of timber. Wow, Qi Yin, this shelter is magnificent, Xing Mufei exclaimed in delight. Qi Yin emerged from the house, greeting them with a smile. You're back, come in and rest. Xing Mufei first placed the firewood she and Huiwe had gathered into the shelter. Then, along with Huiwe, cleaned the dust from their clothes before sitting down at the dining table. The table was laden with steaming dishes, their aromas wafting enticingly. Qi Yin, you've worked hard to prepare such a feast. Huiwe could not help but praise. Qi Yin smiled, saying, everyone has worked hard. Please enjoy. As the trio dined and chatted, the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. How was your day in the forest? Qi Yin inquired. Xing Mufei eagerly recounted their experiences. We collected quite a bit, finding many branches and dead trees. Huiwe added yes, although our progress was somewhat slow. Qi Yin nodded and then said, tomorrow, I will join you in felling trees. Having another person will surely speed things up. Sounds good, Xing Mufei and Huiwe readily agreed. The morning sun brought a hint of chill as it filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Qi Yin, Xing Mufei, and Huiwe, brimming with energy, once again entered the forest. Qi Yin led the way, wielding their family's stone axe, while Xing Mufei followed closely, carrying ropes to bind the felled wood. Huiwe carried a large basket filled with essential tools and provisions. With Qian's assistance, their firewood gathering progressed significantly faster than before. The two collaborated seamlessly. Each swing of the axe accurately brought down trees, sending wood shavings flying. Xing Mufei swiftly trimmed the felled trees, removing superfluous branches. If we keep this up, we will soon have enough firewood, Xing Mufei exclaimed, wiping the sweat from her brow, her face smeared with dirt yet radiant with hope and joy. Huiwe, equally energized, chimed in, indeed, we must prepare before the weather turns even colder. He panted heavily, his hands tirelessly at work, his clothes soaked with perspiration. As the days passed, the weather grew increasingly frigid. The cold wind howled through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle ominously. The trio's hands and feet grew somewhat numb. Yet their pace showed no signs of slowing on this particular day. While exploring deeper into the woods, Qi Yin took a bold step forward, only to suddenly kick a large black stone. The stone rolled a few times, revealing a dark substance beneath. What is this? Qian curiously crouched down, brushing away the surrounding soil for a closer inspection. Xing Mufei approached, bending down to examine the black substance closely, and suddenly exclaimed with excitement. This appears to be coal. Her voice, laced with exhilaration, became somewhat high-pitched upon hearing this. Huaiwe hastily set down his tasks and rushed over, his eyes wide with disbelief. Really? If it's coal, that would be far more useful than firewood. A radiant smile spread across his face. The trio was filled with enthusiasm, immediately beginning to search the surrounding area for more coal. Qian carefully excavated along the spot where coal had been found. Xing Mufei widened her eyes, meticulously searching through the nearby grass and crevices between stones. Huaiwe continuously expanded the search area, leaving no potential coal-laden corner unchecked. There's so much here, Xing Mufei exclaimed with excitement. Her hands were smeared with black coal dust, yet she remained unfazed, diligently continuing her excavation. This is fantastic. We won't have to worry about heating during the cold season. Qian's face radiated joy, his laughter echoing through the forest. They eagerly gathered the discovered coal, placing it into Xing Mufei's space. The coal was stacked higher and higher within the space. With this coal, we can enjoy a warm winter, Huaiwe said, his face beaming with a satisfied smile, as if he could already envision the delightful scene of spending the cold season by a warm hearth. Chapter 28. First snow. The footsteps of winter approached hastily, and before people were fully prepared, the first snow quietly descended. In the early morning, Xing Mufei woke from her slumber, feeling the chill in the air around her. Rubbing her eyes, she gazed towards the cave entrance, only to be greeted by a world cloaked in pure white. "It's snowing." Her voice carried a blend of surprise and a hint of worry. Qian and Huaiwe were also roused by her exclamation. Rising to the cave entrance, initially, only sporadic snowflakes floated down from the sky, delicate as feathers. "This snow looks truly beautiful," Xing Mufei murmured softly, standing at the cave's mouth, extending her hands to catch the falling snowflakes. Feeling the fleeting chill as they melted into droplets. "Ice so lovely, but it's also quite cold." Qian approached from behind and gently draped a thick fur cloak over her shoulders. "Mufei, don't catch a chill." "All right," she replied. Huaiwe added some firewood to the blaze beside them. "Don't be deceived by its beauty. The snow will only grow heavier and colder." As time passed, the snowflakes indeed swelled in size and density, cascading down in a flurry. Before long, the entire world transformed into a pristine white, as if draped in a thick layer of silver. Outside the cave, the wind howled, mingled with the sound of snowflakes striking the entrance. Xing Mufei recalled the various preparations made for the winter season, silently praying that these efforts would help them navigate through this challenging time. "I wonder if the food we stored will suffice?" She broke the silence with her concern. Qian reassured her, "Don't worry. As long as we ration it wisely, we should be fine." The snow fell relentlessly throughout the day, and by the next morning, everyone felt a twinge of anxiety about the situation outside. "This snowfall is truly heavy. I wonder how our supplies are faring," Huaiwe remarked, gazing into the vast whiteness beyond. The three of them felt compelled to venture outside for a glimpse of the conditions. They stepped out of the cave, feeling the chill of winter envelop them. A thick layer of snow blanketed the ground, crunching beneath their every step. "Let us check on the firewood and coal we stored," Qian suggested. Upon arriving at the storage area, they found everything to be in order, relieving their worries. "Thankfully, everything is fine," Xing Mufei sighed with relief. "However, this is just the first snowfall. It might get much colder," Qian cautioned. "Should we conserve some firewood? It should be all right. We discovered plenty of coal, didn't we?" "Coal lasts longer than firewood," Huaiwe replied. "We can always gather more supplies when the weather improves, just as a precaution." The trio returned to the cave, gathering around the warmth of the fire. The coal crackled and glowed, emanating warmth that momentarily alleviated the cold outside, allowing them to marvel at the enchanting snowy landscape. "I hope we can get through this winter smoothly," Xing Mufei said softly. "We will," Qian assured her. As the snow began to fall, the fire in the cave flickered intermittently. Despite their ample heating supplies, the winter season was long, and it was prudent to conserve resources for any unexpected situations. The arrival of winter heralded the start of a new month, and Xing Mufei was eager to embark on a new round of the lottery. This time, she had her heart set on the heated bed she had long desired. The materials were prepared in advance, but the intricate technology of the heated bed had forced her to abandon the idea. Thus, this month, her greatest wish was to win the skills for the heated bed and stove. As usual, she subtly communicated her needs to the system before spinning the lottery wheel. That moment. A notification sounded in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have won the skills for the heated bed and stove. Ah, darling, I love you so much. Xing Mufei's sudden declaration left the system flustered, unsure how to respond, and it promptly retreated. Seeing this, Xing Mufei felt conflicted but was eager to share the good news with Qian and Huaiyue. I just won the skills for the heated bed and stove. We can build a heated bed and stove in the cave, making cooking during the day and sleeping at night much warmer and more convenient. Qian's eyes lit up. That's wonderful. Let us get to work right away. Without hesitation, the three of them gathered the materials they had prepared earlier and set to work. Huaiyue, with his strength, transported the heavy stones, while Qian, skilled with his hands, mixed clay and water to create the right consistency for the mud. Xing Mufei guided them on how to construct the heated bed using the knowledge provided by the system. Qian carefully stacked the stones, while Xing Mufei assisted in securing them, and Huaiyue continuously adjusted the moisture and stickiness of the mud. After several days of effort, the basic shape of the heated bed gradually took form. Next, they designed a flue inside the bed to ensure the heat could distribute evenly. Xing Mufei also gathered some soft dry grass to lay atop the heated bed for added comfort. After days of hard work, the heated bed finally began to take shape. They left space for ventilation beneath it and placed smooth stones on top. Let us test it out, Xing Mufei said excitedly. They lit a fire within the heated bed, and soon the stones became pleasantly warm. Wow, it's really cozy. Huaiyue lay back on it, feeling the warmth and wearing a satisfied smile. Qian chuckled. Now we won't be cold at night. Once the heated bed was completed, they eagerly ignited the fire in no time. The heated bed radiated warmth. That night, the three of them lay on the toasty heated bed, basking in unprecedented warmth, their faces glowing with content smiles. This heated bed is fantastic. I won't be afraid of the cold anymore this winter, Xing Mufei exclaimed joyfully. Qian and Huaiyue nodded in agreement, gradually drifting into slumber amidst the warmth. The following morning, they awoke in their cozy cave. Xing Mufei got up to prepare breakfast for everyone. Qian inspected the cave's insulation, mending any gaps through which cold air might seep. Huaiyue tidied up the bedding and performed daily cleaning tasks. After breakfast, they noticed that the weather was unexpectedly clear, and they didn't want to remain cooped up in the cave all day, so they decided to venture outside for some exercise. Observing the thick layer of accumulated snow, Qian and Huaiyue used tools to clear it away, piling it to one side. Let us build a snowman with this snow, Xing Mufei proposed. The two readily agreed, though they insisted that she stay out of the construction, and she dutifully cheered them on from the sidelines. Soon, the three were caught up in playful antics, engaging in a spirited snowball fight, their laughter resonating through the tranquil snowy landscape. Chapter 29. New life after their playful frolic. All three found their clothes soaked with melted snow. Oh dear. We should hurry back to the cave to warm up by the fire before we catch a chill, Xing Mufei urged. They hurried back inside, gathering around the warm hearth, feeling the cold gradually dissipate. This warmth is so comforting, Qian stretched his limbs, satisfied. Gazing at the glowing fire, Xing Mufei suddenly suggested, let us roast some sweet potatoes by the fire. I used to enjoy this as a child. They're deliciously sweet. Huaiyue's eyes brightened. That's a splendid idea. They retrieved several sweet potatoes from their food storage and carefully placed them by the fire. Before long, the sweet aroma began to waft through the air. Wow, it smells amazing. Qian couldn't help but inhale deeply. Just a little longer. They aren't cooked through yet. Xing Mufei smiled as they waited for the sweet potatoes to roast. They chatted casually, sharing amusing stories and cherished memories. At last, the sweet potatoes were ready. Xing Mufei used a stick to nudge the sweet potatoes aside, letting them cool slightly before handing them to Qian and Huaiyue. Be careful, they're hot, she cautioned. The three eagerly peeled the sweet potatoes, revealing their golden, steaming insides. With the first bite, the rich, sweet, and soft texture burst forth in their mouths. This is so delicious, Huaiyue exclaimed, brimming with praise. Ha ha, I told you, Xing Mufei beamed with delight. The winter season had just begun, and snow fell only occasionally. The weather had yet to reveal its harshest side. The trio seized this relatively mild time to prepare thoroughly for the impending severe cold. On days when the snow ceased, they rose early, invigorated, and stepped outside. With keen eyes, Qiyin searched for traces of prey, while Huayu remained vigilant for any potential sources of firewood and coal. Xing Mu Fei took on the responsibility of following behind, storing their finds in her spatial realm. As they traversed the forest, the chilling wind whispered through the branches, enveloping them in a serene yet wintry landscape blanketed by deep snow. The frigid temperatures had rendered many animals dormant, retreating into their homes. Utilizing her exceptional hunting skills, Qiyin successfully captured several plump hares and pheasants, while Xing Mu Fei filled her space with an abundance of collected firewood. During her search, Huayu fortuitously discovered a new deposit of open-air coal at the foot of a mountain. This revelation filled the trio with exuberance, and together they diligently extracted and transported their find back home. Thus, when the weather permitted, the trio ventured out to gather supplies, and during inclement weather, they took refuge in their cave. Each morning, Xing Mu Fei was the first to rise, preparing breakfast for her companions. Skillfully, she retrieved stored provisions from her spatial realm, cooking a steaming pot of porridge or roasting fragrant jerky. Qiyin and Huayu were not idle either. They tidied the cave and replenished the coal, ensuring the warmth of their hearth remained inviting. After breakfast, the three would gather around the fire, organizing their supplies, sewing garments from animal hides, and drying the newly collected wood. Their laughter and chatter made time slip away swiftly. As night fell, while lying on the warm hearth, Xing Mu Fei suddenly spoke. Once the cold season passes, I wish to take you both to explore further afield. I long to witness more beautiful landscapes with you. Qiyin and Huayu nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Days drifted by in the tranquil embrace of winter, but Xing Mu Fei began to sense something amiss within her body. Often feeling fatigued and nauseous one day, she realized that her monthly cycle had not arrived for quite some time, stirring a speculation within her heart. Qiyin, Huayu, I believe I may be with child, she said, a mixture of nervousness and excitement lacing her tone. Qiyin paused for a moment, then a joyful smile blossomed on her face. Really? Are we to have our own child? Huayu, upon hearing the news, also expressed happiness. I am not certain. I need to inquire further. To confirm her suspicion, Xing Mu Fei decided to consult the system. Although the system typically lacked this functionality, it ultimately acquiesced to her coaxing. Following the system's diagnosis, Xing Mu Fei confirmed her pregnancy. Upon receiving this news, Qiyin and Huayu became increasingly cautious around her. Mu Fei, from now on, you need not lift a finger. Just focus on nurturing yourself, Qiyin said gently, supporting her back to the cave. Xing Mu Fei replied with a smile. I'm not that fragile, but I will take care. Huayu busied herself preparing various items that might be needed during her pregnancy. After learning of her condition, Xing Mu Fei's pregnancy symptoms gradually manifested, leading to increased drowsiness. Consequently, she relinquished her breakfast duties to Qiyin. Each morning, Qiyin meticulously simmered a nourishing meat broth, stirring it by the fire to ensure each spoonful was rich and flavorful. Once the broth was ready, he would carefully serve it to Xing Mu Fei, waking her with a gentle voice, Mu Fei, come, drink while it's warm. This broth is very nourishing. Meanwhile, Huayu dedicated himself to creating a comfortable resting space for Xing Mu Fei. He crafted thicker, warmer blankets from soft animal hides and adorned the cave with colorful feathers and flowers, rendering it both cozy and beautiful. Huayu also massaged her legs and back to alleviate any discomfort caused by her pregnancy. Together, they prepared small garments and utensils for the soon-to-arrive baby, with Qiyin carving delicate dining implements while Huayu wove soft clothing with vibrant threads. They remained acutely attuned to Xing Mu Fei's emotional shifts. At the slightest hint of discomfort, they would anxiously inquire if she was unwell, fearing for their gentle companion's well-being. However, as her pregnancy progressed, the symptoms intensified, making it difficult for her to eat, and she began to lose weight. Qiyin, observing her plight, felt a surge of urgency and devised various ways to prepare appetizing meals for her. Mu Fei, please eat a little. Your body requires nourishment, he coaxed. Xing Mu Fei struggled to swallow a morsel and replied, I know, but I truly have no appetite. Faced with this dilemma, both Huayu and Qiyin were deeply concerned. Compounding their worries, a fierce snowstorm raged outside, bringing with it a sharp drop in temperature. Due to the nature of his species, Huayu was compelled to enter a state of hibernation during the extreme cold. With Xing Mu Fei's condition already precarious and Hua Yu's absence, Qi Yin bore the full responsibility of caring for her and gathering necessary supplies, effectively doubling his workload. Anxiety loomed over him as the snow continued to accumulate outside, making food increasingly scarce. Yet, whenever the weather permitted, he braved the harsh conditions to forage for sustenance and firewood, for they could not afford to remain idle. Chapter 30. Hua Yu awakens. It must be said that Qi Yin took exceptional care of Xing Mu Fei. During Hua Yu's slumber, apart from her pregnancy symptoms, Xing Mu Fei endured little suffering. A fortnight had passed since Xing Mu Fei's pregnancy began, and during this time, Qi Yin eagerly anticipated the changes that new life would bring. One day, he was overjoyed to discover that he could distinctly sense the presence of the little ones. Excitedly, he shared this news with Xing Mu Fei and Hua Yu. "My dear, I can sense them, my little ones. There are 5, and they are all very healthy." His voice brimmed with joy and pride. Xing Mu Fei's face radiated happiness as she gently caressed her still modestly rounded belly, exclaiming, "Really? That's wonderful," in the Fox clan. The gestation period for cubs lasts 2 months, 60 days. Male cubs are born in animal form, while females arrive in human form. Regardless of gender, to their parents, they are cherished children deserving of equal affection. The prospect of having their first child filled both Xing Mu Fei and Qi Yin with exhilaration. Especially for Qi Yin, after establishing a connection with the little ones, he became even more energetic in his endeavors. Each day, he seemed to possess boundless vitality, caring for Xing Mu Fei with great diligence while also ensuring that Hua Yu had a comfortable environment for hibernation. Despite the ongoing blizzard outside, the cave maintained a stable temperature. In such an environment, Hua Yu, who should have remained in slumber longer, began to show signs of awakening prematurely. One morning, as Xing Mu Fei and Qi Yin prepared garments for the impending arrivals, they suddenly heard a faint rustling from the corner. "What was that sound?" Xing Mu Fei asked anxiously, glancing toward the source. Qi Yin rose to investigate and found Hua Yu slowly opening his eyes. Still appearing somewhat dazed, "Hua Yu, you're awake," Qi Yin exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing the commotion, Xing Mu Fei hurried over, her face aglow with joy. "Hua Yu, what happened? Why did you wake up early?" Hua Yu, still feeling weak, replied in a hoarse voice, "I sensed the warmth around me and woke up earlier than usual." Unfamiliar with the rules of the beast world, Xing Mu Fei quickly inquired, "Will waking up early harm your body?" "Rest assured it has no adverse effects on me." "Ha, that's a relief," Xing Mu Fei sighed, finally feeling at ease. "Wonderful, now that you're awake, you can help me take care of Mu Fei," Qi Yin said with a smile. Hua Yu nodded, gazing at Xing Mu Fei's slightly rounded belly with tenderness and concerned. "Is it a fox cub?" "Yes, there are 5 in total, all very healthy." "That's fantastic." After Hua Yu awakened, he joined in preparing for the arrival of the children. Qi Yin busied himself sewing garments from soft animal hides for the cubs, while Hua Yu crafted a comfortable little bed, with Xing Mu Fei assisting in decorating it with flowers and feathers to make the cradle warm and beautiful. One day, Xing Mu Fei suddenly felt the little ones inside her gently stir. "Come quick, the babies are moving," she called out to Qi Yin and Hua Yu with excitement. They hurried over, placing their hands gently on her belly to sense the faint yet miraculous movements. "The little ones are growing healthily," Qi Yin said with a smile. "This is truly a good omen." As time passed, the little lives within Xing Mu Fei developed rapidly, and her belly swelled like an inflated balloon. Her movements became more cumbersome, yet she wore a constant smile of joy at the thought of impending motherhood. At this juncture, Xing Mu Fei was granted her monthly lottery opportunity. With hands clasped in prayer, she silently wished, "I hope to draw something beneficial for me and the baby." As she closed her eyes and activated the lottery, her heart raced with anticipation. The pointer whirled rapidly before finally coming to a stop. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn a vitality enhancement pill and a pregnancy preservation pill." Xing Mu Fei opened her eyes, looking at the item she had drawn with astonishment. "How wonderful! This is precisely what I need right now." "Thank you, system." Filled with joy, Xing Mu Fei hurriedly shared the good news with Qi Yin and Hua Yu. "This is truly fantastic, Mu Fei. Now you and the baby can be even safer and healthier," Qi Yin exclaimed, her eyes brimming with delight and excitement. Hua Yu also chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, this is splendid. Quickly, take it." "All right." Without hesitation, Xing Mu Fei consumed the physical enhancement pill and the tranquility pill, instantly feeling a warm and powerful energy spreading throughout her body. The fatigue and weakness she had been experiencing due to her pregnancy gradually dissipated, and she felt invigorated. I feel completely revitalized, Xing Mufei remarked, her face radiating with vitality. Upon witnessing her transformation, Qi Yin and Huaiyue felt a significant alleviation of their worries. I feel capable of doing so many things now, Xing Mufei continued with a smile. Qi Yin gently caressed her belly and advised, Mufei, do not overexert yourself. Your health and that of the baby are paramount. Huaiyue echoed, yes, with Qi Yin and me here, just command us if you need anything. Of course. Nevertheless, after consuming the pills provided by the system, Xing Mufei's physical condition improved day by day, and her once heavy body due to pregnancy became much lighter. With renewed energy, she watched as Qi Yin and Huaiyue busied themselves for the impending arrival of the new life, feeling a pang of guilt and wishing to assist them in any way she could. Let me help organize these provisions. I feel strong enough now, she offered, reaching for the tools. Qi Yin swiftly intervened, her expression resolute. Mufei, do not move around unnecessarily. Your foremost priority is to ensure a healthy pregnancy. We can handle these tasks. Huaiyue rushed over, gently guiding Xing Mufei to sit aside, softly saying, indeed, Mufei, you are our primary focus now. Rest well and do not tire yourself or the babies. With a sweet yet helpless smile, Xing Mufei complied and settled down, watching them toil. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of Xing Mufei's delivery. On this day, the entire cave seemed shrouded in an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. The sky was an exquisite blue, and a gentle breeze wafted through, yet it could not assuage the anxiety in the hearts of the two. Since they had left the tribe, there were no shamans available. And during the delivery, Xing Mufei had to rely on herself. Fortunately, Qi Yin and Huaiyue had prepared everything in advance. Neatly stacked soft animal skins, a warm fire crackling with comforting heat, and various emergency herbs meticulously organized for any unforeseen needs set the stage for the birth. Lying on a makeshift birthing bed crafted from soft hay and animal skins, waves of contractions surged through Xing Mufei, causing her once rosy complexion to pale. Yet, she steadfastly gritted her teeth, gripping the animal skins beneath her tightly, determined to endure. You can do it, Mufei. We are all waiting for you, Qi Yin encouraged, holding her hand firmly, her gaze filled with unwavering support. Huaiyue flitted about like a dervish, continually wiping the sweat from Xing Mufei's forehead with a warm cloth, soothing her with gentle words. Mufei, do not fear. It will soon be over. As the minutes ticked by, Xing Mufei's cries grew louder, each one tugging at Qi Yin and Huaiyue's hearts. Sweat soaked her hair, strands sticking to her face, yet her eyes remained filled with maternal strength. I can see the head. Push harder, Huaiyue urged, her voice trembling with excitement. Drawing in a deep breath, Xing Mufei summoned every ounce of her strength. At last, a clear, vibrant wail shattered the tension in the air. The first baby was born. It's a healthy male, Huaiyue exclaimed, her voice quivering with joy. Following closely, the second baby arrived, a delightful female with a rosy face that made one long to kiss her. The third, fourth, and fifth babies followed suit, all males, each embodying the vitality and hope of new life. Qi Yin and Huaiyue were overwhelmed with tears of joy as they hurriedly cared for the newborns while remaining attentive to Xing Mufei's condition. Exhausted, Xing Mufei gazed at her children, a blissful and content smile gracing her face. She reached out gently, yearning to touch these tiny lives, yet she lacked the strength to even lift her hand. Empathizing with Xing Mufei's struggles, Qi Yin and Huaiyue devoted themselves wholeheartedly to caring for her and the 5 little ones, each day filled with busyness and affection. As the morning sun streamed through the crevices of the cave, Xing Mufei remained lost in slumber, while 2 of the little ones had already awakened, babbling cheerfully. Qi Yin and Huaiyue rose quietly, careful not to disturb Xing Mufei. Qi Yin skillfully cradled one of the babies, soothing it softly, while Huaiyue hurried off to prepare breakfast. Entering the food storage area, Huaiyue meticulously selected nutritious ingredients. He chopped fresh meat into small pieces to simmer into a rich broth and mashed the gathered wild fruits into a puree, aiming to provide Xing Mufei with essential vitamins. Before long, Huaiyue brought a warm bowl of meat broth to Xing Mufei, gently rousing her. Mufei, wake up and eat something to replenish your strength. All right, with sleepy eyes. Xing Mufei sat up and slowly drank the broth, a tea that moment. The other 3 little ones also woke up, beginning to cry. Qi Yin promptly set down the child in his arms and picked up the other 2. patiently calming them. Oh dear, these little ones truly do not allow for a moment's peace, Xing Mufei chuckled. They are all our treasures. A bit of fussiness only adds to the liveliness, Huaiwei replied, playfully engaging with the babies. After breakfast, Xing Mufei and Qi Yin fed the babies while Huaiwei tidied up the cave, organizing the animal skins and miscellaneous items. By noon, when the sun shone just right, Qi Yin took 2 of the babies outside to bask in the sunlight, while Huaiwei stayed inside with Xing Mufei to craft new garments for the little ones. These little ones grow so quickly, their clothes are almost too small, Xing Mufei remarked as she sewed. Indeed, we care for them well, so they are thriving, Huaiwei replied with a smile. Night. The slightest stir from the babies would rouse Qi Yin and Huaiwei immediately, whether it was changing diapers or gently patting them to sleep. Every action was imbued with boundless tenderness. As time passed, the children gradually grew, and the once tranquil household became lively. However, the increase in the number of children brought immense pressure, and the consumption of resources accelerated beyond expectation. The previously ample food supplies diminished at a visible rate, and in order to shield the children from the cold, the heating in the house had to remain constant, causing firewood and coal to deplete rapidly. One evening, after the children had settled down, Xing Mufei voiced her concerns to Qi Yin and Huaiwei. Our food and heating supplies are depleting too quickly. This cannot continue. Huaiwei frowned in response. Indeed, we must devise a plan to prevent the children from going hungry or cold. After a moment of silence, Qi Yin resolutely stated, once the children are a bit older, I will venture out to gather supplies. Although Xing Mufei felt a twinge of worry regarding Qi Yin's decision, she recognized it as the best course of action for their family. Huaiwei, being a serpent beast man, should have been hibernating in winter. However, despite being unexpectedly roused from hibernation, he remained at his weakest. Given the unknown dangers lurking in the forest, Qi Yin, whose strength remained intact, was undoubtedly the best choice. Yet, with the children still small, the family could not afford to lose Qi Yin. Once the children grew a little older and could manage some self-care, the family dynamics would change. It was at this juncture that Qi Yin decided to venture out alone in search of more resources. Before his departure, Xing Mufei prepared his travel gear and provisions while admonishing, be cautious outside and prioritize your safety. Qi Yin grasped Xing Mufei's hand, reassuring her, do not worry. I will do my best to gather more supplies. Huaiwei joined in, his eyes filled with concern, return quickly. We await your return at home. Qi Yin embarked on his quest for resources, but outside, the wind and snow raged, and each outing was a challenge filled with uncertainty. Occasionally, he would be fortunate enough to find some food and heating supplies, temporarily alleviating the pressure on their household. Whenever this happened, he would return home brimming with joy, unable to contain his excitement as he shared his bounty. I am back, and I've made quite a haul this time. Xing Mufei and Huaiwei rushed to greet him, with Xing Mufei exclaiming, that's wonderful. We can sustain ourselves for a while longer. In such moments, the trio rejoiced together. Yet, more often than not, he would return after days of searching with nothing to show for it, burdened by fatigue and disappointment. This time, luck was not on my side. I found nothing. That's all right. We can search for supplies another time. Your safety is what matters most, Xing Mufei consoled him. Comforted by his partner's words, Qi Yin's spirits visibly lifted. Huaiwei adeptly entrusted the children to him, skillfully diverting his attention while simultaneously fostering a deeper bond between father and offspring. Yet, as long as the weather permitted, Qi Yin never relinquished his determination to venture outside. He traversed dense forests and scaled towering mountains, ceaselessly exploring distant realms in hopes of uncovering new resources. However, back at home, Xing Mufei and Huaiwei were not without their own challenges. They not only tended to the children's daily needs, but also imparted essential survival skills. Chapter 32. System Assistance. When the 4 male cubs were born, they resembled fluffy little foxes, endearingly clumsy, while the second-born female arrived in the form of a human infant, exquisitely delicate and utterly charming. As dawn broke, sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick blanket of snow, illuminating the cave. Xing Mufei awoke early, tiptoeing to prepare breakfast for the children. She first chopped the stored jerky into small pieces and simmered it into a rich broth, then mashed wild fruits to provide the little ones with nourishment. Meanwhile, Huaiwei quietly rose and approached the sleeping children, gently arranging their cozy nest to ensure their comfort. The eldest, third, fourth, and fifth little foxes gradually stirred awake. Their fluffy bodies wriggling with vigor, upon awakening, they joyfully bounded around the cave. The eldest, brimming with energy, eagerly led the exploration of every nook and cranny. The third was clever and resourceful, occasionally discovering intriguing little trinkets. The fourth, calm and sensible, helped return scattered items to their rightful places. The fifth, ever the mischievous one, would chase his own tail or engage in playful tussles with his siblings. The second, as a human infant, could not yet match her brother's exuberance, but her bright eyes were filled with curiosity as she observed their every move, emitting delightful coos. At tea mealtime, Xingmu Fei and Hua Yu sat amongst the children, patiently feeding the little foxes spoonfuls of broth, while the second sat obediently to the side, awaiting her mother to bring the fruit puree to her lips. Eldest, slow down, don't choke, Xingmu Fei smiled. The eldest, with broth in his mouth, mumbled a response, continuing to gulp down his meal. Hua Yu gently offered the puree to the second, saying, "Sweetheart, open wide." The second complied, savoring the puree with delight, her face smeared with fruit. Resembling a little flower cat, which elicited hearty laughter from everyone in the afternoon. As the sun warmed the air slightly, Hua Yu, noticing the rare good weather, suggested to Xingmu Fei, "Mu Fei, the weather is splendid today. Let us take the children out to bask in the sun." "Absolutely," she replied. The children joyfully hopped into the snow, instantly transforming into rolling little snowballs. The eldest excitedly dug a small pit in the snow, quickly unearthing a tiny cave. The third pawed at the snow, drawing patterns known only to him. The fourth lay quietly in the snow, relishing the gentle caress of the falling flakes. The fifth, the most playful, suddenly leaped into a snowbank and then sprang out, scattering snowflakes that cascaded onto his brothers, igniting a lively snowball fight. The most delicate female infant, the second, was snugly wrapped and nestled in Xingmu Fei's embrace. Giggling, "Children, play for a bit longer, but do come back soon. We don't want you to catch a chill." "All right," they chorused. Xingmu Fei held the second at the cave entrance, soaking in the sunlight, while Hua Yu kept watch over the eldest, third, fourth, and fifth as they played. As the sun began to set, the children finally grew weary. "Tired, are we? Come back and rest. The sun is no longer strong, and the temperature is dropping," she called. "Mom, I'm not done playing yet. Just a little longer, please. How about we play again tomorrow, Mom?" The fifth remained rooted in place, playfully pouting at Xingmu Fei and Hua Yu. Observing this, the fourth approached and gave him a gentle nudge. "Fifth, don't be willful. Let us hurry back. Fourth brother, stop fussing, be obedient." "Fine, fourth brother, I understand." The fifth complied and returned with the others, prompting a shared smile between Xingmu Fei and Hua Yu. "All right, children, come over here to warm yourselves by the fire and avoid catching a chill." "Okay." The comforting glow of the fire gradually restored warmth to the little ones, and drowsiness began to wash over them. Xingmu Fei and Hua Yu carefully tucked the children into bed, gently coaxing the weary ones to sleep before they could finally find a moment of respite. "At last, it's quiet." Xingmu Fei sighed. "Haha, Mu Fei, you're too amusing. Are you complaining about the noise the children make?" Xingmu Fei shrugged her shoulders at Hua Yu, countering, "Isn't that the truth? 5 children at once. It feels as if the earth might explode from the noise." "Haha, all right, you have a point." They exchanged a few light-hearted jests before turning their focus to crafting new garments for the children and preparing the evening meal. Days passed in this manner, and before long, the children had grown in this beastly world. Children matured rapidly, reaching adulthood by 6 months. When the children turned 2 months old, Hua Yu led them each morning in simple yet enjoyable exercises in the cave's open space. He appointed the eldest to oversee his 4 younger siblings, who was currently rallying them with spirited shouts, leading them in stretching their little arms and legs. Though their movements were somewhat clumsy, each child's gaze was filled with earnest determination. A new month quietly dawned, and with eager anticipation, Xingmu Fei welcomed the monthly lottery event. "Host, are you ready?" "Ready. Let us begin." "Good." As the wheel spun, she silently wished for something beneficial for her family. "Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn 5 cleansing elixirs and 5 intelligence pills." Upon learning the results, Xingmu Fei was overjoyed. She excitedly rushed back to the cave to share the good news with her beast husband and children. "Qi Yin, Hua Yu, look what treasures I have." Xingmu Fei held out her palm, displaying the newly acquired pills. "Mu Fei, what are these?" "I can't quite tell either. These are medicines that will make our treasures healthier and smarter." Xing Mufei gazed at them, her eyes sparkling with joy. How marvelous indeed. These are no ordinary items, Mufei. Are you going to give them directly to the children? Yes, Qi Yin. What do you think? Well, I trust your judgment. Without further ado, Xing Mufei took out the cleansing elixir and administered it to each child. After consuming the elixir, the children felt a warm flow coursing through their bodies, as if every cell had been reawakened, brimming with vitality and vigor. How do you feel? The three adults closely observed the children, anxious for any sign of discomfort. Fortunately, the System S products proved effective, and each child exhibited no adverse reactions. Next, Xing Mufei distributed the intelligence pills. After taking them, the children displayed noticeable changes. The three adults sensed that the little one's mind seemed sharper, filled with curiosity and a desire to explore their surroundings. How astonishing! The children have changed so much. Indeed, we can finally breathe a little easier. Seeing the children so invigorated filled Xing Mufei with a sense of relief. She understood that in this harsh environment, ensuring both her and her children's health and intelligence was paramount to facing the challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 33. Overwhelmed after consuming the miraculous cleansing elixir and intelligence pills. The lives of the 5 little cubs seemed to be infused with vibrant magic, each day brimming with novelty and joy. The eldest, imbued with fearless courage and an adventurous spirit, appeared to be a born leader. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the cave, his lively little form sprang up like a lion cub. He shook off his fluffy fur, instantly transforming into a valiant little warrior. Rallying his siblings, imagining a corner of the cave as a perilous, mysterious jungle, he wielded a stick as an indomitable staff, striding confidently ahead to clear the path for everyone. Whenever he encountered seemingly insurmountable obstacles, merely larger stones, he would muster all his strength to push them aside, calling out loudly, "Fear not, little ones, for your big brother is here." The tender yet resolute voice, brimming with the determination to protect one's family, belonged to the third child. This clever and astute little fox cub, whose brilliance shone ever brighter during this enchanting time, would seek a tranquil corner when the warm, languid afternoon sun caressed the cave. There, he would use the colorful stones he had collected to create marvelous patterns upon the ground. His enchanting little mouth recounted the tales shared by Xing Mufei, yet each story bore his own interpretations, some even transformed into captivating legends that stirred the imagination. His lively eyes sparkled with dreamlike hues, his voice oscillating between fervent excitement and gentle softness, often eliciting moments of anxious heartbeats or peals of laughter from his younger siblings. The fourth child, who had always exuded a steady demeanor akin to a young deer, gradually became the cherished steward of this small family. During the breakfast hour, he would scrutinize the quantity and variety of food with his clear, focused gaze, then, with a fair and just disposition, meticulously allocate the provisions based on his siblings' appetites and preferences. When it was time to play, he would step forward to establish reasonable rules, ensuring that every little companion could relish the joy of the game without descending into chaos over disputes. His calm and dependable nature instilled a profound sense of trust and reliance in his younger siblings. The fifth child, a lively and spirited little creature akin to a playful monkey, had choreographed a wild dance that could provoke uproarious laughter. As twilight descended and the bonfire blazed in the cave, he would, like a flame ignited with passion, eagerly position himself before the flickering light. With a unique rhythm of his own creation, he would bounce joyfully, his exaggerated and comical movements transforming him into a soaring rock one moment and a nimble jade rabbit the next. His boundless enthusiasm seemed to possess a magical allure, compelling everyone to join in his merry dance, turning the cave into a veritable ocean of joy. The only female cub, the second child, resembled a gentle and sweet little flower. As her brothers drifted into slumber, she would softly hum ancient and beautiful lullabies with a voice as tender as a nightingale. The soothing melody flowing like a babbling brook, gently comforting her sibling souls and guiding them into sweet dreams. As the children grew wiser, their thoughts burgeoned, and their curiosity about the world beyond intensified. Yet, the harsh winter weather prevented Xing Mufei from allowing them to venture outside to play. Consequently, the adults racked their brains, resorting to storytelling to reveal the wonders of the outside world to the children. After breakfast, they would gather around Xing Mufei or Huaiyue like eager fledglings awaiting nourishment, their eyes alight with curiosity and longing for tales of thrilling adventures beyond their confines. The second child would rest her small hand on her chubby chin, occasionally posing innocent questions. The third child would weave new and wondrous stories in his mind. The fourth child listened intently, pondering the mysteries within. Meanwhile, the fifth child, like an impatient little flea, flitted about restlessly. Given the chance, the children would listen all day long. However, the adult's knowledge was limited. Although Huaiyue had wandered since childhood, he mainly regaled the children with tales of hunting, occasionally sharing glimpses of the scenery he had encountered. Xing Mufei, despite her greater experience from the future, found it taxing to narrate so many tales daily, as it truly strained her mind. One day, after narrating stories for an entire day, her voice nearly gave out. Gazing at the sun dipping toward the horizon, she resolved to utilize the abundant food stored in their space to prepare a sumptuous dinner for her weary family and herself. Her gaze first fell upon the meat, from which she carefully selected several pieces of marbled beef, contemplating a hearty potato stew for the evening. Next, she reached for the neatly arranged potatoes, their skins smooth and their sizes plump, returning to the cave with her arms laden with ingredients. Her face radiated anticipation for the delicious dinner to come. She rolled up her sleeves and busied herself in the kitchen. First, she placed the meat on the cutting board, skillfully slicing it into uniform pieces with a sharp knife. Then, she retrieved a jar of spices from the system, sprinkling various seasonings with care before gently mixing them with her hands to ensure each piece of meat absorbed the enchanting aroma. Meanwhile, she meticulously washed the potatoes to remove the dirt from their surfaces. With a peeler in hand, she deftly removed their skins, the motions fluid and precise. Once peeled, the potatoes revealed their pristine white or golden interiors, which she cut into evenly sized chunks, neatly arranging them to the side. Huaiyue approached, smiling as he took on the task of kindling the fire. He skillfully placed dry twigs and dead grass into the stove, gently blowing a few breaths, and the flames danced joyfully to life. In no time, the fire blazed warmly, casting a comforting glow upon the faces of both. Xing Mufei set a pot over the flames. Pouring in some clear oil, the oil began to shimmer and emit a gentle sizzle. She carefully added the marinated meat. Instantly, the oil sputtered, and a savory aroma wafted through the air. She quickly grabbed a spatula, stirring continuously to ensure each piece of meat was evenly cooked. Soon, the surface of the meat turned slightly crispy, releasing an enticing fragrance. The children, drawn in by the delightful scent, gathered around, their eyes fixated on the pot of delectable food, their mouths instinctively watering. Xing Mufei then added the diced potatoes to the pot, stirring them together with the meat. The clattering sound of the spatula against the pot resonated like a beautiful kitchen symphony. After a brief stir, she added an appropriate amount of water, covering the pot to allow the ingredients to simmer. While waiting for the stew to cook, Xing Mufei remained busy. She retrieved fresh eggs and sweet milk from their supplies, preparing to create some exquisite desserts. Skillfully cracking the eggs, she mixed them with milk and sugar, blending them before pouring the batter into molds and placing them in the stove to bake slowly over low heat. As the rich and hearty aroma emanated from the pot, Xing Mufei knew that dinner was ready. She lifted the lid, gently stirring with a spoon, nodding in satisfaction. Then, she ladled the delicious dishes from the pot, carefully setting them on the table. The family gathered around, the children eagerly reaching for their utensils, their eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mom, this is absolutely delicious." Since consuming the cleansing pills, the 4 children had the ability to transform. Although the timeline had advanced considerably, observing their state, Xing Mufei realized that the system's concocted pills must be free of side effects, posing no hindrance to their growth. Having gained the ability to transform, the children preferred to maintain their human forms. At that moment, they appeared as 4 or 5-year-old children, with the eldest stuffing his mouth full of food, mumbling incoherently, even with his face smeared with broth. He paid no mind and continued to eat heartily. "Indeed, Mom, today's meal is even better than usual." The second child chimed in, eating gracefully but swiftly, clearly captivated by the deliciousness of the food. Traditionally poised, the second child, being female, maintained a level of decorum compared to her brothers, yet at this moment, she broke free from her previous demeanor. The third child, munching away, gave a thumbs up. "Mom, you are truly amazing." The fourth and fifth children were too busy to speak, their cheeks bulging with food. Xing Mufei and Huaiyue exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with tenderness and happiness as they watched their contented children. All right, I understand. If you all enjoy it, I shall make this for you more often. Mom, you're the best. I love you. Haha, little clever one. The fifth child grinned at Xing Mufei, eliciting joy from the other siblings as well. Seeing this, Qi Yin, with a heart full of affection, remarked, Mufei, once you're done, please guide me. I will take over the cooking from now on. Since the children were born, I've troubled you too much. You haven't had a moment of proper rest. Previously, I was out searching for supplies, and you and Huaiwe managed everything. Now that the weather is too harsh for me to venture outside, I shall handle these tasks at home. You need not toil any longer. Understood? All right. Listening to Qian's domineering concern, Xing Mufei felt herself once again captivated by this beastman. As the weather turned colder, Xing Mufei typically slept alongside Qi Yin, a choice influenced by their respective racial traits. Qi Yin, being a fox beastman, had fur covering his body, which allowed him to maintain a higher body temperature during winter compared to Xing Mufei, a human, and even more so than Huaiwe, a snake beastman. To enhance her own comfort, Xing Mufei consciously chose Qi Yin as her companion, and Huaiwe understood her choice, thus often reducing his interactions with others. It must be said, no matter how delectable a dish may be, excessive consumption can lead to fatigue. This sentiment mirrors that of Xing Mufei towards Qi Yin. Qi Yin remains the charming fox tri-beastman, possessing his alluring fox ears. Yet, it must be acknowledged that, in comparison to their initial encounters, Xing Mufei's excitement diminishes with each meeting. However, today, upon hearing Qian's words, she cannot help but concede that she is once again captivated by this beastman, not by his chiseled abs or the temptation of his fox ears, but rather by his heart, a heart that constantly considers her well-being. Very well, I understand. In front of several children, Xing Mufei strives to suppress her exhilaration. Yet, as soon as night falls, she eagerly entrusts the children to Huaiwe. Please come to see the children tonight. Certainly, Huaiwe responds with an expression of immediate understanding, leading the children to his cave. Upon witnessing this, Qian's cheeks redden, a rare occurrence. Ha ha ha, after all this time, why do you still blush? Mufei. All right, enough teasing, come here. Should I reveal my ears? Anything goes, or you might consider transforming another part. The two of them are undoubtedly wild this evening, resulting in the amusing scene of them both still asleep the next day after the children have risen, only to be playfully mocked by the little ones during lunch. The cold outside intensifies, the wind shrieking like a sharp whistle, snowflakes dancing through the air. Qi Yin decides against venturing out, instead opting to embrace a month-long hibernation with his family in the cave. Inside, the family of 8 gathers around a warm campfire. The little ones, now capable of transforming into children aged 4 or 5, engage in various activities. The third child quietly sits in a corner, sketching simple patterns in the dirt with a twig, seemingly concocting an exhilarating adventure tale in his imaginative world, whispering to himself as he draws. The eldest and the fourth huddle together, arranging uniquely shaped stones in an attempt to construct a miniature castle. The eldest frowns in concentration, pondering the placement of the stones. Fourth brother, this large stone should go at the bottom for stability. The fourth brother offers a different perspective. Brother, I believe it would look better on top as a tower. They occasionally bicker over the stone's arrangement, their cheeks flushing red, ultimately agreeing to compromise and find a perfect solution. The fifth child, like a lively little monkey, hops around the cave. He dashes over to Xing Mufei, tugging at her clothing to coax her into play. Mama, come play with me. Xing Mufei chuckles, setting aside the garment she was mending, and gently pinches the fifth child's nose. All right, you little rascal. However, the spirited fifth child soon scampers off to tease the quiet second child, eliciting peals of laughter from him, his voice ringing like a silver bell. Xing Mufei, seated nearby with needle and thread, mends the children's tattered clothing. Her gaze is focused yet tender, each stitch imbued with love for her children. Occasionally, she glances at the playing children, her face radiant with smiles of contentment. Meanwhile, Huaiwe organizes items within the cave. Ensuring everything is in order, he neatly arranges frequently used tools and reclassifies stored food. Once finished, he approaches Xing Mufei and gently massages her shoulders. Mufei, you've worked hard. Let me take over. All right. Xing Mufei has grown accustomed to her beast husband's thoughtfulness, readily handing her tasks over to him. Come, children, it's time to eat. Huaiwe calls out, serving the cooked meat soup into stone bowls and distributing roasted wild fruits among the children. They gather around, sitting on animal skins. The eldest takes a spoonful of soup and exclaims, "This soup is so fragrant today. Huayue's skills are improving." The third child, with his mouth full, mumbles, "I want another bowl." The fourth child, chewing slowly, politely expresses, "Thank you, Huayue." The fifth child, with food smeared all over his face, doesn't he forget to feed a bite to the second child beside him. "All right, eat slowly. There's more after you finish." Following their meal, the children, exhausted from a day of play, gradually drift into slumber under the warm animal skins. Only then do the three adults find time to share their innermost thoughts. When spring arrives, let us take the children to explore farther lands. Xing Mufei leans against Qian's shoulder, nodding in agreement. "That sounds wonderful. Being cooped up in the cave is truly dull, haha." They have come to understand each other well. Despite her aversion to crowds, she cannot endure being confined indoors indefinitely. "I heard the temperatures are warmer to the south. I wonder if the cold season there is less severe. Then let us consider heading there." What transpired next only solidified Xing Mufei's resolve. Chapter 35. The snowstorm. One morning, ominous clouds drifted across the sky, and the wind began to grow cold and brisk. Xing Mufei gazed up, a sense of unease swelling within her. "This weather feels off. Could something be amiss?" She voiced her concerns, her brow furrowed and her eyes betraying her apprehension. Qian approached, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders in a comforting gesture. "Do not worry too much. It may just be an ordinary snowfall, Dangmim." His reassurance allowed Xing Mufei to relax slightly. However, by afternoon, the wind and snow outside intensified unexpectedly, the gales threatening to uproot their cave. The interior grew colder, the campfire flickering precariously. "Why is the wind so fierce?" Huayue expressed his concern. Xing Mufei quickly urged the children to huddle closer together, seeking warmth in their unity. At that moment, the fifth child suddenly exclaimed, "Look! It seems like snow is falling from the cave ceiling." All eyes turned to the spot he indicated, and indeed, snowflakes were drifting down. "We must repair this quickly. No need to fret. I will handle it." Qian furrowed his brow. "I have a sense that it's not that simple. We should prepare more thoroughly." Huayue's expression grew serious as well. "Then I will reinforce the cave." "All right." Huayue busied himself fortifying the cave, using sturdy branches and resilient vines to secure the ceiling, ensuring each support beam was tightly anchored. Xing Mufei, too, kept herself occupied, reorganizing the food supplies, categorizing them based on their perishability to ensure adequate storage and availability. As night fell, the wind howled even more violently, a chilling whistle echoing through the air. The wooden door rattled against the gusts, as if it could shatter at any moment. "I hope this snowstorm isn't too fierce," Xing Mufei murmured, her hands clasped tightly together in prayer for the tempest to pass swiftly. Qian grasped her hand, his touch warm and reassuring. "Do not fear. We are here." Huayue added resolutely, "We will certainly endure this." The children nestled closely against the adults, united in their resolve. Outside, the snowflakes whirled and grew larger, heralding the onset of a daunting trial. The snowstorm raged like a roaring beast, sweeping ferociously across the landscape. The wind howled, creaking the wooden door as if it were groaning in agony. The world outside transformed into a blinding expanse of white, visibility reduced to an endless shroud of snow. Inside the cave, Xing Mufei, Qian, and Huayue huddled closely with the children, listening to the storm's fury outside. The temperature within plummeted rapidly, the cold seeping in. "This wind is too strong. I wonder if the shelter outside can withstand it." Xing Mufei voiced her worries, instinctively drawing closer to Qian in search of warmth and comfort. Qian reassured her, "Do not worry. We reinforced the shelter previously. It should hold." Yet his attention remained fixed on the outside, alert for any signs of trouble. Despite his words, each gust of wind heightened their anxiety. Suddenly, a ferocious blast of wind erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of cracking sounds and the ominous thud of falling timber. "Oh no! Something outside seems to have been damaged," Huayue exclaimed, his expression turning grave. Without hesitation, Qian seized his tools and rushed outside. "I'll check it out," Xing Mufei called after him, filled with concern. "Be careful." But her voice was swallowed by the howling wind. Meanwhile, Huayue scoured the cave, ensuring no other areas were allowing the wind to infiltrate. He utilized animal skins and dried grass to block any gaps. Attempting to thwart the cold's advance, Qian battled against the storm outside, his body swaying precariously in the wind. Yet he held firmly onto his tools, striving to repair the damage. Snowflakes pelted his face, nearly blinding him, but he persevered, finally managing to stabilize the roof before laboriously descending. Nevertheless, the storm showed no signs of abating. The temperature dropped further, and the firewood dwindled rapidly. The cold gripped them like an invisible hand, tightening around their throats. "We're running low on firewood. I'll go outside to gather more," Huayue stated. "Be careful," Xing Mufei urged. Huayue donned a thick animal skin and, as he opened the door, a gust of wind laden with snow rushed in. He struggled forward, navigating through the blizzard. Every step he took was fraught with extraordinary difficulty, the snowflakes nearly disorienting him. After much effort, he finally managed to carry back a bundle of firewood, his body now coated in a thick layer of snow. The blizzard had persisted for several days, completely enveloping the outside world in a heavy blanket of snow, as if intent on burying the entire realm in its white embrace. One night, as the howling winds roared, accompanied by a dull thud, the fuel shed outside could no longer bear the weight and collapsed under the oppressive snow. Upon awakening in the early morning, Xing Mufei was immediately filled with concern at the sight. The fuel stored outside was likely to be dampened by the snow, and wet fuel would produce a copious amount of smoke when burned. Huayue and the children gathered around, their expressions grave as they gazed at the fallen shed. Qian furrowed her brow and stated, "We must swiftly transfer some firewood and coal into the cave. Otherwise, this winter will be unbearable." Nods of agreement followed as they sprang into action. Xing Mufei and Huayue first settled the children in a safe corner before joining Qian at the collapsed shed. The wind, mixed with snowflakes, lashed against their faces, biting cold, yet they did not falter. Qian forcefully pushed aside the snow that had piled atop the shed, while Xing Mufei and Huayue quickly selected the unsoaked firewood and coal. "Be careful, don't let the snow get inside," Xing Mufei reminded as she busied herself. Huayue, panting heavily, replied, "Understood. The snow is simply overwhelming." They made countless trips back and forth between the shed and the cave, their bodies covered in snowflakes, their hair crystallized with frost. Inside the cave, the children were also industrious. The eldest led the younger siblings in clearing a corner to store the fuel. After several hours of toil, they finally managed to transfer a portion of the essential fuel into the cave. As they gazed at the accumulated firewood and coal, weary faces broke into grateful smiles. "Now we can temporarily set aside our worries about fuel," Qian remarked. Xing Mufei nodded, "Indeed, but we have no idea when this snow will cease. We must conserve what we have." Just as everyone exhaled a sigh of relief, a sudden cry from the second child pierced the cave's tranquility. Chapter 36. Illness. Upon hearing the second child's cries, everyone's hearts sank. Xing Mufei hurried into the cave, only to find the child clutching her stomach, her little face scrunched up in pain. "My dear, what is the matter?" Xing Mufei asked anxiously. Through sobs, the child replied, "Mama, my tummy hurts." Huayue and Qian followed in, their faces etched with worry. Gently, Xing Mufei touched the child's forehead. "Could it be that you've caught a chill?" At that moment, the eldest child approached. "Mama, my sister was just standing at the cave entrance." Furrowing her brow, Xing Mufei suspected it was indeed a chill. Huayue took decisive action. "I'll prepare some hot soup for her." Qian scooped up the second child, wrapping her snugly in warm animal skins. As they awaited the hot soup, a heavy tension hung in the air. The cries of the second child gradually subsided, seemingly finding solace in Qian's embrace. Finally, Huayue appeared with a steaming bowl of soup. Xing Mufei carefully fed the second child, watching as her color improved slightly, the pain in her belly seeming to ease. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. "With the outside chill, you can no longer stand at the entrance, understand?" Xing Mufei gently instructed the child, who obediently nodded. However, just as one crisis seemed to pass, another arose. The snow outside showed no signs of abating, and the wind appeared to intensify, ushering a chill into the cave. "This cannot continue. We must find a way to further shield the entrance," Qian declared. Thus, they busied themselves once more, searching for more animal skins and dry grass to fend off the cold. Qian took the lead, Scouring the vicinity for usable materials, he laboriously dragged over several thick animal skins. Panting from the exertion, while Huaiyue organized the dry grass, preparing to fill the gaps, Xing Mufei, while caring for the second child, directed the others. The wind howled fiercely, and snow continued to pile up. Qiyin worked diligently to secure the animal skins over the entrance, his hands turning red from the cold. Huaiyue stuffed the dry grass tightly into the crevices, attempting to block the frigid winds. After considerable effort, the entrance was finally well sealed. Yet, they all understood this was merely a temporary solution. The snow continued to fall incessantly, and they had to remain vigilant, ready to face new challenges at any moment, this time. Although the second child's condition had improved somewhat, she remained weak. Xing Mufei held her closely. Providing warmth, Qiyin, Huaiyue, and several children gathered around, their worried gazes fixed on the second child. Qiyin, watching his beloved second child suffer, felt a deep turmoil within. Though he sat among them, his mind raced with thoughts. He knew that merely sealing the entrance would not suffice. A sturdy door was essential to better withstand the cold winds. I will reinforce the wooden door. It should not be so easily blown open, Qiyin stated. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they immediately set to work. Qiyin and Huaiyue ventured out together to find suitable planks. Meanwhile, Xing Mufei tended to the second child and the other children. After much effort, Qiyin and Huaiyue returned with several heavy planks of wood. They began to construct a door, binding the planks together with vines and stones. Xing Mufei stood by, occasionally passing tools and offering encouragement. After considerable labor, rudimentary yet sturdy wooden door was finally completed. Qiyin and Huaiyue carefully transported the door to the cave entrance, securing it to the previous one. At that moment, the wind seemed to howl even more ferociously. Yet the newly crafted door stood firm, blocking the majority of the cold air. This is much better. Hopefully, we can withstand this snowfall, Qiyin remarked. Gathered in a warm corner, they looked at the newly installed door. A sense of reassurance settling within them, as night descended, the children gradually drifted into slumber in the warmth. Xing Mufei, Qiyin, and Huaiyue, however, remained alert, taking turns keeping watch, attentive to the storm outside and the children's well-being. That night, the children slept soundly in the warm corner, their gentle breaths resonating clearly in the quiet cave. Xing Mufei, Qiyin, and Huaiyue sat beside them, their eyes filled with tenderness and love. Xing Mufei gently tucked in the corners of each child's blanket, her fingers brushing over their faces, feeling their warmth. Once she confirmed that their temperatures were normal, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She lingered by the second child's side, observing her peaceful sleeping face, silently praying for her complete recovery. Qiyin occasionally rose to the entrance, peering through the cracks in the wooden door to assess the storm outside. The howling wind whipped around, sending swirling snowflakes incessantly battering against the door, creating a constant rustling sound. Qiyin furrowed his brow, contemplating what preparations they would need if the storm continued to rage. Huaiyue sat by the fire, ensuring it blazed brightly, preventing the children from succumbing to the cold. This storm shows no signs of letting up, Xing Mufei murmured, breaking the cave's silence. Qiyin returned inside, shaking his head. It's too soon to tell. This is the coldest time of the year, and we have no idea how long this cold wave will persist. Huaiyue sighed softly. Let us only hope that the children remain unaffected by this harsh weather and stay healthy. The trio's gazes converged once more on the children, knowing that these little ones were their motivation and hope to persevere. After a while, Qiyin rose again to check on the storm, while Xing Mufei and Huaiyue remained by the children, quietly accompanying them into the realm of dreams. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, and the second child's condition visibly improved. Her sleep deep and sweet. The storm outside had also ceased, and as the morning light broke, the sun streamed through the cracks in the wooden door, bestowing a touch of warmth and hope upon the cave. Xing Mufei was the first to open her eyes, seeing the children's tranquil faces, her heart brimming with gratitude. She rose gently, careful not to disturb them, and walked to the entrance, slowly pushing open the wooden door. Fresh air enveloped her, revealing a world blanketed in pristine white, the snow sparkling in the sunlight. Qiyin and Huaiyue awoke in succession, joining her at the entrance to gaze upon the scene before them. This snow is exceptionally thick, one remarked. It certainly seems that this year's snowfall is particularly heavy, the other agreed. Well then, Xing Mufei thought of the children in the cave, and felt little inclination to linger in contemplation. We must quickly prepare some food to replenish their strength. Thus, the three began to bustle about. Qi Yin ventured outside to clear the snow, while Huaiyue tended to the fire within the cave, preparing to cook. Xing Mufei focused on caring for the children who had just awakened, helping them wash up. Chapter 37. Relapse. When Xing Mufei returned to the cave, she found that everyone was gradually waking up. She approached the second child first, noticing she had not yet stirred, so she refrained from disturbing her and instead helped the other children wash up. As she busied herself with the other children, she failed to notice anything amiss with the second child, until the eldest returned from washing up and found her shivering in the corner. The little girl was curled up tightly, her brow furrowed, eyes tightly shut, and her breathing appeared somewhat rapid. The originally rosy little face now appeared devoid of color, rendering it exceptionally pale. "Mother, come quickly and see sister." The elder sibling's panicked exclamation shattered the tranquility of the morning. Several adults rushed over upon hearing the commotion, and their hearts tightened at the sight of the frail second child. She lay there with her eyes tightly shut, her lips faintly tinged with purple, and beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. "How could my precious one be in such a state?" Xing Mufei sighed, her heart aching, almost bringing her to tears. She reached out to touch the child's forehead, discovering an alarming temperature. It seemed she was indeed feverish. "The second child has a fever. Quickly, fetch a basin of hot water. I shall bathe her." "Understood." Huaiyue responded, eager to assist, but Xing Mufei halted him. "Huaiyue, let Qi Yin take over. Your body temperature is low. First, come hold the second child for a while to help cool her down." "All right." The adults sprang into action, while the children looked on with concern for their ailing sibling. The eldest clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anxiety. "Sister, you must get better soon." The third child gently stroked the second child's hair, his voice trembling with emotion. "Sister, do not fear. We are here for you." The fourth, typically composed, was also flustered. He silently placed his most cherished toy beside the second child, whispering, "Sister, once you recover, we shall play together." The fifth child, frantic, paced back and forth, tears brimming in his eyes. "If sister doesn't get better, I will give her all my favorite treats." At that moment, Xing Mufei was preparing a nourishing soup. She rummaged through her supplies, retrieving precious ingredients such as tender venison and revitalizing ginseng, which she added to the simmering pot. The flames danced, casting a warm glow on Xing Mufei's anxious face as she remained focused on the pot, stirring occasionally, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Once the soup was ready, she carefully ladled it into a small bowl. Gently blowing to cool it down, she sat beside Huaiyue, taking the second child from his arms and cradling her close. "Why, darling, come, have some soup. It will help you recover more swiftly," she spoke tenderly. With great effort, the second child opened her eyes to gaze at her mother, weakly nodding in response. Xing Mufei scooped a spoonful of soup and brought it to her lips. The second child obediently drank, each swallow seemingly consuming all her strength. "Mother, I will get better," she whispered, her voice as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind, yet her gaze radiated determination. Xing Mufei pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, tears welling in her eyes. "My dear, you will recover swiftly." After coaxing the second child to drink some soup, she continued to wipe her body with a cloth, aiding in her cooling, under the attentive care of everyone. The second child's condition gradually improved. Her complexion began to regain its color, and her spirit slowly revived. Fearful of a relapse, Xing Mufei remained vigilant, staying by her side throughout the night. Thankfully, her earlier efforts proved effective, and the second child did not experience another fever. The following morning, upon awakening, the family was greeted by the sight of the second child, listless and pale, appearing quite frail, which tugged at everyone's hearts. The children quickly gathered around her. The eldest, concern etched on his face, furrowed his brow and softly inquired, "Sister, how are you feeling?" "Brother, I feel much better." She reached up to touch her forehead, relieved to find it no longer burning. The fourth child, with wide eyes, held out a small fruit towards her. "Sister, this is something I saved just for you. It's very sweet. You must eat it." Seeing the anticipation on his face, the second child graciously accepted it. The third child grasped her hand, his voice sweet. "Sister, I prayed for you all night, hoping you would recover soon. Thank you." although the fifth child was usually mischievous. He now wrapped his chubby little arms around her, wishing to provide comfort. Looking at her brothers, the second child felt an abundance of warmth, her face breaking into a radiant smile. "I feel much better. Thank you all," the eldest chuckled. "That's wonderful. You had us all worried yesterday." The third child nodded eagerly. Yes, sister, you must recover completely. We still have games to play." The fourth child earnestly declared, "Sister, I shall protect you from now on, ensuring you do not fall ill again." The atmosphere was filled with camaraderie as the children exchanged words, their innocent laughter resonating within the small cave. "All right, no more crowding around your sister. Everyone wash your hands and get ready for breakfast," Xing Yue instructed. As soon as she finished speaking, the eldest turned to his younger siblings. "Let us go. We must listen to mother." The children rushed to the basin to wash up, and as Xing Yue approached, she gently wiped the second child's face, then softly asked, "My dear daughter, do you feel better?" The second child nodded. "Mother, I feel much better." Qi Yin joined in, touching the second child's head and confirming with relief that she was indeed no longer feverish. "Eat well and recover quickly," she urged. The family gathered around the dining table, enjoying a warm breakfast. The second child's appetite appeared to be returning, prompting the eldest to quickly offer her food from his bowl. "Sister, eat more. It will help you recover faster." The three younger brothers followed suit, each placing what they deemed the tastiest morsels into their sister's bowl. Xing Yue smiled. "Children, you must also eat well. We all need to remain healthy." After breakfast, the children began to play within the cave. The eldest carefully watched over the second child, ensuring she did not bump into anything. The third child ran over, offering her a small toy. "Sister, this is for you to play with." "Thank you, third brother," she replied with a sweet smile. The fourth child made silly faces nearby, eliciting peals of laughter from the second child. After their meal, Qi Yin retrieved the medicine she had brought from the deer clan and began to prepare it for the second child. As the concoction bubbled in the pot, releasing a strong herbal aroma, she carefully fed it to the second child once it cooled slightly. Despite its unpalatable scent, the second child dutifully drank the medicine. Displaying her maturity, Xing Yue observed her daughter finish the medicine and turned to Huaiwe and Qi Yin. "I have decided what reward we should strive for next month. Medicinal supplies. We must keep a stock of medicines. The children are still too small and fragile. We need to prevent illness." Both Huaiwe and Qi Yin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we were fortunate to have medicine this time. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss." Huaiwe remarked. Qi Yin concurred. "Absolutely. We must be more vigilant regarding the children's health in the future." Xing Yue continued. "Once the second child is fully recovered, we cannot become complacent. We must take even greater care." At this moment, the second child was eager to join her siblings in play. Seeing her spirits lifted, Xing Yue granted her permission. The children resumed their playful antics within the cave, their laughter imbued with a magical energy that filled the snow-encased cavern with warmth and vitality. However, Xing Yue's thoughts remained preoccupied with the need for medicinal supplies. She understood that in this challenging world of beasts, only by preparing for the future could she adequately protect her family. Chapter 38. The end of the cold season. With the second child's health restored, the family finally had the opportunity to contemplate other matters. The end of the cold season was approaching, and in a month's time, the weather would gradually warm. Realizing this, the trio agreed on the necessity of stockpiling ice. They had previously failed to accumulate sufficient provisions, partly due to Xing Yue's limited space and the lack of an ice cellar after their recent move, making it impossible to store food during the sweltering heat. This year, with the arrival of children, their food supplies had been stretched thin. To ensure a more comfortable life next year, they resolved to seize the last opportunity of the cold season to create large blocks of ice. Preparing in advance for the upcoming hot season. In the final moments of the cold season, the 8 members of the Xing family set out together to mold ice from the snow. Bundled up warmly, with only their eyes visible, they stepped out of their cozy cave. The world outside was a blanket of white. The thick snow nearly reached the adults' knees, while the children joyfully leaped in the snow, leaving deep footprints behind. "Children, be careful not to slip," Xing Yue cautioned as she began cutting snow blocks. "We understand, Mother," the children gleefully replied. Qi Yin and Huaiwe took the lead, crafting tools from sturdy branches and hard stones, vigorously digging and compacting the snow. Xing Yue guided the children on how to assist. The eldest and third children wielded smaller tools, diligently gathering the snow, Their cheeks flushed from the cold, yet their eyes sparkled with determination. "Brother, let us pile the snow high," the eldest panted. "I know, brother. I want to be lazy." The third child eagerly nodded. The fourth and fifth children were also hard at work, straining as they dragged woven baskets filled with snow step by step towards the designated spot. "Oh dear, this snow is so heavy." Old 5 voiced his complaints, and Old 4 encouraged him, saying, "Cheer up, my brother. We will soon drag it to the designated spot. No worries, I will assist you." Old 1 and Old 3 helped the two lift a large block of snow. Although it was somewhat strenuous, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Old 2, being a girl with relatively less strength, followed closely beside Xing Mufei, using her small hands to gather scattered snow. "Mom, I can do this well," Old 2 said earnestly. Xing Mufei smiled and praised her. "You are such a good girl." Huaiwe moved a basket filled with snow blocks to a flat area, while Qiyin spread a layer of dry hay on top to prevent the snow from sticking together. Everyone was busily working, their breath forming white clouds in the chilly air. Before long, small mounds of snow blocks began to accumulate. "Next, we must compress these snow blocks to transform them into solid ice cubes," Qiyin stated. Thus, they found some large stones and pressed them down firmly on the snow blocks. Under the pressure, the snow blocks gradually became compact, with moisture being squeezed out, forming a thin layer of ice. After a full day's effort, they finally created enough large ice blocks. "Now we are all set. We'll have food to eat in summer," Old 5 exclaimed with excitement. Everyone gazed at the fruits of their labor. Their faces adorned with satisfied smiles, as the family of 8 diligently accumulated ice blocks. Time flew by, and it was soon time for the much-anticipated lottery. Xing Mufei stood nervously in the cave. Her hands tightly clasped, her gaze fixed on a virtual screen that only she could see. She took a deep breath, silently praying, "I hope I can draw the medicine I desire this time." The mechanical voice of the system echoed in her mind, announcing, "The lottery is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves." Xing Mufei's heartbeat quickened, as if it were about to leap from her throat. 3, 2, 1, the lottery begins. With the system's countdown, the pointer on the virtual screen began to spin rapidly. Xing Mufei widened her eyes, fixated on the pointer, repeatedly whispering, "Stop, stop, stop." The pointer gradually slowed, and her breathing became more rapid. When it finally came to a halt in a particular section, her eyes sparkled with joy. "Congratulations! You have won the medicine gift pack and physical enhancement pills." Xing Mufei was so thrilled she nearly jumped up. "That's wonderful. System, what medicines are included in this gift pack?" The medicine gift pack contains remedies for various common ailments, such as fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and wound care ointments, the system replied. Xing Mufei eagerly inquired, "And what about the physical enhancement pills? To what extent can they strengthen our bodies?" The physical enhancement pills can significantly improve the user's physical attributes, including strength, endurance, and immunity, thereby enhancing your survival capabilities in this harsh environment. "That's fantastic. Our health will be better insured now. Thank you so much." System, after spending a considerable amount of time together, Xing Mufei's occasional presentations of peculiar pills and displays of extraordinary abilities no longer astonished Qiyin and Huaiwe. They had weathered many storms and understood that Xing Mufei's mysterious methods were all aimed at helping the family overcome difficulties. Just like this time, she produced new pills to enhance their physical condition. Qiyin and Huaiwe merely smiled gently, without asking further questions. When Xing Mufei distributed the pills, the children no longer inquired about their origins with the same curiosity they had initially shown. Having been entrusted by Xing Mufei, they chose to trust and obey. "Come, children, take these pills. They will make you stronger," Xing Mufei said softly. "All right." After consuming the system's medicine this time, the effects were remarkable. The children's bodies grew increasingly robust, and their transformations became smoother. The several young male beastmen seemed to have been infused with immense strength, growing at an astonishing rate, and now resembled 14 or 15-year-old youths. Old One stood tall with a muscular build, his eyes reflecting determination and courage. Old 3 had become increasingly sharp-witted, with a spark of intelligence gleaming in his eyes. Old 4 had developed a calm demeanor, becoming more adept and reliable in his actions. Old 5 remained vibrant and full of youthful energy. However, Old 2, born alongside them, experienced a vastly different situation. As a female cub, her growth rate was relatively slow. She was still a 5-year-old baby, requiring constant care. When will my little sister grow up so we can play together? Old One asked, gazing at the tiny figure of Old Two with anticipation. Don't worry. She will grow up gradually, Xing Mufei smiled and reassured. All right, as the several male cubs matured, they became stronger and more capable, able to assist the adults with tasks within their abilities. Now that the harsh winter season was coming to an end and spring was approaching, the external environment was becoming less severe. After discussion, the adults in the household decided to take the children outside for training, allowing them to adapt to life in the beast world as soon as possible. Thus, new arrangements were made at home. Each time, one cub would stay behind, taking turns to care for Old Two with Xing Mufei, while the other 3 cubs accompanied Qiyin and Huaiwei to gather fuel or hunt. Chapter 39. The children hunt in the winter world. It seemed as though the Ice Queen had cast a spell, wrapping everything in a silvery shroud. The biting cold wind howled, swirling snowflakes like goose feathers in the air. Looking around, the ground was a vast expanse of white, with only the bare tree trunks standing like frozen soldiers, upright in the snow. The usually lively forest was silent, as most animals hid in their warm burrows to evade the frigid onslaught. On this day, Qiyin and Huaiwei led Old 3, Old 4, and Old 5 into this icy realm. The fierce wind, like a sharp whistle, mercilessly whipped across their faces, bringing a stinging sensation. Yet, the children's eyes were filled with determination and anticipation as they closely followed Qiyin and Huaiwei. Qiyin walked ahead, his tall figure leaving deep footprints in the snow. Draped in heavy animal skins and wielding a spear, he scanned the surroundings warily. Huaiwei stayed behind, taking care of the children, continually reminding them to watch out for the accumulated snow and hidden ice pits. Old 3 excitedly dashed ahead, his eyes sharp as an eagle, quickly spotting a fruit tree hidden beneath a mound of snow. The branches of the tree were laden with ripe fruits, which, though weighed down by the snow, appeared particularly enticing against the white backdrop. Look, there are fruits over there, Old 3 exclaimed, his voice trembling slightly in the cold wind. Old 4 immediately joined him, carefully assessing the surrounding environment before cautiously climbing the tree. His movements were practiced and deliberate, each step secure. The branches trembled slightly under his weight, causing snow to cascade down. Fourth brother, be careful. Old 5 anxiously clenched his fists beneath the tree, his little face turning crimson from the cold. Huaiwei comforted, don't worry, Old 5. Your fourth brother is quite capable. Old 4 successfully reached the fruits, meticulously plucking them and placing them into the bamboo basket on his back. Fantastic! We have fruits to eat now. Old 3 joyfully jumped up. Qiyin smiled and said, this is just the beginning, children. We must continue searching for more food. They pressed on, leaving their varied footprints in the snow. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted past them, its gray form strikingly visible against the white ground. The children's eyes lit up with excitement, their expressions brimming with eagerness. A wild rabbit! Old 3 shouted in exhilaration, his voice shattering the surrounding silence. The wild rabbit, startled by the sudden shout, bolted away. Qiyin reacted swiftly, immediately pursuing the rabbit, his footsteps creating deep impressions in the snow. Quickly, children, keep up! Huaiwei called out, urging the children to follow. The rabbit nimbly leaped through the snow, its speed astonishing, darting like a flash of lightning through the white landscape. Qiyin chased with all his might, spear tightly gripped, his gaze focused and resolute. Old 3 and Old 4 were equally determined, closely trailing behind, their faces flushed with excitement and exertion. Old 5, being younger, found it somewhat challenging to keep up but pushed himself forward, unwilling to be left behind. The rabbit seemed to sense the threat behind it, suddenly making a sharp turn and darting into a patch of woods. Qiyin, unable to slow down in time, nearly slipped in the snow. Don't let it escape, Huaiwei urged anxiously from behind. However, the rabbit, leveraging its familiarity with the terrain, squeezed into a narrow tree hole, vanishing without a trace. Qiyin reached the tree hole, stopping helplessly, panting heavily. He gazed at the hole, a look of regret crossing his face. So close, Qiyin sighed. The children soon caught up, gathering around the tree hole, their faces filled with disappointment. Old 3 stomped his foot in frustration. It was too cunning. It managed to escape. Old 4 calmly analyzed, this rabbit is quite clever. We must be more cautious next time. Old 5 hung his head, tears welling in his eyes, It's all because I ran too slowly. Huaiwe stepped forward, comforting the children. It's all right. This was just an accident. There are many more prey waiting for us in the forest. Qian nodded in agreement. Yes, we must not lose heart over this setback. Let us keep moving forward. We will surely have gains. Upon hearing the words, the children regained their spirits and continued to follow Qian and Huaiwe as they sought prey in the frigid wilderness. Their silhouettes gradually faded into the distance across the snowy terrain. In such an icy expanse, locating sustenance proved to be a formidable challenge. After an extensive search, the group had yet to encounter another living creature. What to do? The biting cold rendered the animals elusive, making the hunt exceedingly difficult. What I cannot capture on land, perhaps I can in water, Qian mused, and upon hearing Huaiwe's suggestion, his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, the waters offered a more promising opportunity for capture. Accompanied by Lao San, Lao Si, and Lao Wu, Qian approached the riverbank, which lay beneath a thick layer of ice. The frigid wind howled past, slicing against their faces like a blade. Qian meticulously examined the ice surface, searching for a suitable spot. He crouched down, gently tapping the ice with his hand, listening intently to the sound to gauge its thickness. This seems appropriate. Children, step back a little, he instructed. The children obediently retreated a few paces, their eyes fixed on Qian's movements. Drawing a sharp stone axe from his waist, Qian raised it high before striking the ice with great force. With a loud thud, a shallow white mark appeared, yet the ice remained steadfast. Undeterred, Qian swung the axe repeatedly, each impact accompanied by his labored breaths and deep growls. Ice shards flew, dusting him with a fine layer of frost. Huaiwe, ever vigilant of their surroundings, encouraged Qian. Put in a bit more effort, you're almost through. At long last, through Qian's relentless determination, a small hole emerged in the ice. Chilled river water surged forth, instantly forming a thin layer of ice around the opening. Children, come help, Qian called. Lao San, Lao Si, and Lao Wu rushed over. Lao San wielded a wooden stick, carefully clearing the shards of ice surrounding the hole, while Lao Si retrieved a fishing net from his backpack, ready to submerge it in the water at a moment's notice. Lao Wu stood by, passing tools, his eyes fixed on the opening, brimming with anticipation. Qian continued to enlarge the hole until it was sufficient to accommodate the fishing net. Gently lower the net, Huaiwe directed. Lao Si cautiously lowered the net into the water, and then they all fell silent, waiting patiently for their quarry to bite. As moments ticked by, the cold wind continued to blow. Yet their gazes remained glued to the hole. Suddenly, the net twitched, something stirring. Lao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Qian and Huaiwe quickly motioned for him to be quiet, fearing the prey might escape. With great care, Qian began to pull up the net, revealing several plump fish flopping within. Splendid! We have caught fish! The children cheered jubilantly. After their successful catch, everyone was filled with joy. The father and his children, brimming with excitement, made their way back to the cave with their bounty. As they approached, the children could hardly contain their eagerness, shouting, "Mother, we caught fish!" Lao Da's voice was overflowing with enthusiasm. Hearing the commotion, Xing Mufei quickly emerged to greet them. Upon entering the cave, the children, like a flock of jubilant birds, animatedly recounted their hunting adventure, their words spilling forth in excitement. That fish was so cunning, darting around in the water, almost escaping several times. Lao San exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. But Father and Huaiwe were incredible. They cast the net in one swift motion and trapped the fish. Lao Si's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lao Wu chimed in, determined not to be outdone. I helped keep watch. I didn't even dare blink. Xing Mufei listened with a warm smile, nodding occasionally, her eyes reflecting tenderness and pride. Qian and Huaiwe observed the children's animated expressions, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. This is quite a bountiful catch. It will sustain us for several meals, Qian remarked. Indeed, the children performed admirably, Huaiwe concurred. Chapter 40. The first real battle. Laughter and joy filled the cave, and the warm atmosphere seemed to dispel the chill outside. The novelty of the experience ignited a yearning in the children, who had never encountered such adventures, and coupled with the success of yesterday's hunt, even the two children at home felt restless. Lauda was resolute, eager to venture out for hunting practice, yet Lao Er, the only young female in the household, felt uncertain. However, Upon hearing her brother's accounts, she too longed to join. Mother, I want to go as well. Hesitating at her daughter's request, Xing Mufei was not against her daughter's desire to hunt. After all, she was not one to remain idle at home. Yet, considering the lingering cold and her daughter's slight stature, she hesitated. Darling, wait until you grow a bit more, and then I shall take you out, all right? Upon hearing Xing Mufei's words, Lao Er's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Seeing her daughter's forlorn expression, Xing Mufei felt a pang of sympathy. Very well, tomorrow we shall all go together. I will ensure you are bundled warmly. Really, mother, can I? Lao Er's face lit up with joy. Yes, truly. The rest of the family, upon hearing Xing Mufei's words, offered no objections. After all, with only one little princess in the home, it was only fitting that they indulged her. Though the tail end of winter lingered, patches of snow remained, and the cold still enveloped the earth. The following day, Xing Mufei dressed Lao Er in the thickest garments available, and once the family was prepared, they set off toward the forest. Qian held a spear, his gaze resolute, while Huaiwei carried a woven basket containing an axe for chopping wood and tools for digging. Xing Mufei, bow and arrow slung across her back, held tightly to Lao Er's hand, the children trailing beside them, a mixture of excitement and trepidation in their demeanor. As they entered the forest, the snow crunched beneath their feet. The trees stood mostly bare, save for a few hardy plants that revealed hints of green. Qian cautiously scanned the surroundings, searching for signs of prey. Huaiwei led the children in gathering fallen branches. Their little hands reddened by the cold, yet they persisted in their efforts. Brother, there are many branches over here. Lao Wu exclaimed excitedly. Lao Da and Lao San hurried over, collecting the branches one by one into the basket. Xing Mufei and Lao Er searched nearby for edible wild plants and fungi. Mother, can we eat this? Lao Er inquired, pointing to a plant. Xing Mufei examined it closely and shook her head. This one is not suitable. Dear, let us keep looking. At that moment, Qian spotted a rabbit's tracks and signaled for silence, stealthily following the trail. Huaiwei and the children ceased their activities, anxiously watching Qian's movements. However, just as Qian prepared to pounce, a fierce wolf leapt out from the side, growling threateningly at them. After enduring the harsh winter, the famished beast, upon seeing its hard-earned meal about to be seized, became agitated. It bared its teeth, glaring with menace. Intent on driving away the intruders, Huaiwei, Qian, and Xing Mufei immediately tensed up, swiftly positioning the children behind them. The children clutched tightly to their parents' garments, too frightened to utter a sound. Xing Mufei gripped her bow and arrow, her fingers turning pale from exertion, her gaze fixated on the wolf, poised for action. Both Huaiwei and Qian transformed into their beast forms, ready to engage in battle. Everyone be cautious, do not act rashly. The wolf paced nearby, emitting low growls, seemingly assessing whether the humans were easy targets. The tension in the air reached a breaking point, as though the very atmosphere had solidified. Suddenly, the wolf howled, its voice echoing through the forest. Xing Mufei's heart sank. This is bad. It may be calling for its pack. If they come, we will be in trouble. Everyone's nerves tightened further, their eyes glued to the wolf. Just then, distant howls from the depths of the forest responded. The sounds growing ever closer. We must act quickly. We cannot let it summon its companions. As the sounds of the wolf pack approached, the situation grew increasingly dire. Without hesitation, Huaiwei transformed into a serpent. Her massive form slithering through the snow, her scales glinting with a chilling sheen. She lunged at the wolf with her gaping maw. The wolf, undeterred, leaped into action, engaging Huaiwei in fierce combat. She deftly twisted her body, striking the wolf with her powerful tail, causing it to stagger momentarily, yet it quickly recovered and lunged at her, sinking its teeth into her flesh. Seeing Huaiwei in a fierce struggle, Qian immediately transformed into a fox and charged forward. His fur billowed in the cold wind as he darted agilely around the wolf, seeking an opening to strike. In that instant, the forest erupted in chaos, with the sounds of howling wolves, fox calls, and the hissing of the serpent intertwining in a cacophony. The children, sheltered behind Xing Mufei, watched anxiously as the intense battle unfolded. Xing Mufei clung tightly to the children, her bow and arrow at the ready, prepared for any other wolves that might approach. Huaiwei had sustained several wounds, but remained tenaciously engaged in the fight against the wolf. In a moment of keen awareness, Qian seized the opportunity. lunging forward to sink her teeth into the neck of the wild wolf. The creature writhed in agony, struggling against her grip. At that critical juncture, Xing Mufei's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, she bent her bow and nocked an arrow. Holding her breath and focusing intently, she aimed at the wolf entangled with Huaiwe and Qi Yin. Releasing her finger, the arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking the wolf's vital spot with unerring accuracy. The wolf emitted a harrowing cry, collapsing to the ground, thrashing a few times before falling still. Huaiwe and Qi Yin transformed back into their human forms, their bodies marred with wounds and dirt. "Quick, the wolf pack is approaching. We must hurry," Xing Mufei urged, her voice rising. The family, not daring to delay for a moment, swiftly gathered their belongings, scooping up the second child, and dashed toward the edge of the forest. As they ran, Xing Mufei remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The second child clung tightly to an adult's neck, their small face pale with fear, yet they stifled their cries. Huaiwe and Qi Yin forged ahead, their swift steps kicking up a flurry of snowflakes. The distant howls of the wolf pack echoed ominously behind them, growing ever nearer, as though whispering in their ears. "Everyone, move faster," Qi Yin urged loudly. The family sprinted with all their might, their hearts pounding like drums, breaths coming in hurried gasps. Just as they escaped the forest, they realized the wolf pack had already caught up with them. Xing Mufei, Huaiwe, and Qi Yin quickly rose to their feet, shielding the children behind them. The children's eyes brimmed with terror, yet also glinted with determination. The wolf pack encircled them slowly, each wild wolf displaying its menacing fangs. "Children, do not be afraid. We will fight together," Qi Yin declared with resolve. Chapter 41. Transformation. The eldest gritted his teeth, transforming first into a small fox, charging toward the pack. The third, fourth, and fifth siblings followed closely behind. Though small in stature, they were brimming with courage. Xing Mufei, cradling the second child, joined the fray, engaging in a desperate battle against the wolves. The eldest, with his agile form, evaded the wolves' attacks, seizing the opportunity to bite one on the leg. The third and fourth siblings coordinated their efforts to confront a larger wolf. However, the battle was fierce. The children, being young and limited in strength, began to tire. Seeing their plight, Xing Mufei's heart raced with urgency. She seized the chance to shoot and successfully repelled the wolves encroaching upon the children. Huaiwe summoned all her strength, grappling with the wolf, while Qi Yin unleashed his formidable power, repeatedly fending off the attackers. The scene was brutal and bloody. For the first time, the children truly grasped the harshness of the beastly world and the struggle for survival. After a harrowing and intense confrontation, the family ultimately emerged victorious on the battlefield. The bodies of over 20 wolves lay scattered, their blood staining the snow crimson. Exhausted yet elated, Xing Mufei, Huaiwe, and Qi Yin reveled in their triumph. Though the children were bruised and battered, their eyes sparkled with pride and resilience. The family collapsed to the ground, breathless. Each child bore varying degrees of scrapes and bites. "You all were remarkable, brave warriors," Xing Mufei said tenderly, embracing her children. The eldest wiped the sweat and blood from his face, stating, "Mother, I will become stronger to protect everyone." The third, fourth, and fifth siblings nodded resolutely. Having undergone real combat, the children rapidly transformed. Their spirits ignited with vigor, and no longer were they the naive and tender beings they once were. Their gazes now held a newfound determination and courage. A few parents observed the changes in their children. Feeling immense pride, Xing Mufei smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. "The children have grown." Huaiwe and Qi Yin nodded, their faces beaming with pride. They quickly began to clean the battlefield, packing the wolf carcasses into Xing Mufei's storage space. The children eagerly assisted, moving with deftness and without hesitation. "Quickly now, we must vacate this bloody place to avoid attracting other predators," Qi Yin urged, keenly assessing their surroundings. The pace quickened, and soon they had completed their tasks. Supporting one another, the family hastily departed from the gruesome sight. Along the way, the children remained silent, seemingly reflecting on the fierce battle they had just endured. Upon finally returning home, the family's taut nerves relaxed slightly, allowing them the opportunity to review the recent conflict. The children excitedly chattered, recounting the battle with the lingering tension still palpable in their words. "Do you remember?" the eldest exclaimed, animatedly gesturing, "when the largest wolf lunged at me. I nearly thought I wouldn't escape. The moment sent my heart racing to my throat. The third added, thank goodness we managed to drive it away together. The fourth thoughtfully analyzed, our initial tactical coordination could have been better. If we encounter such a situation again, we should strategize beforehand. Those wolves were wicked, the fifth declared, shaking his small fist. Yet we did not falter. Even the second child, though still a toddler, bravely chimed in. You are all amazing. I want to be as brave as you. Xing Mufei smiled as she listened to her children, occasionally interjecting with affirmations and guidance. Huaiwe, meanwhile, contemplated seriously, this experience has revealed our shortcomings. We must enhance our training. Qiyin nodded in agreement. Indeed, the children performed admirably this time, but we must remain vigilant. There may be even tougher battles ahead. All right, my darlings, your inaugural hunt was commendable. To celebrate our first success, I shall prepare a grand feast tonight, Xing Mufei announced with excitement. Huaiwe and Qiyin, along with the children, promptly set to work, gathering around the heap of wolf carcasses, skillfully separating the flesh from the hide. Despite their recent ordeal, the children approached the task with enthusiasm. The eldest, wielding a sharp knife, carefully cut the wolf hide while murmuring, if this hide can be fashioned into clothing, we won't fear the cold in winter. The third and fourth siblings collaborated to process the wolf meat, placing tender cuts aside for washing. The fifth scurried around, fetching tools, fully immersed in the bustle in the kitchen. Xing Mufei was equally busy, chopping the prepared wolf meat into small pieces for cooking. The fire blazed brightly, the oil sizzling in the pot. She first concocted a fragrant braised wolf dish, the rich aroma wafting throughout the house. Next, she stir-fried several vegetables and simmered a large pot of steaming soup in no time. A bountiful dinner filled the table, featuring delectable wolf meat dishes, fresh vegetables, and sweet fruits. The family gathered around the table, their faces glowing with happiness and satisfaction. Qiyin raised a piece of wolf meat, proclaiming, let us all toast to our victory. The children eagerly picked up their food and began to feast. Mother, this meal is exquisite. The fifth exclaimed, his mouth full, speaking in a muffled tone, ha ha, if you find it so delicious, eat your fill. You hunted it yourselves, so indulge as you wish, Xing Mufei replied cheerfully. By the end of the meal, the children had filled their bellies to bursting, groaning in contentment. Oh, I can't eat another bite, the third said, resting against his chair, hand on his belly. Me too. It was so delicious, but I simply can't manage anymore. The fourth added weakly. Huaiwe chuckled and shook her head, rising to clear the dishes. You little gluttons, don't overindulge next time. Meanwhile, Xing Mufei and Qiyin fetched the first aid kit, preparing to tend to the children's wounds. Come here, my darlings, let your parents see how serious your injuries are, Xing Mufei said gently. Though exhausted, the children obediently gathered closer. Qiyin carefully examined the eldest's arm, asking, son, does it hurt? The eldest shook his head, gritting his teeth. It doesn't hurt, father. Xing Mufei tenderly applied ointment to the second child's leg wound, who winced involuntarily. Just hold on, my dear. It will be over soon, she said, her heart aching. The third, fourth, and fifth siblings also mustered their strength to cooperate with their parents as they treated their injuries. Once the ointment was applied, the children's eyelids grew heavier. Mother, I'm so sleepy, the fifth murmured, his eyes already closing. Before long, one by one, the children drifted off to sleep, their faces reflecting contentment and peace. Xing Mufei and Qiyin tucked them in, quietly exiting the room. Indeed, the children have truly grown. They were so brave today, Qiyin remarked with emotion. Yes, let us hope they remain safe in the future, Xing Mufei replied, leaning into Qiyin's embrace, gazing toward the children's room. Chapter 42. Infinite space. Following this real-world experience, the children exhibited remarkable growth. And no longer were they the timid beings who would shrink in fear at the sight of danger. They had become brave, resolute, and filled with confidence. Though the forest brimmed with peril, the children had developed a newfound love for hunting within its depths. The exhilarating atmosphere, the thrill of battling wild beasts, and the joy of claiming their prey captivated them entirely. Consequently, the family had been embarking on these adventures together for some time. In the early morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathe the earth, the family is already prepared to embark on their journey into the forest. The eldest leads the way, wielding a self-crafted spear, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. The third and fourth siblings trail closely behind, exchanging hushed whispers about their previous hunting experiences. The second and fifth siblings, hand in hand with Xing Mufei, skip joyfully, their faces radiant with excitement. Qi Yin and Huaiwei carry bows and tools, intermittently imparting hunting skills and precautions to the children. Upon entering the forest, the children display increasing proficiency. They swiftly detect traces of prey and understand how to collaborate with the adults in encirclement. On one occasion, they encounter a nimble deer. The eldest promptly directs his younger siblings to spread out and form a surrounding circle. Xing Mufei seizes the moment, launching an arrow that strikes the deer's leg. The children rush forward, successfully capturing their quarry. Another time, they face a group of wild boars. Instead of panicking, the children adhere to their training, utilizing the terrain and trees to evade the boar's onslaught, ultimately repelling the animals with the adults' assistance. With each hunting expedition, the children not only learn survival and combat skills, but also grasp the significance of teamwork. They continually evolve within the forest, becoming an indispensable force within the family. During this period, their bountiful harvest includes not only numerous catches, but also a wealth of hunting experience. Time slips by unnoticed. The cold season is drawing to a close, and the weather grows warmer day by day. The thick blanket of snow begins to melt, with the sound of dripping water akin to spring's gentle knock at the door. The sunlight becomes increasingly warm, softly illuminating the land. The mountains, once shrouded in ice and snow, gradually reveal their true forms, the brown rocks and green vegetation breaking free from their white cocoon. Rivers thaw, and the rushing waters flow joyfully, composing a melodious and delightful symphony. The shimmering surface reflects golden sunlight, resembling countless twinkling stars. In the forest, icicles on the branches gradually fall away, unveiling tender green buds. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the buds to sway lightly, as if proclaiming the arrival of spring to the world. Amidst the grass, nameless little flowers timidly peek out, their vibrant hues adorning this newly awakened land. The air is suffused with the fragrance of earth and the fresh scent of vegetation, a unique essence of spring that uplifts the spirit. Birds chirp merrily, hopping about the branches, calling to their companions, infusing spring with even more vitality. During this thawing period, the outside remains muddy and slippery, with the cold still lingering in the air, rendering it unsuitable for hunting. Thus, the family busies themselves within their cave, tending to the game they had caught previously and gathering supplies. In one corner of the cave, Qi Yin and Huaiwei skillfully skin and butcher the prey. Qi Yin wields a sharp stone knife, expertly slicing along the muscle fibers, each cut precise and clean. Huaiwei assists by categorizing the cut meat, preparing it for curing and drying. The children are also industrious. The eldest and third siblings gather and organize collected branches and dry grass, neatly stacking them for future fires. The fourth and fifth siblings, with small baskets in hand, sift through the wild fruits and nuts they've gathered, carefully storing the intact ones. Xing Mufei meticulously arranges various tools and implements, repairing worn bows and patching up tattered animal skin garments. Children, be careful, don't make a mess. She reminds them occasionally. We know, Mama. They chorus in response. The second sibling diligently sits nearby, sorting small items into different bags. The cave is filled with the scent of game and the fresh aroma of vegetation, while the family's busy silhouettes are warmly illuminated by the firelight. Reflecting on their recent gains, Xing Mufei's mind begins to whirl with ideas. She has long desired to explore other regions of the beast world, and now that the weather is warming up, and the children have developed their self-defense skills, it is indeed time for them to venture out. However, to realize this ambition, a crucial element is required. Her space must expand to accommodate their needs. Although she possesses a space, its size is limited, and many items cannot be stored. With 5 children now, the demand for supplies has increased significantly. Without enlarging the area, it would be entirely insufficient to house the essentials for a family of 8. Fortunately, the bi-monthly lottery event is about to take place again, and she is fervently hoping to expand her spatial dimensions. On this day, Xing Mufei opens the system's lottery interface as usual, silently praying for a stroke of good fortune. When the lottery results are revealed, she can hardly believe her eyes. She has won the coveted infinite space. Elated, Xing Mufei leaps with joy, her delight evident. She immediately sets to work, placing all the supplies they have accumulated into this wondrous space. Children, come quickly! Xing Mufei calls out eagerly to her family. They gather around, curiosity sparkling in their eyes, I have tremendous news to share. Xing Mufei exclaims excitedly, I won the infinite space. We can store all our supplies there. The children erupt in cheers, and Qian and Huaiyue share smiles of satisfaction. This is splendid. We no longer need to worry about where to store our supplies or fear spoilage, Huaiyue remarks. Qian nods in agreement. What a delightful surprise. It seems fortune is on our side. Xing Mufei beams. Once the weather improves, let us embark on a journey together to explore the Beast Continent, to witness more breathtaking sights and experience new wonders. The children animatedly discuss the upcoming expedition, envisioning the delightful encounters that await them. I want to see the ocean. The third sibling exclaims, I wish to venture deep into the forest for an adventure. The fourth adds, equally enthusiastic. The fifth sibling blinks, declaring, I want to find countless beautiful flowers. The second sibling quietly leans against Xing Mufei, anticipation shining on his face, as the entire family immerses themselves in dreams of a promising future. All right, wherever you wish to go, we shall explore together. Yay, that's wonderful. Chapter 43. The journey begins at last. A sunny day arrives, with a gentle breeze caressing their faces. The family, filled with excitement and anticipation, organizes their belongings, securely storing them in Xing Mufei's space before setting off lightly. Xing Mufei gazes at the sky, contemplating deeply before speaking. The cold season here lasts too long. We shall head south towards warmer lands, where everyone can feel more comfortable. The others nod in agreement, with the children bouncing with excitement. The scenery along the way is picturesque. Beneath the blue sky and white clouds, lush green grass carpets the ground, adorned with wildflowers. The eldest joyfully runs ahead, frequently turning back to beckon his siblings, hurry up. It's so beautiful here. The third and fourth siblings hold hands, curiously observing their unfamiliar surroundings, filled with a sense of wonder. The fifth sibling rides on Qian's shoulders, giggling uncontrollably. Huaiyue walks alongside the second sibling and Xing Mufei, discussing plans for the future. I wonder what surprises await us in the south, Huaiyue muses with a smile. Xing Mufei's eyes shine with determination. No matter what, as long as we are together, we shall fear nothing. As their journey progresses, the climate gradually warms, and their steps become increasingly light. The travel proceeds smoothly. During the day, Qian and Huaiyue lead the children in hunting within the forest. The eldest, with his ever-sharpening observation skills, is always the first to spot traces of prey. The third and fourth siblings work in perfect harmony, cleverly capturing game with their homemade tools, while the fifth sibling eagerly helps retrieve fallen items. Meanwhile, Xing Mufei and the second sibling gather fresh wild fruits and herbs. 18. The family seeks out a temporary cave for rest. Although the wilderness poses challenges, they are fortunate to have their previous belongings stored in Xing Mufei's space. Upon entering the cave, she swiftly retrieves soft animal skins and dry grass from the space, preparing a comfortable resting area for everyone. Huaiyue ignites a campfire, gradually warming the cave. The children eagerly assist. The second sibling arranges beautiful stones beside the cave wall, enhancing its cozy atmosphere. The third sibling places the wildflowers they gathered during the day into a homemade bamboo container, infusing the cave with vitality. The fourth sibling carefully inspects the surroundings, ensuring no dangerous animals approach. The fifth sibling draws pictures of their daytime experiences in the dirt with a small twig. Qian processes the game they caught, while Xing Mufei sets up a roasting rack. In no time, mouth-watering aromas fill the air, and the family gathers around the campfire, enjoying a simple yet delightful dinner. Today's haul was splendid. You all did exceptionally well, Qian praises with a smile. Indeed, if only every day could be like this, Xing Mufei replies, beaming at everyone. However, fate does not always align with one's desires. As they traverse a dense thicket, they find the path narrowing increasingly, and with the constriction, the light begins to dim. The lush branches intertwined as if they had formed a colossal green labyrinth. The children unconsciously gravitated towards the adults as a palpable tension permeated the air. Everyone, be careful not to get separated, Qian murmured in a hushed tone. Xing Mufei tightly grasped the hands of Er and Wu Wu, her vigilant gaze sweeping the surroundings. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, rustling the leaves, as if something sinister lurked in the shadows, observing them. Mom, I'm scared. Wu Wu's voice trembled. Do not fear, my dear, for your father and I are here. Xing Mufei reassured her. At that moment, a low, Ominous growl resonated from ahead, sending shivers down their spines. Huayue halted, straining to listen. The sound bore no resemblance to that of an ordinary beast. Qiyin tightened her grip on her spear. Everyone, stay alert and prioritize your safety. They cautiously pressed on, only to be confronted by a monstrous creature of unprecedented size. Its body bristled with sharp spikes, and its eyes glinted with a malevolent light. The children screamed in terror, and the family found themselves engulfed in an extreme peril, yet they harbored no thoughts of retreat. Qiyin transformed into a lithe fox, her form darting like lightning as she charged towards the beast. Her fiery fur billowed in the wind, and her sharp claws lunged at the creature. The beast roared in fury, swinging its massive claws, but Qiyin nimbly leaped aside, only to launch another assault. Huayue morphed into a sinuous serpent. His green scales shimmering under the moonlight, he swiftly coiled around the beast's sturdy legs. The creature thrashed violently, yet Huayue's grip remained tenacious despite the constriction. Xing Mufei retained her human form. Knocking an arrow with unwavering determination, she aimed for the creature's eyes, unleashing a flurry of arrows that soared through the air concealed himself behind a large rock, anxiously observing the battle while silently praying for his family. Eldest brother, third brother, fourth brother, and Wu Wu also transformed into foxes, rushing towards the beast. The eldest brother, utilizing his agile form, weaved beneath the creature's feet, seeking an opportunity to strike. Third brother and fourth brother coordinated their efforts. Flanking the beast to divert its attention, Wu Wu, though mischievous, displayed remarkable bravery, leaping up to bite the beast's legs. The creature, now enraged, thrashed wildly in an attempt to shake off Huayue while attacking the surrounding foxes. Everyone, be cautious, Xing Mufei shouted. In that moment of crisis, the eldest brother discovered the beast's weakness lay in its underbelly. Aim for its belly, he cried. Upon hearing this, Qiyin darted towards the monster like a streak of crimson lightning. Drawing its gaze, seizing the opportunity, Huayue intensified his grip on the creature's legs. Xing Mufei released several arrows in rapid succession, successfully obscuring the beast's vision. The eldest brother, third brother, fourth brother, and Wu Wu seized the moment to launch an offensive against the creature's abdomen. Using their sharp teeth and claws with fervor, blood poured from the beast's belly as it howled in agony. Ultimately, through the family's collective efforts, the beast collapsed with a resounding thud. Exhausted yet triumphant, the family's eyes sparkled with the light of victory. We did it, Wu Wu exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. Qiyin reverted to her human form, panting heavily. Children, you were magnificent. Xing Mufei approached with a smile. Lifting air into her arms, it was thanks to everyone's courage and unity. Huayue also resumed his human form, gazing at the family. This victory belongs to us all. They huddled together, their silhouettes bathed in the moonlight, exuding warmth and affection. Chapter 44. Harvest. Once the beast was vanquished, Xing Mufei recognized it as a mutated rhinoceros, albeit one of colossal proportions, towering like a small hill. Its massive form rendered the surrounding land appear diminutive, instilling fear in other creatures of the area, who dared not approach. After observing for a while, the family deemed the territory relatively safe and decided to set up camp on the spot. After a brief respite, Qiyin and Huayue began the task of processing the beast's carcass. They wielded sharp stone knives, laboriously slicing through the tough hide. Sweat dripped from their brows, their arms trembling from exertion. Yet they persisted without pause. Its skin is remarkably thick. We were quite fortunate to have slain it, Qiyin remarked. Indeed, Huayue replied, as they continued their work. Meanwhile, Xing Mufei guided the children in gathering firewood nearby in preparation for cooking. The eldest brother and third brother strained to drag sturdy branches, while fourth brother and Wu Wu collected smaller twigs. Assisted by organizing the wood into a neat pile. Children, keep it up, Xing Mufei encouraged. Once the wood was gathered, she ignited a campfire and began to prepare a meal, while the children continued to collect branches for potential storage. After much effort, Qiyin and Huayue finally stripped the hide from the beast. They spread it out to dry, intending to craft useful items from it later. Next, they began to cut the meat, portioning it into manageable sizes for preservation and cooking. The children gathered around, curiously observing the adults in their tasks. Dad, what flavor will the meat be? Wu Wu inquired. I'm not sure yet. We'll cook some tonight to taste and then decide how to prepare the rest, Xing Mufei replied. They first stored the processed meat in her space before continuing to clean the remaining entrails. Some inedible parts were set aside for bait, while the edible portions were cleaned and placed in Xing Mufei's space. They then ensured to eliminate the residual scent of blood to avoid attracting unwanted attention. As night descended, the family sat around the campfire, their bodies weary but hearts brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Tomorrow, we'll finish processing the remaining parts and then continue our journey, Xing Mufei stated. Yes, we'll rest here tonight. This seems like a fine spot, Huayue agreed. Given the need to rest, after completing the essential tasks, the family gathered around the fire to tend to their wounds. Xing Mufei retrieved some medicine from her space. Carefully bandaging Qian's arm, which bore the marks of the beast's claws, bear with it. It will soon feel better, she whispered gently. Qian gritted his teeth and nodded. After tending to Qian, she turned to Huayue, treating his wounds inflicted by the creature's spikes. During this time, Xing Mufei instructed the children to check one another for injuries. Fortunately, any wounds they had were superficial, and she applied ointment to each of their injuries. Once the wounds were treated, Xing Mufei began preparing dinner. She retrieved spices and seasonings from her space, placing the fresh beast meat over the fire to sizzle and release a tantalizing aroma. The children watched eagerly, their mouths watering in anticipation. Don't rush. It will be ready soon, Xing Mufei smiled. Finally, the meat was ready, and the family sat together, feasting heartily. This is delicious, third brother exclaimed, his mouth full. Speaking indistinctly, the flavor of this meat is unlike anything we've had before. It's truly delightful. The new flavor of the beast meat garnered unanimous praise, and laughter echoed through the air as they ate and conversed. After dinner, they stored the remaining meat in Xing Mufei's space before succumbing to fatigue, gradually falling asleep beside the warm campfire. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, the family set forth with renewed vigor, choosing to follow the winding path once more. After traversing some distance, they arrived at the banks of a broad river. The water surged tumultuously, waves crashing against the shore. This river seems treacherous, the eldest brother remarked, furrowing his brow. Everyone, tread carefully. Let us search for a way to cross, Qian advised. The river roared like a raging dragon, its depths unfathomable and currents swift, the tumultuous waves instilling a sense of trepidation. The family stood at the water's edge, gazing at this seemingly insurmountable chasm, their brows knitted in concern, well aware that forcing a passage was unwise. After lingering for some time, they found no viable means to cross the river. Yet, their journey was not solely about haste. Collecting food and fuel along the way was equally important. Since they couldn't find a safe crossing method at present, they decided to camp here for the time being. Xing Mufei gazed into the depths of the river, a thought forming in her mind. She spoke, in such a deep river, there must be plenty of delectable fish. That is quite possible. In the beast realm, we beast folk have never been fond of fish, and unless necessary, we wouldn't catch them, Huayue replied. Then let us give it a try, agreed. Upon hearing the news of fishing, the children were filled with delight. As for the methods of catching fish, Xing Mufei had already made up her mind. She gathered everyone together and meticulously imparted the techniques and strategies for weaving nets. Qian and Huayue immediately set the children into action, diligently searching for pliable branches and sturdy vines. The eldest and the third worked in harmony, with the former firmly securing the branches while the latter adeptly wound the vines in circles. Before long, the general shape of the net became distinctly apparent. The fourth and fifth siblings were not idle either. They stood by, cautiously handing suitable materials to the eldest and third. Mom, are we doing this right? The fifth sibling inquired, lifting his head with eager anticipation, his innocent eyes brimming with the desire for success. Qian smiled, gently ruffling the fifth sibling's hair, offering encouragement. You're doing splendidly, my son. Keep it up. After a concerted effort, a sturdy fishing net was finally woven together. With hearts full of joy, Qian and Huayue led the children to the riverbank, where they gently lowered the net into the water. Everyone, be quiet and careful. We mustn't scare the fish away, Xing Mufei softly cautioned from the shore, her voice gentle yet filled with expectation. The children held their breath, fixated on the water's surface, their tense yet excited expressions evoking a sense of amusement. After a considerable time, Qian keenly sensed a slight tremor in the net and felt a surge of joy. He whispered, "Everyone, get ready to pull the net." Upon hearing this, The group exerted all their strength, gripping the edges of the net tightly, gradually drawing it from the water. To their astonishment, the net was filled with lively fish, thrashing about desperately and splashing sparkling droplets everywhere. The children erupted in cheers, their joyous laughter echoing along the riverbank. "Mom, we caught so many fish," the eldest exclaimed, dancing with excitement, his voice brimming with pride and joy. Xing Mufei nodded with a smile. Her eyes filled with contentment. "Wonderful, tonight, we shall feast again." Chapter 45. Shipbuilding for several consecutive days, their meticulously woven fishing net yielded an abundance of fish, accumulating like a mountain in Xing Mufei's space, ensuring a plentiful food supply for their future journey. However, they had yet to discover a means to cross the river. The river loomed before them like an unyielding chasm, both upstream and downstream equally wide, with turbulent currents and crashing waves that instilled a sense of dread no matter how far they walked along the riverbank. The daunting sight remained unchanged. Gazing at the expansive river, Xing Mufei furrowed her brow, silently resolving to draw upon the methods of shipbuilding in the new month. Days passed, and while the children remained exuberantly engaged in fishing, the adults' thoughts were consumed by the challenge of crossing the river. At last, the new month arrived. Xing Mufei eagerly opened the system, silently praying for a method to build a boat. When the results were revealed, a relieved smile illuminated her face. "Fantastic! We have a way to cross the river," Xing Mufei excitedly announced to her family, who gathered around, their eyes glinting with hope. "Mom, can we really build a boat to cross the river?" The fifth sibling tugged at Xing Mufei's sleeve, his face brimming with anticipation. "Of course, my dear," Xing Mufei replied with unwavering confidence. On the broad riverbank, the family of 8 busily prepared to construct a vessel capable of ferrying them across. Qi Yin and Hua Yu, robust and strong, tirelessly moved thick timber to designated spots, sweat soaking their garments. Meanwhile, Xing Mufei meticulously planned the boat's structure, tracing designs in the soil with a branch. The eldest, third, fourth, and fifth siblings, all in their teenage years, although their faces still bore traces of youth, exhibited determination and focus in their gazes. The eldest skillfully wielded tools to refine the timber. The third and fourth worked together to lift a heavy plank, gritting their teeth as they moved painstakingly. The fifth scurried about, delivering tools and materials. The second sibling, a 5-year-old girl, was placed in the shade of a tree by Xing Mufei. With round, curious eyes, she watched her family at work, occasionally emitting babbling sounds of delight. "Come on, children, let us give it our all," Qi Yin boomed, his voice filled with vigor. "Understood, Dad," the youths chorused in response. "Let us put in extra effort and finish the boat soon." The eldest encouraged as he worked. "Don't worry, big brother. We can do it," the third sibling puffed, panting heavily. The fourth wiped the sweat from his brow and continued laboring diligently, while the fifth remained indefatigably busy, his cheeks flushed with excitement. Xing Mufei periodically glanced at the second sibling to ensure her safety before returning to the task at hand. The sounds of wood colliding, tools striking, and the family's encouraging shouts intertwined, creating a tableau filled with hope and strength. After days of toil, a unique new boat finally emerged before them. This vessel measured over 10 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Constructed from robust logs, each piece had been meticulously polished and treated, resulting in a smooth and even surface. The prow was sharply pointed and slightly raised, resembling a sword poised to slice through water, effectively reducing resistance. Tall railings lined the sides of the boat, securely bound with sturdy vines, providing safety for those aboard. The stern featured a spacious platform for steering and propelling the vessel forward. Inside, the floor was cushioned with soft hay, ensuring comfort while offering some degree of cushioning. A simple canopy, made from animal hides and branches, was erected in the center to shield against adverse weather. The family labored day and night for over half a month to bring this boat to fruition. When the final plank was secured, everyone paused their work, gazing quietly at the new vessel that embodied their hard work and hopes. A smile of satisfaction spread across Qi Yin's face as he gently caressed the boat's surface with his rough hand, his eyes gleaming with pride. "This is our collective achievement. We shall surely cross the river successfully." Tears of excitement sparkled in Xing Mufei's eyes. "All our efforts have not been in vain." The eldest leaped up in exhilaration. "Yes, finally done. We can set sail." The third and fourth embraced each other, cheering, "Wonderful, wonderful." The fifth, unable to contain himself, rushed to climb aboard. "I want to be the first." The second clapped her hands with delight, giggling. With hearts brimming with anticipation and excitement, they swiftly organized their belongings. Carefully yet unable to suppress their eagerness, they all boarded the new boat that encapsulated their labor and hopes, ready to embark on the unknown journey. As the children stepped onto the boat, they resembled a flock of liberated birds, unable to contain their excitement. Their eyes widened in wonder as they gazed around, every minute detail sparking their amazement. "Wow, this boat is so stable, it feels like walking on solid ground," the eldest exclaimed, unable to restrain his exuberance, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The third sibling danced with excitement, touching everything and exclaiming, "This is incredible. It feels completely different from being on land." The usually composed fourth sibling could hardly conceal his own excitement, quietly observing the flowing river with eyes filled with a thirst for exploration. The fifth sibling, like a little monkey, bounced around the boat, shouting joyfully, "This is so much fun. This is the best adventure in the world." Xing Mufei watched her joyful children, her face aglow with warmth, yet she diligently reminded them, "Children, be careful and don't move around too much. We mustn't fall into the water." Due to the children's overwhelming curiosity about the boat, they collectively decided to temporarily alter their planned course, opting to drift downstream along the river. They would allow the children to savor this rare boating experience to their heart's content before continuing their journey across the river. The boat glided gently through the water, the soft breeze caressing each face like a gentle hand, bringing a refreshing coolness that was immensely pleasant. The river sparkled like a flawless emerald, revealing colorful fish joyfully swimming beneath the surface, seemingly frolicking alongside them. The scenery along the banks unfolded like a vibrant tapestry, continually receding behind them. Lush green trees stood tall like enormous umbrellas, while wildflowers dotted the grass, twinkling like stars in the night sky. "Mom, look over there. There's a bird," the second sibling exclaimed in a sweet voice, excitedly pointing at a large, leafy tree on the riverbank. "Wow, how beautiful!" everyone exclaimed as they followed her gaze to see a brilliantly feathered bird perched on a branch. Singing melodiously, Qi Yin confidently steered the boat, his gaze steady and focused, while Hua Yu stood nearby, vigilantly observing their surroundings without a hint of complacency. "This journey is truly delightful." Hua Yu could not help but express her sentiments, her face radiant with happiness and contentment. Chapter 46. Life on the water. The family sat in the boat, gliding downstream. Upon encountering a rapid current, the vessel surged forward at an astonishing speed. As if propelled by the very wind itself, the river rushed forth, driving the boat ahead with remarkable swiftness, far surpassing their previous pace on foot. The bow cleaved through the waves, sending sprays of water into the air, which sparkled like diamonds under the sun's warm embrace. The scenery along the banks unfurled like a rapidly unrolling scroll, receding swiftly behind them. What once seemed like a long journey was, with the aid of the current, left behind in the blink of an eye. "Wow, this speed is simply unbelievable," the eldest exclaimed excitedly, his hair tousled by the wind, yet unable to dispel the exhilaration etched on his face. The third child grasped the side of the boat tightly, his eyes wide with wonder. "It's faster than I can run. This is thrilling." The fourth child gazed at the fleeting banks, filled with awe at the magical force propelling them forward. "At this rate, we will soon see even more new places." The fifth child danced with joy. "Haha, it's even faster than flying." Xing Mufei observed her children's jubilant expressions and chuckled. "Indeed, this is far easier than walking." Qi Yin skillfully steered the boat, attuned to the river's power. "At this speed, we shall soon reach even farther destinations." Hua Yu smiled as well. "We are truly fortunate to have this river." As the boat navigated through the swift waters and into broader expanses, the current gradually slowed, allowing the vessel carrying the family of 8 to progress leisurely, with the surrounding landscape transforming into a breathtaking panorama. On either side of the boat, the water was crystal clear, revealing vibrant pebbles at the riverbed, shimmering alluringly in the sunlight. Verdant water grasses swayed gently with the flow, resembling graceful dancers. Occasionally, a school of small fish darted by, their scales reflecting fragmented light before vanishing amongst the aquatic foliage. The banks were adorned with towering trees, lush and verdant, their branches intertwining to form a green canopy above. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if whispering ancient tales. Some branches drooped low, nearly touching the water's surface, casting beautiful reflections upon the river. In the thickets along the shore, wildflowers of various hues, red, yellow, purple, bloomed in vibrant competition. Butterflies flitted gracefully among the blossoms, while bees busily collected nectar. The occasional chirping of insects added a lively touch to the serene landscape. In the distance, rolling mountains shrouded in a delicate mist appeared ethereal, their silhouettes grand against the backdrop of azure skies and fluffy white clouds. At times, waterfalls cascaded down the mountainsides, their splashes resembling wisps of smoke and fog. As the boat progressed, the scenery continuously shifted, each vista as poetic as a painting, captivating the hearts of those aboard. Time passed, and the setting sun cast a golden veil over the undulating hills, while the emerald waters mirrored the resplendent hues of the evening sky. Glimmering like a dream, a gentle breeze wafted the fragrances of wildflowers and fresh grass, refreshing the spirit. Wow, this scenery is truly breathtaking, like an endlessly captivating painting, the third child exclaimed in awe. Indeed, it feels as if time has flown by in an instant, the fourth child concurred. Qi Yin gazed into the distance, smiling. Such beauty allows one to forget all weariness. Xing Mu Fei gently nodded, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yes, may such splendor accompany us always. Enveloped in this delightful atmosphere, they were unaware that, in the blink of an eye, darkness descended like a vast black hand swiftly drawing down a curtain, shrouding everything in shadow. Qi Yin navigated the boat towards a calm stretch of shore, where an ancient and robust tree stood, its branches lush and plentiful. He secured the boat firmly to the sturdy trunk, ensuring it would not be swept away by the current. Children, come help gather our belongings, Xing Mu Fei called out as she began retrieving items from their storage space. All right, Mom, the children chorused, rushing over. Xing Mu Fei produced fresh ingredients from the space, including vegetables, freshly caught fish, and some provisions. Qi Yin skillfully lit the stove, flames dancing joyfully in the darkness, casting an orange glow on the eager faces of everyone present. The children gathered around the stove, their eyes fixed on the food simmering within the pot, their little noses twitching at the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Grandpa Huayu, when will it be ready? I can barely wait. The fifth child swallowed hard in anticipation. Huayu chuckled reassuringly. Don't rush, dear, it will be ready soon. He expertly stirred the dishes, the pot sizzling as delightful scents enveloped the air. Before long, a sumptuous dinner was prepared. The family sat around a makeshift table on the boat, laden with delicious food. This is our first night on the boat, and it feels truly special, the eldest said, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The second child blinked his wide eyes and piped up in a soft voice. I love the feeling of being on the boat. It's like being in a cradle. Second sister is right. I like it too, chimed in the second sister. Haha, as long as you all enjoy it. Huayu replied as they dined, sharing their experiences from the day. Laughter and chatter echoed beneath the night sky. The night deepened, a gentle breeze caressing the boat as it swayed slightly with the current. The moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a silvery veil over the river. The children, nestled in their warm bedding, gradually drifted into slumber, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. The adults, too, basked in the tranquility of the moment, feeling a unique warmth enveloping them. Huayu, Qi Yin, and Xing Mu Fei lay beside the children, softly conversing. Today has truly been a wonderful day, Xing Mu Fei murmured. Indeed, I never expected the experience of being on a boat to be so delightful. Both relaxing and picturesque, Huayu remarked, a rare smile gracing his face. Qi Yin embraced Xing Mu Fei and said, Yes, may every day henceforth be as splendid as today. With hearts brimming with joy, they gradually closed their eyes, surrendering to the embrace of sweet dreams. As dawn broke, the sun's gentle rays danced upon the river's surface, creating a veil of golden ripples. The boat rocked gently with the flowing water as the family of 8 began to awaken. Xing Mu Fei, still drowsy, sat up and began preparing breakfast for everyone. In the kitchen, pots and pans clinked softly in rhythm with the boat's swaying. She ignited the stove, the flames flickering in the breeze as she cooked a steaming pot of porridge. Due to the boat's motion, she had to steady herself with one hand on the countertop while stirring the porridge with the other to prevent it from spilling over. on their sleeping mats. The eldest rubbed his eyes, adjusting to this unfamiliar living environment. The second child, still groggy from sleep, whimpered for his mother to hold him. The third child stretched widely but accidentally bumped his head against the wooden beam above. The fourth child, still bleary-eyed, gazed around, not fully awake. The fifth child, however, rolled around excitedly on his mat, giggling with delight. Breakfast was ready, and everyone gathered around a small table affixed to the boat. The porridge bowls slid across the table, prompting the children to quickly reach out and steady them. Xing Mufei smiled as she served porridge to each person, occasionally reminding them to be careful not to spill. After breakfast, the boat continued on its journey. Chapter 47. Fishing. At first, the family was filled with enthusiasm, their eyes glued to the ever-receding, novel scenery, pointing and laughing with joy. However, as time passed, the repetitive sight of green trees, rocky hills, and flowing water gradually dulled their initial excitement, leaving them feeling somewhat weary and bored. Observing the slightly vacant expressions on her family's faces, Xing Mufei pondered how to uplift the somber atmosphere. Her gaze fell upon the fish swimming around the boat, and a brilliant idea sparked in her mind. "My dears, look at all these fish surrounding us. Why don't we try fishing? It would be both fun and a way to gather supplies," Xing Mufei proposed enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, the children's previously listless eyes lit up instantly. The eldest was the first to respond. "Sure, Mom, that sounds like a lot of fun." The second child clapped his hands, exclaiming, "I want to fish too." Qi Yin and Hua Yu nodded with smiles. "That's a splendid idea." Thus, everyone began to prepare their fishing gear, embarking on this unique fishing adventure aboard the boat. Sunlight glimmered on the sparkling river surface as the family of 8 gathered at the stern. Eagerly ready to fish, they improvised, selecting resilient branches that hung down from the bank. One end of the branch was tied with animal entrails retrieved from Xing Mufei's storage, while the other was fastened to a sturdy stick. Crafting a simple fishing rod. Qi Yin picked up his fishing rod, squinting to observe the water's surface in search of the optimal spot to cast his line. Hua Yu busied himself nearby, organizing fishing supplies and preparing additional rods for the others. Xing Mufei gently cradled the second child, pointing to the water and saying, "Sweetie, look, Dad is going to fish now." The second child's curious eyes widened in wonder, fixated on the scene. The eldest and the third child eagerly grabbed their fishing rods, mimicking Qi Yan's actions as they cast their lines into the river. Lao Si and Lao Wu anxiously watched the water's surface, eagerly anticipating a fish to bite. Before long, Qi Yan's fishing rod trembled slightly, causing a surge of joy within him. His gaze instantly sharpened with focus. He slowly reeled in the line, feeling the struggle of the fish beneath the water. "Children, pay close attention to your father's actions," Qi Yin whispered. Everyone held their breath, and soon a plump fish began to surface, glimmering with silver under the sun. "Wow, what a big fish!" the children cheered. Qi Yin carefully unhooked the fish and placed it into the bucket. "It's your turn now, kids. Patience is key," he encouraged. Oldest's fishing rod soon showed signs of movement. He trembled with excitement, but under Qi Yan's guidance, successfully caught a fish. Lao San grew a bit anxious, continuously shaking his rod, prompting Xing Mufei to smile and remind him, "Don't rush. The fish will come." Sure enough, before long, Lao San felt the tug of a fish, and with everyone's assistance, he caught his very first fish. Although Lao Si and Lao Wu had yet to catch anything, they remained hopeful, their eyes glued to the water's surface. The family reveled in laughter and joy as they enjoyed the thrill of fishing, and the bucket filled more and more. This new pastime was embraced by the entire family, and they were all thoroughly engrossed. Even during lunch, they were reluctant to put down their rods, so Xing Mufei had to retrieve some prepared food from her space to share with everyone. At noon, under the scorching sun, the family gathered beneath the boat's canopy, sharing the food that Xing Mufei had brought. Lao airbit into a sweet piece of fruit, juice trickling down his chin. With few natural predators in the water, the fish were unable to resist the baited hooks, and by the end of the morning, everyone had a bountiful catch. After a simple lunch, Qi Yin stood at the bow, holding a long bamboo pole to gauge the water's depth and guide the boat's course. Hua Yu organized the fishing gear at the stern, preparing to catch more fish for dinner. The children, feeling a bit weary, were allowed to roam freely for a while. Lao Da and Lao San leaned over the boat's edge, observing the swimming fish and debating which was larger. Lao Si held a small notebook, recording the fascinating plants and animals they encountered along the way. while Lao Wu dashed around the cabin, scattering his toys everywhere. As evening approached, the setting sun painted the sky in shades of orange and red. "All right, let us tidy up. I need to start preparing dinner," Xing Mufei announced. Everyone sprang into action, with Huaiwei and Qi Yin comparing their catches while the children organized their belongings. Xing Mufei had already set up a small pot at the bow. Frying the freshly caught fish, the aroma of the sizzling food wafted through the air, and the children gathered around, eagerly waiting. "You must be hungry. Don't worry, it'll be ready soon." As night fell, a campfire blazed on the boat, casting a warm glow. The children huddled around Xing Mufei, eagerly anticipating their meal. Observing the children's eager expressions as they gazed at the pot made Xing Mufei chuckle. Once the food was ready, she served everyone a taste. "Mom, this is so delicious," exclaimed one child. "Indeed, it's incredibly fresh." Another chimed in, "I love fried fish, Mom." "Well, if you enjoy it, eat your fill," Xing Mufei replied. "Tomorrow, I want to be lazy. I'll catch even more fish," Lao Wu declared, prompting laughter from everyone on the boat. "If we want to catch more fish, we shouldn't use rods. We can use nets tomorrow instead, that way. We'll catch even more," Qi Yin suggested. "Really, Mom? Let us use nets tomorrow," the children exclaimed in unison. After a dreamless night, the boat glided slowly along the river the next day, with Xing Mufei patiently explaining the method of weaving nets to everyone. She picked up a slender and resilient vine, smiling as she said, "Children, watch closely. We first weave the vines like this." Her fingers danced like agile dancers, deftly weaving the vines together, producing a net-like pattern. "First, we must build the framework, like this." Xing Mufei demonstrated slowly, explaining each step. Lao Da followed suit, furrowing his brow in concentration as he manipulated the vine, murmuring, "Mom, is this how it's done?" His face bore the marks of focus and a hint of anxiety, fearful of making a mistake. Xing Mufei smiled and nodded, encouraging him. "Yes, that's right. You're so clever, Lao Da. Keep it up." Hearing his mother's praise, Lao Da's face lit up with joy, and his movements grew more confident. Lao Er, feeling frustrated, called out, "Mom, I can't do it. Come help me." Her little face flushed with embarrassment, her eyes filled with a plea for assistance. Xing Mufei set aside her work and approached Lao Er, gently holding her small hand, patiently saying, "Sweetheart, don't worry. I'll help you." Lao Er nodded obediently, attentively mimicking her movements. Everyone was deeply engrossed in weaving, and soon, the nets began to take shape. The sun cast a warm glow on them, illuminating their industrious silhouettes. "Well done, everyone. Our nets are finished. Now we can go catch some fish," Xing Mufei exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy and anticipation. Chapter 48. Encountering danger, Qi Yin and Huaiwei retrieved a large net from the boat's hold. Its edges weighted down with heavy stones, the netting glimmering resiliently in the sunlight. They stood at the bow, carefully observing the water's surface for signs of fish gathering. Xing Mufei, along with the children, waited with a mix of excitement and tension. "Look, there's movement over there," Lao Da exclaimed, pointing towards a nearby patch of water. Qi Yin and Huaiwei followed his gaze, spotting a group of fish swimming just beneath the surface. "Get ready," Qi Yin commanded, and he and Huaiwei forcefully cast the net into the water. The large net unfurled in the air like a blooming flower before swiftly sinking to the bottom. Once submerged, Qi Yin and Huaiwei tightly grasped the net ropes, gradually pulling it back. The children leaned over the side of the boat, wide-eyed as they eagerly awaited their haul. As the net drew closer, ripples began to form on the water's surface, and the fish inside flailed in a panic, attempting to escape. "Wow, so many fish!" Lao San exclaimed, jumping with excitement as the net was finally pulled from the water. Teeming with lively fish, silver crucians, colorful carps, and robust grass carps, the fish leaped, splashing water like pearls under the sun's rays. Lao Er clapped her hands, giggling with delight. Xing Mufei hurriedly fetched a bucket, and everyone helped to transfer the fish from the net to the bucket. The children's faces beamed with joy and pride, their laughter echoing across the river. "Tonight, we'll feast." Lao Wu licked his lips, as if already savoring the delicious fish. Once the net was aboard, the deck was piled high with fish. And as they sorted through their catch, they discovered an impressive variety. "Wow, so many fish I've never seen before," the children exclaimed, their eyes wide with amazement. Qi Yin and Huaiwei carefully placed the fish into a large basin, causing the water to become lively as the fish flopped about. System, we have such a rich array of ingredients today. It would be wonderful to have a delicious recipe book, Xing Mufei remarked. And the system duly obliged. Host, are you sure you want to use your remaining lottery chance for this month? Yes, I am certain. Understood. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn a cookbook with various delicious recipes. Xing Mufei was overjoyed upon receiving the cookbook. System, you're amazing, she exclaimed, eagerly flipping through the marvelous cookbook that detailed the preparation methods of various dishes, including those unfamiliar fish they had just caught. Wow, I didn't know this fish could be prepared like this? Xing Mufei exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Mom, what is it? Lauer asked curiously. Xing Mufei smiled and replied, Sweetheart, this is a cookbook that records the preparation methods of various delicacies. I can make even more delicious food for you all in the future. Seeing this, Qiyin expressed his anticipation. What a delightful surprise. Our meals will surely be more diverse from now on. Huaiwen nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Let us see what delicious dishes we can make with our current ingredients. The group huddled together, diligently studying the cookbook, plotting their culinary adventures for the day. The methods here look fantastic, Huaiwen marveled. Qiyin smiled and said, Then let us get started and showcase our skills according to the recipes. With determination, Huaiwen and Qiyin began to collaborate. The deck of the boat transformed into a makeshift kitchen, where Qiyin skillfully kindled a fire, while Huaiwen picked up a sharp little knife and began to prepare the fish that were still wriggling. Xing Mufei retrieved various seasonings from their space, placing them within easy reach of the two. The children were not idle either. The eldest assisted by passing plates, while the third and fourth watched curiously as Huaiwen deftly handled the fish. The second, however, was held back by the fifth, who was determined to keep her safe from harm. Once the fish were cleaned, Qiyin took them and expertly cut them into evenly sized pieces, his movements precise and efficient. Meanwhile, Huaiwen followed the recipe, blending various seasonings together. The children gathered around, their eyes fixed on the process, occasionally gasping in awe. Dad, you chop so fast, exclaimed the eldest. Huaiwen, this seasoning smells delightful, the fifth chimed in, inhaling deeply. Huaiwen evenly spread the prepared seasoning over the fish pieces, then placed them in the pan to fry. First into the hot oil were several plump perch, sizzling as they hit the boiling oil, releasing an enticing aroma. Next, the bluefish was cut into segments and braised, enveloped in a rich sauce that clung to the tender fish. The pomfret was simply sprinkled with salt and scallions, then placed in a steamer for a delicate steam. Before long, an array of delectable seafood dishes adorned the makeshift dining table on the deck. After a bustling period of preparation, the dishes were served one after another. The family gathered around the table, relishing the sumptuous feast. Wow, this is incredible! The eldest couldn't help but exclaim, It's even better than what we had before. The fourth added, mouth full. Surrounded by laughter and joy, the family savored the delicious seafood. The children's faces were smeared with sauce, while the adults chatted about the day's haul between bites. Sunlight streamed down upon them, and a gentle breeze brought refreshing coolness. The boat continued its journey down the river, and this extraordinary seafood feast became an unforgettable memory for the family. For several consecutive days, the family reveled in the joy of their swift travels, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the river ahead was beginning to narrow. Consequently, the current grew swifter and more turbulent, causing the boat to sway violently. Everyone, be careful, Qiyin shouted, his expression turning grave as he gripped the helm tightly, striving to steer the vessel. The children's laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by expressions of alarm. Xing Mufei quickly hugged the second tightly, reassuring her, Don't be afraid, sweetheart. The boat pitched and rolled in the rushing waters, akin to a helpless leaf caught in a storm. Huaiwen stood nervously at the side, prepared to confront any imminent danger. Dad, are we going to fall in? The fifth's voice trembled with fear. No, my son. I'm here. Qiyin responded loudly, veins standing out on his forehead. Just then, a massive rock loomed ahead, and it seemed as though the boat was on a collision course. Hold on tight. Qiyin summoned all his strength, desperately maneuvering the helm in a moment of dire urgency. The boat narrowly avoided the rock, but the force of the impact jolted the vessel violently, causing some belongings to tumble into the river. Oh no! The third cried out. Chapter 49. Ashore after a heart-pounding struggle. The boat finally emerged from the narrow passage, the waters gradually calming, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. That was so thrilling, the fourth exclaimed, patting his chest. Xing Mufei surveyed the disheveled group and said, "Let us check if anyone is injured." After a thorough inspection, fortunately, everyone had merely been startled, with no injuries to report. Reflecting on the perils they had just faced, they couldn't help but express their astonishment. "I never imagined traveling by boat could be so dangerous. My heart is still racing," the eldest remarked, patting his chest. The third echoed, "Indeed. I didn't expect it to be so frightening." The fourth concurred, "It is safer to walk. At least you know what to expect." The fifth pouted, "I never want to ride a boat again." Xing Mufei comforted the children. "All right, we won't take the boat anymore," Qian added. "In that case, let us disembark and continue on foot." Consequently, the family carefully gathered their belongings and stepped off the boat. Upon reaching solid ground, a sense of security washed over them. Nothing beats the feeling of solid ground. Huaiwei reflected as they disembarked. Xing Mufei waved her hand, retracting the boat into their space. As they walked towards the riverbank, their hearts gradually settled, and they were met with a delightful surprise. Before them lay a lush landscape, with verdant grass nearly reaching their knees and towering trees forming a green canopy overhead. The surroundings were tranquil, with few signs of human presence. The children excitedly darted through the grass, and suddenly, the eldest exclaimed, "Look, there are wild chickens over there." Following his finger, they spotted a colorful flock of wild chickens foraging in the underbrush. The third and fourth stealthily approached, attempting to catch one. Startled, the wild chickens flapped their wings and scattered in every direction. "Over here, there are wild ducks," the fifth shouted with glee. Xing Mufei, Qian, and Huaiwei hurried over, discovering a group of wild ducks leisurely swimming in a nearby pond. With a flurry of activity, they successfully captured several plump chickens and ducks. The children joyfully ran about, assisting in gathering their spoils. "With so many wild chickens and ducks, there must be some eggs as well. Let us search for them," suggested Xing Mufei softly. "All right," the family agreed. Spreading out to meticulously search the grass and the edges of the pond, "I found chicken eggs." The second's innocent voice rang out, cradling several warm eggs in her hands, her face radiant with joy. Others soon followed suit, and before long, they had collected numerous chicken and duck eggs. Ultimately, they had gathered several hundred eggs in total. "Now we have a wealth of ingredients," Huaiwei exclaimed, smiling. Xing Mufei placed their bounty into their space, her face glowing with satisfaction. "The food resources here are so abundant. Why don't we set up camp for a while?" she proposed. Qian surveyed the area and nodded in agreement. "This place seems pleasant and relatively safe." Huaiwei concurred. "It's the perfect opportunity for everyone to rest and recuperate." Thus, the family began to build their campsite. Qian, along with the eldest and the third, went to fell trees to prepare for constructing a wooden house, while Xing Mufei took the second, fourth, and fifth to gather soft grass leaves and vines nearby to create bedding. Huaiwei cleared a space in the center of the camp to start a fire for cooking. Before long, the framework of a simple wooden house was erected, and the children eagerly handed over the gathered materials to Xing Mufei. "Look at how many leaves I collected." The fifth proudly showcased his bounty. "Well done, my dears. You're all fantastic," Xing Mufei praised. Working together, they quickly formed a cozy campsite. Considering the children's growth and the abundance of timber, Xing Mufei contemplated giving each child their own wooden house, complete with furniture. Qian, accompanied by the eldest and the third, skillfully chopped the sturdy trees into suitable lumber for the house's framework. Xing Mufei and Huaiwei assisted the other children by passing tools and materials. Once the framework was complete, they all collaborated to cover it with a thick layer of thatch for roofing, providing shelter from the elements. The interior floor was meticulously leveled and compacted. Next came the crafting of furniture. Qian fashioned several sturdy wooden beds from the leftover lumber, intricately carving patterns to enhance their aesthetic appeal. Xing Mufei stitched comfortable mattresses for each bed using soft animal skins and dried grass. Huaiwei crafted a set of tables and chairs, the tabletop smoothed to perfection, and the chair backs designed for optimal comfort. The children helped gather small twigs and vines, weaving them into charming little baskets for storage. They also constructed a large storage cabinet for clothes and food. Xing Mufei neatly arranged the family's pots, pans, and utensils inside, creating an orderly and tidy space. With their newfound infinite space, all the furniture fit easily within. Whenever needed, Xing Mufei could summon the required pieces with just a thought. After several days of hard work, the house was finally completed, and the furniture was fully furnished. The family stood before their new home, their faces beaming with happiness and contentment. "This is our new home. It's beautiful." The second clapped her hands in excitement. "From now on, we will live here happily." The fifth twirled around with joy. As spring arrived, with melting snow and the proximity to the river creating a lush, damp environment, Xing Mufei gazed at their newly inhabited house, frowning slightly. "This dampness is not ideal. I recall the design of a wheel. We could make the house mobile." Xing Mufei addressed Qiyin and Huaiyue, who, upon hearing her words, were instantly captivated, believing it to be a brilliant idea. Xing Mufei elaborated on the construction of the wheels. "We need to find sturdy and resilient timber, shape it into a circular form, hollow out the center, and then affix an axle." Qiyin and Huaiyue listened attentively, nodding in agreement. Without hesitation, Qiyin led the eldest and the third back into the forest in search of suitable wood. After considerable effort, they finally discovered several sufficiently thick trees. Upon returning home, Qiyin meticulously began crafting the wheels according to Xing Mufei's instructions, using a sharp axe and tools to gradually carve the wood into a circular shape. His clothes drenched in sweat, yet his gaze remained focused and resolute. Meanwhile, Huaiyue assisted by sanding and installing the axles, while the children busily scurried about, passing tools back and forth. After several days of diligent work, a few sturdy wheels were finally completed. The family united their efforts to affix the wheels beneath the house. "Success! Our house can now move." The fifth child cheered with excitement, as they admired their unique mobile dwelling. A profound sense of accomplishment filled their hearts. Chapter 50. A new life. Each person had their own small wooden cabin, with every room reflecting a distinct style. The eldest room exuded an adventurous spirit, adorned with decorations crafted from beast bones and feathers, and a homemade stone axe resting in the corner, as if ready for exploration of the unknown. The bed was draped in bedding made from tiger skin, imparting a sense of steadiness and courage. The second child's room resembled a fairy tale realm, with pink feathered drapes cascading from the bed's canopy, and the bedside filled with various woven animal figurines. A colorful stone mosaic adorned her small table, while the walls were decorated with leaf paintings. The third child's room resembled a miniature natural history museum, with shelves displaying an array of peculiar stones and branches he had collected. His bed was made of hay and soft animal hides, emanating the essence of nature. The fourth child's room was neat and orderly, featuring a clean wooden table positioned by the window, neatly arranged with a bamboo pin holder and a pin made from animal fur. His bed, draped in white animal skin, evoked a sense of tranquility and comfort. The fifth child's room was filled with joy and vitality, with colorful vine balls hanging from the ceiling and the floor covered in soft hay mats. His small bed was accompanied by a large stuffed animal made from animal hides, accompanying him into sweet dreams. Cheyenne room was simply yet practically arranged, dominated by a spacious wooden bed topped with thick brown animal skin bedding. A weapon rack stood by the wall, displaying his trusty stone spear and bow, symbolizing his strength and responsibility. Huaiyue's room radiated a mysterious and unique ambience, with walls adorned by tapestries woven from colorful snake skin, and a grand bed crafted from enormous snake bones placed at the center, complemented by exquisitely patterned snake skin decor atop black animal hides. Xing Mufei also had her own cozy room, where white drapes fluttered in the breeze, and a vase by her bedside was perpetually filled with fresh wildflowers. Her vanity was adorned with an array of exquisite ornaments made from beast bones, filling the room with a subtle floral fragrance. Though Xing Mufei had her own room, she seldom stayed alone, often rotating her nights between Qiyin and Huaiyue, cherishing the warmth and companionship of her loved ones. When the family moved into their brand new home, each member was immersed in excitement and joy. That night, they all drifted into slumber, enveloped in novelty and contentment, while the morning sun streamed through the windows, illuminating the room, yet everyone remained lost in sweet dreams. Reluctant to wake, Qiyin slowly opened his eyes, noting the stillness outside, a smile gracing his lips as he thought of the children still asleep. He was the first to rise, stretching his somewhat stiff body before entering the children's room. "Children, it's time to wake up." Cheyenn's voice was gentle yet firm. The eldest, hearing the call, turned over and mumbled, "Just let me sleep a little longer." Qiyin lightly patted the eldest's shoulder. "A new day has begun, and we have much to accomplish." The second child rubbed her eyes, sitting up groggily, surveying the unfamiliar yet cozy surroundings before lying back down. Qian chuckled softly, moving to the third child's bedside, gently shaking him awake. "Little sleepyhead, rise and shine." The third child grumbled, "Dad, I haven't had enough sleep yet." With patience, Qian continued to rouse each child, and eventually, with his persistence, they all yawned and slowly opened their eyes. Xing Mufei, hearing Qian calling the children, slightly opened her eyes, still bearing a hint of sleepiness. Huaiyue, sensing her movement, held her a little tighter and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Xing Mufei playfully smiled, savoring the moment with Huaiyue for a while longer. "It's time to get up," she softly urged, giving Huaiyue a gentle nudge. Reluctantly, they parted, slowly sitting up. Xing Mufei stretched her limbs and yawned before beginning to tidy her somewhat disheveled hair. Huaiyue thoughtfully fetched her clothes. Assisting her in dressing neatly, Xing Mufei looked at Huaiyue with a smile, her eyes filled with affection. The two opened the door and stepped out of the room, embarking on a day of activity together. After a simple breakfast, they commenced a new round of gathering and hunting. Recognizing that their children were growing, the family decided to split into groups. The eldest, third, and fourth followed Qian, armed with their homemade spears and bows. Their expressions alert as they ventured into the forest. The second and fifth children accompanied Xing Mufei and Huaiyue, scouring the nearby grasslands and woods for edible wild vegetables and plants. Qian led the children cautiously through the forest. Their footsteps almost inaudible. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted from the underbrush. The eldest pounced swiftly, his movements adept and agile, and the rabbit fell in response. "Well done, my son," Qian praised with a smile. They stowed away their catch and continued onward, encountering several small animals along the way. Soon, they came across a high vantage point. Qian climbed up to survey the surroundings. To his surprise, he spotted a cluster of white dots moving in the distance within a valley. Intrigued, he quietly approached for a closer look. Upon nearing, he discovered a herd of goats leisurely grazing. Some goats were munching on tender grass, while others lounged in the sun, and a few kids frolicked playfully. Qian dashed back excitedly to share his discovery with the family. Upon hearing about the goats, everyone was thrilled and hastily set aside their tasks, cautiously making their way toward the goats, eager not to startle them. Qian quickly signaled, assigning roles. The eldest and third would flank from the left, while the fourth would join him on the right. They moved gracefully, striving to remain silent. When they were close enough, Qian commanded the attack. Spear and arrow flew, startling several goats into a frantic escape. However, they coordinated seamlessly, pursuing and cornering the goats. The eldest, nimble on his feet, dashed forward, blocking the path of one goat with his spear. The third and fourth were not to be outdone. Closely trailing behind to prevent any escape, Qian seized the moment and shot an arrow that struck a robust goat's leg, slowing its movements. The children surged forth, successfully subduing the goat. After a vigorous chase and struggle, they ultimately captured several plump goats. Excitement and joy illuminated their faces, their clothes soaked with sweat, yet their spirits remained undaunted. "Children, splendid work!" Qian exclaimed loudly. The eldest proudly carried a goat, declaring, "Dad, today we've had a great harvest." The third and fourth excitedly discussed the thrilling hunt. They returned triumphantly, laughter and joy echoing through the mountains. Meanwhile, Xing Mufei was unaware of Qian and the children's success. She was leisurely strolling through the forest with the second and fifth children, searching for edible food. The second and fifth, quick on their feet, ventured ahead onto a secluded path. Chapter 51. An abundance of resources. The trees lining the path grew increasingly dense, dappled sunlight streaming through the leaves. Suddenly, the second child felt something fall onto her head. Reaching up, she discovered a small, dark purple fruit. Looking up, she saw the branches overhead laden with clusters of plump fruit, some a deep red and others nearly black. Appearing particularly enticing against the backdrop of green leaves, "Woody, look! This fruit tree is laden with so many fruits," the second child exclaimed excitedly. The fifth child rushed over, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the bountiful fruit. "Let us hurry back to tell Mom and Huayue's father, and see if we can eat them," he urged, pulling the second child back in the direction they came. "Mom, Huayue's father, come quickly," they shouted as they ran. Upon hearing their calls, Xing Mufei and Huaiyue hurried a few steps to follow them to the tree. The two individuals, upon witnessing the bountiful fruits adorning the trees, were utterly astonished. Xing Mufei gazed at the fruit trees, feeling a sense of familiarity, and as she scrutinized the fruits closely, a look of delight gradually spread across her face. "These are mulberries, and they are edible," she exclaimed joyfully. The children, upon hearing this, erupted in excitement and cheered. "Let us hurry and pick them." The second child, unable to contain his eagerness, reached out to pluck the fruits. "Be careful not to crush them. Their deep-colored juice can be quite difficult to wash off." Huaiyue cautioned from the side. Xing Mufei retrieved a basket from her space, and together they commenced the joyful task of gathering mulberries. Huaiyue, agile and sprightly, swiftly climbed the tree, harvesting the plump and succulent mulberries from the higher branches and tossing them down to those below. Xing Mufei and the children, stationed beneath the tree, carefully placed the fallen mulberries into the basket, occasionally indulging in the deliciously sweet tart fruits, which burst with flavor in their mouths, filling them with joy. "Wow, these are truly delectable," the fifth child exclaimed. His mouth stained purple. Laughter and merriment echoed through the forest as they continued to pick in no time. The basket was brimming with mulberries. "Today has indeed been a bountiful harvest," Xing Mufei declared with a smile. At midday, the family reconvened at home. As Qiyin returned with a robust mountain goat in tow, Xing Mufei appeared with the basket overflowing with mulberries, and both parties regarded each other's impressive yields with astonishment. Qian's eyes widened as he beheld the full basket of dark purple mulberries. "So many fruits?" he questioned in disbelief. "Indeed." The second and fifth children discovered them. The fruits were plentiful and flourishing, Xing Mufei replied, her gaze fixed on the lively goats, her heart brimming with joy. "You all did remarkably well to catch so many goats. That is truly impressive." The immense bounty of the day left the family exhilarated. Their appetites diminished as their minds raced with thoughts of gathering even more supplies to compensate for the time lost during the house construction. "We must seize this opportunity to stock up on more provisions," Qiyin emphasized, and everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, they set aside their fatigue, had a hasty lunch, temporarily corralled the goats they had caught, and stored the mulberries in Xing Mufei's space. Once all their resources were secured, they swiftly resumed their endeavors. Qiyin led the eldest and third children back into the mountains, seeking further prey and usable timber, traversing the rugged mountain paths and leaving no stone unturned in their quest. Meanwhile, Xing Mufei and Huaiyue explored the foothills with the second and fifth children, the sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. As they walked, the second child abruptly halted, pointing towards a nearby tree and exclaiming, "Mom, Huaiyue, look, there seems to be fruit on that tree." Following his gesture, Xing Mufei and Huaiyue gazed in the indicated direction, spotting a tree laden with golden yellow fruits. "It appears to be apricots," Xing Mufei exclaimed with enthusiasm. The group hurried towards the tree, and after examining the shape and color of the fruits, Xing Mufei confirmed, "Indeed, these are apricots, and they seem to be ripe." The second and fifth children danced with joy. Eager to taste the fruits, Huaiyue nimbly ascended the tree and began to pluck the ripe apricots, tossing them down to Xing Mufei and the children below. "Be careful, Huaiyue," Xing Mufei called out from beneath. Before long, the ground was strewn with golden apricots. Gathered together, they savored the sweet and tangy apricots, their faces radiant with satisfaction. "These are delicious," the fifth child exclaimed with a mouthful, his speech slightly garbled. They continued to pick, and had it not been for Xing Mufei's spatial abilities, they would have needed several trips to haul the bounty from this apricot grove. Once they had finished gathering the apricots, they decided to return home, for the day's haul was quite substantial, and they needed to process their findings. Upon returning home, Xing Mufei selected a portion of perfectly ripe apricots to make apricot jam. She washed them, removed the pits, diced them into small pieces, and placed them in a pot to simmer gently. Throughout the process, she stirred continuously, adding a suitable amount of rock sugar and lemon juice to enhance the sweet tart flavor. Soon, the house was filled with the rich aroma of apricots, and a pot of fragrant apricot jam was freshly prepared and stored in clean jars. Huaiyue took charge of the slightly firmer apricots, slicing them in half, removing the pits, and laying them out on a well-ventilated rack to dry, preparing for the making of dried apricots. The children occasionally rushed over to assist, eagerly anticipating the delicious treats. The second and fifth children were also busy, under Xing Mufei's guidance, washing and juicing some apricots, filtering out the pulp to yield cups of sweet apricot juice. As they savored the fresh juice, their faces beamed with delight. The remaining apricots were transformed into sweet apricots stewed with rock sugar. Xing Mufei placed the apricots and rock sugar into a stewing pot, cooking them slowly over low heat until they became tender and the syrup thickened. This dish not only tantalized the taste buds but also possessed the beneficial effects of soothing the lungs and alleviating coughs. The mulberries were crafted into mulberry wine. After washing and drying them, they were placed in a large jar, combined with rock sugar and white liquor, sealed, and left to ferment over time. They also prepared mulberry jam, which could later be spread on bread. The robust mountain goats caught that afternoon were transformed into tender roasted lamb. Following a special recipe, they marinated the meat with unique spices before roasting it over the fire until it sizzled and released a mouth-watering aroma. Goat milk was made into silky smooth goat milk pudding. As the processing of the various apricot dishes neared completion, Qiyin returned with the eldest, third, and fourth children, their faces glowing with fatigue yet satisfaction, having had a fruitful afternoon. Xing Mufei busied herself in the kitchen, the clattering of pots and pans creating a warm symphony. She deftly chopped vegetables and stir-fried, the firelight illuminating her focused countenance. In the yard, Qiyin and the children began to prepare the newly hunted game. Qiyin skillfully skinned and butchered the prey, while the children assisted by passing tools and clearing debris. "Dad, today's catch is truly plump," the eldest child exclaimed with excitement. Qiyin responded with a smile, "Indeed, it will keep us well fed for several days." The third child, wiping blood from his hands, remarked, "Mother will surely whip up some delicious dishes tonight." The fourth child watched intently, learning the techniques of game processing from Qiyin. Amidst their laughter and chatter, the atmosphere was particularly harmonious, even amid the busyness. Chapter 52. Discovering wheat with the bountiful harvest of the previous day, the spirits of the family were high on the following morning, as sunlight bathed the earth. The family energetically set out once more to seek resources. They stepped into the forest with eager anticipation, their eyes brimming with desire. Xing Mufei took the lead, meticulously observing every blade of grass and every tree, leaving no potentially valuable resource unexamined. The children followed closely behind, excitedly scanning their surroundings, tools in hand, prepared to uncover any discoveries. After a considerable search, they found only a few scattered wild fruits and small game. In stark contrast to the previous day's abundant yield, today's findings felt rather insignificant. "Oh dear, why is there so little?" The eldest child could not help but complain, disappointment etched across his face. The second child, likewise disheartened, sighed, "I thought we might have another day like yesterday." The third and fourth children exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Xing Mufei reassured the children, "Do not lose heart. Perhaps if we continue searching, we will stumble upon new discoveries." However, as time passed, their haul remained meager. Just as they prepared to turn back, the fifth child suddenly shouted, "Look over there. There seems to be something." Following his pointing finger, the group beheld a vast field, where golden waves of wheat danced in the gentle breeze, resembling a shimmering sea of gold. Xing Mufei hurried forward, scrutinizing the scene, and a look of astonishment crept across her face. "This is wheat?" she exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The children gathered curiously around her, their eyes filled with wonder. Xing Mufei, her eyes sparkling, excitedly shared with the children, "My dear ones, this is a treasure. With wheat, we can grind it into flour and create a multitude of delicious dishes, soft and fragrant steamed buns, dumplings filled with various delightful fillings, and the festive jiaozi that we only get to enjoy during celebrations." As Xing Mufei's words painted a picture of these delectable foods, the children's imaginations ignited, and they began to dance with enthusiasm. The eldest child eagerly proclaimed, "Mom, let's hurry and gather as much wheat as we can." The second child chimed in, "Yes, yes, I can hardly wait to taste the steamed buns." The third and fourth children dashed towards the wheat field, eager to experience this wondrous plant up close. They joyfully ran into the field, curiously touching the wheat ears, relishing the weight of their newfound bounty. The second and fifth children cheered, "We'll have plenty of food from now on." Huaiyue, gazing at the scene of abundance, remarked, "This truly is a blessing from above." The family basked in their immense joy, fully aware that this wheat would bring them greater hope and security for the future. Observing the children's excitement, Xing Mufei smiled and said, Steady now, we must plan our harvest carefully. The children came to an abrupt halt, turning their gazes towards Xing Mufei. Although their eyes still reflected a sense of urgency, there was now a newfound focus on listening attentively. Xing Mufei continued, we must first prepare the appropriate tools, such as sickles and baskets. Moreover, we cannot recklessly harvest. We must commence from one end of the wheat field and proceed in an orderly fashion. The eldest frowned and inquired, Mother, why must it be so complicated? Can't we just dive right in? With patience, Xing Mufei explained, silly child, if we harvest without a plan, we will not only waste a significant amount of wheat, but may also damage it, affecting our subsequent yield. The second child nodded and said, Mother, I understand now. We must cherish every grain of wheat. Xing Mufei smiled and gently patted the second child's head. Indeed, my dear children. Furthermore, after the harvest, we must dry the wheat, thresh it, and winnow it. Every step must be executed with utmost care. The third child blinked and asked, Mother, does this mean we will soon be able to enjoy delicious food made from this wheat? Xing Mufei replied with a smile, as long as we diligently complete each step, we will soon be able to savor it. The fourth child exclaimed with excitement, then let's hurry back and prepare the tools. The family hurried home, preparing thoroughly for the wheat harvest. Though the conditions of the beast world were harsh and iron tools had yet to be invented, this did not deter their enthusiasm for the harvest. Due to limited resources, they ingeniously substituted sharp sickles with stones. Before setting off, the family carefully selected suitable stones that were hard and well-shaped. Xing Mufei and Huaiwei meticulously polished the stones to ensure their edges were as sharp as possible. They then secured the stones firmly to the front of the sickles using resilient vines and wooden handles. Zian busily wove sturdy baskets, his skilled hands deftly maneuvering the vines, and soon several large-capacity baskets appeared before them. The children were also hard at work. The eldest and second helped clear the space for storing the wheat, tidying up debris and laying down clean grass mats. The third and fourth prepared ample water and provisions to sustain their energy during the labor. Once everything was ready, the family eagerly returned to the wheat field. The sunlight bathed the golden waves of wheat, as if bestowing a dazzling glow upon each grain. Xing Mufei stood at the edge of the field, demonstrating the harvesting technique. Children, grasped the sickle like this, close to the ground, and cut with force. With a swift motion, she neatly harvested a bundle of plump wheat. The children were eager to try, each picking up a sickle and mimicking Xing Mufei's actions. The eldest's movements were somewhat clumsy, yet he persistently sought improvement with each attempt. The second and fifth children were more agile. However, one lacked strength while the other lacked patience. Quickly exhausting himself after a short while, in contrast, the third and fourth children, though not the fastest, persevered diligently and soon harvested a substantial area. Zian and Huaiwei worked alongside, bundling the cut wheat and arranging it neatly in the field. The atmosphere was filled with the sound of harvesting and joyous laughter as the family united in their efforts. As time passed, the sun climbed higher, and the temperature became increasingly warm. Beads of sweat adorned their foreheads, and their clothes were soaked, yet their hands remained tirelessly in motion. Xing Mufei glanced at the glaring sun in the sky, wiped the sweat from her brow, and called out, Everyone, let us pause for a moment. Take a break and replenish our energy. The group laid down their stone sickles, dragging their weary bodies to the shade of a tree. Xing Mufei retrieved the prepared food and water from her space, distributing it to everyone. The children eagerly devoured their meals, exclaiming, I'm so tired, but it's worth it for the delicious steamed buns. Zian took a hearty gulp of water and cheerfully remarked, Yes, let us give it our all. And we can bring all this wheat home sooner. After a brief respite, the family regained some energy. Xing Mufei stood up and clapped her hands. All right, let's get back to work. In the afternoon, their roles were adjusted. Zian, the eldest, and the third took up the sharp sickles, bending low as they skillfully harvested the plump wheat stalks. Their movements were swift and powerful, sweat cascading down their cheeks, yet their faces radiated joy. Xing Mufei and Huaiwei, accompanied by the second, fourth, and fifth children, gathered the already bundled wheat and carefully placed the mature ears into baskets. After a day's hard work, their efforts bore significant fruit. By the time they returned home under the cover of darkness, the wheat harvested and stored in Xing Mufei's space resembled a mountainous heap. Chapter 53. Is this flour? Upon returning home, everyone collapsed in exhaustion. After a brief rest, Xing Mufei revealed the mountain of wheat they had harvested. Immediately captivating everyone's attention, Zian straightened his back, placing his hands on his aching waist. Sweat streamed down his face like a brook, yet his beaming smile was undeniable as he exclaimed, "Look, this is all our hard work." Xing Mufei, disregarding the beads of sweat on her forehead, sparkled with excitement in her eyes as she responded, "Indeed, our labors today were not in vain." She slowly approached the mound of grain, gently cupping a handful of wheat grains. Savoring their weight, Huaiwe stood nearby, smiling at everyone as she said, "This is the result of our collective effort." The eldest sighed in relief, stretching his shoulders. Harvesting wheat is no easy task. The third and fourth exchanged glances, their tired faces lighting up with satisfaction. The frail second child had already collapsed onto the ground, his flushed face gasping for breath as he said, "I'm so exhausted I can barely move." But seeing this makes it all worth it. Despite their aching bodies, the exhilaration within them felt like a powerful force, sustaining them. In the following days, the sky was as blue as sapphire, and a gentle breeze caressed the earth. They remained diligent, rising early each day to head to the wheat field. Zian wielded the stone sickle with practiced strength, each swing imbued with resolute determination. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat soaked his back. Yet his focus remained unwavering. Xing Mufei assisted in bundling wheat, her nimble hands working swiftly as she encouraged the children. "Come on, children, let us put in more effort. We'll finish soon." Huaiwe, in another section of the field, worked tirelessly, displaying no signs of fatigue. The eldest gritted his teeth, exerting himself to harvest the wheat. His arm muscles taut as beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks. The third, fourth, and fifth children were equally determined, their hands never ceasing in their motions. The second child diligently contributed in whatever way he could, gathering wheat ears and passing water, thoroughly engrossed in his tasks. Finally, through their collective efforts, they completed the harvest of the wheat field. Moving on to the next phase of processing, they found a flat piece of land nearby, where the sun blazed down. Zian and Huaiwe collaborated to create simple tools, Zian meticulously handling the wood while Huaiwe assisted in securing it. Xing Mufei led the children in thoroughly cleaning the wooden basin at home, reminding them, it must be spotless. Not a speck of dirt can remain, or else the flour will be impure. The children nodded earnestly, scrubbing the basin walls with determination. Once the wheat had dried sufficiently, the family gathered together to begin beating the wheat with wooden sticks to thresh it. The grains fell freely, producing a rustling sound reminiscent of a harvest symphony. Zian raised the wooden stick high and struck down with vigor, declaring, "Let us put in more effort and get all the grains down." Xing Mufei, assisting by turning the wheat, cheerfully added, "Yes, children, don't slack off." Huaiwe, alongside the eldest and the third and fourth children, vigorously swung their sticks, their clothes drenched in sweat. The second child busily collected the fallen grains, his small face flushed with heat. After threshing was complete, they used a sieve to remove impurities from the grains, leaving only the plump, clean kernels. The next step was to grind the flour. Xing Mufei placed the wheat in a large pot to stir until the grains turned golden and emitted a fragrant aroma. She then transferred the toasted grains to a stone mill for the final step, milling the flour. Zian and Huaiwe placed the grains into the mill, while the children took turns pushing the stone mill. The mill turned slowly, producing a creaking sound. The eldest gasped, "This is so tiring, but the thought of eating fluffy buns keeps me going." The second child chimed in with a smile, "Me too. I can already smell the aroma of the buns." As the stone mill turned, fine flour gradually flowed from its edges. The sight of the white flour was undeniably delightful. They filled every basin in the house, each face beaming with satisfaction as they envisioned the steaming, fragrant delicacies to come. Xing Mufei gazed at the flour scattered across the ground, her mind already swirling with new plans. "The tools at home have become insufficient. We must craft some pottery to store this flour for easier use in the future," she stated earnestly. Qiyin nodded in agreement, responding, "You are absolutely right. Let us get to work." Thus, everyone resumed their bustling efforts to create pottery. Xing Mufei took Huaiwe to search for suitable clay, carefully surveying the banks of a stream until they finally discovered a deposit of fine clay. "This is it!" Xing Mufei exclaimed with excitement. Huaiwe immediately set to work, digging up the clay and loading it into a basket to carry home. Meanwhile, the children busied themselves clearing a space in the yard. preparing a site for pottery making. Xing Mufei began kneading the clay, her hands skillfully mixing it, adding just the right amount of water to render it soft and pliable. Qiyin, on the side, constructed a simple stove, intending to use it for firing the pottery. Once everything was ready, Xing Mufei placed the prepared clay on a stone slab and began shaping it. She first fashioned a basic model of a clay basin, then meticulously refined the edges and inner walls with her fingers and tools, striving for a smoother and more perfect finish. The children gathered around, their eyes wide with wonder, occasionally gasping in amazement. "Mom, you're amazing," the second child exclaimed, unable to contain their admiration. Xing Mufei smiled and continued her focused work. After the initial forms of the pottery were completed, Qiyin carefully placed them into the stove to begin the firing process. Flames danced within the stove, illuminating the eager faces of everyone present. After a while, the first batch of pottery finally emerged from the fire. Although somewhat coarse, a deep sense of pride filled everyone's hearts. After several days of effort, an array of pottery items filled the yard: delicate jars for storing precious items, spacious basins for washing or preparing food, and enormous vats capable of holding substantial quantities of grain and water. "Wow, we now have so many useful tools at home," the second child exclaimed, running excitedly around the pottery. "Indeed, it will make everything much more convenient," the eldest chimed in with a smile. With the vessels for storing food ready, they eagerly ground the remaining wheat into flour. Once everything was prepared, Xing Mufei rubbed her hands together in excitement and declared, "At last, we can use this flour to create a variety of delicious dishes." The children gathered around her, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 54. The first time eating staple food. Qiyin smiled and asked, "So, what shall we make first?" After a moment of contemplation, Xing Mufei replied, "Let us start with steamed buns. They are simple yet filling." Without hesitation, Xing Mufei skillfully poured flour into a large basin, added an appropriate amount of water, and began kneading the dough. Without yeast, she relied solely on her years of experience and instinct to gauge the dough's fermentation. Her strong hands kneaded and pressed the dough until it transformed from a loose mixture into a smooth and soft ball. The children watched curiously, and the second child couldn't help but poke the dough. Grinning, "This dough is so soft." Huaiwe assisted nearby, kindling a fire to boil water. Xing Mufei covered the kneaded dough and set it in a warm spot to rise naturally. Then, she informed everyone about the pot needed for steaming the buns. Qiyin immediately volunteered, saying, "I will go chop down some bamboo for the steam pot's framework." With that, he grabbed an axe and headed towards the bamboo grove behind the house. Meanwhile, Xing Mufei began collecting appropriately sized stones to construct the stove. The children also sprang into action. The second and third children helped gather twigs, while the fourth and fifth tidied up the area. Before long, Qiyin returned, shouldering several sturdy bamboo poles. He sawed them to the right lengths and secured them together with vines, forming a rudimentary framework for the steam pot. Xing Mufei arranged the stones in a specific order, building a solid stove. Huaiwe filled the gaps between the stones with mud to ensure the stove's airtightness. The children remained busy, carefully stuffing dry grass and leaves into the stove, preparing for the fire. After the framework was completed, Xing Mufei fetched a large piece of animal hide, cut it to size, and draped it over the steam pot's frame, securing it with vines. The main body of the steam pot was thus completed. Just then, the dough had also risen, and Xing Mufei began shaping the buns. She divided the dough into evenly sized pieces and molded them into the shape of buns. Huaiwe arranged the steaming trays, laying down a damp cloth, while Xing Mufei placed the buns neatly onto the tray. In no time, steam began to billow from the steamer, and the aroma of the buns filled the entire room. "The buns are ready," the eldest child shouted excitedly. Xing Mufei opened the steamer, revealing a series of plump, white buns. The children eagerly grabbed the buns and began to eat heartily. At last, they were able to savor the long-anticipated steamed buns, their steaming, fluffy texture transporting everyone to a culinary paradise, with expressions of satisfaction illuminating their faces. "These are delicious. Mom's steamed buns are simply divine," the eldest exclaimed, mouth full, speaking indistinctly. The others nodded in agreement, their mouths stuffed, unable to utter a word. As their enthusiasm grew, they continued to prepare dumplings, noodles, buns, and various other flour-based delicacies. Xing Mufei skillfully mixed the dumpling filling, blending pork, wild vegetables, ginger, and various seasonings to create an enticing aroma. The children gathered around, curiously watching and occasionally helping by passing bowls and chopsticks. Once the dumplings were wrapped, they appeared delicate and crescent-shaped. Boiled to perfection, they were served steaming hot, bursting with savory juices upon the first bite. Next came the noodles. Xing Mufei rolled the dough into thin sheets and then cut them into fine strips. After boiling, she tossed them with her homemade meat sauce, the delightful texture leaving everyone craving more. During the preparation of buns, the children joined in, attempting to shape their own unique creations under Xing Mufei's guidance. Though some of the buns turned out lopsided, everyone shared in the laughter and joy. When the buns were finally cooked, their plump, white appearance was utterly mouth-watering. "So delicious!" the third child exclaimed, cheeks stuffed and words slurred. Amidst the jubilant atmosphere, Xing Mufei, in her eagerness to prepare staples from flour, inadvertently made an excess amount. After the meal, a significant quantity of staple food remained. To facilitate the storage of the prepared dishes, Xing Mufei turned to Qian and Huaiyue, saying, "My dears, we need to construct some shelving, tiered if possible, so we can organize everything more neatly." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Qian and Huaiyue promptly agreed, and the very next day, they set to work. They ventured into the woods, selecting sturdy, straight trees, and using sharp stone axes, they felled them and carried them back to the campsite. The two divided their tasks. Qian measured and cut the wood while Huaiyue helped sand and refine the pieces. Though sweat dripped from their brows, their pace remained unrelenting. After several days of labor, a sturdy and aesthetically pleasing shelving unit was finally completed. Xing Mufei looked at the shelves with a satisfied nod. "Yet it is not enough. We need more utensils for serving food," she added. Thus, Qian and Huaiyue once again immersed themselves in their new project. With newfound familiarity, they gathered suitable clay to craft plates, bowls, and other dining ware. Qian skillfully shaped the clay, while Huaiyue delicately engraved exquisite patterns upon it with twigs. Subsequently, they placed the finished pieces into the fire to be fired. After a lengthy wait, a batch of brand new utensils emerged: smooth plates, sturdy bowls, and petite dishes. Xing Mufei arranged the prepared food on the shelves, using the new utensils to serve it, creating a neat and orderly space. Throughout this period, the children had not ceased their explorations. Except for the second child who remained at home with her, the others ventured outside in search of resources. The eldest led his younger siblings deep into the forest. As they walked, the fifth child, distracted by play, ran ahead of the group. Suddenly, he halted and excitedly shouted, "Brothers, come quickly and see." Everyone hurried over to find the fifth child standing beneath a large tree. Pointing at its branches, following his gesture, they spotted clusters of vibrant red fruit peeking through the dense foliage. The eldest, agile and quick, climbed the tree to pluck a fruit and examined it closely. "What kind of fruit is this? It looks delicious." None of the brothers had seen such fruit before and were uncertain of its identity. Therefore, they decided to pick a small amount to take home for their parents to identify. Upon returning home, Xing Mufei inspected the fruit and exclaimed in delight, "This is hawthorn. We are truly fortunate." Her excitement was well-founded. The hawthorn tree grew in a relatively concealed spot, shielded by surrounding trees. If not for the fifth child's playful wandering, it would have been quite challenging to discover. "Mom, can we eat these fruits?" the children inquired. "Of course. They can be used to make many delightful dishes." Following a recipe, Xing Mufei first prepared hawthorn preserves. Wash the hawthorn thoroughly and remove the pits, then simmer it in water infused with rock candy until it becomes tender and soft. Afterward, place it in a clean jar and seal it for preservation. The children who tasted it were all enamored with the flavor, prompting Xing Mufei to create hawthorn cake next. The method was remarkably simple. Mash the cooked hawthorn into a puree, mix in white sugar and starch, stir well, and steam it to perfection, yielding a delicately sweet and sour texture. The culinary creations from hawthorn, with their delightful tartness and sweetness, captivated all the children, leading them to pluck every last fruit from the tree. However, the yield of a single tree is finite, and soon there were hardly any fruits left. While collecting hawthorn with the children, Xing Mufei gazed at the empty branches and suddenly conceived an idea. Chapter 55. Upgrading the space, she realized that her current space was merely a storage area for objects. Unlike the magical spaces often depicted in novels that feature spiritual springs capable of cultivating crops. If her space possessed such abilities, she would never again fret about finding food. When the bi-monthly lottery session arrived, Xing Mufei silently conferred with the system. System, I wish to upgrade my space and modify it. I'd like part of it to become a fixed flow area that remains still, allowing me to store more items without spoilage. The other part, I envision as a combination of a spiritual spring and farmland, where I can cultivate crops, plants, and even raise animals. After a brief silence, the system responded, Host, your idea has certain feasibility. You may give it a try. Upon receiving the system's reply, Xing Mufei joyfully proceeded with the lottery, and as she spun the wheel, the pointer indeed landed on the spiritual spring. The moment she beheld the spiritual spring, Xing Mufei was filled with elation. She continued to draw, using up her last opportunity for the month. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have drawn a spiritual spring in farmland, consuming 2 lottery chances in total. All right, system, I adore you. This declaration left the system flustered, and after a considerable pause, it finally spoke again. Host, the space is about to undergo upgrades and modifications. There may be some instability during the process, so please be prepared. Understood. With a deep breath, Xing Mufei watched as a brilliant light flashed, and the space began to transform dramatically. It split into 2, fulfilling all the requirements she had just mentioned. Seeing this transformation, Xing Mufei hesitated no longer. With a mere thought, she directly transferred the hawthorn tree into her space for cultivation. The children, witnessing this miraculous scene, were left in awe, their mouths agape. The eldest, wide-eyed, exclaimed, Mom, this is simply incredible. Xing Mufei smiled and explained, This is a transformation of my space. From now on, it will not only store items but also allow for planting and breeding. The second child jumped with excitement. Does that mean we will have an endless supply of hawthorn in the future? Xing Mufei nodded. Yes, you can have as much as you want. That moment, a gentle ripple traversed through the space. Startled, Xing Mufei quickly checked, only to see a faint glow surrounding the newly planted hawthorn tree, its branches swaying gently. The hawthorn tree inside the space appeared more vibrant than its outdoor counterpart, its emerald leaves rustling softly in the breeze. The third child curiously asked, Mom, has the tree already grown? After a careful examination, Xing Mufei replied, It seems to be in good condition. It should have matured. Yay! That's wonderful. We can enjoy delicious hawthorn anytime. Once assured of its viability, Xing Mufei, brimming with excitement and anticipation, transplanted all the fruit trees she had discovered days prior into her space. Although the space did not permit entry, this posed no challenge for Xing Mufei. She merely needed to concentrate outside, utilizing her strong will to accomplish all the planting tasks. She first approached the mulberry tree, focusing intently as she planted it beside the previous fruit trees. Ensuring to maintain adequate spacing between the two, after settling the mulberry tree, she promptly moved on to the apricot tree, once again concentrating as she embedded it into the soil of her space. With the fruit trees planted, she marveled at the newfound vitality within her space. She did not waste any other land, planting wheat, potatoes, and other crops, preparing for her family to always have enough to eat in this wild world. Upon returning home, Xing Mufei could hardly contain her excitement as she shared the wondrous changes of her space with Qian and Huaiyue. Qian, Huaiyue, I have something monumental to tell you. Qian looked at her curiously and inquired, What has you so exhilarated? Taking a deep breath, Xing Mufei began, My space has undergone a new transformation. I have transplanted all the fruit trees I found, and I've also sown wheat. Huaiyue gasped in astonishment. Really? That's fantastic, Xing Mufei continued. The space is now brimming with life, and I believe we will soon reap bountiful fruits and plump grains. Qian smiled and said, This is indeed delightful news. This space will surely provide us with much assistance in the future. Xing Mufei nodded, filled with expectation. It certainly will, however. We must await their growth for a while. As time flowed like a fleeting shadow, the plants in the space thrived, and the children grew at an astonishing rate. At this moment, the several male cubs had transformed into robust young adults, standing tall and strong, their broad shoulders seemingly capable of bearing the weight of the world. The second child, the only female cub, blossomed into a graceful young lady, exuding the vibrancy and vitality of her teenage years. What was once a cozy family now faced the growing appetite of its 8 members due to the rapid growth of the children. Sitting at the dining table, Xing Mufei watched as the children devoured their meals with fervor, and a new idea began to form in her mind. We have now lived in this place for an entire month. During this time, we have nearly exhausted the surrounding resources, and our daily harvests have dwindled. It is time we prepare to continue our journey southward. I agree. It is still too damp here, and remaining in this place is not a sustainable solution. Huaiwen nodded in agreement, and the children, filled with curiosity about the outside world, wholeheartedly supported Xing Mufei's decision. Observing the unanimous agreement among them, she made a resolution. All right then, we shall begin preparations tomorrow and set off in a week. We will adopt a division of labor. I will cook at home and prepare food for our journey. After all, the children have grown and their appetites have increased. To ensure we can eat at any time on the road, I need to prepare more food in advance and store it in the space. All right. One person will stay behind to assist you, while the rest of us will gather supplies, aiming to collect as much as we can. With determination, the family sprang into action. The children flitted about like cheerful little birds, foraging for various wild vegetables and fruits in the forest. The eldest adeptly climbed to the treetops, plucking ripe fruits with ease. The second and third children carefully selected tender wild greens, soon filling their baskets to the brim. Qian and Huaiwen ventured deeper into the woods, their keen eyes searching for traces of prey. Drawing on years of experience, Qian swiftly detected a plump wild boar. Stealthily approaching, he tightened his bowstring, and with a swift twang, the arrow struck true, piercing the boar's vital spot. Huaiwen coordinated seamlessly alongside him, aiding in transporting the catch back home. Naturally, they also captured live prey to keep in Xing Mufei's space for breeding. The number of plants and animals in her space had grown significantly, and when all resources were accounted for, it could sustain their family of 8 for at least a month. Such a bounty was nothing short of remarkable. Chapter 56. An encounter with the rabbit tribe. Xing Mufei donned her apron and began to busy herself in the kitchen. She first retrieved fresh pork from her space, preparing to concoct a delicious braised dish. The fire in the stove blazed brightly as the water in the pot gradually came to a boil. Xing Mufei placed the cubed pork into the pot for blanching, removing impurities and blood. Next, she caramelized sugar in another pot, the aroma of caramel wafting through the air. Then, she added the blanched pork to the pot of caramelized sugar, along with an array of spices such as star anise, cinnamon, and Sichuan pepper, before pouring in soy sauce, cooking wine, and an appropriate amount of water. Covering the pot, she let it simmer gently, the sound of bubbling heralding the arrival of a delectable dish. While the braised pork simmered, Xing Mufei turned her attention to washing fruits. The crimson apples and glistening purple grapes in her hands radiated an enticing fragrance. Meanwhile, she meticulously peeled and diced potatoes and sweet potatoes into evenly sized chunks, preparing to steam them for the journey ahead. As time slipped by unnoticed in her flurry of activity, the aroma of the braised pork grew more intense. Lifting the lid, she gently prodded the pork with chopsticks. It had become tender and infused with flavor. Sweetheart, come try the braised pork made by Mommy. Xing Mufei lifted a piece of the dish, blowing on it gently before offering it to her second daughter. Her second daughter took a bite, her face lighting up with joy. Mommy, it's absolutely delicious. Xing Mufei smiled as she dished out the braised pork to cool, then meticulously arranged the fruits, steamed potatoes, and sweet potatoes for storage. Once she completed her tasks, her gaze shifted to the fresh fish she had recently caught. She resolved to prepare them in various flavors for their journey ahead. Selecting several plump fish, she scraped off the scales, removed the entrails, and cleaned them thoroughly. Some of the fish were cut into small pieces, marinated with salt, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine, preparing for a delightful pan-fried dish. Xing Mufei poured oil into the pan, and once the oil was heated, she gently placed the fish pieces into the pan. They sizzled as they gradually turned golden and crispy, releasing an enticing aroma. A portion of the fish was set aside for braising. She heated oil in the pot, added sugar to caramelize, and then lightly fried the fish pieces until both sides were slightly golden. Following this, she incorporated soy sauce, vinegar, green onions, and other seasonings, adding water to simmer. Soon, the rich fragrance of braised fish wafted through the kitchen. Additionally, she prepared some steamed fish. She placed the fish on a plate, garnished it with shredded ginger and green onions, drizzled with soy sauce, and steamed it to perfection. The steamed fish emerged tender and juicy, retaining its natural flavor. The second daughter watched her mother's skilled movements and couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom, all these fish look delicious." Xing Mufei replied with a smile, "Sweetheart, when we get hungry on the road, we can enjoy them. The various flavored fish were carefully portioned and stored away by Xing Mufei. Considering convenience for consumption, she also desired to prepare more dried provisions. Without delay, she donned an apron and expertly chopped the wild game meat into uniform chunks, evenly sprinkling salt and a carefully blended mix of spices over them. Her hands moved tirelessly, ensuring each piece absorbed the flavors, preparing to turn it into savory jerky that would be easy to preserve. Meanwhile, the eldest child remained at home, diligently washing the freshly foraged wild vegetables before blanching them in boiling water. Afterward, she skillfully chopped them and mixed them with flour. Imitating her mother, she kneaded the dough with great enthusiasm, and soon, round vegetable pancakes appeared on the cutting board. Xing Mufei placed the pancakes into the pan, gently turning them to ensure even cooking in no time. The surface of the pancakes turned golden and crispy, emitting an irresistible aroma. Subsequently, the eldest was tasked with hanging the marinated meat in a well-ventilated area to dry. Climbing a ladder, he neatly arranged the strings of meat as a gentle breeze carried the delightful scent. Xing Mufei also boiled a large pot of thick porridge, patiently stirring to prevent it from sticking to the pot. The porridge bubbled and released a comforting aroma. Once cooled, she carefully sealed the porridge in jars. Additionally, she crafted numerous delicious fruit preserves from wild fruits. She diced the fruits, placed them in a pot with an appropriate amount of sugar, and simmered them slowly until they became translucent, filling the entire room with a sweet fragrance. After several days of diligent work, the space was brimming with an array of food. Looking at the bountiful results, Xing Mufei felt a sense of reassurance. Time passed swiftly, drawing closer to the day they had planned to depart. As the morning sun bathed the movable dwelling, Xing Mufei stood at the door, gazing at the neatly organized supplies, and declared, "It's time to set off." Qi Yin nodded with determination. "Yes, let us make sure everything is ready." "We shall depart now." The children rushed over, assisting in placing the supplies into the storage space. Huaiwei meticulously checked for any overlooked items, ensuring everything was in order. Once all the supplies were securely stored, the family stood on the land they had inhabited for a month, filled with emotion. Xing Mufei looked at her children. "Everyone has done wonderfully this past month. Let us continue to support each other on the journey ahead." "All right," the children replied in unison. Qi Yin led the way, guiding them onward as they continued their journey southward. The landscape transformed along the way, with rolling mountains and vast grasslands. The children gazed about curiously, filled with anticipation for the road ahead. A few days later, they encountered the rabbit tribe's presence along their southern path. Qi Yin halted, extending a hand to signal silence, and quietly cautioned, "Everyone, be careful. The situation here is uncertain, and we must not act rashly." Xing Mufei and Huaiwei quickly drew the children behind them, their eyes filled with vigilance and curiosity directed towards the tribe. From a distance, the rabbit tribe's dwellings were arranged harmoniously. Surrounded by simple fences, shadows moved within the tribe, though details remained unclear. "Should we bypass them?" Huaiwei whispered. Xing Mufei furrowed her brow, contemplating before responding, "Let us observe first and see if they harbor any hostility." Qi Yin nodded, his gaze unwavering from the direction of the tribe. At that moment, several rabbit tribesmen emerged, armed and watchful. "Who are you? What brings you here?" one of the rabbit warriors called out. Qi Yin stepped forward, striving to maintain a calm tone. "We are merely passing through and mean no harm." The rabbit warriors exchanged glances, seemingly deliberating, as one of them dashed away towards the heart of the tribe. Moments later, the initial speaker reiterated, "Strangers are unwelcome here. You should leave at once." Xing Mufei approached, earnestly stating, "We come from the north, journeying south in search of a more suitable place to live, with no intention of causing offense." At that moment, the rabbit tribe leader appeared, contemplating Xing Mufei's words for a moment before saying, "In that case, you may rest in our tribe for a while." The family followed the rabbit tribesmen into the village, their children gazing curiously at their surroundings. Chapter 57. Visiting guests. The rabbit tribe lay hidden within a vast and deep forest. This ancient and mysterious woodland boasted towering trees that pierced the clouds, their dense foliage interwoven to form a natural green canopy, filtering the sunlight into delicate patches that danced upon the forest floor. The ground was blanketed with thick layers of fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot. Amidst the underbrush, vibrant wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, releasing enchanting fragrances that lured bees and butterflies to flit gracefully among them. Xing Mufei observed that the rabbit tribesmen seemed to favor burrowing for their dwellings, with entrances often concealed beneath grass or tree roots, making them quite discreet. In the center of the tribe lay a spacious clearing, where several rabbit children frolicked joyfully. Their laughter echoed through the trees, infusing the tribe with life and vigor. On one side of the clearing, several female rabbits sat together, skillfully weaving grass baskets while exchanging chatter. As the unfamiliar group led by Xing Mufei entered the tribe, their presence piqued the curiosity of all. The rabbit children paused their play, wide-eyed and fixated on the newcomers, while the females ceased their work to whisper amongst themselves in response to the mingled curiosity and wariness. The tribe leader stepped forward, raising his voice to introduce, "Fellow tribesmen, these are friends from the north. They happened upon our tribe during their travels and harbor no ill intentions." The crowd's gaze shifted to Xing Mufei and her group, their expression softening slightly, though some lingering uncertainty remained. The leader continued, "They will only be here for a short while before departing. During their stay, please treat them kindly and refrain from conflict. Our tribe values harmony above all." Xing Mufei nodded gratefully to the gathered crowd, expressing her appreciation. Nevertheless, some murmurs arose within the crowd. "How sudden it is to have a group of strangers. I wonder how this will unfold. I hope they truly mean no trouble." As the leader claims, hearing the whispers, Xing Mufei and her group felt a twinge of unease. Yet, acknowledging that their arrival had indeed been unexpected, they remained composed. Just then, a mischievous rabbit child dashed over, circling Xing Mufei and her companions, and curiously inquired, "Where do you come from? Is the outside world fun?" This sudden burst of innocent curiosity broke the awkward tension, and Xing Mufei smiled, crouching down to respond, but was abruptly pulled away by an adult. "Stop causing trouble. Come back." Xing Mufei stood and offered a bemused smile. Unfazed by the interruption, the group continued following the leader deeper into the tribe until they reached the leader's doorstep. "A few friends have traveled a long way. Please come to my home for a meal." The leader warmly invited Xing Mufei and her family. Xing Mufei expressed her gratitude, saying, "We are truly thankful for your generosity." Esteemed leader. Several individuals followed the chieftain to his abode. Upon entering, Xing Mufei was utterly astounded by the bustling scene before her. A grand family of over 100 members had gathered, with the joyful laughter of children and the animated conversations of adults intertwining, filling the entire space. The chieftain's mate, with a gentle countenance, was attentively caring for the children, while 8 other beastly husbands either sat or stood nearby, each with varying expressions. The children's playful antics created a symphony of sounds, rising and falling in a delightful cacophony. Xing Mufei marveled inwardly at the sheer magnitude of the chieftain's clan. Yet, she noted that the chieftain's mate appeared quite youthful, prompting a silent exclamation regarding the astonishing reproductive capabilities of the rabbit tribe's beastmen. Though she understood that in this beastly world, females typically had several husbands, she had never visited another's home or lingered in a tribe, rendering such concepts merely vague notions in her mind, lacking a tangible impression. Until today, when she suddenly stepped into the chieftain's home, the vibrant scene struck her like a thunderclap, providing her with a visceral understanding of this unique survival mode in the beast realm. Unbeknownst to the chieftain, this spectacle profoundly impacted Xing Mufei, as he warmly invited her party to sit and rest. The group readily complied, taking their seats nearby. Seizing the moment, Qian retrieved some provisions from their backpacks and offered them to the chieftain. After all, their party was sizable, and to intrude upon the chieftain's hospitality without prior arrangements felt rather presumptuous in an era of food scarcity. The chieftain initially declined with various excuses, but upon observing Qian's insistence, he ultimately accepted that moment. The sincerity of the chieftain's smile noticeably deepened. The chieftain's household was bustling and appeared quite capable. After a brief interval, he signaled that it was time to prepare for the meal. Gathered around the table, the scene was nothing short of spectacular, reminiscent of a communal dining hall from a later AG.AS guess. The chieftain prioritized serving Xing Mufei's family before attending to the children of his household. However, they chose not to eat immediately, preferring to wait and share the meal with the chieftain's family. At that juncture, Xing Mufei's gaze fell upon a peculiar figure, slender, with pale skin and cascading white hair. He sat alone in a corner, quietly holding a bowl with scant food. The other family members seemed oblivious to his presence, as if he were invisible. This fragile yet striking young man instantly captivated Xing Mufei's attention. And throughout the meal, Her eyes were drawn to him involuntarily. Qi Yin swiftly noticed her unusual fixation and followed her gaze to the solitary figure. Who might that be? He pondered. Despite having children of his own now, his mate remained his foremost concern. Thus, upon realizing Xing Mufei's interest in the young man, he promptly inquired. The chieftain followed his gaze and recognized his son, Bai Yi, who was cautiously chewing his food. Wary of attracting attention, with a resigned sigh, the chieftain remarked, "This child is quite introverted and struggles with social interaction, often feeling neglected within the family." At that moment, Bai Yi seemed to sense the gazes upon him and discreetly lifted his head. Xing Mufei met his eyes, which reflected profound self-doubt and helplessness. Such a gaze ignited her protective instincts, yet she maintained her composure, suppressing her emotions. After the meal, Xing Mufei's family intended to bid farewell to the chieftain and continue their journey southward. Exploring the unknown, however, Bai Yi's forlorn expression stirred something within her, compelling her to linger a while longer. His eyes, filled with despair and confusion, resembled a lost soul yearning for a glimmer of hope. Moved by this gaze, Xing Mufei resolved not to depart just yet. Perhaps she could offer him some assistance. Chapter 58. Crisis. After enjoying a delightful meal at the chieftain's residence, Xing Mufei and her companions bid farewell to their warm host and ventured towards the outskirts of the rabbit tribe's territory. They traversed through lush woodlands, where sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. As they walked, Xing Mufei turned to her companions and expressed, "I would like to stay here a while longer. I wish to help Bai Yi." Qi Yin, without hesitation, stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with determination as he replied, "I understand your intentions, Mufei. I stand with you." His expression radiated encouragement and agreement. Huaiwe, initially frowning in contemplation, glanced at Qi Yan's affirmation and then at Xing Mufei's resolute gaze before gently nodding. "If you all have decided, I have no objections." Having reached a consensus, they set about seeking a suitable place to establish a temporary residence. Given their proximity to the rabbit tribe, Xing Mufei prudently opted not to unveil their spatial dwelling to avoid unnecessary complications. "Let us camp here and search for a suitable location nearby," she suggested. Qi Yin nodded in agreement. "Very well, let's split up and explore." The group dispersed, meticulously scouring the surrounding hills and forests. Xing Mufei, accompanied by several children, searched alongside a thicket, her brow slightly furrowed in concentration. The others scoured the banks of a small stream, her gaze sweeping over the rocky walls. "It seems there is nothing here," one of them remarked, a hint of disappointment on their face. "Do not lose heart. Keep searching," Huaiwe encouraged the group. Just as fatigue began to set in, a child exclaimed excitedly, "I think I found something." The group hurried towards the child's direction, discovering an inconspicuous cave nestled beneath a steep cliff. Xing Mufei entered the cave, carefully assessing its interior. While not overly spacious, it was sufficient to accommodate her family. "This will do. Let us tidy up," she declared. Everyone set to work, clearing debris from the cave, while Xing Mufei retrieved their essential belongings from their spatial inventory, filling the cave with familiar comforts. After a long day's journey, they were weary. Once the cave was arranged, they prepared to rest, as Xing Mufei lay on her makeshift bed. Her body ached with fatigue, yet her mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. She reflected on Bai Yi, filled with both anticipation and trepidation for the future. Beside her, Qi Yin breathed evenly, already deep in slumber. The children snuggled together, occasionally murmuring in their dreams. The night deepened, and the cave fell into a profound stillness, punctuated only by the faint sounds of snoring. However, in the midst of the night, Xing Mufei was jolted awake by a sudden chill. She tightened her thin blanket but still felt cold. Rising to investigate, she noticed that the cave entrance was inadequately sealed, allowing a draft to seep in. Cautiously, she approached the entrance to rectify the situation. At that moment, she heard a peculiar noise outside, as if something were approaching. Her heart raced, and she dared not make a sound. After a while, the noise gradually faded, and she exhaled in relief, quickly securing the entrance once more. Returning to her resting place, she found sleep elusive, her mind racing with thoughts on how to improve their temporary home. As she was lost in contemplation, dawn broke unawares. The first thing Xing Mufei did upon waking was to venture outside the cave to inspect the previous night's disturbances. Yet she found no signs of anything amiss. Morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating patches of light on the ground. Cautiously, she stepped out of the cave, her gaze alertly scanning the surroundings. The ground was littered with fallen leaves and dry grass, devoid of any unusual footprints or signs of disturbance. She knelt to examine the soil near the cave entrance, finding no new claw marks or dragging traces. Furrowing her brow, she mused, could it truly have been merely my imagination? Standing, she gazed into the distance, where the forest remained serene, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm herself, yet the lingering doubt persisted. As she turned to return to the cave, she suddenly noticed faint scratches on a nearby tree, the bark slightly raised. Her heart raced anew as she approached the tree, gently brushing her fingers against the marks. Pondering their origin, could this be the work of some creature? Or was there another explanation? Xing Mufei was filled with uncertainty. Just then, a voice called from behind, "Mufei, breakfast is ready." "Coming," she replied, casting one last glance at the tree before hastily returning to the cave. Yet, the enigmatic scratch lingered in her heart, evoking an unsettling sense of unease. Upon returning to the cave, Xing Mufei, with a serious demeanor, recounted her discoveries outside the cave and the sounds she had heard the previous night to her family. Jia's previously relaxed expression transformed into one of gravity. Furrowing his brow, his gaze brimmed with vigilance. Could it be that wild beasts are nearby? We must exercise greater caution from now on. Huaiyue, equally tense, concurred. Indeed, we cannot ascertain if danger is approaching. Xing Mufei voiced her concerns. I feel an incessant disquiet in my heart. We must be prepared for any eventuality. The children, overhearing the adults' conversation, displayed expressions of worry. Jia rose to his feet, pacing within the cave. Upon our return this afternoon, I shall fortify the cave entrance and set up additional obstacles. Huaiyue nodded in agreement. When we venture into the forest later, let us gather more timber and vines. I will craft a door to guard the entrance. After a moment of contemplation, Xing Mufei added, we must also ensure we have sufficient weapons at the ready, just in case. Uncertain of their current predicament, Xing Mufei decided to collect all of Chaoga's belongings into her space before dinner, planning to retrieve them later at night while everyone else slept. To prevent others from noticing, today, we should explore our surroundings and seek out additional resources, Jia suggested. Everyone nodded in agreement. Idle chatter was futile, and it was wiser to gather provisions first. With this realization, the family set forth into the forest. As they stepped into the lush greenery of the forest under the morning sun, the air was infused with the fresh scent of flora, and birds sang joyfully from the treetops. The children dashed ahead in excitement while Jia and Huaiyue attentively monitored their movements, searching for useful items. Xing Mufei trailed behind, a cloth bag in hand, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the bushes to her left. She halted, her senses heightened, and turned her gaze in that direction. To her astonishment, Bai Yi was struggling to emerge from the thicket, leaves entangled in his hair, clutching a worn basket, his clothes somewhat tattered. Presenting a rather disheveled appearance, a look of surprise illuminated Xing Mufei's face as she exclaimed, Bai Yi, what a coincidence to find you here. Bai Yi looked up, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion. Stammering, I came to gather some fruits. Jia approached, friendly as he patted Bai Yi's shoulder. Perfect timing. Let us work together. Many hands make light work. Bai Yi nodded slightly, though his demeanor remained somewhat reserved. The group continued their exploration, the children frolicking nearby, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Chapter 59. An unexpected encounter. Bai Yi was born into a large family brimming with children, where each sibling vied for their parents' attention through various means. Some were articulate and charming, bringing smiles to their parents' faces. Others were lively and energetic, earning praise through their clever antics. However, Bai Yi, often at a loss for words, appeared particularly silent among his siblings. Whenever the family gathered to share the day's amusing anecdotes, he would stand quietly to the side, yearning to join in yet unsure how to articulate his thoughts. He had attempted to express his feelings and ideas to his parents, yet often found his words falling short, leading to misunderstandings. Over time, he became increasingly inconspicuous in their eyes, as their attention gravitated towards the more eloquent children. Lacking their affection and recognition, Bai Yi's heart swelled with disappointment and frustration. He began to dread communication, fearing ridicule and neglect due to his clumsy expressions. Thus, He retreated into a shell, isolating himself within a small world. In this world, Bai Yi bore the weight of solitude and loneliness, yearning for understanding and love, yet uncertain of how to escape this predicament. Observing the happiness of Xing Mufei's family filled him with envy, yet he dared not approach, content to quietly follow behind. Xing Mufei noted this phenomenon and recognized Bai Yi's infrequent attempts at conversation, prompting her to engage him in light banter. "Bai Yi, do you often come to this forest?" she inquired. Bai Yi softly replied, "I am familiar with this place. I can find some treasures that others might overlook." As they continued their exploration, Bai Yi suddenly spotted a cluster of peculiar plants. "Wait, I think I've found taro." The others did not react, but Xing Mufei was elated. "Are you certain it's taro? That would be wonderful. We shall have a delightful meal," she exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the plants. Everyone gathered around, Bai Yi scrutinizing them before nodding. "Yes, this should indeed be taro." The excitement was palpable. "Fantastic! Have we discovered a new food source?" exclaimed the fifth sibling. "Let us dig it up quickly. I can't wait to taste it," chimed in the third sibling. Thus, they all set to work, excavating the taro while the children assisted by collecting the uprooted tubers. As Xing Mufei dug, she engaged Bai Yi in conversation. "Bai Yi, do you know how to distinguish good taro from bad?" Bai Yi bashfully responded, "You can tell by the skin. The smoother and unblemished ones are better." Xing Mufei smiled. "I see. You are quite knowledgeable." With their combined efforts, they soon amassed a substantial haul of taro. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Jia remarked, "What a bountiful harvest. This will sustain us for quite some time." The children, thrilled by their bounty, clustered around Xing Mufei, chattering eagerly, "Mommy, what delicious dishes can we make with taro?" With a gentle smile, Xing Mufei replied, "Oh, my dears, the culinary possibilities are plentiful. We can create fragrant and soft taro cakes, or simmer it into a sweet taro soup." "What is taro cake?" one child asked, eyes wide with curiosity. Xing Mufei patiently explained, "Taro cake involves cutting taro into small pieces, mixing it with rice flour, adding seasoning, and steaming it until done. It has a soft and tender texture." "And what about taro soup?" another child eagerly inquired. "Taro soup is made by boiling the taro until soft, adding rock sugar, resulting in a sweet and delightful beverage," Xing Mufei described, causing the children's mouths to water. That moment, the youngest child tugged at Xing Mufei's sleeve. "Mommy, I want to eat." With a smile, she agreed, "All right, I will prepare it for you once we return." Huaiwe chimed in, "Taro can also be stewed with meat. It tastes fantastic." The children, even more excited now, began to fantasize about the flavors of the dishes. Just then, Bai Yi, who had been silent, spoke softly, "I know of a type of cake made with taro that is also very delicious." The children's attention shifted instantly to Bai Yi, their voices in unison. "What kind of cake is it?" Bai Yi, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. "It's made by steaming the taro until soft, mashing it, mixing it with flour, and frying it in a pan." The children listened intently, eager to savor these culinary delights. Observing this exchange filled Bai Yi with envy. He stood quietly to the side, his gaze reflecting a longing mixed with a touch of melancholy. He recalled his own childhood, devoid of such warmth, and a pang of sorrow surged within him. Xing Mufei noticed Bai Yi's expression and approached him gently, asking, "Bai Yi, what troubles you?" He lowered his head, concealing his emotions. "It's nothing. I just find this scene beautiful." Xing Mufei seemed to grasp his feelings, offering comfort. "There will be more beautiful moments awaiting you in the future." Bai Yi lifted his gaze to meet Xing Mufei's tender countenance. His heart stirred. Their interaction caught the attention of Jia and Huaiwe, who exchanged knowing glances, recognizing Xing Mufei's interest in Bai Yi. The earlier signs of Xing Mufei's particular concern for Bai Yi became increasingly apparent. Jia had long considered this and secretly supported Xing Mufei in seeking more companions to care for her. In his view, as long as it brought her ease and happiness, having more people around to provide companionship and assistance was not a detriment. Huaiwe, too, was unconcerned, thinking that as long as they treated Xing Mufei well, it was sufficient. She understood Xing Mufei's kindness and excellence. Whatever choice she made, Huaiwe was willing to respect and support. Throughout their journey, both Jia and Huaiwe felt a touch of awkwardness, yet as they progressed, their exchanges grew more frequent. Bai Yi led the way with a light and steady gait, occasionally looking back to remind Xing Mufei to watch for stones or thorns underfoot. Xing Mufei noticed that although Bai Yi spoke little, every word was filled with care. Be cautious of the branches of that tree. Don't let them scratch you, Bai Yi advised softly. Xing Mufei smiled and nodded. Feeling warmth from Bai Yi's attentiveness, as they walked, they arrived at a fruit grove. The tree was adorned with ripe fruits, and Bai Yi skillfully ascended to pluck the sweetest of them for Xing Mufei. Try this. It tastes exceptionally good, Bai Yi said as he handed down a fruit. Xing Mufei accepted it, took a bite, and the sweet juice burst forth in her mouth. It's truly delicious. Thank you, Bai Yi, she exclaimed, a shy smile gracing Bai Yi's face in response. As noon approached, they rested by the creek. Bai Yi constructed a simple stove from stones, igniting a fire to prepare a warm bowl of wild vegetable soup for Xing Mufei. Though simple, it warms the body, he remarked. Xing Mufei accepted the bowl, cherishing the warmth and care it represented. As their day of gathering came to an end and they returned to their dwelling laden with their bounty, Xing Mufei realized she had been profoundly captivated by Bai Yi's character. Chapter 60. Who could it be? Reluctant to bid farewell to Bai Yi, the family returned home, first tidying their temporary abode. Xing Mufei pointed out several damaged areas discovered the previous night, saying, "We must repair these first. Otherwise, we won't rest easy at night." Qi Yin nodded and promptly picked up his tools to begin work. He adeptly patched the damaged walls with wooden planks, filling the gaps with mud. Hua Yu busied herself organizing the clutter within, arranging items with meticulous care. The children were not idle either, helping by passing tools and darting about. Their small figures brimming with energy. Watching them, Xing Mufei felt her heart swell with warmth. After mending the walls, they began crafting a wooden door. Qi Yin selected sturdy timber, carefully cutting and smoothing it. Xing Mufei and Hua Yu assisted in securing the doorframe, ensuring it would be firmly installed. After considerable effort, the brand new wooden door was finally completed. Qi Yin fitted it into the opening, testing it and pleasantly declaring, "Now it feels much safer." Next, they dug traps around their dwelling. Qi Yin wielded a shovel to excavate large pits, while Xing Mufei and Hua Yu inserted sharp branches into the holes. "Be careful not to hurt yourselves," Xing Mufei cautioned. The children watched with wide, curious eyes. "Mom, will these traps catch bad people?" one child inquired. Xing Mufei ruffled his hair and replied, "Yes, if a bad person comes, they will fall into the trap." With everyone working in unison, the traps were finally completed. "Now we should be able to sleep soundly," Hua Yu said, wiping the sweat from her forehead. After wrapping up the most crucial tasks, they divided responsibilities to prepare dinner, processing the supplies gathered that day. The family worked together, first repairing the cave, then digging the traps, alleviating their concerns about safety, finally allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Subsequently, they organized themselves. Hua Yu tied on an apron and stood at the makeshift stove, expertly tending to the cooking. She washed and diced taro, tossing it into the pan to saute, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Meanwhile, she also busied herself with boiling soup, the water bubbling vigorously, steaming up the surroundings. Xing Mufei sat nearby, diligently sorting through the gathered supplies. She categorized the fresh fruits, reserving some for jam and others for immediate consumption. The animals were also sorted. The deceased were skinned for meat, while the living were kept in storage for future sustenance. The children, too, were actively engaged. The eldest helped chop wood into smaller pieces for the fire. The second swept the cave's dust with a broom, and the youngest assisted in washing vegetables. Qi Yin paced the cave, inspecting the repairs to ensure everything was secure and without oversight. Before long, the meal was ready, and the family gathered around the table. Hua Yu presented the steaming taro dish, and everyone, enticed by the aroma, could hardly suppress their hunger. "You've all worked hard. Please enjoy the taro I made," Hua Yu said with a smile. They eagerly picked up their chopsticks, relishing the delicious dinner. To allow the family to savor even more delightful flavors, Hua Yu consulted a recipe, preparing to showcase his culinary skills with taro. He first steamed a portion of the taro until tender, then mashed it into a smooth paste, adding just the right amount of sugar and glutinous rice flour to form a dough. After dividing it into small pieces and wrapping them around sweet bean paste, he created delightful, soft taro cakes. He also diced another portion of taro, simmering it with ribs, allowing the taro to absorb the rich flavor of the meat, rendering it utterly irresistible. Additionally, he sliced some taro into strips, stir-frying it with green peppers, the fragrance filling the air. As Hua Yu presented each taro delicacy, The children's eyes sparkled with excitement. The eldest, unable to contain himself, grabbed a taro cake, took a bite, and his face lit up with satisfaction. Wow, this is amazing, Huayu. The taro cake is both fragrant and sweet. The second child, particularly fond of the taro and rib stew, devoured it while mumbling, the flavor of the ribs and taro together is simply divine. The youngest adored the stir-fried taro strips with green peppers, exclaiming between bites, "These taro strips are crunchy and so delicious." The other children were so engrossed in their meal that they barely lifted their heads. Watching the children enjoy their food so heartily filled Huayu with immense joy. Xingmu Fei smiled and said, "Huayu, your cooking skills have truly improved. These taro dishes are innovative and delectable." Qi Yin nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the children are in for a treat today." The family enjoyed a harmonious and sumptuous dinner, their laughter echoing throughout the cave. After the meal, once everyone had tidied up, Xingmu Fei took the initiative to converse with Qi Yin and Huayu. The flickering campfire cast soft shadows on their faces within the cave. With a determined yet shy gaze, Xingmu Fei looked at Qi Yin and Huayu and softly spoke, "Today, spending time with Bai Yi made me realize he is quite a remarkable person. I wish to get to know him better, and if it feels right, I would like him to become my beast husband." Qi Yin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly broke into an understanding smile. "Mu Fei, as long as it is your decision, I will support you." Huayu gently took Xingmu Fei's hand and said, "Mu Fei, your happiness is of utmost importance. However, do ensure you understand him well. I do not wish for you to be hurt." Xingmu Fei nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude. "I understand. Thank you both." After expressing her thoughts, she felt a great sense of relief. The family, enveloped in a warm atmosphere, lay down to sleep, their hearts content. As night deepened, the cave fell into a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic sound of their breathing. Yet, in the middle of the night, they heard a disturbance outside. Initially faint, the sound resembled the rustle of leaves in the breeze, but it gradually grew clearer, suggesting something was prowling outside the cave, accompanied by soft crashes and scraping noises. Xingmu Fei was the first to awaken, her eyes flying open as she held her breath, straining to listen to the external sounds. The intermittent noises quickened her heartbeat. She gently nudged Qi Yin beside her, whispering, "Wake up. It seems something is amiss outside." Qi Yin immediately became alert, sitting up and listening intently. The children were also stirred by their commotion, their sleepy eyes wide with concern. "Mom, what is happening?" the eldest asked anxiously. "Be quiet. Let us listen." Xingmu Fei urged the children to remain silent. Huayu also woke, her expression one of vigilance. The sound grew closer, as if something was approaching. They realized that whatever lurked outside had seen through their traps. It was likely a clever and cunning beast or perhaps a beast man. Xingmu Fei's heart raced, and cold sweat beaded on her forehead. Qi Yin gripped his weapon tightly, his eyes filled with wariness. "Everyone be cautious. Do not act recklessly," Qi Yin warned in a hushed tone. The children huddled together, their bodies trembling slightly, fear evident in their eyes. Huayu bit her lip and whispered, "What on earth could this be that can so easily see through our traps?" Taking a deep breath, Xingmu Fei endeavored to calm herself. "Regardless of what it is, we must be prepared to respond." To that moment, the commotion outside abruptly ceased, plunging the surroundings into eerie silence. This stillness intensified their unease, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. "Has it left?" the youngest asked quietly. "Stay silent," Qi Yin admonished. Chapter 61. Doubt. As everyone remained on edge, the sounds outside gradually faded away, the noise retreating into the distance. The tension inside the cave did not immediately dissipate. They remained vigilant, ears perked up, listening for any signs that it might just be a fleeting illusion. After a considerable wait, confirming no further sounds emerged, Qi Yin cautiously stood up, tiptoeing to the cave entrance to peer outside. "It seems to have truly left," he murmured. Xingmu Fei and Huayu exhaled in relief, and the children relaxed, leaning against each other. "But we still cannot let our guard down. It might return," Xingmu Fei cautioned. Everyone nodded, resuming their positions, but sleep eluded them. What could it be that is so cunning? Huayu pondered, furrowing his brow in confusion. "Whatever it is, we must strengthen our defenses. Tomorrow, we must re-examine the traps and set up additional obstacles." Qi Yin spoke with a grave expression as the group engaged in hushed discussions about their countermeasures. their voices gradually fading as dawn approached. At that moment, a melodious bird song shattered the tranquility of the morning. The arrival of daylight allowed the tension that had gripped them throughout the night to finally dissipate. They pushed open the door and ventured outside to inspect the signs left behind. Qian led the way, gripping a sturdy wooden stick, with Xing Mufei and Huaiyue following closely behind, while the children cautiously trailed after them. Upon reaching the location from which the sounds had emanated the previous night, they discovered that there were few traces left behind. The traps remained intact, much to their relief and confusion. This is indeed peculiar, Xing Mufei remarked, her brow furrowed. Something drew near, yet it left no discernible evidence. Qian crouched down, scrutinizing the ground. Perhaps it was exceptionally cautious, deliberately avoiding areas that would leave a mark. Huaiyue scanned the surroundings. But what could its purpose have been? Was it merely passing through? The children, too, leaned in with curiosity, hoping to uncover some clues. However, this scant evidence did little to clarify the identity of the unexpected visitor from the previous night. Regardless, we must enhance our vigilance and not let our guard down, Qian declared, rising with a serious expression. The group nodded in agreement and continued their search of the vicinity. At that moment, the second child discovered several peculiar strands of fur beside a rock. They were short gray hairs, glistening faintly in the sunlight. The group examined them closely, a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. These hairs bear a striking resemblance to those of the rabbit tribe's beastmen. Xing Mufei observed with uncertainty. Qian picked up a strand, rolling it thoughtfully between his fingers. Could last night's intruder possibly be a rabbit tribe beastman? Huaiyue frowned. But the rabbit tribe beastmen are known for their gentle nature. It seems unlikely they would engage in such strange behavior. The children began to exchange ideas. The eldest suggested, perhaps it wasn't a member of the rabbit tribe. It could just be a coincidence. The second child countered, but such coincidences are rare. We should investigate further. The third child nodded in agreement. Yes, if it truly is related to the rabbit tribe, it would be wise to prepare ourselves in advance. After much deliberation, they resolved to journey to the rabbit tribe to seek answers. They hastily packed their belongings and set forth towards the rabbit tribe's territory. The scenery along the way was picturesque, yet their minds were preoccupied with the potential truths hidden behind the mysterious gray fur. Perhaps it was their suspicions that made them more vigilant upon their return. As they approached the rabbit tribe, they scrutinized every detail, even re-examining the environment they had previously visited. As they neared the rabbit tribe, ancient trees with thick trunks loomed overhead, their girth requiring several people to embrace. The rabbit tribe beastmen had ingeniously utilized the hollows of these trees for storing tools and weapons. A crystal-clear brook meandered through the forest, its waters flowing gently from the mountains, while the stones along its banks were smoothed by the current. The rabbit tribe fetched water here, washing up amidst the lush aquatic vegetation, where they occasionally spotted a few rabbits grazing. Each morning, as the first rays of sunshine filtered through the leaves, the slumbering rabbit tribe was awakened. Birds sang joyfully, and squirrels leaped among the branches, infusing the woods with vitality and vigor. Qian walked resolutely at the front, followed closely by Xing Mufei, who remained attentive to their surroundings. Huaiyue looked after the children, ensuring none fell behind. Qian respectfully approached the tribe leader to explain their purpose and present the gray fur. The leader studied the strands intently, his expression growing somber. You may search the tribe, but do not disturb the villagers, he instructed. Grateful, Xing Mufei and the others nodded and began their search for suspicious individuals within the tribe. Dividing into groups, they cautiously navigated through the various corners of the tribe. Xing Mufei and Huaiyue formed one team, meticulously observing the expressions and actions of each villager. Look at that individual, their eyes seem evasive. Could there be something amiss? Huaiyue whispered. Xing Mufei shook her head. Let us observe a while longer. Perhaps we are simply being overly cautious. Qian led the children in another group, diligently examining the rabbit tribe beastmen. While filtering through the villagers, Xing Mufei encountered Bai Yi, the person she had been thinking about since the previous night. The moment her gaze met Bai Ye's, she froze, her heart aflutter as if 1,000 butterflies were taking flight. Bai Ye's handsome features and deep-set eyes momentarily made her forget her surroundings. Upon seeing Xing Mufei, Bai Ye's face lit up with surprise, a warm smile gracing his lips. Mufei, what are you busy with? His voice was as soothing as a gentle spring breeze. Xing Mufei composed herself, striving to quell her excitement. There was a theft at my cave last night. What happened? Are you all right? Bai Yi inquired. Concern etched on his face. Rest assured, I am unharmed. However, we discovered a hair outside the cave today, and it resembles that of your rabbit tribe's beastmen. Bai Ye's brow furrowed slightly at this revelation, but then relaxed as concern flickered in his eyes. Such a thing occurred? I shall certainly assist you. Xing Mufei gazed at him with gratitude. With your help, we might uncover leads more swiftly. That moment. Qi Yin and Huaiyue approached. Bai Yi, we appreciate your assistance, Qi Yin expressed earnestly. Bai Yi nodded solemnly. No need for thanks. The children gathered around, curious to hear the adults' conversation. The eldest blinked and asked, Bai Yi, do you think we can catch that thief? Bai Yi patted the eldest's head reassuringly. As long as we search diligently, we are bound to find clues. Chapter 62. The culprit. Bai Yi led the group in their search for suspicious individuals based on the hair in hand. But ultimately, they found nothing. Disappointment and confusion clouded Xing Mufei's face. How could this be? Did we misjudge? Qi Yin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, perhaps that fur does not belong to anyone from the rabbit tribe. Huaiyue shook her head. Yet the resemblance to the rabbit tribe beastmen is so striking. Could there be another explanation? Bai Yi surveyed the surroundings, his gaze thoughtful. Perhaps there is something we have yet to consider. The children appeared weary and disheartened. The eldest murmured, we've searched for so long and found nothing. It's truly baffling. The second child tugged at Xing Mufei's sleeve. Mom, what should we do next? Xing Mufei knelt down to comfort them. Don't fret. We will think of another plan. However, as time wore on, they had to concede defeat. Sighing in resignation, Xing Mufei remarked, it seems we shall find no clues today. Qi Yin, observing the fatigue etched on their faces, said, it's all right. At least we have spread the word. If the culprit is indeed from the rabbit tribe, they will likely refrain from returning in the near future. Qi Yin's reasoning resonated with them, and they agreed to return to their cave that night. Intensifying their defenses, perhaps we can catch them off guard and eliminate the threat once and for all. Upon returning to the cave, they began preparations for the evening's endeavors. Qi Yin set additional traps at the entrance, while Xing Mufei kept weapons close at hand, ready to respond to any sudden developments. Huaiyue prepared torches as a precaution. The children appeared particularly anxious, and the eldest asked, Dad, do you really think we can catch that thief tonight? Qi Yin affectionately patted the eldest's head. As long as we are well prepared, there is hope. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. The family remained awake, quietly awaiting the unfolding events. Time ticked by, and just as weariness began to set in, they suddenly heard a faint rustling from outside. Xing Mufei instantly became alert, gripping her weapon and signaling to the others. Qi Yin stealthily approached the cave entrance, ready to strike at a moment's notice. However, when they glimpsed the situation outside, they were taken aback. Before them stood a ferocious beast, its agile form and fierce gaze exuding an air of danger under the moonlight. Qi Yin whispered, everyone, be cautious and do not act recklessly. Xing Mufei gripped her bow tightly, her palms slick with sweat, while Huaiyue shielded the children behind her, her expression resolute. The beast prowled around the cave entrance, seemingly testing its surroundings. Qi Yin seized the moment. Charging forward and swinging his stick at the beast, it deftly evaded the blow and lunged towards Qi Yin. Without hesitation, Xing Mufei shot an arrow at the beast. It sidestepped, the arrow narrowly missing its mark. The children watched anxiously from within the cave, holding their breath. At that moment, Huaiyue joined the fray with a torch in hand. The bright flames instilled a sense of fear in the beast, causing its movements to slow. United in purpose, they gradually gained the upper hand. Qi Yin seized the opportunity and struck the beast's hind leg with his stick, causing it to yelp in pain. Xing Mufei took advantage of its distraction to thrust her spear. This time accurately piercing its shoulder, wounded, the beast attempted to flee. However, the crowd showed no mercy, tightly encircling the beast and relentlessly attacking it. After a fierce struggle, the creature finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. United in purpose, they captured it, and joy radiated from each face, reflecting their hard-won victory. Mother, has this matter been resolved? Will we no longer be disturbed by unknown creatures? The eldest child looked up with eager anticipation at Xing Mufei. Xing Mufei gently patted the child's head, responding, it is still uncertain. We cannot let our guard down tonight. We must continue to patrol for the time being. The second child blinked, a hint of worry in their eyes. That sounds quite arduous. Qi Yin approached, offering reassurance. As long as it ensures everyone's safety, a little hardship is worth it. Huaiyue nodded in agreement. Indeed, tomorrow we will venture out to hunt, ensuring our safety. Very well, the family gathered together. Discussing their plans for the following day, Xing Mufei addressed everyone. While hunting tomorrow, we must all remain vigilant and look out for one another. Qi Yin replied, rest assured, we will be careful. As night deepened, despite having captured the beast, an undercurrent of unease lingered in everyone's hearts, preventing them from fully relaxing. On the following morning, sunlight bathed the entrance of their cave as the family prepared their tools and set off on their hunting expedition. They tread cautiously through the forest, alert to the sounds surrounding them. Suddenly, a rustling noise emerged from the bushes, causing a wave of tension to sweep over them as they instinctively heightened their vigilance. Qi Yin gripped their weapon tightly and cautiously approached the source of the sound, while the others held their breath, ready to confront any danger. As Qi Yin carefully parted the foliage with their foot, they were surprised to see Bai Yi emerge from the underbrush. The group paused momentarily before regaining their composure. Qi Yin stepped forward, patting Bai Yi's shoulder. Good to see you again, brother. The children gathered around, joyfully calling out, Brother Bai Yi. Bai Yi approached with concern, inquiring about the events of the previous night. How did it go last night? Is everyone all right? The eldest exclaimed excitedly, Brother Bai Yi, we caught a wild beast last night. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yi's eyes. Really? You captured the culprit? Not quite certain yet. We don't know if there are more beasts lurking nearby, came the reply. Bai Yi nodded. Yes, we should remain cautious. There could be other dangers. Xing Mufei asked, Bai Yi, what brings you here? Bai Yi responded, I was worried about you all, so I came to see if I could help. Huaiyue smiled. Since you're here, let's hunt together. We fear there may be other large beasts nearby, so today we primarily aim to capture local prey. All right, I will assist as well. Qi Yin patted Bai Yi's shoulder. With you here, we feel more confident. The group unanimously agreed and continued deeper into the forest. As they ventured further, the trees grew taller and denser, casting shadows that darkened their path. Suddenly, the third child shouted, Look, there's a wild boar over there. Following his direction, they indeed spotted a large boar foraging. Bai Yi whispered, Everyone be cautious. Let us not startle it. This creature is formidable. If we manage to hunt it, it will sustain us for quite some time. The fourth child's eyes sparkled with excitement. Qi Yin surveyed the surroundings, beginning to strategize. Bai Yi, you and the eldest will flank from the left. The third and I will approach from the right, while Xing Mufei and Huaiyue will provide support from the back. The second, fourth, and fifth will assist from the side. Understood. The group executed their plan, gradually inching closer to the wild boar. However, the boar seemed to sense danger, suddenly turning and charging towards them. The eldest and third child swiftly released their arrows. But neither struck a vital spot, only serving to enrage the boar further. Bai Yi and Qi Yin quickly attacked, attempting to halt the boar's advance. In that critical moment, Xing Mufei seized the opportunity, releasing an arrow that struck the boar's hind leg. The beast stumbled and fell. The group surged forward, finally subduing the wild boar. Fantastic, we've done it. They cheered in triumph. After the battle, Bai Yi gazed at Xing Mufei's family with envy, for they had used tools and weapons to overcome their foe, while his own rabbit tribe had never considered crafting weapons, relying solely on their physical prowess, which often led to injuries. Bai Yi couldn't help but exclaim, Xing Mufei, I truly admire your ability to think of fighting with weapons. Our rabbit tribe has always depended on our bodies, often leaving us battered. Xing Mufei smiled and replied, This is a result of our experiences in facing dangers. Weapons enable us to protect ourselves more effectively. Qi Yin added, In truth, if you're willing to try, you can create weapons and enhance your strength. Bai Yi's eyes sparkled with hope. Is it really possible? I've never had any experience in that area. Huaiyue encouraged, You can learn gradually. We can teach you. The children also expressed their eagerness to help. Thus, in the days that followed, Xing Mufei's family began instructing Bai Yi on how to create and use simple weapons. In this endeavor, Xing Mufei was an expert, and Qi Yin and Huaiyue, aware of her intentions, seized the opportunity to foster closer ties between the two. Xing Mufei's one-on-one guidance often left Bai Yi feeling somewhat awkward and uneasy. He would quietly follow behind her, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation and uncertainty. Observing Bai Yi's discomfort, Xing Mufei paused her work, smiled at him, and gently said, Bai Yi, don't be nervous. Just relax. Bai Yi lowered his head slightly, his hands unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of his clothing, responding softly, I'll try my best. Xing Mufei picked up a piece of wood, patiently explaining, you see, when crafting a bow, selecting the right wood is crucial. It should be sturdy yet flexible. Yes, she handed the wood to Bai Yi. She added, feel it for yourself. Bai Yi cautiously accepted the wood, his fingers brushing against it, yet he dared not look up at Xing Mufei. Xing Mufei leaned closer, her fingers lightly touching the wood, instructing, like this, feel its grain and hardness. Bai Yi's face flushed, acutely aware of her breath, his heart racing. Nevertheless, he focused intently, attempting to heed her words about the wood. After a moment, Xing Mufei picked up a dagger and handed it to Bai Yi. Now, try holding this dagger. Feel its weight and balance. Bai Yi hesitated, slowly extending his hand to grasp the dagger. His hand trembled slightly, prompting Xing Mufei to gently hold his wrist, guiding him into the correct posture. Steady your movements, apply strength. Her voice resonated in his ears, causing his cheeks to heat up. Summoning his courage, Bai Yi glanced up at Xing Mufei. Meeting her encouraging gaze in that instant, his tension seemed to dissipate. I think I'm starting to understand. Bai Yi's voice was no longer quaking. Xing Mufei smiled. Excellent, keep it up. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Under her patient tutelage, Bai Yi gradually shed his self-consciousness, becoming more proactive in seeking her guidance, and their exchanges grew increasingly natural and fluid. As Bai Yi and Xing Mufei quickly became familiar with one another, his interactions with the other family members also increased. During the day, they would scour the woods together for suitable materials to craft weapons. With Bai Yi attentively listening as Xing Mufei explained the characteristics and uses of each material in the evenings, they gathered around the campfire, sorting through the day's provisions while sharing their experiences and insights. Filled with laughter, this allowed Bai Yi and Xing Mufei to spend more time together, and their bond deepened in subtle yet profound ways. Xing Mufei found herself increasingly admiring Bai Yi's intelligence and bravery. Whenever he encountered a challenge, he could rapidly devise solutions. In the face of danger, he never faltered, always stepping forward to protect others. Conversely, Bai Yi was captivated by Xing Mufei's gentleness and strength. Her boundless tenderness in caring for her family and her unwavering resolve in the face of adversity endeared her to him deeply. Recently, Bai Yi's unusual behavior caught the attention of his father, Bai Yin. Previously, Bai Yi had always been dutifully present in the tribe, assisting with tasks within his capacity. However, over the past few weeks, he had been absent for long stretches, often leaving early and returning late. Sometimes neglecting to eat altogether. One day, as Bai Yi prepared to leave again, Bai Yin called out to him, Bai Yi, you've been absent for days. What are you up to? Bai Yin's brow furrowed, his voice laced with discontent and suspicion. Bai Yi's gaze faltered as he stammered, Father, I'm just taking a walk. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin's expression darkened further. A walk? Who walks all day from dawn till dusk? Speak the truth. Bai Yi bit his lip. Aware that he could no longer conceal the truth, he spoke softly, Father, I am learning the art of weapon crafting and usage from Xing Mufei. Bai Yin's eyes widened in shock, his voice rising in disbelief. What? Xing Mufei? That outsider woman? Bai Yi, how could you associate with them? Bai Yi lifted his gaze, urgency lacing his words. Father, the Xing family is genuinely kind, and their methods of weapon creation are invaluable. I wish to learn more. Bai Yin thundered in anger. Our rabbit clan has its own means of survival. We do not need to adopt practices from outsiders. Cease all contact with them at once. Bai Yi, stubborn as ever, replied, Father, I believe there is no harm in acquiring new knowledge. It will enable us to better protect ourselves and our kin. Bai Yin trembled with rage. Are you defying my wishes? Taking a deep breath, Bai Yi asserted, Father, I do not intend to oppose you. I merely wish for us to grow stronger. With that, Bai Yi disregarded his father's fury and ran out. Bai Yin watched his son's retreating figure. A tumult of emotions swirling within him, anger intermingled with worry. While he delighted in Bai Yi's newfound determination, he feared that his son's interactions with outsiders might lead to trouble for both himself and the rabbit clan. He had always harbored a sense of wariness towards Xing Mufei and her family, yet he felt helpless against his son's rebellious spirit. Meanwhile, Bai Yi sought out Xing Mufei. His heart a battleground of conflicting emotions, he was at a loss on how to confront his father's opposition, Yet he was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to learn from her. Chapter 64. Troubles as Bai Yi emerged from the tribe. His steps were heavy and hurried. His brow was furrowed, his mind a tangled mass of thoughts that he could not unravel. Along the way, his father's furious words and resolute stance echoed in his mind, each syllable striking him like a dagger to the heart. He questioned whether he had truly erred, whether he should heed his father's advice and abandon his association with Xing Mu Fei, forsaking the pursuit of new knowledge. Yet every time he recalled Xing Mu Fei's gentleness, her patience, and the empowering skill she imparted, he felt a deep sense of reluctance to give it all up. He yearned for change, for self-improvement, and to safeguard all that he cherished. Wildflowers by the roadside swayed gently in the breeze, but Bai Yi was too troubled to appreciate their beauty. His gaze was vacant, focused solely on the path ahead, his inner turmoil rendering him oblivious to his own labored breathing. Upon reaching a small stream, Bai Yi halted. He gazed at his blurred reflection in the water. Murmuring to himself, "What should I do?" The fish in the stream swam joyfully by, seemingly oblivious to his distress. Drawing a deep breath, Bai Yi continued towards Xing Mu Fei. With each step, his heart grew heavier. At last, he spotted her figure, and in that moment, his eyes were filled with both anticipation and profound concern. His steps faltered, and his face was a canvas of conflict and confusion. Upon seeing Xing Mu Fei, he opened his mouth to speak, yet an invisible force seemed to choke his words, leaving him hesitant. Xing Mu Fei, observing Bai Yi's demeanor, felt a tightening in her chest. She approached him, her voice gentle. "Bai Yi, what troubles you? Your state of mind worries me." Bai Yi's gaze flickered, avoiding her concerned eyes as he lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists. After a long silence, he finally spoke in a low tone. "Mu Fei, my father is adamantly opposed to my learning from you, even claiming he would no longer acknowledge me as his son." He raised his head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his expression one of anguish and helplessness. Xing Mu Fei frowned slightly, her eyes brimming with compassion. "Bai Yi, do not be too disheartened. Together we shall find a solution." Bai Yi shook his head, exhaling a long sigh. "I truly do not know what to do. On one side stands my father, and on the other, the knowledge I wish to acquire, and you as well." Seeing how much Bai Yi valued her presence, Xing Mu Fei felt a surge of happiness. However, she also understood the implications of his father's wishes. It was clear he did not want Bai Yi to grow too close to her. Through their time together, Xing Mu Fei had grown increasingly fond of Bai Yi. While she had intended to confess her feelings at a later stage, she now recognized that this moment might present a perfect opportunity. Resolute, Xing Mu Fei took action. She gazed into Bai Yi's eyes and softly declared, "Bai Yi, our time together has illuminated my heart. I adore you. The one who strives to overcome his flaws and embraces progress. I wish for you to be my partner. What are your thoughts?" Her words struck Bai Yi like a thunderclap, his eyes widening in astonishment as his heart raced wildly, as if it would leap from his chest, overwhelmed by disbelief. Inside, a tumult of emotions surged. Yet he felt undeniably elated, intoxicated by her confession. Finally, he raised his gaze to meet Xing Mu Fei's earnest and fervent eyes. "Mu Fei, I am truly overjoyed. This is a happiness I never dared to dream of. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, you were like a radiant star that fell into my heart. Each of your smiles, every tender gesture captivates me deeply. I have harbored my feelings for you silently, too afraid to reveal them, yet here I am, hearing your beautiful sentiments. Mu Fei, I love you. This love is profound and unwavering. Love is the most exquisite thing in the world, and in this moment of mutual understanding, pink bubbles of affection seem to rise between them, overflowing with tenderness. Bai Yi, hearing you say that fills me with joy. However, as you know, our family ventured here to explore the diverse landscapes of the Beast Realm as we journey southward. We cannot linger in one place for too long. I have always wanted to ask you, would you be willing to join me? To pursue the warmth of the South together and to witness the beauty of the Beast Realm?" Upon hearing Xing Mu Fei's words, Bai Yi's exhilaration swiftly morphed into turmoil. He opened his mouth, only to find his throat constricted, rendering him momentarily speechless. After what felt like an eternity, he managed to speak. "Mu Fei, I truly like you, cherishing every moment spent with you. Yet the idea of heading south is abrupt. I have never considered it my father, my kin, our tribe. I cannot simply abandon them. Xing Mufei understood that such a significant decision could not be made hastily. Yet she could not help but feel a pang of disappointment as she gazed at Bai Yi. Her heart swayed uncontrollably. She realized that letting go of him would be no simple feat. For the one she loved, she was willing to cherish him. Xing Mufei stepped closer, gently taking Bai Yi's hand, and said, Bai Yi, I know this is a challenging decision for you, but sometimes one must bravely break free from their existing life to explore new horizons. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, lost in profound contemplation. He recognized that this decision could alter the course of his life, and he needed to weigh it carefully. There is no need to rush. Take your time to ponder, and let me know when you have made up your mind. All right, in Bai Yi's heart, the understanding and acceptance that Xing Mufei offered were unparalleled. Yet, he grappled with the question. Should he truly forsake his family and tribe for her? He did not have the answer. After Bai Yi left, Xing Mufei stood alone, a complex array of emotions flickering in her eyes. That moment, Qi Yin and Hua Yu approached her. Qi Yin spoke first. His tone laced with concern. Mufei, what are your thoughts on what transpired with Bai Yi? Xing Mufei sighed softly. I am uncertain that I care for Bai Yi, but he seems deeply conflicted about the idea of journeying south. Hua Yu took Xing Mufei's hand, speaking gently. Mufei, matters of the heart cannot be forced. If Bai Yi cannot make a firm decision to accompany us south, you must prepare yourself for that possibility. Xing Mufei bit her lip. I understand, but I still hope he will choose to join us. Qi Yin patted Xing Mufei's shoulder. The journey south will be fraught with challenges. Perhaps Bai Yi has his own reservations? Xing Mufei nodded. I know, yet I believe Bai Yi's feelings for me are genuine. Hua Yu added, Mufei, we certainly wish for your happiness, but we must also consider the realities of the situation. Xing Mufei remained silent for a moment before lifting her head. Regardless, I will respect Bai Yi's choice. Qi Yin and Hua Yu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with compassion for Xing Mufei. Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, tousling Xing Mufei's hair and adding to her emotional turmoil. Chapter 65. Compromise. After parting from Xing Mufei, Bai Yi felt as though his spirit had been drained. He walked unsteadily towards his secret hideout, his mind a cacophony of thoughts akin to a swarm of bees buzzing chaotically, leaving him unable to appreciate the beauty of the surroundings. Upon arriving at his secret base, a tranquil cave concealed by thick vines, Bai Yi pushed aside the foliage and stepped inside. The cave was shrouded in darkness and dampness, yet he paid no heed to these discomforts as he casually found a stone to sit upon. Cradling his head in his hands, images of Xing Mufei's passionate gaze during her confession flooded his mind. Along with her mention of the southern journey, I love her. I truly love her, Bai Yi murmured to himself, the turmoil within him causing immense anguish. He recalled his father's stern visage and unwavering opposition. Choosing to embark on the journey south with Xing Mufei would undoubtedly be a betrayal of his father. Yet, to forsake Xing Mufei and this burgeoning relationship felt like a shattering of his very soul, leaving him irrevocably fragmented. What should I do? What on earth should I do? Bai Yi's voice echoed within the cave, yet no one was there to provide him with answers. He thought of the kin and friends in his tribe, the land he had grown up in since childhood. Departing from this place meant relinquishing too much, confronting an ocean of uncertainties and challenges. Bai Yi rose to his feet, pacing restlessly within the cave. The stones beneath his feet scattered in every direction as he kicked them, yet it did little to alleviate the turmoil in his heart. Time slipped by, each second weighing heavier upon him. He understood that he needed to make a decision swiftly, yet the gravity of that decision felt insurmountable, as if it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. As dusk fell, Bai Yi, prioritizing his safety, had no choice but to leave the cave, heading towards the direction of his tribe. After a considerable struggle, Bai Yi returned home, but before he could step through the door, the cacophony of voices from within the cave reached his ears. Laughter and joy reverberated in harmony. The mirthful sounds pierced through him like a sharp blade, striking deep into his heart. He slowly pushed the door open, and the vibrant scene inside unfolded before him. His family sat together, their faces alight with happiness, engaged in conversation and sharing tales of their day. Yet, no one noticed his return. No one paused to inquire about his day's experiences. Bai Yi stood quietly at the threshold, observing this familiar yet alien scene. A wave of indescribable bitterness surged within him. He felt like a specter in his own home, an inconsequential presence. Silently, he made his way to a corner and sat down, attempting to merge into the jubilant atmosphere, but found himself utterly incapable of doing so. He recalled his day spent wandering outside, consumed by confusion and indecision, yet bereft of anyone to confide in now. Back at home, he remained overlooked and misunderstood. Baiye's gaze dimmed, his head bowed, hands clenched into tight fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Yet he felt no pain. He questioned himself. Am I truly so insignificant in this family? Why does no one care about me? At that moment, a younger brother dashed over and accidentally bumped into Baiye. The boy glanced up at him, offered no apology, and scampered off to continue playing. The last flicker of hope within Baiye extinguished. He felt as though he had been abandoned by the entire world. He rose quietly, turning away to step back into the enveloping darkness of the night. Once more, Baiye wandered aimlessly through the night, the cold moonlight casting a solitary shadow upon him. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to the edge of the tribe, staring into the distant, unknown darkness. The confusion in his heart deepening. At that moment, he felt as if he stood at a crossroads in life, with every path fraught with challenges and perils. Baiye's thoughts swirled. A familiar voice called out from behind, Baiye. He turned to see his mother approaching. She walked beside him, gently patting his shoulder. My child, I understand the pain and struggle within you. Baiye looked at his mother in surprise, tears welling in his eyes. She sighed and continued, Your father does not disregard you. He merely harbors his own concerns and convictions, and you, too, have your own pursuits and dreams. The conflict between these is not irreconcilable. Baiye remained silent. Listening intently, she went on, Love and responsibility often stand in opposition. Yet as long as you remain true to your kindness and integrity, you shall find a path that belongs to you. With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Baiye to ponder alone. As he watched his mother's retreating figure, a glimmer of understanding began to dawn within him. He resolved to return home and have an earnest conversation with his father. When he returned to the cave, the lively scene had dissipated, leaving only his father sitting alone by the flickering fire. Baiye took a deep breath and approached, sitting down slowly. His father glanced at him, the earlier anger replaced with deep weariness and concern. Gathering his courage, Baiye spoke. Father, I wish to have a serious conversation with you. His father nodded slightly, and under the firelight, they began a heartfelt exchange. Baiye inhaled deeply, finally summoning the courage to express himself. Father, I truly adore Xing Mufei. She is like a beam of light in the darkness, illuminating my world. His father furrowed his brow slightly. Remaining silent but attentive, Baiye continued, Every moment spent with her fills me with warmth and joy I have never known. She is so thoughtful and considerate, always attuned to my feelings, providing me with unparalleled care and a profound sense of security. Whenever I lament a minor mistake, she smiles and reassures me. Baiye, do not dwell on such trivial errors. Look at your decisiveness and bravery in handling matters. Not everyone possesses such qualities. Furthermore, when I encounter difficulties in learning new skills and contemplate giving up, she gently encourages me, saying, Baiye, you must believe in yourself. Your unique perspective and innovative thinking astonish me. If you persist, nothing can defeat you. When I face unfair treatment in the tribe and feel disheartened, she is always the first to appear by my side, gently comforting me. Baiye, your kindness and tolerance are precious. Do not let others' mistakes diminish your self-worth. Chapter 66. The Decision. Father, I consider myself fortunate to have met her. Her encouragement and concern have emboldened me, instilling in me the courage to pursue the life I desired. I hope you can truly understand my feelings for her and accept her as a member of our family. Baiye listened quietly to Baiye's heartfelt confession, his expression gradually softening. He began to reflect on his son's words, his perception of Xing Mufei subtly shifting. Throughout his life, he had many children. Although Baiye was not the most favored, he still wished for his son's happiness. At that moment, through Baiye's descriptions, he recognized the transformation in his son. The boy who once exuded insecurity and timidity now sparkled with confidence and happiness. His face radiating genuine smiles, brimming with vitality. Baiye excitedly recounted the myriad moments shared with Xing Mufei, and his father listened, his heart swelling with emotion. He could feel that Baiye was truly in love, and that this love had fostered his son's growth. Witnessing Baiye's joy, he finally set aside his biases and worries. He placed a hand on Baiye's shoulder, speaking earnestly, My child, Seeing you like this reassures me that your choice is the right one, therefore, I consent to your union with Xing Mufei. Upon hearing his father's words, Bai Yi was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Leaping to embrace his father, exclaiming, "Father, thank you. I will cherish this love and live my life to the fullest." Seeing his son's elation, Bai Yin couldn't help but smile, as the excitement settled. Bai Yi grew serious, looking at his father with intent. "Father, there is one more important matter. Xing Mufei and her family plan to journey south in search of a better place to live. Today, she extended an invitation to me, hoping I would accompany her." Bai Yin's brow furrowed slightly, concern evident in his eyes. "Journey south? This is no trivial matter. The road is long, fraught with unknown dangers." A look of conflict instantly crossed Bai Yi's face. He lowered his head, hands unconsciously twisting together. "Father, I understand your worries, but Xing Mufei believes the South holds the promise of a better life. With greater resources and opportunities." Bai Yin paused, contemplating. "Bai Yi, I know your heart is set on Xing Mufei and the journey south, but you must consider this carefully. Once you leave, you may never return. Are you truly willing to abandon our tribe, to forsake everything familiar?" Bai Yi's voice wavered with hesitation as he responded slowly. "When I first heard of this plan, I felt torn. On one hand, I am reluctant to leave the tribe, reluctant to leave you and everyone else. This is where I am rooted, where my familiarity lies." He raised his head, his eyes fraught with struggle. "Yet, on the other hand, I truly love Mufei. I can sense her anticipation and courage for the future. Moreover, I yearn to see the world beyond, to explore new possibilities." He bit his lip, his brow furrowed, as if an intense inner struggle was taking place within him. After a considerable pause, Bai Yi's gaze gradually solidified with determination. He took a deep breath and said, "Father, I have pondered this for a long time. I understand that the journey south is fraught with uncertainties. Yet I am willing to take this risk for the sake of love and our shared future. I believe that together with Mufei, we can overcome any difficulties that may arise. Moreover, I aspire to carve out a new path for our future." Bai Yin regarded Bai Yi intently, then sighed deeply. "Since you have made your decision, I shall no longer impede you. Just remember, wherever you go, take good care of yourself, do not forget the tribe, and do not forget your roots." Tears welled in Bai Yi's eyes as he nodded earnestly. "Father, rest assured, I will." With newfound resolve, he approached Xing Mufei the next day, his heart a tumult of anxiety and anticipation. Upon seeing her, he inhaled deeply and, with unwavering conviction, declared, "Mufei, I accept your invitation and am willing to journey south with you." Xing Mufei's initially anxious expression was instantly transformed into one of joy. Her eyes sparkling like a myriad of stars, she rushed into Bai Yi's embrace, and they held each other tightly, as if wishing to merge their very beings. The interaction between Bai Yi and Xing Mufei did not go unnoticed by Qi Yin and Hua Yu, who, upon learning that Bai Yi would accompany them south, wore benevolent smiles. Qi Yin patted Bai Yi on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "Bai Yi, welcome to our family. From now on, we shall look after one another on this journey." Hua Yu also expressed her friendliness towards Bai Yi's inclusion, saying, "Now that you have decided to join us, do not hold back. We are all family here." The children gathered around, chattering excitedly to convey their warm welcomes. "Brother Bai Yi, you must tell us many stories in the future," piped up the second child, blinking with wide, bright eyes. "Yes, having brother Bai Yi with us will surely make this journey much more enjoyable." The older boys chimed in. "You can still call me brother now, but soon you'll have to call me Father Bai Yi," Qi Yin teased, causing Bai Yi's face to flush crimson. His ears turned a shade of scarlet as he awkwardly scratched his head and stammered, Qi Yin, isn't that a bit premature?" Teased by her beast man, Xing Mufei lowered her head shyly, casting a reproachful glance at Qi Yin. Qi Yin, however, laughed heartily. "What's so premature about it? Young people are easily embarrassed. Bai Yi, we are all Mufei's beastmen, which makes us family. All you need to do is take good care of her." Hua Yu chimed in with a smile. "Indeed, Bai Yi, just make sure you look after Mufei." Bai Yi, his face still flushed, nodded earnestly. "You can trust me. I will take good care of Mufei." The children continued to playfully giggle. The fifth child ran over, tugging at Bai Yi's sleeve. "Brother Bai Yi, does that mean I have another father now?" Although Bai Yi felt bashful, he affirmed, "Yes, I will be your father from now on." Amidst the laughter and joy, Bai Yi and Xing Mu Fei exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with dreams and hopes for the future. Though Bai Ye's cheeks remained flushed, he had resolutely vowed to cherish Mu Fei with all his might as he gazed upon the beaming faces around him. His initial trepidation gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of warmth and gratitude. For the first time, he felt the embrace of familial love, and he promised himself to treasure it dearly. Chapter 67. Bonding as a couple after confirming their relationship, Xing Mu Fei decided to officially bond with Bai Yi as partners, providing a sense of closure for Bai Ye's parents. One tranquil evening, Xing Mu Fei entered the cave Bai Yi had meticulously prepared. Carrying her simple belongings, the cave was strewn with soft hay and animal hides, with rudimentary furniture fashioned from stones and branches arranged in the corners. On a short span, Bai Yi had transformed the humble cave into a cozy haven. Showcasing his dedication, he stood nearby, his eyes filled with anticipation, tinged with nervousness and shyness. His hands fidgeted with the hem of his clothes, and upon seeing Xing Mu Fei enter, rosy hue crept onto his cheeks. "Mu Fei, I hope you can bear with me for now," he said. Xing Mu Fei smiled and nodded, placing her belongings on the bed made of hay and hides. She surveyed the surroundings, her eyes gleaming with delight. "As long as you are here, anywhere feels warm." Upon hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes sparkled with joy. He quickly moved to help organize her belongings, sneaking glances at her, yet whenever their eyes met, he would shyly look down, unable to hold her gaze. Once everything was in order, he noticed there was no trace of disdain on Xing Mu Fei's face and quietly remarked, "I was worried you might not like the way I arranged things." Xing Mu Fei chuckled softly, grasping his hand. "How could that be? As long as it is prepared with your heart, I will adore it. Mu Fei, thank you." Her encouragement shone like a beacon in his life, illuminating the realization that he too was worthy of love and appreciation. The burden on his heart lifted, and together they continued to embellish the cave, adorning the walls with colorful feathers and fashioning hooks from animal bones to hang their everyday items. Though they were merely temporarily residing here, neither of them took the task lightly. Bai Yi relished the experience of decorating the cave alongside Xing Mu Fei, as it instilled in him a sense of home. Gradually, the cave transformed into a haven of warmth, and their bond deepened during this process. As they exchanged gazes filled with affection, they could not help but embrace one another. Bai Yi held Xing Mu Fei tightly, his arms trembling slightly, as if fearing that loosening his grip would cause this happiness to slip away. His face nestled against her neck, his breath quick and ardent. He whispered with a tremor of emotion, "Mu Fei, I will ensure your everlasting happiness." His brow furrowed slightly, his arms quivering uncontrollably as he struggled to contain the tumultuous feelings within. Xing Mu Fei felt the warmth of Bai Ye's embrace and wrapped her arms around his waist. Gently saying, "Bai Yi, I believe in you." In that moment, they remained entwined, as if time had come to a standstill, the world around them fading away, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths. Bai Yi slowly lifted his head, gazing deeply into Xing Mu Fei's eyes, where love blazed like a flame. His cheeks flushed, his lips quivered, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Xing Mu Fei's face glowed with a rosy hue, illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her exceptionally enchanting. She tilted her head slightly, her lips parting. "Bai Yi, from this day forward, we are family." Bai Yi could no longer restrain the emotions welling within him and gently leaned down to kiss Xing Mu Fei's lips. His touch was tender and cautious, as if she were the most precious treasure. The kiss was soft yet lingering, imbued with his hopes for the future and profound affection. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted, their foreheads resting against each other. Bai Ye's eyes brimmed with tenderness, a blissful smile gracing his lips as he softly caressed Xing Mu Fei's face, saying, "Mu Fei, you have given me new life. Encountering you is the greatest fortune of my existence. Meeting you is also my fortune." Bai Yi looked at Xing Mu Fei, his gaze filled with warmth and determination. "Mu Fei, from today onward, I will dedicate my life to guarding you." Xing Mu Fei leaned against Bai Ye's shoulder, softly responding, "Bai Yi, I believe in you. We will surely find happiness together." Bai Ye's face radiated joy, yet he appeared somewhat bashful due to his excitement. "Then, from now on, I will strive to find you the most delicious fruits and hunt the finest game." Xing Mu Fei laughed. "All right, I will be waiting." Moonlight spilled into the cave as they lay side by side on the animal hide bed. Their hands tightly clasped together, as the bonding ceremony concluded. A lively gray rabbit, embodying Bai Ye's beast form, gradually manifested around Xing Mu Fei, as if guarding her. Meanwhile, a vivid red mark appeared on Bai Ye's neck, resembling a fervent vow. The bonding ceremony in the beast world was truly marvelous. Although Xing Mu Fei had experienced it twice before, she was once again astonished by the profound connection she felt with Bai Yi. Just then, an alert from the system chimed in. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your third beast man. You are now awarded a chance to draw a lottery. No, I will not draw for now, as I have yet to decide what I wish to obtain. All right then, call for me whenever you are ready. Understood. Xing Mu Fei's life during this period can be described as exceedingly comfortable. Both of her beast husbands dote on her, the children have grown, and she has acquired a personal space, ensuring she wants for nothing in terms of food and clothing, leading to a fulfilling life. Furthermore, she has recently welcomed another beast husband whom she adores, and the other two are very supportive, creating a harmonious family dynamic. In the context of the beast world, one could say she has reached the pinnacle of her existence. Faced with such circumstances, Xing Mu Fei momentarily finds herself at a loss for desires, which is entirely understandable. Thus, she contemplates saving her chances for a lottery draw, intending to utilize them when the need arises, thereby maximizing the rare opportunity. The following day, after sharing a meal with her family, they walked hand in hand, filled with joy yet tinged with nervousness, to the rabbit tribe to present themselves before Bai Ye's parents. Upon seeing the couple's bonding marks, Bai Ye's parents grasped the situation intuitively. Bai Yi took a deep breath and said, "Father, Mother, Mu Fei and I have become partners, and we hope to receive your blessings, as well as to assure you of our commitment." His mother felt tears welling up in her eyes as she stepped forward to gently grasp Xing Mu Fei's hand, saying, "Mu Fei, I entrust Bai Yi to you from now on. Rest assured, I will cherish my life with Bai Yi," she replied. Bai Yin then patted Bai Yi on the shoulder, his expression serious yet his eyes radiating warmth. "Now that you have made this decision, you must support one another and live well. This ancient beast world is fraught with danger. You must remain vigilant." Xing Mu Fei blushed and responded, "Uncle and aunt, I will take good care of Bai Yi, and we will cherish one another." Bai Ye's parents nodded in agreement, and his mother retrieved a necklace crafted from colorful shells from a stone cave, presenting it to Xing Mu Fei. "This is a token I prepared for you, hoping it will bless you with safety." Xing Mu Fei accepted the necklace and adorned her neck with it. "Thank you, uncle and aunt." Bai Yi embraced Xing Mu Fei tightly, declaring, "Father, Mother, you can rest easy. We will surely be happy." The warmth of family that Bai Yi had never experienced before filled him with reluctance, yet he bid farewell to his parents, informing them of his impending journey southward. Chapter 68. Departure. "Father, Mother, I am setting off south with Mu Fei." Bai Ye's parents exchanged glances, their smiles fading involuntarily, replaced by expressions of reluctance and concern. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Although they had anticipated this day, when Bai Yi finally voiced it, their eyes brimmed with sorrow, albeit accompanied by understanding and support. Before long, their smiles returned. "Child, your mother understands you have your own choices. As long as you believe it is right, pursue it." Her voice remained calm, yet Bai Yi could detect the trembling hidden beneath. "Mother," Bai Yi softly called, his voice tinged with quivering emotion. She wore her ever-loving smile, her gaze filled with concern for him. "Child, go forth without worry. Your mother will always support you." Tears welled in Bai Ye's eyes as he struggled to contain them. "Mother, I cannot bear to part with you. I once thought you and father did not love me, as I was often overlooked among so many siblings. But now I understand your love has always been there, silent yet profound." His mother gently raised her hand to stroke Bai Ye's head, just as she had when he was a child. "Silly child, you are my son. How could I not love you? I may have overlooked you at times due to the number of children, and for that, I apologize." "No," Bai Yi cried, tears streaming down his face, as if he needed to pour out all his past grievances. Once his emotions began to settle, his mother continued, "Now I see you have grown and have your own dreams and pursuits. As long as you are well, your mother will be content." Her gaze was filled with understanding and encouragement. Bai Ye's tears flowed anew as he embraced his mother tightly, savoring the warmth of her embrace. At that moment, he wished time could stand still. After what felt like an eternity, Bai Yi slowly released his mother. She straightened his clothing with a smile, saying, "Go now, my child, and bravely pursue your happiness." All right. After both mother and son regained their composure, his father spoke sternly, "In the coming days, make sure to gather your belongings and prepare adequately." Understood, Bai Yi nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, father and mother, we will take good care of ourselves." After Bai Yi and Xing Mufei became partners, he moved into the cave to live with the others. He eagerly joined in, wishing to integrate into the family as swiftly as possible. He helped gather supplies and prepare for their journey south. Initially, cohabiting with this large family left Bai Yi feeling somewhat apprehensive, especially in the presence of Qi Yin and Hua Yu. In his understanding, there was competition among beast husbands, each vying for the affection of the female. Qi Yin was the first to notice Bai Yi's tension point one day. While Bai Yi was organizing supplies, he accidentally knocked over a stack of items, his face flushing with embarrassment, fearing he would be reprimanded. However, Qi Yin approached with a smile, assisting him while saying, "It's all right, Bai Yi. Everyone has clumsy moments." Such gestures filled Bai Yi with gratitude. On another occasion, while distributing gathered food, Bai Yi made a small error resulting in uneven portions for some children. Overwhelmed with guilt, he braced for criticism, but Qi Yin gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't be too hard on yourself. Mistakes are inevitable when starting out. Just be more attentive next time." Qi Yan's understanding enveloped Bai Yi in warmth and reassurance within this new family. Xing Mufei's other beast husband, Hua Yu, was said to be a wanderer from a young age, preferring solitude and quietly attending to his tasks. Upon learning of Hua Yu's past, Bai Yi felt a profound connection. Recognizing their shared sensitivity and insecurities, during a hunting expedition, Bai Yi and Hua Yu teamed up. An awkward silence hung between them, with Bai Yi attempting to break the ice yet fearing missteps. While Hua Yu remained focused on tracking prey, occasionally glancing at Bai Yi before quickly averting his gaze. Finally, Bai Yi mustered the courage to say, "Hua Yu, I'm afraid I might not perform well and let everyone down." Hua Yu paused his actions, contemplating for a moment before responding, "I understand your feelings. When I first met Mufei, I felt the same way, but Mufei and Qi Yin are both wonderful. They are very accommodating. Through my interactions with them, I gradually overcame my insecurities and improved. I believe you can do the same." All right. From that moment on, it seemed they found a common ground. Although their exchanges were few, they supported each other through their actions. Throughout this process, Bai Yi gradually overcame his inner sensitivities and insecurities, discovering his place within this family. He assisted Qi Yin in repairing tools, cooked and conversed with Hua Yu, and engaged in playful activities with the children, teaching them survival skills. As time passed, Bai Yi recognized that Qi Yin and Hua Yu, as Xing Mufei's partners, were inherently accommodating individuals. Moreover, Xing Mufei endeavored to maintain fairness among the beast husbands, even alternating sleeping arrangements nightly. Xing Mufei observed Bai Yi's concerns and felt immense joy witnessing all of this. This was the familial atmosphere she cherished, where everyone thrived together in harmony. Time flew by, and Bai Yi spent his final night at home, bidding farewell to his parents. The next morning, as dawn broke with a soft light, Bai Yi stepped outside with a modest bundle, moving slowly to the entrance. Both his mother and father awaited him, their eyes filled with reluctance and blessings. Bai Yi embraced his parents once more, then turned away, carrying their love and hopes as he strode forward under his mother's tender gaze. His steps were resolute as he ventured into the unknown, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future and profound gratitude for his parents' silent love. Sunlight bathed everyone as Bai Yi, with his simple belongings, stood shoulder to shoulder with Xing Mufei at the edge of the tribe, casting a glance back at the place he had called home for many years, emotions swirling within him. "Are you ready?" Xing Mufei turned to Bai Yi, her gaze filled with expectation and determination. Bai Yi took a deep breath and nodded. "I am ready. Let us depart." Onward, Chapter 69. The opening of space. Their party left the rabbit tribe, continuing their journey southward. The further they traveled, the warmer the climate became, the vegetation grew denser, the trees towered higher, and the bounty of nature flourished. Having never ventured beyond the rabbit tribe during his upbringing, Bai Yi was filled with wonder and awe at the sights before him. Gazing at the towering trees that seemed to touch the sky, he could not help but tilt his head in astonishment, eventually murmuring, "I have never seen trees so tall. They appear to reach the heavens." Bai Yi's eyes widened in amazement as he absorbed the beauty around him, reluctant to look away. Xing Mufei smiled at Bai Yi, saying, "What do you think? Isn't the outside world magnificent?" Bai Yi nodded in approval, feeling a sense of joy for having made the right decision. What astonished him the most was Xing Mu Fei's remarkable ability. She could actually store items away. It was only later that he learned this skill was known as space, which allowed for the storage of objects as well as the cultivation and raising of livestock. No wonder, he thought, when he had interacted with them previously, he had sensed an abundance of resources. Indeed, it was not merely his imagination. Each time Bai Yi witnessed Xing Mu Fei employing this skill, he was filled with awe, particularly during their first encounter when his eyes widened in disbelief. With a mere wave of her arm, a bounty of gathered fruits vanished into thin air. From that moment on, Bai Yi was imbued with curiosity and admiration for Xing Mu Fei's ability, and he would invariably display a look of astonishment whenever she utilized her spatial skills. Occasionally, Xing Mu Fei would retrieve intriguing items from her space, bestowing upon Bai Yi one delightful surprise after another. On this particular day, as he observed Xing Mu Fei's actions, he was left speechless, stammering, "Mu Fei, how is this accomplished?" "This is my spatial skill," she explained. "These items are stored in a special space where they do not spoil or get lost." Bai Yi, intrigued, leaned closer to examine her hands. "And just how vast is this space?" "Extremely large, ample enough to accommodate all the supplies we require for our journey. Moreover, we can cultivate crops and raise small animals within it for unforeseen circumstances," she replied. Bai Yi listened, captivated, exclaiming, "This is simply astounding. With this space, our travels will be far more convenient." "Indeed," she concurred. "However, you cannot see this space from my hands. It is invisible to everyone except me." "Well, I just find it truly fascinating and am somewhat curious about it," he admitted. "Father Bai Yi, would you like to see it too?" One of the children chimed in. "I am also quite curious, but Mother has never allowed me to see it." Seeing the youngest child patting Bai Yi on the shoulder with a look of shared sympathy made Xing Mu Fei chuckle softly. "Very well, if you wish to see it, there is a way." "Really, Mother, can we all see it?" the children exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, not only did the children erupt in enthusiasm, but even Qi Yin and Hua Yu were stirred by the prospect. Observing the scene, Xing Mu Fei reflected on her oversight in neglecting her family's feelings. Thankfully, she still had a chance to redeem herself from the time she partnered with Bai Yi, and she resolved to use that opportunity to allow her family to witness the space. "Yes, I had overlooked this before, but I shall rectify it immediately. However, let us first find a suitable place to settle down, and then I will grant everyone a chance to see it, allowing ample time for everyone to enjoy the view." All right, with the promise of witnessing the space, everyone was filled with exuberance, swiftly finding a suitable spot to set up camp. United in effort, they worked efficiently, and before long, everything was in order. Xing Mu Fei wasted no time and promptly activated the spinning wheel to draw the opportunity for everyone to see the space. The group gathered around her, eyes fixed eagerly upon her, brimming with anticipation. When the pointer finally halted at the option for visible space, Xing Mu Fei erupted into a cheer. "We drew it. How wonderful. We can finally behold this miraculous space," someone exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, Xing Mu Fei initially intended to also grant the control permissions to everyone, but the system unfortunately did not allow it, leaving her with a tinge of regret. She explained apologetically, "I'm sorry, everyone. The system does not permit me to grant you control permissions. You will only be able to see the space." Bai Yi reassured her, "Just being able to see it is already a great satisfaction. Mu Fei, do not worry." The others nodded in agreement, expressing their understanding. Xing Mu Fei smiled and then focused her energy to activate the feature that would allow everyone to see the space. In an instant, a vibrant and mysterious realm unfolded before their eyes. The crowd gasped, momentarily speechless, captivated by the astonishing scene before them. On one side of the space lay a thriving cultivation area. A few apricot trees gracefully extended their branches, their delicate pinkish-white blossoms having fallen away to reveal small, unripe apricots nestled among the lush green leaves. The mulberry trees stood tall, their verdant leaves appearing plump and inviting, seemingly awaiting the silkworms. Clusters of small, exquisite hawthorn flowers adorned the hawthorn trees, twinkling like stars and exuding a subtle fragrance, evoking visions of autumn's bountiful red hawthorn fruits. The broad, emerald leaves of the taro swayed gently in the breeze, while sweet potato vines sprawled across the ground, hinting at the rich harvest beneath the soil. The rice paddies shimmered in golden hues, the heavy ears of grain bowing low, creating rippling waves of gold as the wind passed through. In another corner of the space, the livestock area featured a few robust sheep leisurely grazing, their white wool glistening in the sunlight. A group of rabbits hopped playfully in their enclosure, their bright red eyes twinkling adorably. Turning to the supplies area, neatly stacked piles of dried timber emitted the fresh scent of wood, while nearby lay glossy black coal, brimming with potent energy. The collected animal hides were meticulously arranged, showcasing soft sheepskin, sturdy cowhide, and beautifully patterned deer hides. Additionally, in the tool section, sharp stone implements, sturdy wooden tools, and intricately crafted bone utensils were displayed, from hunting bows to farming hoes, all organized systematically on the racks created by Hua Yu and Qi Yin. Further in, several large jars filled with crystal-clear spring water surrounded the spiritual spring, presenting a lively scene. Moreover, their previously constructed portable wooden houses were also quite eye-catching, leaving Bai Yi astounded once more. Everyone was deeply captivated by the rich diversity and orderly arrangement of the space, their eyes filled with wonder and admiration, as if they were gazing upon the assurance and hope of a future filled with abundance. This is truly a marvelous treasure world, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Immersed in their awe of the space, the group felt a renewed sense of confidence and anticipation for their future journey, and their enthusiasm for stockpiling resources surged even higher. Chapter 70. Testing the waters. As they traveled further south, the weather grew increasingly warm. During this time, Xingmu Fei found herself spending more time beside Hua Yu, for his serpentine form provided a refreshing chill, perfect for combating the summer heat. In summer, the sun blazed like a massive fireball, mercilessly scorching the earth, with waves of heat making one feel as though they were trapped in a colossal steamer. After walking the entire morning, sweat drenched Xingmu Fei's clothing, and beads of perspiration rolled down her forehead. She gazed up at the blazing sun, thinking, this dreadful weather is simply unbearable. Dragging her weary feet, she made her way toward the shade where Hua Yu rested. Come here, she urged, quickening her pace until she reached Hua Yu and collapsed onto the ground, eagerly leaning against him. Hua Yu, upon seeing Xingmu Fei approach, always greeted her with a gentle smile and opened his arms to embrace her. Satisfied, Xingmu Fei closed her eyes, relishing the coolness emanating from him, as if all her heat had been dispelled. Hua Yu, you are truly a natural cooling artifact. This refreshing feeling is simply delightful, Xingmu Fei teased. Hua Yu playfully tapped her nose, saying, I cannot bear to see you suffer from the heat. As long as I can make you comfortable, I will be happy. Xingmu Fei closed her eyes, fully enjoying this moment of respite. A gentle breeze caressed her, bringing a hint of coolness, and her body and mind gradually relaxed. Before long, she had fallen asleep in Hua Yu's embrace, who carefully adjusted his position to ensure her comfort, even fanning her with a leaf. After a while, the children returned from their outdoor play, their little faces flushed and panting from the heat. Upon spotting Xingmu Fei peacefully asleep beside Hua Yu, they approached cautiously. Father Hua Yu, we're hot too, one child whispered. Hua Yu smiled and nodded. Come here, little ones. He transformed into his beast form, stretching out to share his coolness with the children. The kids gathered around him, some leaning against him, others pressing their faces to his body to cool down, while they all huddled together, giggling and playing. Hua Yu gazed at these adorable children, his eyes filled with affection. Good children, enjoy the coolness. That night, Bai Yi and Xingmu Fei shared their quarters. The surroundings were tranquil, only the occasional chirping of insects breaking the silence. Bai Yi cautiously approached Xingmu Fei, saying, Mu Fei, I noticed everyone seems to have their own wooden houses. I would like one too. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, tinged with anxiety, as if fearing his request might be denied. Without hesitation, Xingmu Fei responded cheerfully, Of course, Bai Yi, tomorrow, we can gather the others to help. We should be able to construct a wooden house that is uniquely yours in no time. Upon hearing Xingmu Fei's reply, Bai Yi's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, one that sparkled like stars in the night sky. He sat up straight with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Really? Mu Fei, that's wonderful. I've always imagined what it would be like to live in a wooden cabin. He grasped Xingmu Fei's hand tightly, his palms slick with perspiration, his voice trembling with exhilaration. I want to place several jars in the room so that I have a place to put my things. Xingmu Fei gazed tenderly at Bai Yi, nodding gently. It's all up to you. as long as you are happy. Filled with joy, Bai Yi began to eloquently describe the vision of his cabin. From the layout of the rooms to the details of the decor, each idea brimming with dreams of a beautiful life ahead. Haha, great. I will definitely help you realize it. Mu Fei. You are truly too kind to me. Isn't it only right that I treat you well? You are my beast husband, and I naturally want to treat you with kindness. Xing Mu Fei's words filled Bai Yi with gratitude. He felt incredibly fortunate to have encountered such a wonderful female. The more he interacted with Xing Mu Fei, the more he discovered her virtues, which intensified his fears of losing this rare warmth. Bai Yi belonged to the rabbit tribe, his true form being that of a gray rabbit. However, due to their small stature, they held little advantage in the beast world, hence rarely revealing their beast form. Throughout the time Bai Yi had known Xing Mu Fei, he had never shown her his beast form. Today, seeing Huayue's beast form, which was so fierce and powerful, inadvertently made Bai Yi feel inferior. Tentatively, he glanced at Xing Mu Fei, his voice tinged with unease. Mu Fei, do you dislike rabbits? I am a rabbit tribe beast man. My true form is that of a rabbit. Xing Mu Fei was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, gently stroking Bai Yi's hair. How could I? Bai Yi, I like you, whether as a rabbit or in your human form. Yet, Bai Yi's gaze still held a trace of uncertainty. But in the beast world, our rabbit tribe is always considered weak and lacking in combat ability. Xing Mu Fei took Bai Yi's hand, her gaze firm yet gentle. Bai Yi, the size of one's strength is not the sole measure of value. The agility, intelligence, and gentleness of rabbits are exceedingly precious qualities. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's unease gradually dissipated, and hope rekindled in his eyes. Really, Mu Fei? Do you truly believe that? Xing Mu Fei nodded. Of course, Bai Yi. Moreover, you possess a charm that is uniquely yours, irreplaceable by anyone else. A reassuring smile finally blossomed on Bai Yi's face as he leaned against Xing Mu Fei's shoulder, softly murmuring, Mu Fei, thank you. With your words, I will no longer feel inferior for being a rabbit tribe beast man. Seeing Bai Yi's mood stabilize, Xing Mu Fei became genuinely curious about his beast form. Bai Yi, I would like to see your beast form. I don't believe I've ever seen it before. Please show me. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Yi ultimately acquiesced to Xing Mu Fei's request. In a flash of light, he transformed into a gray rabbit. His small body curled up, the soft and smooth gray fur glistening, with long ears standing alert and red eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. Xing Mu Fei examined him closely, noticing that the rabbit's size was somewhat larger than that of an ordinary rabbit, its fur a gentle shade of light gray, reminiscent of a stone path soaked in morning mist. The fur was soft and smooth, akin to a delicate cloud. His long ears stood straight, tips slightly curved inward, covered with a thin layer of fuzz, and would twitch at the faintest sound, capturing the surroundings' movements. His eyes resembled two round, radiant rubies, particularly striking against the soft gray fur, now filled with unease. The most endearing feature was his mouth, with three soft lips that would occasionally move, revealing two pristine and sharp front teeth, lending him an irresistibly adorable appearance. His tail was short and round, akin to a fluffy little ball, gently swaying with his movements, adding a touch of playfulness and liveliness. Xing Mu Fei, filled with delight, reached out a hand to gently stroke Bai Yi's back, sliding down to his tail, the warmth and softness captivating her. Bai Yi, you are simply too cute. Xing Mu Fei couldn't help but exclaim. Upon hearing her praise, Bai Yi relaxed slightly, his little nose twitching as if savoring her scent. Xing Mu Fei cradled Bai Yi in her arms, his tiny paws resting gently on her arm. Bai Yi, don't be afraid to show your beast form. It truly is adorable, she said softly. Bai Yi nuzzled against Xing Mu Fei, as if responding to her words. In that moment, a warm atmosphere enveloped the entire room. Bai Yi felt elated that Xing Mu Fei did not find him unappealing. It took him a while before he transformed back into his human form and his human shape. He appeared quite silly, especially with the gray rabbit ears he had yet to retract and his red eyes, adding to the contrast of his appearance. Seeing this, Xing Mu Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Bai Yi, you look so amusing like this. Bai Yi, a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, his ears unconsciously twitching. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. Xing Mu Fei approached, gently pinching Bai Yi's rabbit ears. Don't mind it. This version of you makes people want to tease you even more. Bai Yi's face flushed slightly, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. As long as you like it, that is enough for me. Bai Ye's words were undoubtedly a fatal temptation, and coincidentally, Xing Mu Fei was the most susceptible to such a lure. The next day, the two of them slept until noon. Upon waking, Xing Mu Fei remembered Bai Ye's request and immediately organized everyone to gather materials to create a special little house for him. Xing Mu Fei, brimming with energy, declared, "Children, today we shall work together to build a small house for Bai Ye, so he can have his own cozy space." The children cheered with excitement upon hearing this. All right, everyone sprang into action. Xing Mu Fei, along with Huaiyue, Qi Yin, and the children, selected sturdy, straight trees from the nearby woods to serve as the beams and pillars for the house. They meticulously examined each tree, gently tapping them to assess the quality of the wood. Watching everyone labor for him filled Bai Ye with gratitude. He too was not idle, clearing a suitable patch of land to prepare for the construction of his little house. After selecting the wood, Xing Mu Fei and the others worked together to drag it back to the clearing. They began processing the timber, with some smoothing the wood while others sawed it to appropriate lengths. Under their collective efforts, the framework of the little house gradually took shape. Xing Mu Fei stood nearby, directing everyone. Lift this side a bit higher and align that side. After 2 days of diligent work, Bai Ye's little house finally began to take form. Everyone beamed with satisfaction as they admired their handiwork. Bai Ye now possessed his very own little house, and he was overjoyed, pacing excitedly in front of it. His eyes sparkling with delight. "Mu Fei, I never imagined I could have such a beautiful little house." Xing Mu Fei smiled. "As long as you like it, that is all that matters." The children gathered around, chattering animatedly. "Bai Ye's little house is so beautiful. We can come here to play in the future." Huaiyue and Qi Yin exchanged warm smiles at this heartwarming scene. Stepping inside the house, Bai Ye examined every corner with care. The interior was simply and warmly decorated, featuring a soft bed, a small table, and several animal skin paintings hanging on the walls. He sat on the bed, enveloped in warmth and comfort, his heart brimming with visions of the future. "This will be my little sanctuary," Bai Ye murmured. After Bai Ye had sufficiently cherished the moment, Xing Mu Fei stored it in her space. Placing it alongside the other houses, time flowed like a gentle stream, swiftly passing by. Unbeknownst to them, they had been traveling for over 4 months. As they journeyed further south, the temperature became milder compared to the north. Yet the frigid climate of the beast world remained unchanged. With only a month left until the cold season, they needed to find a place to endure the winter. At present, locating a large cave would be most suitable. Xing Mu Fei gazed ahead, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings, while the others attentively observed the terrain, leaving no potential clue overlooked. The south was mostly flatlands, making caves exceedingly rare, and thus, their search proved quite challenging. They braved the scorching sun, traversing the boundless plains in search of shelter. Beads of sweat adorned Xing Mu Fei's forehead as she wiped them away and pressed onward. Bai Ye followed closely beside her, a hint of fatigue evident in his eyes. "We've been searching for several days, yet we haven't found a suitable cave." Huaiyue panted in agreement. "Indeed, the terrain here in the south is vastly different from where we were before." Qi Yin gritted her teeth. "Let us keep searching. Perhaps there's one just ahead." The children appeared somewhat listless, yet they persevered in following the adults. They traversed meadows and scaled small hills, but the elusive cave remained undiscovered. As Xing Mu Fei gazed into the distance, a sense of despondency crept into her heart. Could it be that we truly cannot find a place to take shelter? Qi Yin offered a comforting word. "We will find it. There's no need to rush." Noticing the children's restlessness, Xing Mu Fei engaged them in conversation, discussing potential directions that might lead to a suitable resting place. Observing this, the children dutifully followed the group, diligently searching together. As the day's exertions came to an end, the group gathered around for the night. Xing Mu Fei remarked, "Although we have yet to find a suitable refuge today, everyone has worked hard. We shall continue tomorrow." Bai Ye nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I believe it is just beyond our reach." Huaiyue smiled. "Let us retire early and restore our spirits." Qi Yin tightened the blankets around the children. "Sleep well, my little ones. Tomorrow promises to be filled with hope." Encouraged by one another, they embarked on their quest for a resting place anew the following day. However, days passed without the discovery of an appropriate cave. Observing the weary faces of her companions, Xing Mu Fei resolutely declared, "If we cannot find a cave, we shall excavate one ourselves." "Mama, what is a cave?" The children inquired with curiosity at the mention of Xing Mu Fei's cave. Xing Mufei smiled and crouched down, patiently explaining. Children, a cave is a special kind of home, carved into the mountainside or hillside. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, providing a most comfortable dwelling. The children blinked their wide eyes, seeming to grasp the concept with some difficulty. One child asked, "Is it better than the house we live in now?" After a moment of contemplation, Xing Mufei replied, "Each has its merits. A cave is quite unique, like a cozy little nest." Another child, filled with curiosity, asked, "Mama, can we dig a cave ourselves?" Xing Mufei nodded with a smile. "If we find a suitable location, we can certainly give it a try." The children erupted in excited cheers, their imaginations alight with visions of excavating a cave. Bai Yi approached, affectionately patting the children's heads. "My dear ones, digging a cave is no small feat. It will require everyone's collective effort." Huaiyue chimed in, "Indeed, but if we succeed, it will surely be quite the adventure." Qian added, "Then we need not be fixated on finding a cave. Seeking a place suitable for excavation will also suffice." The children eagerly agreed, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they began to search the surroundings. Chapter 72. Building the cave. Xing Mufei and her companions meticulously surveyed the hillside, each face etched with seriousness and hope. She squinted up at the sun's position, then bent down to sense the wind's direction. Bai Yi tested the ground with his foot, assessing the firmness of the soil. Huaiyue ambled along the slope, occasionally touching the earth to gauge its moisture. Qi Yin gazed into the distance, observing the surrounding terrain and environment. Meanwhile, the children busied themselves, running about the hillside and exploring every nook with curiosity. "How about this spot?" Bai Yi pointed to a location. Xing Mufei approached and shook her head. "This area lacks sufficient sunlight. It may be quite cold in winter." They continued their search, and as time slipped away, a sense of urgency began to settle among them. Suddenly, Xing Mufei's eyes brightened. She hastened toward a depression in the hillside. "Come here and take a look," she exclaimed with excitement. The others gathered around as she elucidated. "This location is sheltered by the mountain, shielding us from the northern winds. Additionally, it is slightly elevated, reducing the likelihood of water accumulation. It will receive ample sunlight from morning until afternoon, making it an ideal spot." Bai Yi examined the site closely and nodded in agreement. "Yes. The soil here appears quite solid. Excavation should pose no significant challenge." Huaiyue exclaimed, "That's wonderful. We have finally found it." Qian sighed in relief. "Now we can begin our work." The children cheered. "We can build a cave." With the location confirmed, they eagerly commenced the excavation. Bai Yi took the lead, gripping the shovel firmly as he plunged it into the earth, leveraging it to unearth a large clump of soil. His arm muscles taut, each action resonated with strength. Xing Mufei was equally industrious, wielding a small hoe to meticulously clear the soil Bai Yi had unearthed, stacking it to the side. Sweat streamed down her cheeks, yet she paid no heed to wipe it away. Meanwhile, Huaiyue and Qian worked harmoniously on the other side. Huaiyue loosened the soil with a spade while Qian transported it away in a basket. Their movements were swift and orderly, never pausing for rest. The children also lent their assistance, earnestly digging in the corners with their tools, each displaying utmost seriousness. The task of constructing their cave was indeed substantial. But fortunately, the children had grown and were able to assist. With Bai Yi joining in, their numbers remained sufficient. As time passed, the cave's entrance widened, and its depth increased. However, the excavation process encountered a formidable challenge, a layer of hard rock. "What shall we do?" a child asked, worry evident in their voice. Bai Yi furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding. "Fear not. We shall devise a solution together." Xing Mufei suggested. "Why don't we use hammers to break the stones first, then excavate bit by bit?" Everyone deemed this approach feasible and promptly sought hammers and chisels to tackle the obstinate rocks. The rhythmic clanging of metal echoed across the hillside, and after considerable effort, they finally breached the rock layer. Just as they exhaled in relief, they noticed small cracks appearing at the cave's ceiling. Could this pose a danger? Huaiyue voiced her concern. Bai Yi immediately halted his work. Lifting his gaze to scrutinize the fissures, his brow furrowed. "This is no trivial matter. We must reinforce it promptly." Without hesitation, Xing Mufei declared, "We cannot delay. We must construct a support structure at once to ensure the cave's safety." The group nodded in agreement, diving into their urgent task. Bai Yi and Xing Mufei meticulously planned the layout for the support structure. they decided to place a sturdy wooden post at intervals along the cave's ceiling and sides. Huaiwe and Qiyin led the children into the forest, carefully selecting straight, robust trees. United in purpose, they wielded axes to fell the trees, trimming away excess branches before hauling the posts back to the cave. Upon returning, Bai Yi ascended a makeshift ladder to direct the others from above. Xing Mufei steadied the posts below, while Huaiwe and Qiyin exerted all their strength to pass the posts up. The children, too, were not idle. They assisted in handing over tools and ropes, their small figures brimming with vigor. Once the posts were positioned, they secured them tightly against the cave walls using sturdy vines. Each knot was tied with utmost care, with no room for negligence. As they constructed the support structure for the cave's ceiling, the difficulty escalated. Bai Yi, perched atop the ladder, cautiously placed a heavy beam across the cave's roof while Huaiwe and Qiyin strained to support it from below. Xing Mufei nimbly secured the beam to the adjacent posts with ropes. After several days of tireless effort, the support structure was finally completed. The interior of the cave was now adorned with a lattice of posts and beams. Appearing both solid and secure, Bai Yi conducted a meticulous inspection of each connection point, ensuring there were no loose ends, and proclaimed, "For now, it should be secure, but everyone must remain vigilant." With the support structure in place, they turned their attention to refining the interior, leveling the ground, and smoothing the walls. Once the structure was established, Xing Mufei and her companions immediately began planning the layout of their rooms. With 9 individuals in total, they decided to allocate a bedroom for each person, with the remainder designated for a kitchen, living room, bathroom, and other functional spaces. Standing in the cave's center, Xing Mufei used a stick to draw on the ground, thoughtfully outlining, "When we construct our rooms, we must consider heating for the winter. Let us arrange the rooms in a circular formation, placing the kitchen at the center, so that we can utilize the stove for uniform warmth." Agreed. We can start here and assign bedrooms for each of us in sequence. Everyone can decorate according to their preference, Bai Yi added. Let us designate a spacious area for the living room, where we can gather for entertainment and conversation, Huaiwe suggested, pointing to the center. The kitchen should be spacious for cooking and food preparation. Qiyin chimed in. The bathroom ought to be situated in a more secluded corner, ensuring proper ventilation, he added. Once their initial plan was established, they began marking clear boundaries on the ground and walls using stones, branches, and ropes. Xing Mufei observed her industrious companions with a smile. Once these rooms are completed, our home will be even more perfect, Bai Yi, filled with enthusiasm, responded. Indeed, everyone, let us give it our all. Amidst the collective efforts of the group, some diligently measured dimensions while others cleared the site, ensuring thorough preparations for the forthcoming construction endeavors. Chapter 73. Continuing to perfect. Once the planning dimensions were established, they commenced excavation while simultaneously erecting the supporting structure for the cave dwelling. Huaiwe wielded a small pickaxe, vigorously digging into the cave's walls, while Bei stood nearby, removing the excavated soil and stones, and positioning the prepared timber appropriately as part of the support framework. Xing Mufei and Qiyin were equally engrossed in their tasks. One was responsible for passing tools and materials, while the other assisted Bei in securing the timber to ensure the stability of the support structure. As the excavation progressed, the space within the cave gradually expanded. Yet it also encountered increased pressure. To maintain safety, Bei meticulously examined the integrity of the support structure after every segment of excavation, reinforcing any loose sections immediately. Everyone, be cautious. Do not excavate too rapidly. Safety comes first, Xing Mufei frequently reminded the group. Understood, they replied in unison, their actions unwavering in pace. Through their concerted efforts, the excavation of the cave and the construction of the supporting structure progressed steadily. However, the process was not without its challenges, as they soon faced another dilemma. During the excavation, a massive rock unexpectedly obstructed their path. The group huddled together, deliberating on a solution. Shall we break it apart with hammers? Suggested one child. Bei shook his head. This rock is too large. Breaking it would consume excessive time and could compromise the cave structure. Xing Mufei pondered for a moment and proposed, we can circumvent the rock and replan the cave's layout. The group found this suggestion feasible, promptly adjusting their excavation direction and continuing their efforts. After several days of arduous labor, the primary structure of the cave was finally taking shape. Gazing at the emerging cave, the weary faces of the group lit up with expressions of contentment. With the main structure completed, it was time to attend to the finer details. They began by leveling the uneven areas of the cave walls before applying a specially formulated slurry. The entire wall and floor were coated with the slurry to ensure a smooth finish. Xing Mufei meticulously mixed the slurry to the right consistency, while Bei, armed with a large brush, was the first to dip it into the slurry and began applying it to the walls. "Let us be swift and aim to finish in one go," Xing Mufei encouraged, joining in the effort. Huaiyue and Qi Yin were tasked with the floor, crouching down to evenly apply the slurry, leaving no inch unattended. The children also eagerly participated, some passing brushes while others handled small tools for the edges. The scent of the slurry permeated the cave, and splatters adorned their clothes and faces, yet no one seemed to mind. "Let us apply a thicker coat here. Otherwise, it won't be even," Bei called out. "Understood," came the chorus of replies. After several hours of diligent work, the slurry was finally applied to the walls and floor. "I am so tired, but it looks quite good," one child said, leaning against the wall. "Not yet. We must wait for the slurry to dry and check where we need to add more," Xing Mufei reminded. Thus, they rested while observing the drying process of the slurry. However, once the slurry had dried, they discovered cracks and uneven surfaces in some areas. "What should we do?" Huaiyue asked anxiously in no need to panic. "We can mix some more slurry and repair those spots," Xing Mufei reassured calmly. The group busied themselves once more, and after repeated touch-ups, the walls and floor finally became smooth and even at last. "It looks good," Qi Yin wiped the sweat from her brow. Just as they prepared to celebrate, they noticed that the ventilation in the cave was inadequate. The slurry was slow to dry, and the room was becoming increasingly damp. "This is not acceptable. We must find a solution," Bei muttered, furrowing his brow as he paced the cave, scrutinizing every corner for a strategy. "I believe we can create a few ventilation openings at the top of the cave." Xing Mufei suggested, nodding in agreement. "That's a splendid idea, but we must carefully plan the size and placement," she added. The group gathered to discuss. Huaiyue proposed, "Let us first measure the cave's area and space to calculate the required airflow. Then decide on the size and number of ventilation openings." The children enthusiastically contributed to the discussion, offering various ideas. After thorough deliberation, they resolved to create 3 ventilation openings at different locations on the cave ceiling. Without delay, Bei led several children to gather tools, while Xing Mufei, Huaiyue, and Qi Yin confirmed the positions and dimensions of the openings once more. With everything prepared, Bei ascended a ladder, carefully wielding a hammer and chisel as he began to carve out the openings at the top. The sound of bang, bang, bang echoed throughout the cave. After several hours of toil, the first ventilation opening finally took shape. The sight of progress invigorated the group. Soon after, the second and third openings also began to emerge. Once the ventilation openings were completed, they fashioned bamboo into ventilation pipes to connect them to the outside, ensuring proper airflow. Just as the group believed the ventilation issue was resolved, they discovered the effectiveness was not as anticipated. "What could be the problem?" Huaiyue asked, puzzled. Qi Yin examined the situation closely, stating, "It could be that the ventilation pipes are too narrow for sufficient airflow." Consequently, they proceeded to clean and adjust the ventilation pipes. After numerous attempts and refinements, the cave's ventilation finally improved, allowing fresh air to circulate within, bringing a sense of comfort to all. "We have finally tackled this significant issue," the children cheered. After several days of hard work, the cave's finishing touches were nearing completion. The walls appeared smooth and even, the floor was clean and tidy, and the entire cave was transformed. "This looks so much better." Huaiyue admired their labor's outcome. "Indeed, but the task is not yet complete. We must prepare for the winter, particularly the construction of the stove and Kong," Qi Yin remarked with a smile. The group understood that this was crucial for their warmth during the frigid winter months. Drawing upon past experiences, Qi Yin sketched the approximate locations and shapes of the stove and Kong on the ground. "We must first gather sufficient bricks, stones, and materials for constructing the flue," he instructed. The group sprang into action, with the children scurrying up the nearby hillside to collect suitable stones, while Xing Mufei and Bei tended to the clay, and Huaiyue organized various materials. With everything prepared, the construction commenced in earnest. Qi Yin began by building the base of the stove, meticulously stacking bricks and securing them with clay, ensuring each piece was stable and firm. Xing Mufei assisted by passing bricks and applying clay. Their teamwork seamless. Meanwhile, Huaiyue and Bei prepared the materials for constructing the Kong. As time passed, the shape of the stove gradually emerged. Qian then installed the grate to ensure proper ventilation and combustion. "This stove looks impressive," one child exclaimed excitedly. "Hold on, we're not finished yet," Qian replied with a grin. Chapter 74. Resolving the heating issue. With the stove constructed, the next step was to install the chimney. A crucial task. Bei selected several uniformly sized bamboo pieces to serve as the chimney's main structure. He skillfully cut the bamboo to the appropriate lengths and beveled one end to facilitate better connection to the stove. Xing Mufei led the children outside the cave to dig a deep pit to accommodate the base of the chimney, ensuring its stability. Huaiyue and Qian mixed clay with straw to create a highly adhesive slurry for sealing the connections of the chimney. Once everything was prepared, Bei carefully connected the bamboo segments, securing them tightly with fine wire. Standing on the ladder, he gradually extended one end of the chimney into the opening at the top of the cave, sealing the connection with slurry to prevent smoke leakage. The children looked up, their eyes fixed on Bei's actions, frequently passing him tools and materials. "A little higher, Bei." "Yes, right there," one child shouted. "Be careful, Bei. Don't fall," Xing Mufei cautioned from the side. After considerable effort, the chimney was finally installed. Bei descended from the ladder, wiping the sweat from his brow as he asked, "What do you all think?" The group gathered around to scrutinize. Noting that the chimney stood tall and straight, with the connections well-sealed, "It looks excellent. Let us light a fire and see if there are any issues we can address promptly." "All right." Bei placed easily combustible dry grass and thin twigs into the stove and ignited them with a flint. The flames quickly leaped up, consuming the grass and crackling with a lively sound. Xing Mufei and Huaiyue stood outside the cave, their eyes fixed on the top of the chimney, monitoring the smoke's ascent. "The smoke is flowing smoothly. It looks promising," Huaiyue remarked. "Indeed. It seems we have succeeded." This moment, Xing Mufei's face radiated a smile of contentment, while Qian and the children gathered around the hearth, basking in the gradually increasing warmth. Their hearts brimming with joy, however, just as everyone believed that all was proceeding smoothly, a new predicament arose. Due to prolonged burning, the internal temperature of the hearth had soared excessively, causing the section of the ground connected to it to become increasingly hot, even showing signs of scorching. This was unacceptable. If the ground were to be damaged by the heat, it would lead to significant trouble. Bai Yi furrowed his brow. "We need to place something to insulate it. That's a matter for later. For now, our primary concern is to extinguish the fire, lest it directly ruin the ground," he asserted. "Indeed." Huaiyue hurriedly stepped forward to remove the firewood from the hearth. "We could excavate a shallow pit beneath the hearth and fill it with sand. This might serve as an effective insulator." The group found this suggestion commendable and immediately set to work digging. Xing Mufei pondered, "Merely using sand may not suffice. Over at our place, we placed iron sheets at the mouth of the hearth. But here we lack such materials. Perhaps we could find some stone slabs to lay atop the sand." Huaiyue nodded in agreement. Yes, stone slabs should provide superior insulation. Consequently, Qian led several children to search nearby for suitable stone slabs. They meticulously scoured the hill slope and, after considerable effort, managed to find a few large, flat stones. The group filled the excavated shallow pit with sand and carefully laid the stone slabs on top. "This should be adequate. Let us give it another try," Bai Yi stated. They reignited the hearth and anxiously observed the condition of the ground. After a while, although the temperature remained somewhat elevated, it was no longer as scorching as before. "And the signs of charring were not worsening. It seems effective," Xing Mufei remarked. After burning for a while, the ground's temperature remained within a safe range, alleviating concerns of scorching. "Wonderful, we have finally resolved it." The group erupted in cheers. The next task was to construct the heated bed, which was relatively more complex, requiring consideration of the flue's orientation and the bed's evenness. Xing Mufei first sketched a rough design of the heated bed on paper, meticulously annotating the dimensions and the flue's trajectory. Bai Yi, accompanied by several children, went to gather the necessary bricks and stones for constructing the heated bed, rummaging through nearby ruins to select intact and suitably sized materials. Meanwhile, Huaiyue and Qian prepared the mud. They mixed soil and water in a specific ratio on the open ground in front of the cave, continuously stirring with a wooden stick until the mixture became uniform and fine. With everything ready, the construction work officially commenced. Bai Yi followed the design, initially laying the bricks to form the frame of the heated bed, skillfully positioning each piece securely. Xing Mufei assisted by evenly applying the prepared mud between the bricks with a trowel. ensuring there were no gaps. The children were also busy, helping by passing bricks and tools. As the frame gradually took shape, it was time to lay the bed surface. Bai Yi meticulously selected flat stones, placing them one by one and securing them with mud. Huaiyue and Qi Yin then began constructing the flue, carefully assembling small bricks to ensure that the smoke could flow freely. Through their collective efforts, the main structure of the heated bed was finally completed. Yet, this was not sufficient. Final adjustments and tests were still required. Bai Yi ignited some firewood within the heated bed, observing the smoke's exit. "Oh dear, it seems this section of the flue is somewhat blocked," he called out. The group quickly gathered to investigate the issue. After a thorough inspection, it was discovered that a brick had been misaligned, obstructing the flue. They swiftly adjusted the brick, reignited the firewood, and this time the smoke exited smoothly from the flue without any problems. With the primary construction of the cave nearly finished, everyone began to focus on crafting furniture to make their new home more comfortable and welcoming. Xing Mufei first considered building several wooden beds. She selected a few sturdy, straight trees outside the cave, and together with Bai Yi and the children, they felled the trees and dragged them back to the cave. Xing Mufei wielded an axe, expertly chopping the wood into suitable boards, while Bai Yi planed the boards smooth, ensuring they were free of any splinters.